Chapter 1. Well, I exerted myself, young sect master, please. Don't come any closer. By the ethereal spring, amidst the misty haze, Zhu Zixuan's face flushed crimson as she nestled in the water, clutching her fragrant shoulders while shyly calling out. Her voice, however, was but a whisper. Li Wu chuckled softly and offered a reminder. Senior Sister Chu, you must exert yourself a little more, otherwise, no one will hear you. Zhu Zixuan's cheeks deepened in hue. All right. Then. I will exert myself. The cry from the rear mountain startled a flock of birds, sending them soaring from the woods. The other female cultivators from the ethereal spring quickly converged at the scene, pinning Li Wu down. Had it not been for the respect held for the young sect master, he would have long been reprimanded. Half an hour later, within the grand hall of the sect master's residence. Li Wu, you ungrateful wretch, straying from the path and lacking ambition, from this moment forth, your status as young sect master is hereby revoked. You shall be relegated to the Servants' Valley. The sect master of the Yuanxian Sect, Li Yuan, glared fiercely, his lips quivering with fury. Upon hearing this, the languid Li Wu instantly perked up. Eh? Is that true? Of course it is true. Li Wu, do you have any objections? Li Yuan emphasized his words. Li Wu stretched lazily, adopting a somewhat dandy demeanor. None whatsoever. What's wrong with going to the Servants' Valley? I actually quite like that place, especially the Night Fragrance Pavilion. Perhaps at night, I can even visit senior sisters. How delightful that would be. Every senior sister is beautiful and charming, and conversation isn't that far more entertaining than listening to music at the Western Garden. Plus, I won't have to toil endlessly in cultivation, cleansing my marrow, living the life of a celestial being. Before he could finish his sentence, a grand armchair hurtled towards him. The speed was astonishing, tearing through the air with a resounding crack, leaving Li Wu no time to evade, his heart leaping in alarm. However, the chair narrowly missed him, soaring past his ear and crashing into the opposite wall, shattering into pieces. Get out, Li Yuan bellowed, his voice reverberated, causing the entire sect master's residence to tremble. In the tranquil mountain forest, where the mist clung to the clouds, a flock of startled birds scattered in the distance, resembling ink splatters on a sheet of rice paper, disappearing from view. Outside, several elderly men with long white beards, presumably the elders of the Yuanxian Sect, observed the startled birds above the clouds and remarked, "Sigh, it seems the young sect master has once again provoked the sect master's ire. Since there are no major affairs within the sect, perhaps we should refrain from disturbing the sect master today." Indeed. As Li Wu passed by, the elders shook their heads a sigh. Our young sect master is truly a lost cause. Upon hearing this, Li Wu remained unfazed, even whistling cheerfully. Upon leaving the inner gate, he swiftly made his way to the Servants' Valley, a moment he had eagerly awaited for far too long. The Servants' Valley held a lowly status within the sect. Zhao Qian, the chief steward within the valley, immediately plastered a flattering smile on his face, relinquishing his own quarters to Li Wu, eager to curry favor. The modest courtyard proved relatively comfortable, and its secluded location was paramount. Li Wu's reputation within the Yuanxian sect was well known. Zhao Qian promptly retrieved a wooden token from the Night Fragrance Pavilion of the Jade Maiden Peak and presented it to Li Wu. With this token, one could enter and exit the residences of the Celestial Maidens at Jade Maiden Peak during designated hours. Zhao Qian's arrangements were most considerate. After receiving the token, Li Wu hurriedly departed. Zhao Qian hastily instructed his subordinates Stu Lot, responsible for the affairs of the Night Fragrance Pavilion at Jade Maiden Peak, arrange for some minor mishaps to occur in the residence of a celestial maiden. We must provide the young sect master with an opportunity to enter their chambers. The subordinates wore expressions of reluctance, each pointing at themselves. Are we expected to arrange that, if those celestial maidens merely lift a finger, we could lose our lives? Moreover, do we really need to treat a young sect master who has been demoted to a servant in such a manner? I reckon he's already fallen so low that he won't escape the Servants' Valley again. Zhao Qian's gaze hardened. You lot don't understand a thing. Were it not for the young sect master's demotion here, would you common folk have any chance to interact with the prominent figures of the inner sect? Though his subordinates were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Li Wu, filled with anticipation, took a shortcut to a secluded pond. After surveying the surroundings, he confirmed that no one was nearby. For added security, he affixed several prohibition talismans to nearby trees, then slipped into a dense thicket, closing his eyes. Instantly, words appeared in the void of his mind. Conditions met. Host, do you wish to unlock? As he uttered these two words, Li Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thoughts that had been stagnant for 2.5 years finally flowed freely. The long-awaited system had finally arrived. Li Wu was a transmigrant from Blue Star. At that time, he was engrossed in a game when his girlfriend remarked that while the game was enjoyable, was it just about a big-head doll monster? Frustrated, he couldn't catch his breath, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself as the young sect master of the Yuanxian sect by the banks of Luochang. Initially, he was elated at becoming the young sect master. Previously, all his gaming experiences had been fictitious, but now, he could finally savor the authentic experience. However, he soon discovered that apart from his handsome visage, which surpassed anything he had known before, he bore no innate talent. His bloodline was utterly devoid of merit, rendering him incapable of cultivation. The most troubling aspect was his frail constitution, leaving him unable to lift his lower self, which was quite disheartening. Then, the system finally made its appearance. Yet, the condition to unlock the system was precisely his demotion to the Servants' Valley. How remarkable, as the young sect master of a prestigious sect, reputed to be a genius who ascended to the nascent soul stage by the age of 20. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to be relegated to the status of a servant under such circumstances? 2.5 years, a full 2.5 years. Although the sect master and sect master's lady were disappointed in him, their parental affection remained unwavering. No matter how much chaos Li Wu caused or how far he strayed from the path, they consistently shielded him from harsh consequences until now. But this time, through extreme measures, it had finally come to fruition. Li Wu was ecstatic. Upon choosing to unlock, a voice echoed in his mind once more: a system unlocked successfully. Following that, he beheld a prize wheel, a sight he had often encountered back on Blue Star, particularly during promotional events designed to entice customers. Congratulations, host! Please claim your newcomer gift package. Beside the prize wheel floated an image of a golden gift package, adorned with a golden dragon, exuding an air of majesty. Li Wu rubbed his hands together and clicked on the 2 characters. Claim. Host's luck is phenomenal. Newcomer gift package, multiplied by 10, congratulations. You have received 100 lottery chances. 100 lottery chances, impressive. He wondered what treasures he might acquire with such a multitude of chances. Surely, he would score a few grand prizes, bidding farewell to the mundane life of a useless young sect master and embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of existence. His anticipation surged as he swiftly reached out to spin the wheel. Buzz, congratulations, host. You have drawn a portion of Huang-san, huh? Huang-san? Is this system for real? Upon entering, he was immediately presented with the Huang powder, a clear indication of the system's lack of seriousness. At that moment, he could barely lift his head. What use did he have for such a thing? It must be the lottery method that was flawed. Li Wu blew a breath onto his hands, adjusted his posture, and continued to draw. Buzz buzz buzz. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a portion of Huang powder. Huang powder. A portion. Portion. Li Wu felt a surge of anger. He wanted to smash that wretched lottery wheel with his fist. For 2.5 years, while everyone in the sect outwardly showed him a modicum of respect, secretly, every individual wished to trample on this so-called useless young master. Just moments ago, when he was demoted to a menial task, he overheard many saying he was no longer the young master of the past. It was high time for that. Li Wu had long since grown weary of such a life. Detection indicates that the host has drawn multiple times. The system has now activated the 10 consecutive draws mode. Having already drawn 20 times, Li Wu pondered whether this lottery was merely a deception. How could he only draw Huang powder? He even washed his hands in the river, rubbed them on his robe, and took a deep breath. He held his breath again and pressed the button for 10 consecutive draws. With his eyes closed, he silently prayed, and a voice echoed in his ears: Congratulations, host, you have hit the jackpot with 10 consecutive draws. A jackpot? Li Wu perked up, straining to listen. Host has obtained 20 portions of Huang powder. PFF. Li Wu felt as though he were about to spit blood. Buzz. After several rounds of 10 consecutive draws, Li Wu realized that this lottery could indeed only yield Huang powder. With 10 draws remaining, he was utterly deflated and lost all interest in continuing. After waiting 2.5 long years to finally unlock the system, it ought to have rewarded him with some treasure or powerful technique. As for that useless young master, he truly had no desire to continue in that role for even a single day. Host. Please draw, host, please draw. They'll draw your sister. Li Wu had begun cursing, his clenched fist striking the empty air with a few thuds. Buzz. Congratulations, host, you have hit the jackpot with 10 consecutive draws. Combat power 100, obtained Huang powder, 10 portions. Combat power. Li Wu, who had nearly lost all hope, focused on the system's display showing his combat power increased by 100. Suddenly, he felt a warm surge through his frail body, as if he had gained some strength. With his drawing attempts exhausted, a few simple lines of text appeared in his mind's eye. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 600. Realm, none. Huang powder, 140 portions. Using Huang powder increases certain combat power. The increase varies depending on the user's strength. Draw attempts, 0. The system will periodically issue tasks. Complete tasks to gain draw attempts. Milestone, 1. Combat power reaches a positive number, granting 1 immobilization talisman. As Li Wu gazed at these, the most perplexing aspect was the combat power. How could it be 600? He had just drawn and exploded the jackpot, increasing his power by 100, so why was it recorded as a negative number? He inquired of the system, which readily responded, host's previous combat power was 700I. In other words, had the host engaged in combat, he would merely have been beaten or killed if fighting alongside others, he would only hinder them and even require a companion. With 700 combat power to protect him. This. Sigh. That said, Li Wu, in his role as young master, was indeed exceedingly weak. If visiting the garden in Baiyun town to listen to music, he would tire easily, his back aching. Even at Hongxiang Tower, he felt as though someone was tracking him, merely entering. To put on a facade, too fearful to engage authentically, yet, with this system that could enhance his combat power, it seemed his body could strengthen as well. Previously, he could only indulge in listening to music from afar. Perhaps, after accumulating sufficient combat power, he could engage in other pursuits? Most importantly, he could finally hold his head high. Buzz, newbie system task, please use 130 portions of Huang powder. Upon successful use, combat power will increase. Increasing combat power was indeed a good thing. It could be said to be Li Wu's sole hope. However, to be frank, who should he use it on? After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He directed his gaze towards the pond ahead. The system specified using Huang powder but did not stipulate it must be for a person. The pond was filled with fish. Surely, using it on them would be acceptable? He took out a packet, opened it, and tossed it into the water. As the Huang powder dispersed in the water, several fish promptly swam over and swiftly began to devour it. Then, Li Wu observed the panel, combat power 1, 1 packet of Huang powder for the fish yielded an increase of 1 combat power point. Not bad, it truly worked. However, soon the pond erupted into a frenzy, the scene turning chaotic with male fish pursuing females, the display brutal and tumultuous. He hardly dared to watch. Li Wu stifled a laugh, moved to another spot, and cast in another packet, combat power 1, the pond descended into further chaos. Half an hour later, the newbie task was completed, and Li Wu had accumulated a total of 130 combat power points. Current combat power, for 70. Not bad. He had moved a step closer to a positive number. Li Wu could noticeably feel a surge of strength throughout his body. He no longer felt so unsteady on his feet. With the newbie task concluded and the pond now devoid of fish, the system's timely reminder chimed in. Buzz, system task, find animals in the outer mountain to poison. You may earn 10 draw attempts. The strength of the poisoned animals varies, and the combat power gained will differ. This system was quite considerate, placing this task in the outer mountain. Poisoning individuals within the sect would likely cause chaos and draw unwanted attention, especially since the menial task valley consisted primarily of males. If he truly poisoned them, the resulting scene was too dreadful to contemplate. Even if he went to the Yunnan Peak to poison, Li Wu alone could hardly handle it. Typically, no strange creatures appeared in the outer mountain, making it a safer option. As for deeper into the mountains, Li Wu had no courage to venture. He had heard tales of strange beings lurking there. In his current frail state, encountering such creatures would mean becoming their first meal of the autumn. With a plan in mind, that day, the mountain shrouded in mist. Li Wu ventured into the outer mountain, wandering for most of the day without sighting a single small animal. Suddenly, he spotted, under an old crooked-necked willow tree ahead, a figure. However, that posture was clearly not human. Good heavens, was it that small? Having failed to find small animals, had he instead encountered something strange? This is bad. The figure was quite short, no taller than a 3 or 4-year-old child, standing atop a stone beneath an old persimmon tree. The stone was covered in moss. It faced away from Li Wu, wearing a conical hat, and held a long smoking pipe, its ember flickering dimly. As the wind rustled, the figure's black cloak billowed. Yet, when the cloak lifted, Li Wu noticed its legs, brownish yellow and bent like a dog's, with a bushy yellow tail swaying restlessly. What on earth is this? Li Wu observed from a distance and felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced around, held his breath, and pretended not to see it, preparing to sneak past the concealed forest beside him to avoid the terrifying creature beneath the old willow tree. Encountering strange beings in the mountains could be perilous, but in Li Wu's current state, even a common creature could spell certain doom. Without further ado, he turned to flee. However, just as he entered the thicket, he discovered that the creature had somehow positioned itself directly in his path, blocking his escape. This is bad. Cough, cough, coughed. It coughed a few times, sounding just like a human. Little one, this esteemed one has been observing you for quite some time. Have you come to the mountains in search of an opportunity? Chapter 3, Host, Poison Chu Zixuan. Ha ha ha. No need to search any further. This opportunity lies before you. This eerie entity can even speak. Indeed, it is a creature that has reached a formidable state. If Li Wu were a master of the inner sect, perhaps he could contend with this being, but as it stands, he is still at a negative level, unable to lift his head, let alone fight. He swiftly averted his gaze from the creature, feigning ignorance, and turned to leave, but a chilling wind swept past, raising goosebumps on his skin. That voice lingered in his ears. Little one, why the rush to leave? Stand still and take a good look. Do I not resemble a human? In the blink of an eye, the creature was already before Li Wu, standing atop a large stone. With a flourish of its cloak, it straightened its posture, and from beneath its black hat, a grotesque mouth took a puff of smoke, releasing a ring of it. Li Wu ceased his retreat. Damn it! Encountering a creature of such stature, escape was futile. However, in the next moment, taking a deep breath, Li Wu boldly approached the entity. Beneath the black hat lay the face of a yellow dog, grinning with bared teeth, eagerly awaiting Li Wu's response. Li Wu uttered a single word, stretching it out. The yellow dog's mouth curled up in anticipation, its gaze intense, yet Li Wu declared, "Open your mouth." Indeed, Li Wu did not comment on its resemblance to a human but commanded the yellow dog to open its mouth. The creature paused, momentarily enraged, and questioned again. "I ask you, do I resemble a human? What nonsense are you spouting?" As the yellow dog spoke, Li Wu drew near, seemingly poised to answer its query, but in an unexpected twist, he raised his hand and forced a pouch of Huan into the dog's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell? What did you shove into my mouth? Li Wu's heart raced as he tactically retreated several steps, keeping his distance from the anthropomorphic yellow dog. The yellow dog smacked its lips. What is this? It's not bad and nothing much, just mung bean flour, Li Wu replied nonchalantly before turning to flee, exhilaration coursing through him. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully poisoning the creature. This act grants you 10 lottery chances and an additional 100 combat power. What a windfall! Amidst the thrill, Li Wu felt invigorated, warmth surging through his body. Little one, do not run, the yellow dog's voice rang out once more. A flash of yellow appeared as it blocked Li Wu's path again. Although Li Wu had gained 100 combat power, his current total stood at 370, still insufficient to contend with this creature, nor could he outrun it. After you fed me mung bean flour, why are you fleeing? Under the full moon, hastily answer my question. I ask again, take a good look. Do I resemble a human? The yellow dog continued to press, prompting Li Wu to remind it. As far as I know, creatures like you have a chance to be sealed only once during the full moon each month. Little yellow dog, you have failed. Upon hearing this, the yellow dog's face contorted in rage, and it suddenly lost its balance, tumbling from the stone. Upon landing, it transformed into an adorable little yellow dog, barely a month old. The little dog barked and playfully pawed at the air, fierce yet endearing. Now in this form, it was far less intimidating. The little yellow dog clung to Li Wu's leg, who then squatted down, gripping the scruff of its neck and tossing it aside before casually striding away. After a few steps, he bolted, vanishing in a flash. Behind him, the little yellow dog growled, slamming its paw against a nearby rock, muttering to itself. You brat, causing me to fail my sealing. Just you wait, I shall not let this slide. Upon returning to the Servant Valley, the staff of the Night Fragrance Hall had gathered, with Zhao Qian inquiring about matters from the Jade Maiden Peak, checking if his subordinates had managed to seize any opportunities. What arrangements? Li Wu's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Zhao Qian jumped in shock but quickly forced a smile. Nothing. Nothing at all. Brotherly, the time has come. The Night Fragrance Hall is about to ring the bell. Li Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching Jade Maiden Peak, he immediately sought a spot to squat down and draw. Having poisoned the yellow dog earlier, he not only gained 100 combat power but also acquired 10 lottery chances. He felt restless not to use them immediately. 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host, jackpot. Combat power increased by 100, congratulations, host, jackpot. Combat power increased by 200. In a single breath, he struck 2 jackpots, receiving an increase of 100 combat power once and 200 the next. What a delight! The remaining draws yielded a total of 8 packets of Huan. Li's combat power now reached 700. Though the journey outside was perilous, the rewards were quite satisfactory. After this round of draws, Li Wu felt a warm surge within him. Once fatigued, he now walked with steadiness and vigor. Excellent, this increase in combat power truly proved beneficial. Brotherly, something has happened at Zishuan Courtyard. Your presence is required to handle it. Li Wu promptly emerged from his hiding spot, feeling as if he had been caught slacking off at work. He stepped out, nodding nonchalantly. Zishuan Courtyard was the residence of Chu Zishuan. Li Wu recognized the senior sister, the one who had shouted in the spirit pool. She stood out among the younger generation of the Yuanxian Sect, and thus, possessed her own independent abode. Li Wu traversed the familiar path toward her residence. The onlookers from the Servant Valley gazed at Li Wu's departing figure, enviously. Why is there such a vast difference between us, even though we are all servants? As Li Wu walked along the pebble pathway leading to Zishuan Courtyard, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Buzz, system task, please poison Chu Zishuan to receive combat power rewards. Li Wu was just 70 points away from achieving a positive level, pondering whether reaching that status would allow him to lift his head high. However, one must admit, the system is rather malicious. Li Wu only had Huan-san on hand if he were to administer it to Chu Zixuan. What would he do during the long night ahead? Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of Zixuan courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Li Wu stepped inside. As a servant of the night fragrance hall, it was customary to be summoned at night for tasks like cleaning up broken jade pots, which could be resolved in a matter of minutes. However, upon entering, he found no sign of Chu Zixuan. That he proceeded toward the main hall. Yet, upon reaching the main hall, silence prevailed. If there were matters to attend to, she would have come out to convey them upon his arrival. Where could Chu Zixuan be? His senior sister Chu, Li Wu called out. The courtyard was not particularly large under normal circumstances, she would certainly hear him. Yet, after his call, there was no response. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, emanating from the inner room. The cold wind sent a shiver down Li Wu's spine. What was happening? Instinctively, he glanced in that direction, recalling that the room was Chu Zixuan's bedroom, an inherently private space for a female cultivator. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice emerged from within the room. I asked that. You, young master, the voice of Chu Zixuan reached my ears, sounding as if she had just awakened, imbued with an air of fragility. Senior sister, it is I. Young master, please, come in quickly. Her tone conveyed a palpable sense of urgency. Chapter 4, Is it necessary to play so lavishly? Li Wu was momentarily taken aback and whispered, Is it your bedroom, senior sister Chu? May I enter? Chu Zixuan replied, It's fine, just push the door a little harder. As she beckoned him in, her voice grew increasingly feeble. Quickly, young master, come in. With a sense of urgency, Li Wu pushed open the bedroom door and stepped inside. The room was illuminated by the flickering light of 2 candles, casting shadows that danced across the space. There, Chu Zixuan lay half reclined on a couch, her garments slightly disheveled, her breathing shallow, and the fabric of her purple robe quivering slightly. What was happening? For a moment, Li Wu was at a loss. Noticing that Chu Zixuan seemed to be resting, he instinctively turned his gaze away, searching for her jade vase but finding nothing. He inquired, Senior sister, where is your jade vase? Has it broken? In her hand, Chu Zixuan held a communication talisman, which was encrusted with frost. A look of confusion crossed her face, coupled with a hint of shyness as she averted her gaze and asked, Young master, did you come here at midnight, searching for the jade vase for what purpose? Li Wu realized she might have misunderstood his intentions. You see, I have been demoted by my father to the servant valley, and I am now merely a servant there, working at the night fragrance pavilion. What? Chu Zixuan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the esteemed young master of the Yuanxian Sect had been relegated to a menial position, dealing with such trivial matters. Struggling to rise, she said, Young master, is it because of the incident at the back mountain? I can explain to the sect master that it was all a farce. Rest assured. I will speak to him tomorrow, requesting his order to reinstate you to the inner sect. Li Wu shook his head with a wry smile. Senior sister, there's no need for that. In truth, life in the servant valley is quite agreeable. Chu Zixuan sighed, what is good about it? Look at you. Reduced to changing jade vases. Li Wu replied helplessly, it's nothing. In the servant valley, everyone is in the same boat. It's far more comfortable than remaining in the inner sect, where one is subjected to disdain. Being a young master yet feeling like a failure is a grievous sin. At his words, Chu Zixuan became agitated. Young master, that's not true. You possessed extraordinary talent, achieving the nascent soul stage at such a young age. If you focus on your recovery, you will surely return to your former glory. Trust me, senior sister will ensure. Before she could finish, she shivered violently, her complexion turning pale as she collapsed. Li Wu rushed to her side, supporting her. She was chillingly cold, and upon contact, it felt as though a layer of frost enveloped him. Stumbling, he barely managed to maintain his balance. Had he not heightened his strength beforehand, he might have been crushed beneath her weight. Senior sister, senior sister. No matter how he called out, Chu Zixuan remained unresponsive. With no other option, he exerted every ounce of strength to extract himself from beneath her and, after considerable effort, managed to lay her on the bed. This was no easy feat. It was evident that Chu Zixuan was in a critical state. Her pallor and icy skin suggested she had been afflicted by a cold poison during her training. The thought struck Li Wu. Cold poison? The effects of the Huan powder could induce intense warmth within a person. The warmth emanates from the meridians and could potentially counteract the cold energy. If he administered the Huan powder to Chu Zixuan, would it not alleviate her condition? Ah! The system was not unclean, it was prompting Li Wu to save her. With this realization, Li Wu resolved to act without hesitation, retrieving a pouch of Huan powder. With a calm smile, he opened the package and placed the powder into Chu Zixuan's mouth. Although she was unconscious, she instinctively pressed her lips together. He offered her a sip of water until the entire contents of the pouch were consumed. Gulp. Based on his experience, the Huan powder would take effect swiftly. After a brief wait, within 2 minutes, Chu Zixuan's face transformed from its frosted appearance to a rosy hue. A layer of white mist began to rise from her skin, resembling steam, and this warmth gradually spread throughout her body. Oh! After a few minutes, the white vapor dissipated, and the chill that had enveloped Chu Zixuan vanished entirely. It truly worked wonders. A voice resonated in Li Wu's mind, Buzz. Congratulations, host, for completing the timed task and earning 10 lottery chances and 100 combat power. Congratulations on reaching a milestone. Your combat power is now positive, granting you 3 beginner-exclusive talismans. Before the system's voice could conclude, a force surged towards him, akin to waves crashing against the shore, propelling him backward. Li Wu jolted, turning around to find Chu Zixuan. Her face aglow with crimson, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Young master. Without uttering another word, she leaned in to kiss him. What was happening? Could it be that the Huan powder not only countered the cold poison but also heightened her desires? Seeing her advance, Li Wu instinctively recoiled. Senior sister. Please wake up. You were afflicted by a cold poison earlier. Now that the poison has been dispelled, you must be feeling weak. Continuing like this could harm your foundation, you should rest. Chu Zixuan's face was flushed, and her allure was unmistakable as she looked up at Li Wu and asked, Young master, do you think Zixuan is unattractive? It seemed the effects of the Huan powder had clouded her judgment. Li Wu quickly waved his hands. Senior sister. You are quite beautiful, but... His earlier concerns materialized. Chu Zixuan was indeed captivating, yet Li Wu was not one to take advantage of a vulnerable moment. His intention was solely to save her, without ulterior motives, truly. After freeing himself from Chu Zixuan's grasp, Li Wu turned to flee. However, with a flick of her wrist, an ethereal ribbon of energy ensnared him. Chu Zixuan was a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, a standout among her peers. Li Wu stood no chance against her. The purple ribbon wrapped around him, rendering him powerless as he was drawn back, ultimately collapsing onto the bed. Just as he touched the mattress, the ribbon tightened around his limbs, binding him securely. As he prepared to shout, a length of the purple ribbon silenced him. Was this truly necessary? Li Wu felt a bitter pang in his heart, tears welling in his eyes, as Chu Zixuan closed the door behind them. Casting a spell to seal the room, her flowing purple garments falling away. It was happening. Li Wu, you are indeed a gift from heaven to Zixuan. Her words echoed in his ears. Chapter 5, the host is about to perish. Her words, already caressing his ear, signaled his doom. He strained against the silken bonds, but the violet ribbons woven by a foundation establishment stage cultivator were too formidable. Moreover, her overwhelming presence rendered him immobile. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind. Buzz. Host's demise imminent. Deploy stasis charm? Demise? Could it be? He recalled her affliction with aphrodisiacs, and the situation seemed incongruous. Was this a ruse? Was she, the pride of the Yuan immortal sect, a spy for the Yin sect, seeking his ruin? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, extinguishing the nascent desire that had begun to stir. He remembered tales of Yin sect infiltrators targeting the young sect master, only to be thwarted by the sect's vigilant defenses. The system elaborated, though the aphrodisiac's potency is diminished by the frigid toxin, its residual effects will persist for 2 hours. Given the host's weakened state, failure to extricate oneself within half an hour will inevitably lead to exhaustion and death. Ah. So, it wasn't treachery.
but rather his own frailty that threatened to undo him?
The realization filled him with dread and a profound bitterness. As she prepared to advance, threatening his very essence,
he mentally commanded, "System, deploy stasis charm."
With a whoosh, a golden light descended, imbuing her with a radiant, golden stasis character. She froze, immobile. Remarkable, he mused.
That it could restrain even a Foundation establishment stage cultivator.
Yet, a strange impulse arose within him, an inexplicable urge to deliver a crushing blow.
He shook his head, banishing the errant thought.
He noticed the violet ribbons had dissipated upon her immobilization, freeing him. He scrambled away from beneath her, liberated at last.
That was a close call, he thought.
He retrieved a blanket, carefully draping it over her previously exposed form. Composing himself and purging his mind of impure thoughts, he departed.
Upon opening the door, he found Zhao Qian, the caretaker of the Miscellaneous Affairs Valley, eavesdropping.
The sudden opening nearly sent him sprawling.
"Old Zhao, did you hear anything?" Zhao Qian stammered, "And nothing.
I heard nothing." He merely grunted, closing the door behind him and proceeding along the stone path. Zhao Qian scurried after him, whispering, "Brotherly.
Are you and the immortal Chu all right?"
She was quite vigorous just now. He, still reeling from the ordeal, wiped his brow and tightened his loosened belt.
Just a Miscellaneous Affairs Valley worker delivering a jade kettle. What could possibly happen?
Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there's no conflict.
That's all that matters.
Noticing his disheveled state and profuse sweating, he chuckled, "Brotherly, your stamina is truly impressive."
"Almost an hour." He retorted, "What are you implying?" "I told you, nothing happened between us."
Zhao Qian nodded vigorously.
Right. Nothing happened. I understand. You understand nothing." With that, he and Zhao Qian left Jade Maiden Peak.
Their duties for the night fragrance workshop nearly complete. He felt a surge of elation. The trip to Violet Radiance abode had been fraught with peril. But the rewards were substantial: 100 combat prowess, 10 lottery draws, and, crucially, 3 stasis charms. Back in his quarters, he closed his eyes, the system panel materializing before him.
Name, Liwu combat prowess, 30 cultivation stage, none aphrodisiacs, 17, grants combat prowess.
Amount varies based on target strength, lottery draws, 10, complete tasks for additional draws, milestone, reach 1000 combat prowess to receive 2 teleportation charms, inventory, 2 stasis charms.
After a deep slumber, he awoke the following evening.
Eager to exhaust his 10 lottery draws, he was interrupted by a commotion in his courtyard. The ajar door was flung open by a malevolent gust of wind, its creaking echoing in the night, sending chills down his spine.
He tensed, peering into the courtyard.
The lantern cast a ghastly light on a yellowish-brown figure, clad in a black robe and wielding a long pipe.
His heart sank. It was the weasel demon seeking recognition. But hadn't it been reduced to a mere puppy? And how had it found him here? Had its failed attempt at recognition fueled its recovery, driving it to seek revenge? Danger!
Without hesitation, he slammed the door shut. But the wind surged, shattering the door and revealing the demon standing before him, a sinister grin on its face.
He. Little one, I've finally found you. What do you want?
The icy wind chilled him to the bone.
I've come for what's mine. He stammered. Why you've mistaken me for someone else? I'm not the one you seek. I advise you to leave now. If you don't, I'll call for help. This is the Yuan Immortal Sect, and I'm the Young Sect Master. My father, a nascent soul stage cultivator, will obliterate you. Stasis charm.
The final stasis charm struck with sudden force, catching the demon off guard. It froze, its smile still etched on its face.
Moments later, a sack was thrown over its head, ropes binding it tightly. The yellow dog was carried to a precipice overlooking the Miscellaneous Affairs Valley, its depths unfathomable. May the heavens ensure its demise, and may it never return.
Don't blame me, this is your fate.
Had you not sought revenge, you wouldn't have met such an end.
With those words, he kicked the sack over the edge.
Forgive me.
Returning to his bed, he opened the system panel and proceeded with the lottery draws.
10 draws.
He initiated a 10-draw sequence.
Congratulations.
You have acquired 200 combat prowess and 8 aphrodisiacs. Your current combat prowess is 230. Continue your efforts. Reaching 500 combat prowess unlocks the potential for new items. Oh? New items? He felt a flicker of anticipation. Surely, it can't be aphrodisiacs forever? Now, having accumulated 25 portions, which is more than needed, it would be advantageous if the system offered another task involving poisoning the small fish in the river. Such a task would provide a safe way to augment combat prowess. Dawn. Li Wu habitually uncovered himself and glanced down. Noting with satisfaction the warmth in his abdomen and the vigor coursing through him, tangible effects of the enhanced battle prowess. Buzz. System mission. Administer 10 doses of aphrodisiac powder to the livestock and poultry at the Immortal Livestock and Poultry Farm to receive a combat prowess reward. Had the opportunity arrived? Li Wu, invigorated, promptly sought out Zhao Qian, informing him of his desire to inspect the Immortal Livestock and Poultry Farm. Zhao Qian, eager to please, swiftly arranged the visit. At that moment, beyond the valley of miscellaneous labor, beneath a precipice of immense height, a burlap sack was wedged within a crevice. Initially inert, the sack soon began to stir, culminating in an explosive surge of energy. The sack disintegrated, and the rocks that had held it in place shattered. The yellow dog spirit somersaulted, landing gracefully on a nearby rock. It stretched languidly, scratching its posterior against the stone. Displeased, it clawed at the rock with its paws. Gazing upward, it beheld a towering cliff. Blast it all, where has he brought me? Am I still within the bounds of Yuan Immortal Mountain? The yellow dog spirit vaguely recalled seeking out Li Wu the previous night. However, after uttering a single sentence, its memory became fragmented. Examining its surroundings, the yellow dog spirit recognized the precipice as being located just outside the eastern entrance of the Valley of Miscellaneous Labor. As a denizen of these mountains, the yellow dog spirit was intimately familiar with the terrain. A rueful expression crossed its face as it conjectured. Could it be that the little rascal cast some spell on me and dumped me here? Preposterous. How could a mere mortal befuddle me to such an extent? Before losing consciousness, I seem to recall something about a stasis charm. That little scoundrel is more intriguing than he appears. Beneath the benign exterior lies a dabbler in poisons with a ruthless streak. I underestimated him. All I wanted was a taste of that verdant concoction. Was such a drastic measure necessary? The yellow dog spirit shook its head, attempting to clear the lingering fog. After a moment, it scoffed, muttering, "This cliff may be formidable, but it poses no challenge to me." With a swift movement, the yellow dog spirit leaped upward, soaring over 20 meters. Securing its claws onto the cliff face, it ascended further, reaching the cliff's midpoint. Soon, it effortlessly scaled the remaining distance to the summit. Standing atop the precipice, exuding confidence, the yellow dog spirit smiled, remarking, "I must concede, that lad's verdant concoction is quite remarkable. It has rejuvenated my vigor. My mate back in the mountains is likely still unconscious. She always belittles my virility. When I am aroused, even I am astounded." Humph. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the Valley of Miscellaneous Labor, a figure cloaked in black stood perched upon a treetop. The figure's gaze swept from the precipice to Li Wu's residence. The yellow dog spirit sensed something amiss but, upon scrutinizing the woods, detected nothing. Within the Valley of Miscellaneous Labor, at the Immortal Livestock and Poultry Farm, Zhao Qian's efficiency was commendable. Li Wu had already toured the facility and discreetly dispersed 10 packets of aphrodisiac powder into the feed, unnoticed. Following the tour, Zhao Qian excused himself, leaving Li Wu to return to his abode alone. This visit to the Immortal Livestock and Poultry Farm yielded a substantial reward of 100 combat prowess points, proving far more lucrative than poisoning the small fish in the pond. Currently, Li Wu's combat prowess stood at 330. However, during his visit to the Immortal Livestock and Poultry Farm, he did not encounter his father, Li Yuanyi's mount, the Immortal Dragon Beast, an 8th-level demon beast comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. He wondered if the system might offer a task involving administering aphrodisiac powder to the Immortal Dragon Beast. Given its level, such an endeavor would undoubtedly yield a substantial increase in combat prowess. Emerging from the Immortal Livestock and Poultry Farm, Li Wu's path was obstructed by a figure descending on a sword. Li Wu recognized the individual as Chao Dan, an inner sect disciple of the Yuanxian Sect with a nascent foundation cultivation base and a promising prospect. However, Li Wu held him in low regard. Chao Dan was known for asserting that he was the most suitable match for Chu Zixian, despite her disinterest. He even resorted to bribing others to propagate this notion. Chao Dan swaggered forward, feigning surprise. "Well, if it isn't our young sect master." "Oh, pardon me. I almost forgot. You are now a menial laborer. The sect master has personally ordered the removal of your name from the sect's registry. You are now, in truth, a common laborer. Laboriously, I must say. The conditions in the valley of miscellaneous labor are deplorable, and the spiritual energy is so thin that you may never cultivate again. Alas. I sympathize with your plight. Tell you what, if you encounter any difficulties or face any bullying, feel free to confide in me. I'll look after you." Chao Dan spoke of protecting Li Wu, patting him on the shoulder as if showing concern. However, he suddenly unleashed a trace of his nascent foundation aura. Li Wu, unable to withstand the pressure, stumbled and fell. Seeing this, Chao Dan feigned sympathy. "Oh, I forgot, laboriously, you are incapable of cultivation, a complete and utter waste. Forgive me, allow me to assist you." Chao Dan extended his hand, but as he did so, he unleashed another wave of pressure, slamming Li Wu into the ground. Chao Dan was elated. When Li Wu had not been crippled, rumors abounded that he and Chu Zixian were the most compatible, fueling Chao Dan's envy. Even after Li Wu's fall from grace, Chao Dan had no opportunity to confront him within the inner sect. Now that Li Wu had been relegated to the valley of miscellaneous labor, Chao Dan had been plotting this very moment. He gazed down at Li Wu, who was pinned to the ground by the oppressive aura, unable to rise. "Li Wu, the truth is, you should have been expelled from the inner sect long ago. The sect master allowed you to retain the title of young sect master for so long after you became a cripple, risking the reputation of our Yuanxian sect. Your status as young sect master should have been revoked long ago." Li Wu braced himself, gritting his teeth, attempting to stand. He could feel his inner strength growing. But it was not yet sufficient. Chao Dan sneered, arrogantly declaring, "Enough, laboriously, do not exert yourself in vain. I am a nascent foundation cultivator. As for you, a mere laborer, you will likely never establish a foundation in this lifetime. I, Chao Dan, would never deign to visit such a filthy place as the Valley of Miscellaneous Labor, but I came here today to offer you a reminder. Now that you are a laborer, conduct yourself accordingly. Do not entertain any notions of approaching Junior Sister Chu through your lowly status. If I catch you, I will make sure you regret it." Chapter 7, Marinated to Perfection. With a cold snort, Chao Dan summoned a flying sword beneath his feet and swiftly departed from the Servant Valley. Once he was gone, Li Wu rose from the ground, dusting himself off and clenching his fists. Chao Dan. What a ridiculous name. Yet, it is indeed memorable. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Wu's eyes as he made his way back to his dwelling. Just as he turned a corner, he spotted a yellow figure peering into his doorway. Recognizing the silhouette immediately, Li Wu thought, well, it's that pesky yellow dog spirit again. This creature truly would not let him be. His heart raced as he halted in his tracks, holding his breath and quietly maneuvering around to escape. However, the dog's keen hearing quickly detected his presence. With a swift motion, the yellow dog appeared before him, ominously inquiring, "Little one, where do you think you're running? With your abilities, you cannot escape my grasp." Realizing he was trapped, Li Wu stopped. "Why run? You struck so hard, yet you still fear me? You tied me up so tightly and threw me from such a height, don't you feel any remorse?" The Binding Talisman. This was his final card. Much like before, yet now more urgent. Li Wu understood that the mountain spirits were unpredictable. Should he allow the dog to speak freely, it might strike him down. After all, he was its enemy. Thus, seizing the moment, he acted before the creature could react. The yellow dog's movements froze momentarily, its mouth curling into an expression of reluctant stillness. Li Wu, relieved, exhaled deeply and mused, "I fell from such a high cliff and survived. It seems the outer mountains are not safe either. I attracted such a dangerous being. Although I succeeded in poisoning it and gained strength, it was far too perilous. Reflecting on his recent gains from the immortal beasts and birds pavilion, Li Wu concluded, for now, obtaining strength from the pavilion is far more secure and efficient. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the reassuring voice of the system chimed in. Buzz. Newbie welfare level task. Successfully poison the immortal dragon beast at the immortal beasts and birds pavilion with Huang powder to receive substantial rewards, including an additional reward, a beginner's strength comparison guide. A strength comparison guide? It would allow Li Wu to assess his abilities against others. This was indeed a useful reference, enabling him to gauge his current power. This reward was rather intriguing. However, the system's task would not be easily accomplished. The immortal dragon beast was an 8th-level demon, comparable to the Yuanxian stage. Could Li Wu truly succeed in poisoning it? Moreover, he was unaware of the dragon's exact location. He hadn't encountered it during his previous visit to the pavilion. Regardless of the task's difficulty, Li Wu was determined to complete it. He longed to grow stronger and never again be ridiculed, nor bullied by Chao Dan or this yellow dog, living in fear. After enduring 2.5 years of a miserable life as the young master, he had truly had enough. With the yellow dog immobilized, he needed a foolproof plan to eliminate it once and for all. Entering the courtyard, he struck down with a knife, only for it to break against the yellow dog's form. This was indeed a challenge. After some contemplation, Li Wu quickly retrieved a burlap sack, swiftly securing the dog spirit within. With the sack tightly bound, he devised a plan. Soon, he arrived at the pond where he had earlier fed the fish. The water was deep, especially near the cliff's edge, where the depths appeared dark and unfathomable. He reasoned that even a spirit, being a mammal, required oxygen. Thus, tossing the yellow dog spirit into the water should suffice to drown it. Carrying the sack, he approached the pond's deepest edge, prepared to discard it when he suddenly hesitated. Seeking out several large stones, he added them to the sack before tightly binding it with rope. With a splash, the sack sank swiftly to the bottom, creating bubbles before disappearing from view. Such a sin, he muttered, ensuring there was no disturbance below before turning to leave. However, Li Wu did not return to his dwelling but sought out Zhao Qian, subtly inquiring about the immortal dragon beast. In truth, the existence of the immortal dragon beast was not a secret. It resided in a valley adjacent to the immortal beasts and birds pavilion. This valley contained a cave where the dragon dwelled, known as the Immortal Dragon Valley. A sanctuary crafted specifically for Li Wu's father's steed. Guards were stationed at the entrance, and upon reaching the location, Li Wu approached with a smile, offering them tea. Under the blazing sun, the guards, parched and recognizing Li Wu as the deposed young master, exchanged polite conversation while accepting the tea. Yet, shortly after, their stomachs began to rumble, and they could no longer contain themselves. There's poison in the water. You are Li Wu. We should have been more cautious. Li Wu donned a harmless smile, replying, calm down, your stomach pains are merely a result of the laxative. Hurry to the restroom, we'll keep watch here. In the valley lay the immortal dragon beast, even unguarded, few would dare venture inside, for that was an 8th-level demon, capable of devouring a person whole. Li Wu, do not enter. You will invite disaster and meet a grim fate. We will be back soon. The two guards, clutching their stomachs, dashed away. The potency of the concoction would keep them occupied for a good while, and they would not return promptly. Pushing open the door, Li Wu placed his hand on the teleportation array inside and swiftly entered the immortal dragon valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, revealing a breathtaking beauty. Indeed, a fitting abode for an 8th-level demon. Nearby, the entrance was fortified with arrays, and various nourishing spiritual energies sustained fresh pieces of demon meat, undoubtedly intended as sustenance for the immortal dragon. Approaching, Li Wu selected the best cut of meat, took a knife, and began to carve intricate designs into it while humming a tune. Next, he retrieved a portion of Huang powder, sprinkling it over the meat. Considering the immense size of the immortal dragon, with wings that spanned dozens of meters, he decided one package might not suffice and added several more. Then, he meticulously kneaded the demon meat, ensuring the Huang powder was thoroughly absorbed. In total, he utilized 10 packages, confident that this would be sufficient for successful poisoning. Gazing towards the imposing black cave ahead, Li Wu hoisted the marinated meat and stepped closer, feeling the oppressive weight of an unseen force bearing down on him. With each stride, he sensed his pace becoming heavier. However, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward with unwavering determination, gradually drawing closer to the cavern of the celestial dragon beast. Before the cave stood an enormous stone platform, flanked by a magical array. Li Wu had previously learned that to feed the celestial dragon beast, one must place the beast's meat on the stone platform and then activate the array. This would summon the celestial dragon beast, which typically remained hidden within the cave except during feeding time. The celestial dragon beast of the Yuanxian Sect was said to be quite elderly, and its combat prowess had significantly diminished due to its age, making it unreliable in battle. Zhao Qian mentioned that if a great conflict arose, the celestial dragon beast might not be able to participate, and even if it did, it could hinder their efforts. Nevertheless, it remained the sect's formidable guardian. The sect had been preparing for the celestial dragon beast to reproduce, with a female celestial dragon beast residing deeper in the valley, yet the aging male showed no interest in her. This predicament had caused considerable distress within the Yuanxian Sect, particularly for the celestial beasts and birds workshop, which had exhausted various methods to incite the old beast's interest, but to no avail. Even during feeding, the old celestial dragon beast would not allow the female to approach until it had finished its meal. Li Wu placed the prepared meat on the stone platform and approached the magical array, pressing his hand upon it. Instantly, a peculiar sound emanated from the array. An activity stirred within the cavern. Meanwhile, outside the celestial dragon valley, two guards, who had just exited the restroom, reported to Yang Wei, the head of the celestial beasts and birds workshop. However, before they could finish their sentences, they dashed back into the restroom in a frenzy. The guard who lagged behind turned pale and rushed away in distress. Yang Wei, taken aback, wasted no time and sprinted towards the celestial dragon valley, fully aware that any mishap involving the celestial dragon beast could cost him dearly. Within the valley, Li Wu crouched beside the stone platform, awaiting the emergence of the celestial dragon beast. As anticipated, upon activating the array, an overwhelming pressure radiated from the cave, and a gust of wind swept through the valley, carrying the scent of scaled creatures. The winds howled, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a colossal creature, half-dragon and half-tiger, adorned with crimson scales and bearing wings that could obscure the sky, emerged from the cavern. This was Li Wu's first encounter with the celestial dragon beast, and the sight was utterly breathtaking. Truly, it was the legendary 8th-grade beast. Fortunately, the celestial dragon beast only emerged for its meal, refraining from unleashing its full might, otherwise, ordinary individuals would struggle to even stand at such a distance. The celestial dragon beast ambled towards the stone platform, displaying signs of age, yet upon reaching it, it sniffed the air and devoured the meat in one swift motion. After finishing its meal, it swayed slightly, seemingly disinclined to linger outside, and turned back towards the cave, as if eager to return to its slumber. Indeed, it was an aged creature, preferring the comfort of its cave. Over there! It's Li Wu from the Night Fragrance Workshop. Quick, you all go around and seize him! Yang Wei shouted, suppressing his voice to avoid alarming the celestial dragon beast. A dozen assistants from the celestial beasts and birds workshop charged towards Li Wu, intent on subduing him to regain control of the situation. After all, in the past 2.5 years, Li Wu had strayed from the righteous path, and his every venture had resulted in chaos. They feared what he might do to the celestial dragon beast. If he were to poison it, the consequences would be dire. As the assistants rushed towards him, Li Wu smiled calmly and called out, "There's no need to hurry. I've already taken action, it's too late now." His words instilled fear in Yang Wei and the assistants, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. A few rushed towards him, but Li Wu swiftly evaded them. Two others attempted to flank him, yet Li Wu sidestepped and struck them with decisive blows, sending them crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Though his combat prowess was not yet formidable, the familiar sensation of battle had begun to return. Is this really Li Wu? Has he not been rendered useless? The fallen assistants marveled in disbelief. Yang Wei's face flushed with urgency as he demanded, "Li Wu, what have you done?" Li Wu glanced at the celestial dragon beast and casually replied, "I poisoned it." "What? You truly poisoned it?" Yang Wei gasped, astonished, while the nearby assistants stared in shock. Li Wu stepped closer to Yang Wei, a smile gracing his lips.
Calm down. There's no need to be so anxious. Yang Wei, visibly agitated, responded, "How can I not be anxious, Li Wu?
My life is tied to the celestial beasts and birds' workshop.
If anything happens to the celestial dragon beast, we will certainly face severe repercussions. You've strayed from the path, causing unrest within the Yuanxian Sect, but must you also endanger our brothers in the workshop?
If you find amusement in this, we might lose our lives."
Is there an antidote? Yang Wei pressed, desperation evident in his tone.
Li Wu placed a reassuring hand on Yang Wei's shoulder and responded, "Oh.
Antidotes are not as plentiful as you think."
Yang Wei felt a wave of despair wash over him.
However, Li Wu continued, "Old Yang, you helped me this morning by showing me around your workshop. How could I harm you?
The poison I administered to the celestial dragon beast is not what you imagine. I can assure you that the female celestial dragon beast will soon be ready to bear offspring."
Yang Wei's expression froze in disbelief. What? He observed the elderly celestial dragon beast and, noticing no immediate issues, relaxed slightly. "Li Wu, you haven't used any aphrodisiac, have you?" he queried. "That would be ineffective," chimed in a burly assistant named Chu Dakwai.
The female celestial dragon beast has resided in this valley for decades. If such a remedy worked, the Yuanxian Sect would have had young celestial dragon beasts by now, not still waiting in vain.
Li Wu chuckled, "Waiting in vain?
That was only because I had not intervened."
"Enough of your nonsense, Li Wu.
Everyone knows who you are. If the celestial dragon beast is unharmed,
we will count ourselves fortunate.
You should return to your night fragrance workshop and stop causing chaos here." Li Wu turned his attention back to the elderly celestial dragon beast. "No need to rush, the effects of the drug will soon take hold. The old celestial dragon beast should not return to the cave."
Yang Wei and the other assistants wore skeptical expressions.
This young master had never been reliable. How could he be trusted now that he had been relegated to an assistant?
Yet, to their astonishment, the celestial dragon beast indeed halted its movements.
A palpable shift occurred in its aura, and the assistants felt an overwhelming pressure, prompting them to retreat to a safe distance. The celestial dragon beast surveyed its surroundings, but when it turned back, blood unexpectedly poured from its nostrils.
"What?" Li Wu thought. Alarmed. Could it be that the dosage of the aphrodisiac was too high? Yang Wei and the assistants gaped in shock.
Having never witnessed such a phenomenon with the celestial dragon beast, especially Yang Wei, whose face paled further as he trembled and asked Li Wu,
"Li Gu, what? Why is there blood? The medicine you used earlier, is it safe? The Xianlong beast, is it alright?"
If anything were to happen to the Xianlong beast,
both he and his subordinates would truly be doomed. Li Wu took a deep breath, internally steadying his expression, and calmly replied, "What is there to be anxious about? Do not worry, everything is certainly fine. This is merely the effect of my Huang powder. The surge of vitality has caused excessive excitement.
The potency of my secret medicine is extraordinarily strong. You, too, would experience a rush and perhaps a nosebleed. As for the female Xianlong beast from your Xianchong and Xianqin workshop, just wait for her to conceive little ones."
With that, Li Wu wore a smug expression,
a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Naturally, he was anticipating the delightful sound from the system.
Chapter 9, Unstoppable. The system's notification should be imminent.
After all, the target of this poisoning is an 8th-level demon beast, comparable to the early stage of a cultivator's nascent soul realm. With such a formidable target, Li Wu eagerly anticipates the amount of combat power he will gain.
Over there. Roar.
The immortal dragon beast unleashed a savage roar, shaking the very foundations of the earth. It was precisely this sound that drew the attention of a female immortal dragon beast from a nearby valley. This female was slightly smaller in stature, but possessed a vibrant, multicolored appearance, making her quite alluring.
As soon as she appeared, the immortal dragon beast, Li Wu's father's mount,
leaped into the air and then plummeted down with unrestrained enthusiasm, pinning the female immortal dragon beast beneath it. The action was decisive, utterly direct, devoid of any preliminary courtship. With a violent surge, the immortal dragon beast caused the surrounding area to tremble. Immediately following, the female immortal dragon beast convulsed, emitting a trembling cry. Li Wu was utterly stunned by the spectacle.
This was far too brutal, wasn't it? with 10 doses of joyful union powder administered.
The old immortal dragon beast was exceptionally aroused.
Wouldn't the female immortal dragon beast perish from the frenzied assault? If that were to happen, it would be a genuine catastrophe. Beside him, Yang Wei and his subordinates were practically slack-jawed. It actually succeeded. How could this be? The usually aloof old immortal dragon beast is so animated today. Could that secret medicine truly be effective? One of Yang Wei's middle-aged servants subconsciously lowered his head, glancing at himself. He seemed to have an inkling of something, but hesitated to voice it. Meanwhile,
Yang Wei snapped out of his daze and ecstatically seized Li Wu's hand.
Brotherly. Your secret medicine is truly efficacious. In the past,
the male immortal dragon beast wouldn't even glance at the female, but today it's displaying such vigor, a powerful resurgence.
It seems like it's truly going to happen. The ensuing commotion will be even greater.
A tempest is sure to erupt in this valley, with water flowing like rivers. We should swiftly evacuate this valley. If we're inadvertently caught in the crossfire of the immortal dragon beast's coupling, we'll surely perish. Li Wu hummed in agreement, thinking to himself that it was indeed a supersized
pay-per-view event. He dared not watch, simply dared not.
At that moment, the other servants cast glances at Li Wu that differed from before. They were all contemplating that this former young sect master might not be entirely useless after all.
Retreating from the valley, Yang Wei inquired, Li Wu, would you consider joining our immortal livestock and poultry division? I believe this place is more suited to you.
I'll report this momentous event to the sect later and secure a great merit for you.
Li Wu remained composed, waving his hand. There's no need. Subsequently,
he furrowed his brow deeply, cultivating a sense of emotion, and said, I do wish to do something for my father, but I prefer to do it discreetly.
Without his knowledge.
Old Yang, I hope you understand my plight. I, Li Wu, desire none of the credit for the successful coupling of the immortal dragon beasts.
When you report to the inner sect, simply state that it was the accomplishment of you and your brothers. At that moment, Yang Wei's heart melted.
The sliver of prejudice he held against Li Wu completely dissipated in that instant, as he gazed at Li Wu with admiration, his eyes brimming with profound respect.
How could I possibly accept that?
Li Wu righteously declared, Old Yang, there's no need to be so polite. We're friends, no need to stand on ceremony. If you insist on attributing this merit to me, I'll be cross with you.
This time, Yang Wei was moved to tears. He was overcome with emotion,
at a loss for words to express his gratitude.
After all, this merit was an immense boon for Yang Wei and his brothers.
Li Wu generously stated, just treat me to a drink once you've received the credit. With that, he departed with a flourish. He had fostered a good relationship. And perhaps there would be future tasks from the immortal livestock and poultry division.
Moreover, the matter of the immortal dragon beasts was of great significance.
Li Wu felt that in this perilous world, it was best to maintain a low profile.
Watching Li Wu's departing figure, Yang Wei mused inwardly. How can there be such a selfless person in this world?
He's unwilling to accept even a shred of credit for his own accomplishments, bestowing it all upon us.
Do you all think that we've misunderstood the young sect master too deeply?
The burly Chudakue, still gazing in the direction Li Wu had left,
even changed his form of address. We've misunderstood him.
I believe Brother Li's character is impeccable.
After giving his instructions and departing,
Li Wu had no desire to linger in the immortal livestock and poultry division.
Just now,
the system had already notified him that the poisoning of the immortal dragon beast had been successful, the task had been completed, and the rewards were about to be distributed. This was what Li Wu anticipated the most. Once out of sight, Li Wu abandoned all pretense of composure and quickened his pace, breaking into a run. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he sprinted, spreading his arms, and listening to the melodious voice of the system, feeling as if he were basking in a spring breeze. Buzz! Congratulations, host, for completing the system's welfare level task, successfully poisoning the 8th level demon beast, immortal dragon beast. You have obtained the elementary combat power realm comparison record. Please check. Li Wu noticed an additional item in the system panel's inventory, the elementary combat power realm comparison record. Upon opening it, he saw a scroll. The contents of the scroll read, the 13 minor realms of the Qi refining stage correspond to combat power ranging from 100 to 2600. With each level increasing by 200 combat power. The 3 minor realms of the foundation establishment stage correspond to combat power of 3500 in the early stage, 6000 in the middle stage, and 10,000 in the later stage. The 3 minor realms of the golden core stage correspond to combat power of 50,000 in the early stage, 100,000 in the middle stage, and 200,000 in the later stage. With such a comparison record, it was indeed very convenient. The combat power realm comparison was clear at a glance, allowing Li Wu to better assess his opponent's strength and determine how much his own combat power had increased. The comparison record also included a note: the combat power of this realm is the reference baseline combat power. Depending on factors such as the opponent's cultivation techniques and magical treasures, there will be some fluctuations. Please judge the opponent's strength based on the actual situation. Next, the system's voice continued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 lottery draws. Gaining 1000 combat power. Li Wu halted in his tracks, stunned. He was astonished that the successful poisoning of the immortal dragon beast had instantly added 1000 combat power. This was a number he would never have dared to imagine in the past. It seemed that the stronger the target of the poisoning, the more generous the rewards. According to the combat power corresponding to the Qi refining stage, 200 points represented a small realm. Li Wu's combat power soared by 1000. Equivalent to instantly elevating him by 5 minor realms, his strength leaping from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 7th level. If this were to happen to an ordinary cultivator, it would be impossible without 70 or 80 years of cultivation and several breakthrough pills. As expected of an 8th level demon beast, comparable to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The combat power increase was truly exhilarating. Buzz. Congratulations, host. Your combat power has exceeded 500. From now on, there is a chance to obtain new items in the lottery. Buzz. Congratulations, host. For reaching the combat power milestone of 1000. You have obtained 2 instant transmission talismans. Not bad, not bad. He would draw the 100 lottery draws later, which would bring another wave of combat power. The system's rewards were simply unstoppable. At that moment, Li Wu first glanced at the system panel. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 1330. Realm, 7th level of Qi refining. Joyful Union Powder, 5 doses. Using Joyful Union Powder increases a certain amount of combat power. The strength of the target varies, and the added combat power varies accordingly. Lottery draws, 100. The system will issue tasks from time to time. Completing tasks will grant lottery draws. Milestone, Battle Power 5000, grants a unique technique that doubles battle power. The technique doubles, consuming the host's vitality, allowing the host to inflict double damage instantaneously. Inventory, 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, a beginner's guide to battle power realms. The next milestone is 5000. And the reward is the doubling technique, which is quite impressive. I am looking forward to it. As Li Wu walked, he prepared for a lottery draw. Suddenly, he noticed a short, drenched figure wearing a conical hat approaching from another direction towards his residence. Li Wu was also heading home, and thus, he crossed paths with the creature. For a moment, both stared at each other, a man and a dog, frozen in place. Li Wu was genuinely surprised. He never expected that the yellow dog spirit, after being immobilized by a binding talisman and thrown into a sack submerged in water, could return alive. The key was that after the creature managed to claw its way back to shore, it was still wet and had come looking for Li Wu. It was like a stubborn plaster that couldn't be shaken off. Moreover, the yellow dog spirit, upon seeing Li Wu, was filled with rage, rushing toward him as if possessed. Li Wu felt a chilling wind sweep through him, and his heart tightened. This time, he had no binding talismans left. In desperation, he prepared to use a teleportation talisman. But before he could, the yellow dog spirit suddenly knelt and slid towards him. What was this move? A sliding kneel? A sliding tackle? Li Wu tactically retreated. Observing that the creature seemed to be making no aggressive moves, only puzzled. What are you doing? The kneeling yellow dog immediately bowed its head. Grade 1, please spare me. Let us speak properly. I concede.
Concede? Li Wu was somewhat taken aback and skeptical. There could very well be a trick at play. After all, this creature was a cunning spirit adept at manipulating fate, a dangerous existence. Deception was common in battle, and Li Wu prepared to use the teleportation talisman to escape. However, upon seeing Li Wu's intent to move, the yellow dog spirit pleaded once more. Great One, I beseech you, please refrain from striking again. I bow to you. The yellow dog genuinely bowed, its head striking the ground with a resounding thud, and tears began to stream down its face, leaving Li Wu utterly bewildered. Why are you crying? A spirit, a being so perilous, is weeping? Li Wu found this utterly perplexing. The yellow dog spirit, assured that Li Wu had no intention of further hostility, finally exhaled in relief. Great One, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Li Wu retorted, what misunderstanding? Although I poisoned you, it was not lethal. You should have experienced the effects of that poison. You may have failed in your attempts to manipulate me. But you are not dead, and you wouldn't repeatedly come to threaten my life, would you? Upon hearing this, the yellow dog gaped in shock. What nonsense is this? Me harm you? No, I merely sought something humble from you. You attacked me first, throwing me off a cliff and nearly drowning me. How could I possibly wish you harm? Li Wu scoffed, replying, had I not acted preemptively, I would have long been harmed by your treacherous nature. Do not try to deceive me with your flowery words, I am not so easily fooled. The yellow dog, seemingly at a loss, looked down at its kneeling knees and questioned, Great One, who has ever harmed anyone while kneeling? We spirits also deserve dignity. This statement appeared to carry some weight, prompting Li Wu to inquire, what is it that you seek from me? The yellow dog promptly answered, well, Great One, that day on the outer mountain, you fed me a morsel of that green bean powder, which must have been some kind of elixir. The effects were remarkable, ha ha ha. I came to thank you and to humbly request another bag of that green bean powder. I swear, I harbor no ill will towards you. Ah. Li Wu felt a tinge of embarrassment, though he maintained a stony expression. Could it be that he had truly misjudged? However, this yellow dog was indeed a formidable spirit. Caution was warranted. That substance is a secret remedy, a unique formulation of immense value. You truly wish to acquire it? Li Wu inquired, probing for sincerity. The yellow dog spirit nodded fervently. Of course I want it. To be honest, Great One, I have labored diligently in the mountains over the years, never daring to slacken my efforts. While my strength has increased considerably, I have become fatigued, particularly in certain aspects. The female spirit in the mountains often mocks me, saying I am inadequate, and I detest those words. Alas, life has been unbearable. The day I received your elixir, I returned and dominated her, achieving 7 triumphs in a single night. If I am not mistaken, she is still trapped in her cave to this day. As the yellow dog recounted this tale, its chin tilted upward, pride radiating from its expression, utterly unable to contain its glee. So that was the case. However, Li Wu scrutinized the yellow dog, already formulating a plan. With a disarming smile, he remarked, my secret remedy is one of a kind, it cannot be obtained simply by desire. The yellow dog spirit, still kneeling, shifted closer to Li Wu, earnestly declaring, Great One, whatever demands you may have, I shall fulfill, so long as you grant me another bag of that elixir. That substance is truly intoxicating. Li Wu perceived an intense yearning in the yellow dog's eyes. He crouched down and patted its head. Well, there is indeed a condition. You see, my residence is somewhat isolated and lacks security. I could use a guard. If you can assist me in that regard, we may indeed discuss the remedy. The yellow dog spirit was momentarily taken aback. What? I am not a dog. You expect me, a great spirit, to be your guard dog? Absolutely not. This is non-negotiable. If you refuse, then so be it, you are not getting it anyway. Li Wu waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. The yellow dog spirit clutched its heart with a paw, its expression one of anguish. That statement had struck deep, a critical blow. In an instant, it darted before Li Wu, kneeling once more. Li Wu glanced at it, conceding that this creature did possess some skill. It was indeed swift. Fine, then. I shall reluctantly assume the role of a guard dog.
Upon hearing this, Li Wu was somewhat surprised.
He crouched down again, patting the dog's head. "Ah Huang, sit." Hearing this name and command, the yellow dog's demeanor turned increasingly fierce. Its lips quivered, yet it suppressed its emotions, responding, "Great one, I can be a guard dog. But please do not use such a base canine name to insult me. I was once a great spirit, capable of swallowing the three-legged golden crow whole. I have endured tribulations to fall to this state, even for that elixir, I must retain my dignity." "Ah Huang, fetch."
Li Wu casually tossed a stick.
The yellow dog spirit, boasting so much, could have easily claimed to be a celestial dog that devoured the sun and moon. The yellow dog hesitated for a moment. Its teeth grinding, but in a flash, it vanished from Li Wu's view. The next moment, it soared from the distance, expertly catching the thrown stick in its mouth, demonstrating impressive agility. Upon re-entering Li Wu's vicinity and passing the grand tree, he audaciously relieved himself against its trunk. "Eminent one, does this meet with your approval?" The yellowish canine imp inquired, its tone laced with barely suppressed resentment as it struggled to maintain composure.
Li Wu nodded with satisfaction.
"Indeed. However, bear in mind that my estate's watchdog must present as an ordinary cur. In the presence of others, you must not assume this form, walk upright, nor utter human speech." "As you wish."
The yellowish canine imp stood firm, its aura swirling momentarily before reverting to the guise of the unassuming, amiable pup from the previous failed supplication.
"Furthermore, you shall provide advance notice of any visitors," Li Wu added. The little yellowish dog assented once more. "Very well. Now that we've reached an accord, let us commence forthwith.
You shall have 1 day of respite every 7 days, and each month I shall provide you with a packet of mystical unguents."
The yellowish dog inquired with fervor, "Truly?" Li Wu responded with nonchalance, "Assuredly."
The yellowish dog immediately bowed.
"Grateful thanks, eminent one. Profound gratitude." Li Wu cautioned, "Henceforth, adopt a different form of address. You may call me master." "Yes, master."
Having settled these matters, Li Wu entered the estate. The little yellowish dog crouched down at the entrance.
It fixed its gaze upon Li Wu's departing figure, its eyes gleaming with a sinister blend of cunning and animosity, muttering under its breath, "How I long to crush you, you little wretch."
"Alas, having failed in my supplication to another, my destiny is now entwined with yours. Were it not for the forthcoming supplication on the 15th of next month, I would sooner perish than serve as a dog to you humans. But rest assured, when I succeed in my supplication, I shall devour you, leaving not a single bone." Within the courtyard, Li Wu, reflecting upon the preceding events,
surmised that the yellowish canine imp's motives were far from straightforward.
Rather than allowing it to lurk in the shadows, posing a latent threat, he deemed it prudent to keep it in plain sight. Upon entering the residence, Li Wu stretched languidly, reclined, and initiated the lottery. The spoils from the immortal dragon beast amounted to a full 100 draws. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine. "Initiate a sequence of 10 draws."
he commanded.
"Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 doses of amorous powder." 10 doses of amorous powder, 10 doses.
To his dismay,
the first 5 consecutive draws yielded nothing but amorous powder.
Where are the promised novel items? The explosive combat prowess? This infernal system. Li Wu's temper flared. He unleashed a furious blow upon the system interface.
A resounding crash echoed as, though Li Wu made no contact with the door. The force of his punch generated a potent gust of wind, leaving a gaping hole the size of a washbasin in the thick wooden door. Li Wu had momentarily forgotten his current combat strength of 1330, indicative of the 7th level of chi refining.
In days past, he could not have hoped to breach the wooden door, even with a direct blow. More likely, he would have fractured his own hand. This sensation of power, this familiar feeling, was exhilarating. Through the newly formed aperture, the little yellowish dog and Li Wu locked eyes. Master, what transpired? Are you unharmed?"
Li Wu feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively.
Nothing. Merely practicing my skills."
"Continue your watch, and promptly report any disturbances or visitors." The yellowish dog uttered an "oh" and resumed its position at the entrance, its eyes darting about and its tail sweeping the ground, lost in contemplation.
Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Li Wu's mind.
Buzz. Congratulations, host, you have acquired new items in the sequence of 10 draws.
Chapter 11, a fragrant new lottery prize. This system, unable to draw new items properly, instead produces a fresh item with a single punch? How infuriating.
Congratulations, host, you have drawn a new item with 10 consecutive pulls.
A portion of stinky tofu. What? Stinky tofu?
Indeed, when Li Wu heard this, he could scarcely believe it.
Yet, upon closer inspection, he saw an actual serving of stinky tofu appear on the lottery board. Could it be that this so-called new item acquired after reaching a positive number was, in fact, stinky tofu? During his time on Blue Star, Li Wu harbored a profound aversion to stinky tofu.
Whenever he encountered street vendors selling it, he would hold his nose and take a detour. The fact that the new reward from the system's lottery was stinky tofu was simply outrageous. The system then prompted him further. The newly acquired item, stinky tofu, when consumed, could enhance combat power by 10 and restore health. Eating stinky tofu could not only boost combat power but also fully replenish health? This was indeed a treasure. In the future, should he face a formidable opponent and expend too much vitality, sitting down to enjoy a serving of stinky tofu would allow him to recover completely. Moreover, it would grant an additional 10 points of combat power. However, for Li Wu, this item was nothing short of a nightmare. Yet, the system continued to insist. Stinky tofu is a special spiritual food. In addition to the aforementioned benefits, it also has a small chance of yielding a grand prize, with no upper limit on the combat power gained. This system is truly relentless. Must it force Li Wu to consume stinky tofu? Despite his inner resistance, the allure was simply too great. Taking a deep breath, Li Wu mustered his courage and cautiously retrieved the portion of stinky tofu. The steaming stinky tofu immediately emitted a familiar aroma that would linger in his memory for a lifetime. To grow stronger, one must ultimately pay a price. He skewered a piece with a bamboo stick. Pinching his nose tightly, he closed his eyes and chanted to himself, "I am eating braised pork, not stinky tofu. It is braised pork, not stinky tofu." Continuously affirming this, Li Wu nearly convinced himself he was indeed consuming braised pork. Finally, he placed the piece of stinky tofu in his mouth. Initially, due to his overwhelming reluctance, he could not discern any flavor. However, as the taste began to unfold, a delightful sensation washed over him, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, as the spicy and rich aroma of tofu intertwined, refreshing his spirit. In that moment, there was no trace of unpleasant odor. Besides, it was indeed a spiritual food. After swallowing, he felt a warm sensation envelop him, an unprecedented relaxation. A feeling brimming with strength. Was this the state of being fully charged? It was as if he stood before the vast sea, basking in the warmth of spring. Akin to the comforting sunshine of his homeland, the cicadas buzzing in the summer heat. Once he began, he could not stop, devouring the second, third, and fourth pieces. So delectable. At the entrance, a little yellow dog on guard caught a whiff of something. What is that smell? Following the peculiar aroma, the little yellow dog ventured into the yard. This scent was overwhelming. "Master, you wouldn't have done that inside. Would you?" Inside the room, Li Wu remained oblivious, while the little yellow dog peered through a hole in the door, confirming the source of the aroma. Only to find Li Wu eagerly consuming his food. The little yellow dog's eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? After years of avoiding contact with humans, how has the human race devolved to this extent? Dogs cannot change their nature, and that is due to their lowly lineage. But how could a human relish such flavors? This taste is excessively strong. The little yellow dog shivered, feigning ignorance, and quickly retreated to the entrance. Were it not for the upcoming 15th of next month to seek a title, it would never stay in such a ghastly place and never recognize him as its master. Back in the room, Li Wu finished the portion of stinky tofu in one go. He had not anticipated that stinky tofu could be so delicious, especially since it was a spiritual food capable of directly augmenting his combat power. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have consumed the spiritual food stinky tofu and triggered a grand prize. Combat power increased by 300. 300?
Li Wu was taken aback. Eating a serving of stinky tofu had directly boosted his combat power by 300?
This was equivalent to advancing 1.5 minor realms in chi refinement.
How exhilarating!
With this, Li Wu's combat power reached 1630, surpassing the 8th layer of chi refinement. With 40 draws remaining, Li Wu continued with his 10 consecutive pulls.
Following this,
he experienced a stroke of luck, drawing 2 additional portions of stinky tofu. The remaining rewards were all Huang San, resulting in a surge of Huang San in his possession, now totaling 75 portions.
Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 1630. Realm, 8th layer of chi refinement.
Huang San, 75 portions. Using Huang San increases certain combat power, varying based on the strength of the target.
Lottery draws, 0. The system will issue tasks periodically. Completing these tasks can earn lottery draws.
Milestone, combat power of 5000 grants a cultivation technique, doubling combat power. Doubling the technique allows the host to instantly deal double damage. Inventory, 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, 2 portions of stinky tofu, beginner's combat power comparison record.
It would be somewhat wasteful to consume both portions of stinky tofu outright. After all, they could fully restore health. So it would be prudent to save them for critical moments. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Is someone there? Li Shidi, are you in? Is that senior sister Chu Zixuan?
The memory of that night surfaced in Li Wu's mind, stirring a ripple of emotions within him.
Rising, he opened the door. Senior sister. Do you need something? Chu Zixuan glanced into Li Wu's room and asked, aren't you going to invite me in?
Please come in, senior sister.
Chu Zixuan followed Li Wu into the room.
Observing Li Wu's back, her gaze softened with warmth.
After they settled in, Li Wu promptly poured a cup of tea for Chu Zixuan.
She showed no disdain for the coarse tea in crude ceramic cup. Instead, cradling the cup with both hands and savoring it slowly.
Shidi, thank you for your help that night, she said. The ore veins on Limu Mountain were attacked and plundered by the Yuanxian Sect's bandits.
In my battle against them, I was afflicted with a chilling poison.
Fortunately, you aided me in dispelling it, otherwise, my foundational spirit platform might have been destroyed.
Li Wu casually took a seat nearby, responding, Senior sister, it was merely a coincidence. I happened to be responsible for that area's menial tasks and had a portion of Huan medicine on hand.
Chu Zixuan looked surprised. Is that beast medicine?
Li Wu smiled awkwardly, unable to think of another explanation, as it was rare for anyone to carry Huan San on them.
In a moment of desperation, he had no other choice.
Chu Zixuan felt a bit uncomfortable but waved her hand dismissively, signaling it was of no concern.
However, she then regarded Li Wu,
her brow furrowing slightly. Shidi, the punishment from the sect leader towards you is truly too harsh.
Besides, that day was merely an act you asked me to participate in. There was no actual incident of spying on the spiritual spring. Would you like me to speak with the sect leader and clarify things?
I could plead for him to rescind the edict.
Li Wu forced a bitter smile. Senior sister, I appreciate your kindness. Being a servant is not so bad.
It is far better than being a useless disciple, constantly subjected to disdain. It allows for a more peaceful and comfortable existence.
Upon hearing this, Chu Zixuan's frown deepened.
Li Wu understood that this senior sister was not one for many words but possessed a kind heart.
Were it not for this, sister would not have been able to assist Li Wu at the spirit pool. However, she generally dedicates herself solely to her cultivation.
And given her current state at the late stage of foundation establishment, it is but a matter of time before she ascends to the realm of golden core.
Junior brother, take this.
Chu Zixuan seemed poised to retrieve something from her storage bag, but outside, a Huang barked once more.
Woof woof. More visitors have arrived.
Li Wu instructed Chu Zixuan to wait briefly as he stepped out of his chamber and opened the door.
As soon as the door swung open, a gust of wind rushed in, revealing none other than Chao Dan standing outside. What brings you here again? Do you intend to keep watch for me as well?
Li Wu casually inquired, catching a Huang off guard, causing the dog to look up at him. Chao Dan instinctively glanced down at the dog at the entrance.
Quickly grasping the hidden implication of Li Wu's words, his expression immediately darkening. Li Wu, do you dare to insult me?
Chao Dan seethed, clenching his fists tightly.
Li Wu quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, saying, surely, senior brother won't he resort to violence? Should you choose to act?
I will not hesitate to call for help.
Chao Dan scoffed, retorting, enough of this banter, Li Wu.
I am here to inform you that the outer sect disciple selection from the Servant Valley will take place in 3 days. The sect has appointed me and Sister Zixuan to preside over the selection. You ought to understand the reasoning behind the sect's arrangements.
Li Wu.
I have heard that you work as a servant at the Night Fragrance Pavilion, frequently lingering near Sister Zixuan's quarters at night. I advise you to keep your distance from that area. Should you dare to disturb Chua's cultivation again,
Do not speak nonsense. Suddenly, Chu Zixuan's voice echoed from within Li Wu's room.
Upon hearing her voice, Chao Dan's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering whether he had misheard.
Chapter 12, you started it, yet you are reluctant. Chao Dan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This.
Because he heard Chu Zixuan's voice in Li Wu's shabby servant quarters.
Footsteps echoed through the room. Crack.
It was as if a bolt of lightning struck above Chao Dan's head.
The sky was falling.
His face flushed with heat, as if he had been slapped. He stared at the entrance of Li Wu's room, hardly daring to believe his eyes, yet he indeed saw Chu Zixuan, adorned in a flowing purple gown, stepping out.
This scene was utterly incomprehensible to Chao Dan. With a swift motion, Chu Zixuan arrived at the entrance of Li Wu's courtyard.
The oppressive aura of her late-stage foundation establishment bore down on Chao Dan, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hands in defense.
But the minor difference in their cultivation levels rendered him incapable of standing upright. Chu Zixuan spoke coldly. Chao Dan. Should you dare utter another word of nonsense, you will leave on your hands and knees. The weight of her presence left Chao Dan utterly immobilized. And no, I won't dare.
He stammered, though confusion clouded his mind.
Junior sister, how is it that you are here?
Chu Zixuan took a few steps outside, fixing her gaze upon Chao Dan, and inquired.
Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?
Chao Dan immediately replied, Junior sister, you misunderstand, that was not my intention. I merely thought your presence in the Servants' Valley diminishes your status.
He then turned to Li Wu and said, Li Wu.
The selection event for outer disciples at the Servants' Valley allows all servants to participate.
As a servant, this is your only opportunity. I came to discuss this matter with you out of goodwill. However, he quickly added, I almost forgot, Li Wu, you cannot cultivate.
Well, it seems you may not even be able to participate in the selection event, so just disregard what I said.
As Chao Dan spoke, a glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes. He was evidently trying to provoke Li Wu, unaware that Li Wu's strength had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement.
Buzz. A system task appeared, stating that participation in the selection event could earn Li Wu the qualification to enter the outer sect, accompanied by a reward of 300 combat power.
Completing the task could also activate hidden system benefits. 300. If achieved, that would equate to a significant boost in his cultivation. The promise of hidden rewards only heightened Li Wu's anticipation.
Li Wu understood that this selection event occurred once a year, attracting hundreds of servants, yet only the top-ranked servant could ascend to become an outer disciple.
Chu Zixuan, concerned,
urged Li Wu, Junior brother, do not agree to his provocations. I will find a way to plead with the sect master and matriarch on your behalf.
However, Li Wu had already made up his mind. Since the system had issued a task for the selection event, his return to the inner sect would not hinder his plans to enhance his combat power.
He declared, Senior sister, I will participate in the selection event.
Upon hearing Li Wu's agreement, a sinister smile broke across Chao Dan's face, unable to contain his glee. His objective accomplished, he unsheathed his flying sword and swiftly departed from Li Wu's presence. After Chao Dan left, Chu Zixuan expressed her confusion. Junior brother,
you need not concern yourself with Chao Dan's taunts. Prioritize your health, that is of utmost importance.
The sect master may just be temporarily angry. Once this passes, I will advocate for you, and you will surely return.
Li Wu countered, Senior sister, I do not desire that which is obtained through begging. His words stirred something within Chu Zixuan.
As she departed, she retrieved a bottle of bone-setting pills from her sleeve and handed it to Li Wu, though a trace of worry lingered on her brow. After leaving the servants' valley, Chu Zixuan sought an audience with the sect master. Yet he evaded her under the pretext of being busy. Even the matriarch did not meet with her, as if they were intentionally avoiding the issue. Only after Chu Zixuan's departure did the matriarch reveal herself, and sect master Li Yuanyi emerged as well. The matriarch inquired, "Is it true that she hails from Huangji City?" Li Yuanyi nodded, though his brow was furrowed with concern, as though burdened by heavy thoughts. The matriarch pressed on. "Do you believe that opportunity is within War's grasp now?" Li Yuanyi replied, "In the past, War's cultivation was high, yet he could not seize it. The present War is not the same as before. I trust in him. During the outer disciple selection, I will have old Li keep a close watch. Rest assured. Before he ventures to that place, he requires sufficient experience. The more adversarial the circumstances, the higher he shall rise. Indeed. We have come to realize that our previous methods were flawed. He has yet to comprehend the harsh realities of the martial world. How can he become a true powerhouse?" 3 days later, before the commencement of the outer disciple selection at the Servants' Valley, Chu Zixuan received a message from the matriarch, consisting of only a few simple lines instructing her not to intervene and to simply observe the selection event. Chu Zixuan pondered, could the sect master have other plans? As the selection event commenced, apart from the 2 outer elders, the other 2 hosts were none other than Chao Dan and Chu Zixuan. The atmosphere was electrifying. As thousands gathered, with anyone who wished to participate given the day off, Li Wu entered the arena with his small yellow dog. Huang perked up his ears and remarked, "This Chao Dan is truly shameless. Managing to bribe so many to spread the word that only he and Chu Zixuan are fit to be partners." Li Wu noticed many in the crowd whispering among themselves. Chao Dan stood up, casting a sly glance at Li Wu, and mockingly said, "Junior brotherly, I did not expect you to have the courage to participate in the selection event. Truly commendable." Li Wu retorted, "What? Chao Shixiang personally invited me to join. How could I refuse such an invitation?" Many spectators turned their attention to Chao Dan, realizing that his invitation to Li Wu was a ploy to embarrass him. This Chao Shixiang harbored ill intentions. Yet, wasn't Li Wu supposed to be incapacitated and unable to cultivate? Why was he here? Was he inviting punishment upon himself? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Seeing Li Wu's confident demeanor, Chao Dan silently mused, "Soon enough, you shall weep." After several rounds of combat, it was finally Li Wu's turn to take the stage, and the spectators buzzed as the opponent stepped forward. That is Chen Dun from the Fire Stove Workshop. Last year, he nearly claimed the top spot in the selection and entered the outer sect. This year, with his second level of qi refinement, none shall be his match. Li Wu's luck appeared to have run out. Facing Chen Dun, he was in for a rough bout. On the arena, Chen Dun glared at Li Wu, scoffing disdainfully, "Li servant. With that frail physique of yours, you might as well roll off the stage." "I, Chen Dun, do not bully the weak." Yet Li Wu calmly replied, "One move." Chen Dun was taken aback, then chuckled wryly, "Oh? You wish to exchange a move with me?" Li Wu, despite his unique status, was no longer the young master. "I warn you, Chen Dun, I will not hold back. If I accidentally injure you, I shall not be responsible." Ignoring Chen Dun, Li Wu emphasized that his one move meant something entirely different. Clenching his fists, Li Wu, now at the 8th level of qi refinement, felt the surge of power coursing through him. This was a long-awaited feeling of battle. Yet, the aura surrounding Li Wu was peculiar, externally. It revealed not a hint of his true strength. Perhaps it was related to the system. Enough pretense. If you wish to fight, let us begin. Chen Dun mocked Li Wu, boldly spreading his arms despite witnessing Li Wu's readiness to strike. The food at the Fire Stove Workshop was sumptuous, and it was well known that Chen Dun's tough exterior provided formidable defense. Thus, it was only natural for everyone to anticipate that when Li Wu's fist landed, it would barely affect Chen Dun. However, when Li Wu's punch indeed struck Chen Dun's abdomen, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. "You are deceiving." He could not articulate fully, as the adept from the miscellaneous valley, at the second level of qi training, was sent flying, colliding with a tree outside the arena, and fell to the ground, motionless.
Li Wu was speechless. When he refrained from action, he was urged to engage, yet upon doing so, Chen Dun was reluctant. Though alive, blood gushed from Chen Dun's mouth as the event supervisor rushed over to assess the situation, discovering that Chen Dun had been incapacitated due to disrupted internal energy. The onlookers from the miscellaneous valley were left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Chao Dan stared at Li Wu, rising instinctively. "What is happening?" he muttered, as the atmosphere around them grew eerily quiet. It was at this moment that everyone realized that Li Wu's statement about a single move was not a challenge for Chen Dun to allow him an attack, but rather that Li Wu only required one strike to subdue Chen Dun. The unfolding events were beyond expectations. Chao Dan clenched his teeth in frustration, signaling to another side. The remarkable performance in the first match had significantly elevated Li Wu's intimidating presence. In subsequent battles, his opponents either forfeited or were swiftly defeated with a single blow. Witnessing this, Chao Dan's teeth ground together. After all, he had already dispatched 2 individuals at the second level of Qi training. Li Wu had even advanced to the finals. Taking a deep breath, Chao Dan thought, "Let us see how you respond now." Cui Tong stood up, announcing the finals of the Miscellaneous Valley Outer Disciple Qualification Selection. Li Wu from the Night Fragrance Workshop versus Zhao De from the Medicine Field. Opposite Li Wu stood a large, bald man with a fierce expression, Zhao De, responsible for fetching water. Upon his arrival, he clenched his fists, altering the atmosphere around him dramatically. Elder Su Qing, another Outer Sect elder, gasped. A third level of Qi training? Chao Dan smirked ominously, thinking, it will not be that simple. Typically, at the miscellaneous selection, any contestant who reached the Qi training stage, even at the first level, had a chance to win the competition and enter the outer sect of the Yuanxian Sect. As the spiritual energy in the miscellaneous valley was scarce, and there were no cultivation techniques available, it had been ages since they witnessed a third-level expert in the miscellaneous valley. At Cui Tong's command, the match commenced. Zhao De wasted no time, his expression menacing as he charged at Li Wu. The aura of a third-level Qi practitioner forced the ordinary spectators nearby to retreat in fear, leaving them aghast. This power seemed beyond mere third-level capability. Yang Wei and Chu Dakue, who were cheering for Li Wu from the sidelines, suddenly changed their expressions. Oh no! Brother Li has encountered a tough opponent. Chu Zixuan attempted to stand, aware that this was undoubtedly Chao Dan's machination. Noticing Chu Zixuan's intent to rise, Chao Dan interjected. Sister Chu, a third-level Qi practitioner with a miscellaneous valley identity, meets the selection criteria. We, as inner sect disciples, have a duty to supervise and prevent any disruption to the selection. Are you implying that you intend to breach the rules? Chu Zixuan's gaze hardened as she focused on Chao Dan, who coldly replied, Sister, it is Li Wu who chose to participate in the miscellaneous valley outer disciple selection. He cannot blame others. Bang! A heavy thud echoed from the stage as someone fell. Chao Dan, smirking, glanced towards the arena, believing Li Wu had been swiftly defeated. However, upon witnessing the scene, his smile vanished, replaced by astonishment. Indeed, after Zhao De charged at Li Wu, his fist failed to connect, as Li Wu executed a deft maneuver, tripping him and delivering a powerful elbow strike, sending Zhao De crashing to the ground. Chao Dan, lost in his pride, had not grasped the preceding events, and now found himself speechless at the outcome. Chu Zixuan leaped up, her eyes glistening with tears of exhilaration. In her heart, she thought, Junior brother, after more than 2 years, I know how you have endured. Have you finally discovered your own path? The audience below fell into a stunned silence. Li Wu's technique appeared straightforward, yet to throw down a third-level expert was no trivial feat. It demanded sheer strength. Is he not completely incapacitated? What is going on? Could it be that he possesses the strength of a third-level practitioner too? The onlookers were at a loss for words, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chu Dakue, overjoyed, lifted Yang Wei and bounced with excitement. Brother Li is magnificent, no fear even against a tough opponent, he thrives on such challenges. Zhao De, having landed face first, staggered to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth. Clenching his teeth, he spat angrily, I underestimated you, you waste of space, but you shall have no more chances. With a menacing glance at Li Wu, Zhao De continued, let me first cripple that leg of yours which tripped me. With that, he raised his hand, energy swirling ominously, causing cracks to form in the stone floor beneath him. he shouted, bone-crushing claw. His hand darted toward Li Wu's right leg, a blur of motion. Li Wu remained composed, allowing Zhao De to approach before suddenly countering with a swift movement, delivering a punch with astonishing speed directly into Zhao De's abdomen.
In that moment, Li Wu felt a chilling aura enveloping Zhao De's midsection.
Initially, Li Wu aimed to destabilize Zhao De's core, rendering him incapable of fighting back. But that icy energy mitigated 7 parts of his force.
What was this protective energy surrounding Zhao De's core?
A flicker of confusion crossed Li Wu's mind. Zhao De's core endured the powerful impact, sending him crashing to the ground once more, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief.
Chao Dan dropped his teacup, exclaiming, "This is impossible."
He stood, only to sit back down hurriedly. Taking a deep breath, he scrutinized Li Wu, muttering to himself, "There are no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Has he chosen the path of the lowly body cultivator?
Without the dominant body technique, that route is unfeasible."
Yet, during my slight pressure test in the miscellaneous valley,
his physique appeared weak. In just a few days, how has he become so adept before Zhao De?
On the stage, Zhao De slammed his palm against the ground,
flipping himself upright.
Li Wu sensed a hint of a cold, sinister energy emanating from Zhao De's eyes.
This chilling aura resembled the cold poison previously emanating from Chu Zixuan. Could this bald man be an agent of the Yuanxian Sect? Could it be that the chilling aura shielding Zhao De's dantian is indeed the frigid energy of the Yuanxian Sect? It must be so.
Clenching his fist tightly,
Zhao De's aura surged once more. The outer elder Su Qing gasped in astonishment again.
This is of the 5th level of qi cultivation?
Meanwhile, the elder in charge of presiding over the assembly, Shui Tong, remarked, "What is there to be surprised about? Although the outer sect's spiritual energy is sparse, it does exist.
With time to gradually accumulate, reaching the 5th level of qi cultivation is not an impossibility. In my early days, when I entered the outer sect, I too was at the 5th level of qi cultivation." Chao Dan remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on Li Wu with a sinister smile.
On the stage,
the chilling aura emanating from Zhao De was well concealed. From a distance, one could hardly perceive that peculiar frostiness.
This time, he moved swiftly, closing in on Li Wu.
"You have seen what you should not have, today marks your demise." Within Zhao De's palm, an icy dark energy coalesced, hurtling towards Li Wu's face at an astonishing speed, nearly striking him instantaneously.
Buzz! The system's hidden welfare task was successfully activated.
Should the host inflict damage and eliminate the Yuanxian Sect's spy, a battle power rebate would be granted. There is a rebate, so this is the hidden benefit. How delightful. Originally, Li Wu intended to conceal his true strength, merely wishing to defeat this individual to claim the top position, but now it seemed that this man's fate was sealed. Not only would he perish, but his identity as a spy for the Yuanxian Sect must also be exposed.
Li Wu's mind was already racing with ideas.
Just as Zhao De's palm was about to strike Li Wu's forehead, Li Wu suddenly raised his hand and firmly grasped Zhao De's wrist.
Li Wu exerted considerable force, surprising Zhao De, who, with a grimace, roared. "Ah!" He used his shout to channel energy, summoning his strength with ferocity. With his other hand,
Li Wu deftly produced a dose of Huang powder and pressed it directly into Zhao De's gaping mouth.
Zhao De's furious roar was abruptly silenced. In Li Wu's perspective, since Chu Zixuan had previously been afflicted by the Yuanxian Sect's chilling poison and could use Huang powder to counteract it,
then this powder should be able to restrain or suppress the Yuanxian Sect's techniques within Zhao De.
With a gulp, Zhao De swallowed the Huang powder.
Below the stage,
Huang observed this scene with a sense of familiarity, deep in thought. Zhao De was incensed. "Cough, cough, cough, what have you done?"
Li Wu smirked,
a playful glint in his eyes. "Oh, nothing much, your mouth was wide open, and I couldn't resist slipping you a bit of poison." Chapter 14, The Might of Li Wu's Fist. "What? Is that poison? You?" Zhao De was utterly bewildered and panic-stricken.
He immediately reached for his throat,
attempting to expel whatever he had swallowed. However, it was already too late. Li Wu smirked mischievously and remarked, "Zhao De, this is a competition."
As Zhao De struggled to clear his throat, Li Wu seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Zhao De's side.
Caught off guard, Zhao De rolled on the ground, seething with rage as he bellowed, "Li Wu, you're asking for death."
Li Wu did not waste time exchanging words but charged directly at Zhao De, launching a relentless assault.
Zhao De found himself on the defensive.
His mind preoccupied with thoughts of the poison, allowing Li Wu to land several blows. Soon, the effects of the Yuanxian began to take hold. Zhao De felt an intense heat radiating from his body, steam rising from his skin, particularly flushing his rugged face.
Realizing the nature of the poison Li Wu had administered, Zhao De shouted in fury, "Li Wu, you pervert! You actually used Yuanxian on me?"
The spectators below were equally astonished. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock, as none had witnessed such a tactic employed during the selection of inner disciples at the Zhejiang Valley. Yet, it appeared there were no rules forbidding the use of such drugs, revealing a significant loophole in the regulations. They whispered among themselves. And the elders on stage did not intervene. To think he would resort to Yuanxian.
Even in the Zhejiang Valley, Li Wu remains the same Li Wu. Such shamelessness in his relentless pursuit of victory.
On stage, the effects of the Yuanxian began to disrupt Zhao De's aura. Previously capable of suppressing the chilling energy within him, he now found it impossible to maintain control as his meridians became chaotic. Buzz! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden welfare task. Successfully poisoning the opponent grants you 50 battle power and 10 lottery draws. Indeed, there were hidden rewards. Li Wu felt elated, his mind clear. Were it not for the ongoing battle, he would have been tempted to hum a tune. Zhao De, now under the influence of Yuanxian, exhibited uncontrolled emotions. And more critically, the chilling energy around him began to surge, coating the ground in frost.
The onlookers gasped, "What is that? It seems to be chilling energy. Could it be that Zhao De is a spy for the Yuanxian Sect? Certainly, he must be a spy for the Yuanxian Sect. Everyone, flee!" The spectators in the Zhejiang Valley, witnessing the unfolding chaos, scrambled to retreat. Among them, only one female attendant remained frozen in place.
Zhao De's face twisted in rage as he broke free from Li Wu's grasp, disregarding the contest and the risk of exposing his identity as a Yuanxian Sect spy.
Charging towards the female attendant, the potency of the Yuanxian was overwhelming. Li Wu had witnessed its effects before. The female attendant, paralyzed with fear at the sight of the furious Zhao De, trembled and could hardly move. Two outer sect elders immediately sprang into action.
Su Qing swiftly formed seals,
channeling his energy.
Cui Tong hesitated momentarily, but his gaze sharpened as he focused on Zhao De, gathering his own energy.
Meanwhile, Xu Zixuan quickly rose to her feet. Her palms shimmering with energy, azure lightning crackling between her fingers.
Beside her, Chao Dan's expression darkened, but he too stood up.
Directing his energy and shouting to the attendants present, "Everyone, retreat quickly. Do not let this Yuanxian Sect spy harm you. Li Wu, you must withdraw. This situation is beyond your control."
Chao Dan brandished his sword, eyes fixed on Zhao De, exuding a murderous intent. The four cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage were poised to strike simultaneously.
Yet, their intentions seemed to diverge.
In that instant, Li Wu's heart raced with urgency. He could not allow them to intervene and steal his victory. The system promised hidden rewards, and any interference would jeopardize his chance for battle power returns. Zhao De's aura, already in disarray from the Yuanxian, was no match for the formidable strength of the Foundation establishment cultivators, who swiftly ascended above the arena. Particularly Chao Dan and Elder Cui Tong, both ready to strike and silence him.
Li Wu shouted, "You Yuanxian Sect traitor!
I shall not allow you to escape this fate.
Do not harm that woman, come back to me." As Zhao De lunged towards the female attendant, Li Wu seized one of his legs, exerting tremendous force to slam him back onto the arena.
With a resounding crash, Zhao De hit the ground hard. Rising with a fierce expression, he lunged once more at Li Wu, who was already preparing his punch. In that fleeting moment, Li Wu propelled himself forward with immense force,
shattering a tile beneath him.
In a blur, he reached Zhao De, channeling all his strength into a single, devastating punch aimed at Zhao De's dantian.
The impact obliterated the upper half of Zhao De's clothing.
The turmoil within his dantian, disrupted by the chilling energy, prevented him from forming any protective barrier. Thus, Li Wu's fist met no resistance as it struck Zhao De's dantian, creating a severe indentation. The force reverberated through Zhao De. causing his back to erupt in a spray of blood, painting the ground crimson. This was the power of the 8th level of Qi training. With only half of his clothing remaining, Zhao De fell to the ground, lifeless and silent, his eyes wide open, filled with confusion and resentment.
He had underestimated Li Wu, believing he could easily dominate him.
Chao Dan, along with elders Cui Tong and Su Chang, as well as Chu Zixuan, rushed towards the arena. But Li Wu's strike was too swift. They barely made it halfway before halting in mid-air, stunned by the sight of Li Wu delivering a fatal blow to Zhao De. The atmosphere was utterly silent at the selection event for outer disciples of the Zhejiang Valley. No one could utter a word as they watched the scene unfold before them. Li Wu, unfazed, approached the female attendant and inquired gently, "Are you all right?" The female attendant snapped back to reality, stammering, "I'm fine." Li Wu smiled, "That's good to hear. I had no choice but to resort to the Huang San to expose this Yuanxian Sect traitor. I apologize for frightening you." The female attendant shook her head, her gaze toward Li Wu now filled with admiration and awe. Having spoken, Li Wu elegantly returned to the center of the arena, glancing at the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators who were almost upon him. He remarked, "That was quite perilous."
Chu Zixuan landed gracefully on the arena, saying, "Junior brother, well done.
Eliminating a Yuanxian Sect traitor is a significant achievement."
Behind her,
Chao Dan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, his entire face twitching. Following Chu Zixuan, he leaped onto the arena, hastening to inspect the body of the Yuanxian Sect traitor.
Zhao De. Chapter 15, The 4 Foundation Establishment Practitioners Compete for Kills.
Gazing upon the lifeless body of Zhao De sprawled on the ground, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from Chao Dan's eyes. However, upon confirming the man's demise, Chao Dan swiftly rose, turned around, and plastered an unnatural smile on his face as he addressed Li Wu.
"The spy from the Yuanxian Sect is undoubtedly dead.
Li Wu, I was right. You truly can begin your cultivation anew.
Impressive skills just now," Li Wu remarked casually, glancing at Chao Dan.
"Brother, you flatter me," Chao Dan replied.
Then turned to Chu Zixuan, saying, "Sister Chu, did you see?
I have long believed in Li Wu's capabilities, he has merely been concealing his talents. If I hadn't personally provoked him to participate in this selection event, he likely would not have shown up.
Look now.
He has not only triumphed in the finals and become an outer disciple but has also eliminated a spy from the Yuanxian Sect who was at the 5th level of Qi cultivation.
My intentions as a brother are clearly evident." Chu Zixuan shot a glance at Chao Dan but remained silent. At the selection event, after a moment of silence, Yang Wei and Chu Dakwai from the Immortal Beasts and Birds faction erupted into cheers. "Li Gu is incredible. Li Gu is formidable," they shouted, their excitement bordering on hysteria. Chu Zixuan finally understood why Li Wu was so insistent on participating in this outer disciple selection.
As for Chao Dan's claims, she dismissed them.
At this moment, a voice echoed in Li Wu's mind.
"Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden welfare task of the system by slaying the spy from the Yuanxian Sect, inflicting 1,000 damage. You have received a combat power rebate, increasing your power by 100. This power rebate was more potent than poison." It was indeed a hard-earned victory to snatch a kill from 4 Foundation establishment practitioners. Li Wu mused to himself.
On the arena,
Elder Cui Tong instructed several outer disciples to remove the corpse of the spy, Zhao De. He then prepared to announce the results of the outer disciple selection. But Chu Zixuan approached him, bowed, and, with a hint of excitement, addressed him. "Elder Cui, may I announce the results?" Cui Tong was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement. "Of course." Overjoyed, Chu Zixuan looked forward to the day when Li Wu would rise. And now that day had arrived. She proclaimed, "The victor of the Yuanxian Sect's outer disciple selection is Li Wu. Congratulations, Li Wu, for becoming the champion of this event and an outer disciple of the Yuanxian Sect. Please come forward to receive your outer disciple token." As Chu Zixuan excitedly announced the result, Chao Dan's expression, which had been tense, now grew even darker. He thought to himself, the suspicions of the Huangji sect were indeed correct. This Li Wu, even after being utterly crippled at the Huangji sect gathering, cannot be allowed to live. His potential is far too unpredictable, he must be eliminated completely. Night brings many dreams, it would be even more challenging to act once he entered the outer sect. Thus,
He resolved to end this matter tonight.
Clearing his throat, Chao Dan shot a glance at Elder Chui Tong, signaling him. Chui Tong hesitated briefly but quickly understood the intent.
He approached Li Wu and said, "Li Wu, having obtained your outer disciple token, you are now a formal outer disciple of the Yuanxian Sect. Return to the miscellaneous valley tonight to rest and prepare. Tomorrow morning, you shall enter the outer sect to commence your cultivation." Li Wu had anticipated entering the inner sect today, but since the elder had spoken, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Chui Tong continued, "Li Wu, I noticed that you did not exhibit any fluctuations of spiritual energy during combat. You must be practicing body refinement, correct? I, too, have a background in body cultivation. Would you like to follow me?" Elder Chui Tong intended to take an outer disciple from the miscellaneous valley as his apprentice? Li Wu was taken aback.
Yet being an elder, he kept his thoughts to himself and bowed respectfully.
"Yes, master." In truth, Chui Tong's assertion that Li Wu practiced body refinement conveniently provided Li Wu with a cover for his actual cultivation method. At that moment,
the system's voice finally resonated in Li Wu's mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the miscellaneous valley outer disciple selection task, becoming the champion and an outer disciple.
You have received a combat power reward of 300. Successful poisoning yields a reward of 50. Damage inflicted grants a rebate of 100.
Thus, with this addition of 300, Li Wu's combat power surged by 450, raising it from 1630 to 2080. His strength had effectively crossed 3 minor realms. Afterward, he casually used the rewards from the poisoning to draw from the lottery 10 times.
This time, Li Wu received yet another portion of the foul-smelling tofu.
He immediately checked his system panel.
Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 2080. Realm, 10th level of Qi cultivation.
Heavenly Harmony Powder, 74 portions. Using Heavenly Harmony Powder increases combat power, varying based on the user's strength.
Lottery draws, 0. The system periodically issues tasks,
and completing them grants lottery draws. Milestone, combat power 5000 grants access to a primary technique, doubling combat power, doubling consumes vitality, allowing the host to unleash double damage instantly. Inventory, 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, 3 portions of foul-smelling tofu, primary combat power realm reference.
With this,
the prospect of doubling his technique was drawing ever closer. Li Wu anticipated the power doubling, if a single punch could unleash double the damage, with his current combat power. He could strike with over 4,000 damage. He needed to devise a plan to elevate his combat power to 5,000 as soon as possible. At that point, obtaining the primary technique would enable him to unleash 10,000 damage with a single punch. That would equate to a foundational strength comparable to the late stage of foundation establishment. The thought alone sent his blood racing.
Moreover,
Li Wu noted that typical Qi cultivation practitioners require the use of barrier-breaking pills to eliminate toxins accumulating in their dantians after transcending 3 realms. But Li Wu's method of increasing combat power entirely circumvented this necessity. Upon returning to his residence in the miscellaneous valley, Li Wu pondered the elder Chui Tong's insistence on having him return for a night's rest.
Wasn't he supposed to enter the outer sect directly? Did that elder have ulterior motives?
After sharing a few drinks with Zhao Qian, Yang Wei, and Chu Dakuai, they each returned home as night fell.
At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Alert!
A practitioner at the 13th level of Qi cultivation is planning to ambush the host.
Should the host successfully retaliate, a generous reward awaits. This task carries a new player benefit. A 13th level of Qi cultivation?
According to the reference, the foundational combat power at this level is 2,600.
Surpassing Li Wu by over 2 minor realms.
This assassin had some serious skills.
Li Wu glanced thoughtfully toward the courtyard's exit, seemingly formulating a plan.
It would be prudent to bolster his combat power before facing an assassination attempt. Under the dark moon and the whispering winds, the night air, despite being the height of summer, felt increasingly chill. In the nearby oak forest, the moonlight shimmered on the leaves, and the occasional falling acorn produced a soft rustling sound,
enhancing the night's tranquility. Yet unexpectedly, several shadowy figures flitted through the mountainous woods.
Upon the oak leaves, frost had settled, encasing a half-fallen acorn within its shell. Crouching at the doorstep, Huang lifted his head and softly alerted, "Master, there is a stir in the forest."
Chapter 16, The Terrifying Mansion of Li Wu.
Beneath the oak forest, in a place where shadows danced, several dark figures gathered. Among them, the leader spoke in a hushed tone. After years of lurking, this assassination mission hinged on a single outcome. Should we fail tonight, Li Wu will enter the outer sect tomorrow, and we may never find another opportunity. The two other prominent figures hidden within the Yuanxian Sect, who held special identities, could not reveal themselves at this time. But they would be watching us execute our mission from a concealed location tonight. If we succeed in today's task, our covert operations will conclude, allowing us all to return to our respective sects, and every one of us will be promoted from outer sect disciples to inner sect disciples. You must understand that in our Yuanxian sect, only by becoming inner disciples can one learn the true Yuanxian art. As these words were uttered, the assassins were filled with excitement.
Zhao De is dead.
We all witnessed his demise at the hands of Li Wu, who even insulted him with a vile poison before his death.
Tonight is our chance to avenge Zhao De.
At the outer sect disciples selection tournament at the Miscellaneous Valley, you all saw that Li Wu is likely a physical cultivator, possessing strength around the 6th level of body refinement. His ability to kill Zhao De stemmed merely from his underhanded tactics, having poisoned Zhao De and disrupted his internal energy. His true combat power may not be substantial. He is merely a strong physical cultivator. All of you are experts above the 5th level of Qi training, each armed with your own lethal skills. Eliminating him should be a trivial matter. One assassin, Su Shang, volunteered boldly.
Hu Guanshi.
It is no need for everyone to act together to eliminate a mere Li Wu. Leave it to me, Su Shang, I shall return with a report within 15 minutes. The leader, Hu Shanghan, nodded and replied, "Very well. Since you are at the 7th level of Qi training, this task is entrusted to you. Go swiftly and return promptly. Upon completion, we can all exit Yuanxian Sect without delay." Su Shang clasped his hands in salute.
Understood.
Under the cloak of night, Su Shang moved swiftly,
akin to a shadowy feline, weaving through the trees.
In mere seconds, he arrived outside Li Wu's small courtyard. Grasping the wall with one hand, he leaped effortlessly into the yard, landing soundlessly. His agility was remarkable, executed with precision. Hu Shenghan and his subordinates observed closely, seeing no signs of ambush. And the courtyard remained eerily quiet. However, time passed, and Su Shang did not return. Hu Shenghan and his subordinates fixated on Li Wu's courtyard,
watching for over 10 minutes.
Logically, given Su Shang's skills, he should have completed his task by now. Yet, he remained absent. Another assassin, Zhao Hong, whispered, "Hu Guanshi.
Why has there been no movement from Su Shang? Could something have gone wrong?"
Hu Xinghan's gaze shifted, and he countered, "How could that be possible? Su Shang is at the 7th level of Qi training, would he truly fall to a lowly 6th level physical cultivator?" Zhao Hong and the others furrowed their brows. But it's been so long, he should have returned by now. Could there be an ambush within that courtyard? After waiting a few more minutes, even Hu Shenghan could no longer maintain his composure. He commanded, "Zhao Hong, go and check. If Su Shang has indeed failed, you shall take on the assassination task. Complete it, and you shall be rewarded with 10 spirit stones."
"Yes, Elder Hu."
Zhao Hong's eyes brightened at the mention of spirit stones. 3,000 years ago, after the great rift in the sky, the spiritual energy of the world diminished, and most cultivators relied on spirit stones mined from spiritual veins to cultivate. Spirit stones also served as currency, their value far exceeding that of gold and silver. For an outer sect disciple, managing to acquire 10 spirit stones in a year was commendable. Hu Shenghan's offering of 10 spirit stones was no small sum, and Zhao Hong, exhilarated, bowed in gratitude and immediately set forth. Like Su Shang, Zhao Hong moved silently and soon reached the outer wall of Li Wu's courtyard. Pressing against the wall, he listened intently, then found a position and leaped, landing with a swift whoosh into the courtyard. Though he too was at the 7th level of Qi training, Zhao Hong's movements were even more agile. Yet, soon, he too vanished. His entry into the courtyard felt akin to a small pebble dropped into a vast pond, creating not even a ripple before disappearing completely. This was becoming increasingly eerie. All eyes turned toward Hu Shanghan, who could not help but furrow his brow.
This should not be happening. Elder Hu, what is going on?
One of his subordinates inquired. Both of them are at the 7th level of Qi training.
How could they enter Li Wu's courtyard without a sound?
Hu Shanghan took a deep breath and replied, I fear there may indeed be an ambush within that courtyard.
Zhou Hong and Su Shang might have been attacked, caught off guard by a ruthless opponent. This Li Wu is likely more formidable than we anticipated.
One subordinate expressed doubt.
Even if there is an ambush, with Li Wu's strength, it shouldn't result in complete silence, should it?
Hu Shanghan's gaze shifted thoughtfully.
And he decided to adopt a different strategy.
Alright, Heir, Huang, you both are at the 8th level of Qi training.
Split into 2 teams.
Each taking 2 others, and encircle the courtyard from the east and west. Investigate the situation first.
If anything seems amiss, signal immediately. This time, be clever about it.
Heir and Huang clasped their hands in submission and swiftly took action. Behind them followed 4 pawns from the Yuanxian Sect,
each possessing at least 5th level Qi training prowess.
The total of 6 individuals moved with remarkable speed.
Upon reaching the outer edges of Li Wu's courtyard,
Heir and Huang headed east and west respectively, while their companions dispersed to various positions. Once in place, Heir and Huang signaled.
And all 6 leapt into Li Wu's courtyard simultaneously.
Meanwhile, Hu Shanghan smirked ominously, stating, Li Wu, your previous 2 were ensnared, but this time, with 6 individuals acting together. Including 2 at the 8th level of Qi training, even if you have allies, you cannot protect all fronts.
I refuse to believe that 6 of us can infiltrate your courtyard without a trace.
Hu Shanghan was resolute, convinced this time they would succeed in the assassination. Or at the very least, create some disturbance to ascertain the situation within Li Wu's courtyard.
However, once again, the 6 individuals entered the courtyard, yet no sound emerged.
All 6, including 2 at the 8th level of Qi training, had vanished. Even if they encountered an unexpected attack, surely one among them should have been able to signal. Yet, not a single cry for help or message was seen or heard by Hu Shanghan.
It was utterly bewildering. Minutes dragged on, and the courtyard remained eerily silent. This is impossible.
Hu Shanghan glanced back at his remaining subordinates, of whom only 2 remained. This mission, which had begun with a total of 11 individuals, had swiftly dwindled, and now, gazing at Li Wu's courtyard, even Hu Shanghan felt an unsettling chill. The 2 remaining individuals could not contain their trepidation.
Elder Hu, there must be something wrong within that courtyard. Could there be ghosts?
In the dead of night, the utterance sent shivers down several spines.
One individual could not resist adding,
Li Wu, a figure notorious for his unorthodox practices, has long been the subject of speculation.
Over the years,
it has become apparent that he has engaged in numerous dubious activities. One cannot help but wonder if he is indeed harboring some malevolent spirit within his courtyard. I have heard whispers that high-ranking malevolent spirits are capable of invisible killings, and the ghost spirit sect is particularly adept at such methods. They are said to cultivate malevolent spirits, known as accompanying evil spirits, some of which even possess foundational cultivation or higher. If such entities truly reside within his courtyard, or if Li Wu has made the acquaintance of a master from the ghost spirit sect, it could spell doom for our people, who would fall victim one by one. The rationale behind this theory grows increasingly compelling. As the conversation unfolded, the speaker trembled with fear, and even Hu Shanghan found himself at a loss for words. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The 3 of them gazed towards Li Wu's courtyard, and an unsettling shift in the atmosphere became palpable. Particularly with the lanterns at the entrance, which had inexplicably transformed into an eerie shade of blue, casting an otherworldly glow. Hu Shanghan, unable to contain his frustration, struck the speaker on the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting that the former sect leader of the Yuanxian Sect could possibly practice the sinister arts of the ghost spirit sect? How absurd! Consider who Li Yuan is. He has always prided himself on being a paragon of virtue and propriety. Would he allow his son to dabble in such dark sorcery?" Hu Shanghan dismissed such notions, though his words were also meant to bolster his own courage. Enough of this self-induced fright. However, one of his subordinates interjected, "Manager Hu, your words only lead me to believe that Li Wu is more likely a practitioner of the ghost spirit sect's dark arts.
One of my distant cousins is affiliated with that sect, and he has mentioned that their accompanying spirits are detrimental to one's vitality. Therefore, their practitioners often cultivate their physical bodies to safeguard against the encroachment of malevolent energy. Isn't it convenient that Li Wu happens to be a physical cultivator? Moreover, you mentioned that Li Yuanyi prides himself on his virtuous nature, yet Li Wu is his only son and sole heir. If it were merely a matter of peeping, how could he have been relegated to the servants' valley? It seems likely that the boy either practices dark arts or has illicit connections with the ghost spirit sect, which Li Yuanyi would never tolerate. Hu Shenghan swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, he countered. If that boy truly practiced the ghost spirit sect's dark arts, why did he not reveal any signs during the daylight skirmish? Such sorcery is not as easily concealed as the icy energy of our Yuanxian Sect. Another subordinate posed a question: what if it is Li Wu's friend who unleashed the malevolent spirit? Perhaps his association with that sect angered Li Yuanyi? This line of reasoning formed a seemingly airtight hypothesis, leaving Hu Shenghan at a loss for a rebuttal. Even he began to find his subordinate's analysis compelling, as he gazed at Li Wu's estate, which now appeared increasingly ominous. Inside Li Wu's courtyard, moonlight cascaded down, intertwining with an ethereal aura, transforming the lanterns at the entrance into a ghostly hue. The earlier group of intruders lay sprawled upon the ground, entranced. Huang, with an air of pride, wagged his tail and said, "Master, this illusory moon technique is a skill I cultivated during my days as a formidable beast. Although I have suffered a great calamity and my powers have diminished under the constraints of heaven's will, enchanting these mere chi-refining stage fools is but a trivial task. They are already ensnared in slumber, feel free to do as you wish." One must concede that Huang possessed certain talents, regardless of his bravado. The fact remained that these individuals were indeed ensorcelled. Without Huang's assistance, facing such a multitude of chi-refining assassins would have proven quite challenging. Li Wu approached, crouching down to pry open one of the entranced individuals' mouths, pouring in a packet of powdered medicine. Huang, water," he commanded. Huang scampered off, obediently fetching a cup of water. Li Wu did not intend to drink it, rather, he aimed to aid the individual in swallowing the powdered substance. "What are you doing, Master?" Huang inquired, sensing that his master's actions were rather peculiar. "Nothing much, just testing the medicine," Li Wu replied casually. Huang nodded, transforming into the form of a small yellow dog, appearing exceedingly obedient. The ensnared individual remained trapped in a dreamlike state, responding to the poison but still unable to awaken. Mumbling incoherently about Tsuehua and how he would return to his sect after killing Li Wu, marrying Tsuehua and living in glory. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Wu's mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. The hidden benefits of the novice period have been activated. Poisoning successful. You have gained 50 combat power and 10 lottery chances." Seizing the moment, Li Wu gripped the man's throat, lifting him off the ground. His gaze turned icy as he declared, "You sought to assassinate me, and now you fall victim to your own treachery, do not blame me." With that, he clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful blow to the man's dantian, killing him instantly. Huang, witnessing this scene, recoiled in shock, instinctively retreating several steps. This master is truly ruthless. The system's voice resounded in Li Wu's mind once more, "Congratulations, host. The activation of hidden benefits in the novice period was successful. You dealt 900 damage, gaining a combat power rebate of 90. Li Wu deduced correctly that as long as the task remained within the designated parameters, there would be rewards for poisoning and rebates to be claimed. He needed to swiftly eliminate these assassins to bolster his combat power, otherwise, he would be ill-equipped to face any powerful chi-refining adversaries. Huang observed Li Wu's cold demeanor as he dispatched the assassins, even noticing a smile creeping upon his lips during the killings. Crouched in the corner, he began to feel a creeping dread. In his heart, he thought, years have passed. Yet humanity remains unchanged, they are still as terrifying as ever. Meanwhile, Li Wu, with an unwavering smile, continued his relentless pursuit of combat power. He skillfully dispatched 8 individuals, each meeting their demise twice, first through poisoning, then through execution. The added combat power was astonishing. The rebate for combat power from the 8 individuals amounted to 920.
while the successful poisonings contributed an additional 460. Furthermore, Li Wu gained 80 lottery chances. What a thrill! This must surely be the handiwork of Chao Dan. When they next meet, Li Wu must express his gratitude. After all, he is the legendary top-tier figure. He immediately utilized all 80 lottery chances. In this round of draws, he scored a combat power boost of 100, acquiring 30 portions of Huang powder and 2 portions of stinky tofu. The odds were average but still satisfactory. Li Wu checked his system panel. Name: Li Wu Combat Power, 3650 Realm, Initial Foundation Establishment Huang Powder, 96 portions, using Huang Powder increases combat power. The amount varies based on the target's strength, lottery chances, 0, the system will periodically issue tasks, completing them grants additional lottery chances, milestone, combat power 5000, unlocks basic techniques. Doubles combat power, doubling techniques consumes the host's vitality, enabling them to inflict double damage instantly. Item inventory, 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, 5 portions of stinky tofu. Basic combat power realm reference guide. The foundational combat power for initial foundation establishment is 3500. With Huang's assistance, Li Wu's combat power soared to 3650, surpassing the threshold of 3500. Immediately, Li Wu settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes, and he could already sense the changes within his dantian. Typically, when a cultivator reaches the 13th level of qi refining, they attain the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Beyond this peak, with sufficient accumulation, one must summon heavenly lightning to shatter their dantian and undergo a rebirth. If this rebirth is successfully completed, one can break through to a higher realm, entering the initial stage of foundation establishment and solidifying their Dao foundation. Li Wu's system displayed that he had already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Could it be that with this combat power system, Li Wu could bypass even the process of summoning heavenly lightning to shatter his dantian and reshape his foundation? In the initial stage of foundation establishment, one can solidify their Dao foundation, which comes in 3 colors: top-grade green jade, mid-grade crimson gold, and lower-grade ink black. Ordinarily, mid-grade crimson gold is already quite formidable, while top-grade green jade Dao foundations are exceedingly rare. Possessing such a foundation would greatly enhance the likelihood of refining a 9-patterned golden pill during the golden pill formation. It can be said that the color of the Dao foundation determines the upper limits of a cultivator's potential. Li Wu promptly examined his own Dao foundation, only to find that it was neither green jade, nor crimson gold, nor ink black, but rather a chaotic mass. What kind of Dao foundation is this? Could it be that the absence of heavenly lightning refinement resulted in the incompleteness of Li Wu's Dao foundation? Upon closer inspection, he sensed that the foundation was quite stable. He discreetly inquired the system. The system responded, stating that the Dao foundation he had established was a chaotic Dao foundation. Li Wu pressed further, asking if this Dao foundation was impressive. The system simply replied with one word: yes. Returning to his senses, Li Wu pondered why the expert at the 13th level of qi refining had not yet arrived. If they did not show up soon, the task assigned by the system tonight would inevitably go unfulfilled, resulting in a significant loss. He felt helpless and called out, "Huang, come here for a moment." Huang had long been crouched in a corner of the wall, startled by Li Wu's summons. Master Li Wu smiled slightly and inquired, "Why are you hiding so far away? Come closer, I just have a few questions to ask you." The smile made Huang feel even more apprehensive. Yet he dared not disobey Li Wu's request. Li Wu settled down, crossing his legs, and asked, "Huang, as the former young master of the Yuanxian Sect, with such a prestigious identity, why have only a few individuals come to assassinate me despite their various schemes? Do you think these assassins have come to no avail? And the remaining ones are too fearful to approach? Huang, think of a way to ensure they come back tonight for another attempt. I believe the leader has not yet shown himself." Huang stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Master, please reconsider. The courtyard is nearly full with people. If more come, there won't be any room left." "Exaggeration. There is still plenty of space here." After a moment of thought, Li Wu scrutinized Huang and took a few steps toward him, smiling as he asked, "Huang, don't you possess the art of illusion? How about this, you transform into my likeness and stroll outside the gate to lure them in, what do you think?" Upon hearing this,
Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. But master, why don't you go out and lure them yourself? Li Wu stretched lazily and replied. It would be too dangerous for me to go out alone. What if a skilled assassin were to kill me? You wouldn't have such a good master afterward. You should go instead, quickly. Make sure your illusion resembles me closely and don't reveal any flaws. Huang wore a bitter expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing Huang's lack of motivation, Li Wu squatted down, affectionately patting his head and said, Bring those remaining assassins over. And I will reward you with a pouch of Huan powder, which is not included in the monthly allowance. The once listless Huang perked up instantly. Really? Li Wu thumped his chest and assured him, Of course. I, Li Wu, am a man of my word. Huang exclaimed, All right. Immediately, a peculiar yellow aura began to emanate from Huang's body. He extended a paw, allowing the moonlight to illuminate it, and after a moment of swirling energy, another Li Wu emerged from the mist. This dog had remarkable skills, yet Li Wu felt he had not yet fully grasped Huang's true capabilities. Observing the illusion of himself created by Huang, Li Wu felt a bit uneasy. The face appeared somewhat yellow, and the mouth and chin were slightly pointed. But under the cover of night, it should suffice. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. Huang, in the guise of Li Wu, stepped outside. This scene was clearly visible to Hu Shenghan and his two subordinates lurking in the nearby woods. They watched as Li Wu emerged from the courtyard, moving about casually along the nearby path. One of the assassins whispered, Hu Guan, look, Li Wu has come out. He dares to roam around at this hour. It's a blatant provocation against us assassins. Hu Shenghan clenched his fists, feeling insulted and his expression twisted in rage. However, the other assassin remarked. If he didn't have absolute confidence, if he didn't have traps set up. How could a mere 5th level chi refiner act so brazenly after realizing he was the target of an assassination? The other assassin nodded in agreement. I believe his audacity stems from the fact that he has already laid traps, and once we approach, his friends from the Ghost Spirit Sect will reveal themselves and ensnare us all. Damn it, this kid is truly devious. Hu Shenghan noted the unfolding scene with a serious expression, murmuring, I didn't expect the so-called useless young master to possess such cunning. Indeed. They had all been deceived by his reputation. Forget it, the assassination mission for tonight must end here. We should retreat, if we fall into his trap again. Our pieces in the Yuanxian Sect will be wiped out. We will wait until he enters the outer gate to seek another opportunity. His Ghost Spirit Sect friends cannot follow him into the inner gate. If the higher-ups inquire, I will find a way to explain. After whispering these plans, Hu Shenghan swiftly darted into the depths of the forest, leaving his two subordinates who had initially been listening to his analysis about the next assassination plan feeling disoriented when they noticed Hu Shenghan had vanished. Their expressions changed, and they nearly cursed, hastily fleeing. Back at Li Wu's location, Huang paused for a moment, having heard the commotion with his keen senses. They ran away? With that, Huang ceased wandering and returned to the courtyard. Li Wu asked, Hey? Why have you come back? The assassins haven't appeared yet. Huang glanced back at the woods and replied, They ran away. I believe this is due to your strategy. Originally, the assassins outside might have been intimidated when they saw their comrades enter and not return. Yet, you had me transform into you to wander about, which only made them more fearful. Now, the remaining 3 have all fled. Li Wu felt a sharp pang in his heart, with the assassins frightened away. How could he complete the assassination task? He gazed towards the direction of the forest and asked, Did they leave just now? Huang nodded. Yes. What is wrong? Without a word, Li Wu dashed toward the woods. Huang, follow me. With your excellent hearing and keen sense of smell, they must have left some clues. I suspect they can't have gone far. Help me track them down. Tonight, no matter what, they must attempt to assassinate me. We cannot let them abandon their mission so easily. With a cold snort, Li Wu gazed into the forest and murmured to himself. Thinking of fleeing before the assassination is complete? It is not so simple. Huang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He looked at Li Wu, utterly baffled by the thoughts swirling in this man's mind. Was he not just attacked? Why did he appear so unfazed? Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Li Wu urged, prompting Huang to follow suit. Possessing keen hearing and a strong sense of smell, Huang swiftly picked up the trail of those who had just fled as they entered the woods, and the duo pursued rapidly. At that moment, Hu Shanghan and his two subordinates, desperately fleeing, were thoroughly alarmed. Manager Hu, what is happening? Why is Li Wu still pursuing us? Are we the assassins or is he?
Hu Shanghan, being the most skilled, sprinted ahead, abandoning his companions, vanishing in an instant.
Manager Hu. You.
The two behind grew frantic, pulling out their mobility talismans, affixing them to their legs, and bolting forward with gritted teeth.
Stop running. Come and assassinate me.
I am merely a 6th-level body cultivator, so weak, why are you fleeing? Li Wu's anxious voice echoed behind them, prompting the two to immediately activate their mobility talismans. As if the King of Hell were pursuing them, they fled madly. Li Wu and Huang tracked them down to the vicinity of the outer gates barrier, but the trio had vanished. Huang sniffed around the barrier's edges.
Master.
They have entered the outer gate. It appears they are all disciples of the outer gate. With the sex barrier in place, we cannot pursue them further.
The outer gate disciple token must be unsealed at the outer gate office tomorrow to be used.
A bitter taste filled Li Wu's heart. He could hardly fathom how things had gone so awry. Master, Huang continued, although we cannot ascertain the identities of those assassins.
I overheard the two calling that individual manager who, once we enter the outer gate, we can investigate and keep an eye on him. Just then,
a voice resonated in Li Wu's mind from the system.
Buzz.
We regret to inform you that the assassin has abandoned the assassination tonight, and the host's mission has failed. This mission can be preserved for the host.
Would you like to preserve it?
Li Wu, puzzled, thought, can it really be preserved? The system explained. Preserving the mission allows the host to retain it. Should the assassin attempt to strike again, the mission can be reactivated, enabling the host to continue the counterattack and earn rewards. Preserving the mission does not impede the system from issuing new tasks. Since the assassin was within the outer gate of the Yuanxian Sect, it was fortuitous Li Wu was about to enter the outer gate himself. Those assassins would undoubtedly seek opportunities to strike him. Fortunately, he decided to preserve this mission, which still held promise. Moreover, it must be noted that the earlier batch of targets had gifted Li Wu considerable combat power. He had gained over 1,000 points tonight, which was still quite satisfactory. Upon returning to the courtyard with Huang, Li Wu pondered how to dispose of the corpses of those assassins. Turning them over to the sect would be ill-advised, as it would expose his true strength. In this perilous world, it was prudent to retain some trump cards. Thus, these bodies must be obliterated. But how to do so? Burning them would create a significant odor, throwing them off a cliff might lead to discovery, sinking them in a lake, with so many bodies, might risk them resurfacing. Ultimately, he had little experience in this regard. However, as his gaze shifted, Li Wu's attention suddenly fell upon Huang, who had been eyeing the corpses. Licking his tongue, Li Wu chuckled, causing Huang to shudder and take a step back. Master, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Chapter 19, Activation of Sustaining Tasks. What's the matter? What ill intentions could your master possibly harbor? Li Wu inquired with an innocuous smile, expressing concern for Huang. Uncertain of the meaning behind Li Wu's words, Huang hesitantly replied, I might be hungry. Upon hearing this, Li Wu seized Huang by the scruff of his neck and directed him towards the corpses nearby. I have heard that your kind devours the cultivators of the human race to enhance your strength. Therefore, you shall take responsibility for disposing of these bodies. Don't tell me you don't consume humans. Huang paused, his eyes darting as he sensed Li Wu's probing nature. However, Li Wu continued. They have already met their demise at my hands. I bear the burden of all karmic consequences. Consuming them would not implicate you in any retribution, correct? The only appropriate course of action for these corpses is for you to consume them completely, leaving no trace behind. Li Wu's words left Huang momentarily stunned. His lips twitched as he instinctively asked, Master, are you truly the young master of the esteemed Yuanxian Sect? Li Wu could only shake his head in silence. Not anymore. Huang glanced at the 8 corpses, licking his lips, and remarked, that makes sense. He approached the first body and bit down on the man's arm. Li Wu expected Huang to consume it piece by piece, but to his surprise, a yellow aura emanated from Huang, enveloping the entire courtyard. Li Wu felt a surge of formidable pressure.
Is this the true form of the yellow dog spirit? Soon, a colossal shadow emerged from the yellow aura.
Resembling a massive black wolf, with a crescent moon pattern faintly visible on its forehead. It let out a low howl, and a tempest of wind swept through, devouring the 8 corpses in an instant. Li Wu was left utterly astonished. He had always known that this yellow dog was extraordinary, yet he never anticipated such raw power. If it were merely for a bag of Huan powder, remaining by Li Wu's side seemed implausible.
After consuming the bodies,
Huang transformed back into a small yellow dog, retaining a faint half-star pattern on his forehead.
Having perused related texts in the sect's library,
Li Wu understood that the star patterns on a beast's true form signify its rank. With a half-star pattern, Huang was classified as a mid-level first-tier demon beast,
akin to a human cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement.
However, demon beasts often possess unique abilities. For instance, Huang's illusion technique was quite impressive. This dog has considerable potential. It will undoubtedly prove useful in the future.
The following morning, Li Wu entered the outer sect of the sect, where Yang Wei, Shu Dakuai,
and Zhao Qian had come to see him off. Elder Cui Tong of the outer sect awaited Li Wu near the entrance.
Upon spotting him,
Elder Cui's face lit up with a smile, and he waved, "Disciple, come here quickly." Li Wu approached, accompanied by Huang.
Despite Huang's clumsy transformation technique, he successfully morphed into an endearing little yellow dog, likely due to his earlier failure to secure a title from Li Wu.
This illusion was difficult for ordinary cultivators to discern. As Li Wu entered the outer sect, passing through the sect's barrier, no one perceived anything amiss with the dog. Many from the outer sect's menial tasks envied him, muttering, "This truly is the tale of a man ascending, with his dog following suit.
How I wish I were that dog."
Their words carried a hint of melancholy, and upon entering the outer sect's barrier, Li Wu heard the sect members chanting slogans.
Cultivators refine their spirits, they achieve greatness.
Elder Cui Tong explained, everyone shouts slogans to invigorate their training. In 6 months, we will hold the Huangji Sect conference.
And everyone is diligently preparing for it.
Li Wu was well aware of the Huangji Sect conference. The Yuanxian continent is divided into 9 spiritual domains, with Luo cities situated within the Eastern Wilderness spiritual domain.
4 prominent sects surround Luo City: Yuanxian Sect, Beiyao Sect, Huang Sect, and Inhan Sect.
The Huangji Sect conference typically serves as a platform for these 4 sects and the disciples of the Huangji Sect's branch in Luo City to exchange insights and spar. Li Wu's previous incarnation had met his end during the last Huangji Sect conference 2.5 years ago. The members of Yuanxian Sect believed their young master had merely suffered severe injuries and would revive upon the funeral preparations.
In truth, it was Li Wu, a reincarnated soul bearing the same name from the Blue Star.
Noticing Li Wu's silence, Elder Cui Tong quickly interjected, "Oh, my apologies, disciple, I forgot
about that incident from years ago."
Li Wu waved his hand with a bitter smile, "It's all in the past. By the way, Elder Cui,
do you know of a manager who in the outer sect?"
While walking, Elder Cui paused momentarily at Li Wu's query, but he quickly turned back to respond.
"You know manager who?"
Li Wu shook his head. "I don't know him, I've merely heard others mention him." Elder Cui's eyes reflected a hint of suspicion as he explained. "The manager who you refer to must be Hu Shenghan.
He oversees the outer sect's equipment workshop.
As a new disciple, you should go to him to claim a basic sect artifact. I'll take you there." Li Wu clasped his hands in gratitude.
"Thank you, master."
Elder Cui nodded slightly. And after a brief walk, they arrived at a building. An intangible aura enveloped the structure, and as Elder Cui led Li Wu inside, all external sounds were instantly muted. This was an incredibly powerful barrier. At that moment, a Huang stirred in Li Wu's arms, signaling that he had caught the scent of manager Hu. It seemed the culprit was indeed within the equipment workshop, and there was a chance to fulfill the sustaining task today.
Elder Cui guided Li Wu into the equipment workshop. The interior was tranquil, but soon, footsteps echoed from within. A middle-aged man emerged and immediately saluted upon seeing Elder Cui.
"Greetings, Elder Cui." Elder Cui gestured for him to forego excessive formalities, introducing Li Wu to Hu Shenghan. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Chui stated, "All right, Li Wu, once you have selected your artifact, come find me, and I will assist you in locating a suitable cultivation technique. Remember, even as a physical cultivator, selecting the right body refinement technique can lead to the attainment of saintly physical forms." The Huangji sect achieved dominance in the eastern wilderness through body refinement, after all. With that, Elder Chui departed. Before leaving, he added a few words to Manager Hu. "Today, we only have this one new outer disciple from the menial tasks. There will be no interruptions. Allow Li Wu to take his time selecting the most appropriate artifact for him." His tone hinted at unspoken implications. Afterward, he patted Hu Shenghan's shoulder. Outside, once Elder Chui had exited, he placed a seal upon the barrier of the outer sect's equipment workshop, remaining outside, seemingly waiting for something. Inside, Li Wu followed Hu Shenghan into the first floor of the equipment hall, where countless artifacts awaited. Li Wu began his selection process. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. "Buzz. The assassin continues with the mission of murder, and the host's survival task is activated. The host must proceed to complete the counterattack to obtain the task reward." The assassin is indeed ready to act. They are truly impatient. Not wishing to wait even a single day, they intend to eliminate Li Wu as soon as he enters the outer sect. Observing Li Wu's retreating figure, Hu Shenghan thought to himself, "The evil cultivators of the Ghost Spirit sect cannot enter the outer sect's barrier. Since there was no reaction upon your entry, it signifies that you are indeed not of the Ghost Spirit sect, you are merely a body cultivator with a maximum of the 6th level of Qi refinement. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. No matter what transpires, the outside will remain oblivious. Here, your so-called friend from the Ghost Spirit sect cannot assist you. Li Wu, you cannot fathom that after last night's assassination, we would act today, can you? However, the task to assassinate you, Li Wu, is a mission sanctioned by the Heavenly Order token, directed by the Emperor's Supreme Sect. Upon completion, I can leave the Yuanxian Sect, return to my own sect, become an inner disciple, and even gain the qualification to be personally taught by the elders of the Yinhan sect. Ha ha ha. Li Wu, you are destined to be a stepping stone for me, Hu Shenghan, to advance further." "Manager Hu!" Li Wu suddenly shouted. Hu Shenghan, lost in thought, was startled, causing the sword in his hand to fall to the ground. Li Wu turned to Hu Shenghan and inquired, "Manager Hu, what do you need the sword for?" Hu Shenghan snapped back to reality and smiled, "Brotherly, you are a direct disciple of Elder Chuitong from the outer sect, and with your special status, I, Old Hu, am willing to serve you. Holding this sword, I naturally wish to alleviate your worries and assist you in making a selection." Li Wu raised an eyebrow. "Brotherly? Aren't you several decades my senior?" Hu Shenghan awkwardly chuckled. "Well, how about this sword?" Li Wu took a casual glance. "No. This is far too ordinary." After searching through the first 3 floors, Li Wu found no suitable magical artifacts. Indeed, the low-level artifacts in the outer sect were all quite basic, failing to catch Li Wu's eye. Many artifacts on the 3rd floor were covered in dust, clearly indicating that no one had come to inspect them. "Buzz. A mysterious dagger has been detected nearby, please pick it up." The mention of a mysterious dagger was the system's first prompt to Li Wu, urging him to acquire a magical artifact. This dagger must possess something extraordinary. Li Wu immediately began his search. However, with numerous artifacts scattered about the 3rd floor, there was no indication of where the so-called mysterious dagger lay, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Various types of magical artifacts were present, including numerous daggers. Li Wu tried a dozen daggers, but none reacted. Determined to locate the dagger, Li Wu focused intently, even rummaging through boxes thick with dust, turning them inside out, yet still, the elusive mysterious dagger remained absent. Meanwhile, Hu Shenghan's eyes glinted with a chilling intent. Concealed in his hand was a gathering of cold energy, forming a razor-sharp ice dagger, aimed at Li Wu's vulnerable back. With a swift motion, he prepared to strike with lethal intent. Suddenly, Li Wu hurled a large wooden crate at Hu Shenghan. Hu Shenghan smashed the crate effortlessly. Li Wu turned back. "My apologies, Manager Hu, I forgot you were behind me." Although Hu Shenghan had shattered the crate, dust covered his face, yet he still smiled, saying,
Oh, it's nothing, brotherly. Have you chosen your magical artifact yet? Li Wu sighed, alas, not yet. If you can't wait, please attend to your matters. I will continue my search here and report back once I find something. Hu Shenghan replied solemnly, very well, continue then. Li Wu nodded and resumed rummaging through the boxes. However, Hu Shenghan's eyes once again sparked with murderous intent. He swiftly condensed the cold energy in his hand into a dagger, feigning a turn. But then suddenly lunged towards Li Wu's back. Li Wu rolled and grabbed a sword to block. The ice dagger sliced through the sword, aiming directly for Li Wu's neck. Li Wu stepped back to evade the ice dagger, which struck the nearby crate, instantly freezing it and shattering it into pieces. Manager Hu, what is the meaning of this? Hu Shenghan decided to drop the pretense. He was a cautious individual, having waited so long without any anomalies from Li Wu. Given that there were no unusual reactions from Li Wu upon entering the outer sex barrier, he was now 100% certain that Li Wu was not from the Ghost Spirit Sect. Thus, last night's events must have simply involved Li Wu seeking help from his friend within the Ghost Spirit Sect. Ha ha ha. Today, in this place, no one is here to assist you. Hu Shenghan's smile was exceedingly cold. Li Wu questioned, no one to help me? What do you mean? Are you attempting to kill me? He quickly retreated, hiding behind a crate. Hu Shenghan chuckled, still playing dumb. Such antics are futile. You just entered the outer sect and inquired about my role from Elder Cui Tong. I find it hard to believe that you are unaware that I was responsible for your assassination last night. Upon hearing this, Li Wu nodded. Oh, that? Yes. I am aware. I heard your subordinates shouting joyfully as they fled. I merely asked out of curiosity, with no other intentions. Hu Shenghan continued with a sinister smile. And what of your friend from the Ghost Spirit Sect? He cannot accompany you into the outer sect today, can he? Last night, he could use evil spirits to deal with my subordinates, but today, in this place, you are all alone. Li Wu, do you not comprehend your current predicament? Li Wu couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, retorting, so that's what you all thought last night, and that's why you fled? This person has quite the imagination. It was merely Huang's illusion technique, yet they conjured up a friend from the Ghost Spirit Sect. Is this not creating a friend out of thin air? Truth be told, Li Wu himself had no idea why Hu Shenghan and the others had been frightened away. Hu Shenghan scoffed, what else could it be? The lanterns at your door turned blue, could it be anything other than the malicious spirits of the Ghost Spirit Sect at work? Seeing that we did not approach. You personally lured us out, do you truly believe we, the assassins lurking within the Yuanxian Sect, would be foolish enough to fall for your trap? Li Wu sighed. Yes, I was indeed rash last night, thinking too simplistically. Hu Shenghan, completely misunderstanding Li Wu's words, frowned and said, enough of this chatter. Since I could not end your life last night, today, here, you shall not be disturbed. Allow me to see for myself your strength as a 6th-level body cultivator. Prepare to lose your life. With that, Hu Shenghan lunged at Li Wu. The cold energy in his hand transformed into an ice blade. The blade gleamed with a chilling light as it swiftly slashed towards Li Wu's neck. This was a lethal move. Li Wu seized a mystical ruler to defend himself. But upon contact, the ice blade instantly froze the ruler, and the cold energy swiftly spread towards Li Wu's hand. Li Wu immediately released the xian and took a few steps back. The xian fell to the ground, and due to being frozen to its limit, it shattered upon impact. Chapter 21. What is your true cultivation? Qi refining 13th layer is indeed a world apart from Zhaoda's Qi refining 5th layer. Even within the inner sect, such an individual would not be considered weak. Li Wu knew that he must not be careless simply because his combat prowess in cultivation realm surpassed his opponent. At that moment, Li Wu clenched his fist, taking the situation with utmost gravity. Hu Shenghan moved with lightning speed. The frigid aura surrounding him erupted instantaneously as he darted towards Li Wu once more. This time, as he advanced, he unleashed 3 frost daggers directly. The daggers hurtled towards Li Wu from 3 distinct angles. Li Wu swiftly evaded, finally discovering an aperture to avoid the 3 frost daggers, but Hu Shenghan, clenching his fist, ferociously aimed a punch at Li Wu's face from that very direction. In that instant, Li Wu was completely focused. Instinctively retreating half a step and delivering a counterpunch with his back arched. The fists of the two collided in that fleeting moment. With a resounding bang,
the force emanating from Li Wu's fist shattered the layer of frost armor that had coalesced on Hu Shenghan's arm and fist. Subsequently, his sleeve was torn,
and a cracking sound echoed from his arm.
Hu Shenghan was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away by the force of the blow, landing heavily on the ground. Upon impact, the layer of frost that had enveloped his body shattered completely. Hu Shenghan was taken aback, refusing to accept the reality before him. He vehemently rejected the notion that a body refinement's 6th-layer cultivator could possess such formidable strength. Instinctively, he attempted to prop himself up with one hand. But upon exerting minimal force, he realized that his right arm was completely devoid of sensation.
Glancing down,
he discovered that his fist was a mangled mess of blood and gore, with fragments of shattered bone visible. Furthermore, blood seeped from the tattered sleeve, staining his entire arm. "This you are not at body refinement 6th layer at all," Hu Shenghan exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon Li Wu, who stood unscathed in the distance. Hu Shenghan had exerted his full strength in that punch, intending to obliterate Li Wu with a single blow, but to his astonishment, he had inflicted such grievous harm upon himself. Moreover, Hu Shenghan had sensed that the frigid energy from his fist and arm had failed to penetrate Li Wu's defenses. Instead, it had been repelled by Li Wu's punch, causing the frigid energy to flow backward, resulting in the shattering of Hu Shenghan's arm. This could only be achieved by someone whose cultivation and strength far surpassed his own. Could it be the meridian unlocking realm within body refinement? The more he contemplated, the more fear consumed him. He found himself increasingly unable to fathom the so-called good-for-nothing young sect master before him.
Hu Shenghan could not resist inquiring once more, "What is your true cultivation?"
Li Wu clenched his fist, musing to himself, "This Chaos Dao foundation is indeed remarkable." As he strode towards Hu Shenghan, he uttered, "The cultivation to kill you." Hu Shenghan gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. However, he let out a cold laugh, "If you want to kill me, even if you are at the meridian unlocking realm, it won't be that easy. Hu Yuan, Hu Liang, what are you waiting for? Form the array. Lock him down." With 2 explosive sounds, the wooden boxes in the corners shattered. 2 figures emerged, rapidly performing hand seals. Instantly, the temperature on the 3rd floor of the Dharma artifact workshop plummeted, and frigid air snaked across the ground like serpents. A layer of frost rapidly formed on the walls of the Dharma artifact workshop, transforming them into ice walls. In the blink of an eye, the frigid aura materialized into an array, encircling Li Wu within its confines. The Xian black frost, accompanied by surging frigid air, crept up Li Wu's legs, swiftly immobilizing him. Li Wu attempted to break free, but to his dismay, he found himself unable to move. Moreover, the frost aura continued to spread upwards. In addition to this, several arrays materialized on the surrounding walls as their hand seals shifted. Each array emanated streams of frigid air, which constricted Li Wu's neck and arms. All of the frigid air transformed into icy shackles, tightening instantaneously. Li Wu's hands and feet were completely restrained, rendering him unable to move. He attempted to struggle, but the shackles proved to be exceedingly strong. Furthermore, the terrifying frigid aura impeded the circulation of his meridians. Li Wu felt as if his meridians were on the verge of being frozen, and his strength was being suppressed to a certain extent. This place was indeed rigged with traps from the start. "Junior brotherly, there's no need to struggle. No matter how much you struggle, it will be in vain," Hu Shenghan declared. "This tripling frigid ice lock array can seal one's meridians in blood. Even if you have reached the meridian unlocking realm, once you are locked down, there is no escape." As he spoke, Hu Shenghan glanced at his crippled arm, gritting his teeth as he said, "You crippled my arm earlier. Now, I will let you experience this kind of pain." With a wave of his hand, the frigid air instantly encased Li Wu's right arm in ice. Casting a glance to the side, Hu Shenghan casually picked up a Xian iron heavy rod, gripping it tightly in his hand. The rod was seething with frigid energy. Hu Shenghan, with gritted teeth, swung the rod fiercely towards Li Wu's arm. Bang! Just as Hu Shenghan anticipated shattering Li Wu's arm, Li Wu, despite being restrained by the frigid ice chains, forcibly raised his hand and seized the Xian iron heavy rod. Exerting force, Li Wu shattered the heavy rod with a resounding crack.
The meridian unlocking realm cannot break free from these chains? Then I, Li Wu, will test it today. With that, Li Wu grasped the chains on either side. He clenched his teeth tightly and roared, exerting immense force with both hands. The blood and meridians that had been frozen were instantly ignited. The surge of blood caused Li Wu's body temperature to rise sharply, rapidly expelling the frigid air that had invaded his body. Hu Yun and Hu Liang, who were maintaining the array, felt an immense pressure. They immediately gritted their teeth and chanted incantations. Li Wu exerted force once more, flinging Hu Yun, who was holding one end of the icy chain, away. Hu Yun crashed heavily into the opposite wall. Hu Liang, on the other side, lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. Chaos Dao Foundation. Did you think it was a joke? As Hu Liang scrambled to his feet, a yellow blur flashed past, pouncing on Hu Liang and pinning him to the ground. With a swift movement, Hu Liang was dragged into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Hu Shanghan was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that the array, once formed, could be broken in such a manner. Had he known, he would have directly killed Li Wu instead of tormenting him. Also, what was that yellow shadow just now? However, traces of frost still lingered on Li Wu's body. The presence of frost signified that the frigid aura of the Yuanxian Sect had not been completely dispelled. As such, Li Wu's strength could not be fully unleashed. Considering these factors, Hu Shenghan's eyes hardened. He immediately retreated a few steps, retrieved a white pill from his storage bag, and swallowed it. Instantly, Hu Shenghan's face, neck, and hands were covered in frost. He closed his eyes tightly, appearing to be in excruciating pain. When he opened his eyes once more, his eyes radiated a chilling coldness. Li Wu sensed that the man's aura had suddenly surged. He charged towards Li Wu once more, seizing Li Wu's neck with a swift grasp. The technique was incredibly fast. He was completely different from the Hu Shenghan from before. Accompanied by Hu Shenghan's palm, a violent frost aura continued to spread wildly. As Li Wu was on the verge of being frozen, Hu Shenghan said smugly, "Frost chill pill? It cost me 10 years of lifespan. You can't withstand this chill." Ah! A miserable scream. It was because Li Wu seized Hu Shenghan's injured arm and yanked it forcefully. "You, despicable scoundrel!" Hu Shenghan cursed. But he merely loosened his grip and stepped back. Then, he raised his hand to conjure a wave of frigid energy that surged towards Li Wu. Aware that this icy force was far more formidable than the previous one, Li Wu executed a deft roll to evade it and swiftly leaped onto the wooden crate ahead. In an instant, the chill enveloped the box, encasing it in ice. Li Wu sprang upward, retreating once more. However, Hu Shenghan's figure shifted. And with the violent surge of cold, the surroundings were engulfed. Li Wu felt an abrupt chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Hu Shenghan had closed the distance. Now right behind him. The frigid energy coalesced in Hu Shenghan's hand, forming an ice sword that radiated a brilliant cold light, slashing towards Li Wu. In a reflexive motion, Li Wu grasped at something, feeling an odd texture beneath his fingers. Chapter 22, A Blood-Curdling Lesson. The sensation was peculiar, yet Li Wu had no time to hesitate. Without even casting a glance, he swiftly grasped the object to defend himself. It was a dagger. However, upon taking hold of it, Li Wu discovered that the dagger was severely corroded, with several notches along the blade, and the tip was nearly gone. It was utterly damaged. In comparison to the ice sword wielded by Hu Shenghan, this dagger would likely shatter with a single strike. Li Wu, I previously underestimated you, believing you to be ineffectual. Yet now, you have compelled me to consume the frost cold pill, sacrificing 10 years of my life to enhance my cold energy for this battle. You may discard that title of a useless young master. However, this ends here. With that broken dagger, you cannot withstand my ice sword. Prepare to perish. Hu Shenghan bellowed fiercely. The ice sword erupted with a flurry of frost energy, crashing down upon Li Wu. In that moment, Li Wu's gaze flickered, and he abruptly released the dagger. Hu Shenghan smirked, convinced Li Wu could no longer contend with his frost sword energy. He continued to exert force, aiming to strike Li Wu down. But the seemingly abandoned dagger, with a flick of Li Wu's fingers, spun around and suddenly altered its trajectory. Hu Shenghan failed to perceive this subtlety, merely assuming the broken dagger had slipped from Li Wu's grasp. He swung his sword towards Li Wu, but the dagger,
now firmly gripped once more by Li Wu, dashed forth, piercing through Hu Shenghan's heart.
This transpired in the blink of an eye.
The ice sword halted just before it struck Li Wu's neck and shattered. Li Wu then stomped forcefully, shattering the ice that encased him, and with a swift kick, sent Hu Shenghan flying.
The surrounding frost energy dissipated.
Hu Shenghan collapsed to the ground, convulsing.
Gazing at Li Wu, his expression was one of disbelief as he muttered,
"The frost cold pill, despite the life sacrifice, can temporarily elevate my cold energy beyond the initial stage of foundation establishment. You cannot kill me." Li Wu, equally astonished, reflected on his own lack of combat experience despite possessing memories from his previous life after becoming this young master.
He shook off the residual frost energy from his sleeves and retorted, "Is it not possible that my strength surpasses that of the foundation establishment? What? This is impossible."
Hu Shenghan's eyes widened in shock, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his pupils dilating before falling silent.
At that moment,
Li Wu suddenly remembered something crucial. Observing the motionless Hu Shenghan on the ground, he hurried over, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Checking for Hu Shenghan's breath. A chill ran through Li Wu's heart.
"Hey, don't die."
Hu Shenghan showed no signs of life, his breath extinguished.
Li Wu's frantic calls left the yellow dog in astonishment. "Master, what are you trying to do? Killing a spy from the Yuanxian Sect is nothing to be concerned about." Ignoring the yellow dog,
Li Wu swiftly retrieved a vial of harmony powder. As Hu Shenghan lay dead, his mouth agape in shock, Li Wu poured the powder into his mouth,
hoping for even a flicker of life to remain. The yellow dog could no longer hold back. "Master, it's futile.
You've turned his heart into a gaping hole.
Even a deity cannot save him. Besides, he was your enemy, why bother saving him?
You're not a saint, there's no need to invite trouble." Li Wu merely responded with a disinterested "oh." Yet, the system's voice did not resound.
Alas! I was still a moment too late. What a waste! Such a waste!
If only I had successfully poisoned him just before his life was extinguished, I would have likely received a reward.
The yellow dog looked perplexed.
Li Wu said nothing further. He thought to himself that next time, he must devise a thorough plan before acting to maximize his combat effectiveness. Wastefulness is disgraceful. If he could poison, he should do so beforehand, if not, then poison during the kill, but with swift execution, ensuring to act before life fades. His previous reaction had been a fraction too slow. In truth, Li Wu understood that when a human torso sustains a fatal injury, there are still several seconds of opportunity.
This served as a bloody lesson. Yes, next time, I must seize the moment.
Reflecting deeply on his experiences, Li Wu gazed at Hu Shenghan's lifeless body. Filled with a sense of regret, his thoughts muddled. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully counter-killing your opponent. Dealing 3,900 damage in a single strike, and receiving a combat power rebate of 390. Congratulations, host, for completing the survival task, receiving a combat power reward of 300.
Thus, Li Wu's combat power soared to 4,340.
His strength had far surpassed the initial stage of foundation establishment, drawing ever closer to the mid-stage.
Upon reaching the mid-stage,
he could open the spirit platform, manifest his consciousness, and prepare for the path of the late-stage foundation establishment.
Moreover, that Chao Dan was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Simultaneously,
Li Wu noted the system's reminder that his previous strike had dealt an astounding 3,900 damage. At that time, his combat power had only been 3,650. This suggests that Li Wu's added combat power is also foundational, indicating that during combat, varying states yield different damage outputs, which likely fluctuate.
Utilizing magical tools also provides enhancements. This warranted further exploration by Li Wu.
Buzz. The mysterious dagger has appeared, blood drinking activated, please collect it, host.
Blood drinking activated?
Li Wu glanced at the gaping wound in Hu Shenghan's chest. At that moment, he noticed that the hole was roughly the size of a fist. And Hu Shenghan's upper body was clad in a form-fitting, dark black armor. Although the armor appeared robust, the dagger had still effortlessly felled Hu Shenghan in a single strike. Could it be that the dagger the system referred to was that rusted, pockmarked piece?
Surely not. Li Wu glanced down, spotting the dagger lying on the ground before him. He approached and picked it up. To be honest, even in his hand, Li Wu wore an expression of disdain. It was utterly dilapidated. The system's voice continued, "Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the mysterious dagger. The dagger has been activated, the host may drop blood to recognize ownership." Although Li Wu found this hard to believe, the wound on Hu Xinghan's chest made it clear that despite its shabby appearance, the dagger was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, given the power Hu Xinghan unleashed after consuming the frost-cold pill, even defeating him would not have been an easy feat yet, when he flung the dagger. Not only did Hu Xinghan fail to block it, but he was also instantly slain. Moreover, magical tools that require blood recognition are imbued with spirit. This seemingly worthless item is undoubtedly valuable. Without hesitation, Li Wu bit down on his finger, hurriedly dripping blood for recognition, lest time alter its essence. However, he found it surprisingly difficult to pierce his skin. In his past viewing of dramas, he had thought fingers were easily pierced, but in reality, it proved far more challenging. In frustration, he made a decisive cut at the dagger's notched area, finally drawing a drop of blood, quickly applying it to the wretched dagger. The blood seeped into the dagger with remarkable speed. Chapter 23: The Arrival of the Leader. As the blood seeped in, Li Wu seemingly beheld a strange blood-red pattern emerging on the rusted dagger. However, this peculiar design soon vanished. The system's voice chimed in, congratulating the host. "Congratulations, host. The mysterious dagger has successfully recognized its master through blood." The dagger, bound by a formidable seal, concealed its true form and could not unleash its full destructive potential. The host could nurture it to unlock the seal, only by nurturing it to the point of unsealing could it manifest its true power. Nurturing to unseal? Li Wu inquired further. How does one nurture this dagger? The system responded, devour souls to nurture it, consuming malevolent spirits yields the best results. A revelation dawned on him. When the dagger had slain Hu Xinghan, it had delivered a decisive blow. Li Wu had exerted minimal effort yet managed to inflict a staggering 3,900 damage. The dagger had played a crucial role, especially in breaking through defenses, something his fists could never achieve. This artifact could serve as his trump card. The host may store this mysterious dagger within the system space and summon it whenever needed. The first usage was merely a trial, and the system had replenished Li Wu's vitality. This dagger could be trialed 3 times before it transformed into a lifebound sword, at the cost of vitality. So the host must use it judiciously. To refine a lifebound sword, he would have to wait until reaching the core formation stage. Nevertheless, the system's storage feature was indeed advantageous. Li Wu promptly attempted to store it. Store. With a whoosh, the mysterious dagger vanished from his grasp. He immediately checked the system page. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 4340. Realm, Initial Foundation Establishment. Huan powder, 95 portions. Using Huan powder increases combat power. The amount varies based on the target's strength. Lottery chances, 0. The system will periodically issue tasks. Completing them grants lottery chances. Milestone, combat power of 5,000 grants access to basic techniques. Doubling combat power, doubling techniques consume vitality, allowing the host to inflict double damage in an instant. Inventory, mysterious dagger, 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, 5 portions of stinky tofu, beginner combat power realm reference book. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger reappeared in Li Wu's hand. Hu Xinghan and his 2 subordinates had been eliminated. He glanced at a Huang and asked, "A Huang, are the souls of these deceased still nearby?" As a spirit creature, a Huang could naturally see ghosts. Of course. Once Li Wu reached the mid-foundation establishment stage and manifested his divine sense, he too would be able to perceive spirits. A Huang nodded, exhaling a cloud of yellow mist. The souls of Hu Xinghan and his 2 subordinates attempted to escape stealthily. With a single flick of his hand, the dagger surged forward, impaling Hu Xinghan's spirit. Bloodlight erupted from the dagger as all 3 souls were absorbed. The rust on the dagger chipped away slightly. Upon storing the dagger back into the system, Li Wu noted that the nurturing progress was now a 2. Indeed, this dagger required the refinement of soul entities to enhance its nurturing progress. "A Huang, please take care of the 3 corpses." In truth,
A Huang had been eyeing the bodies, especially Hu Shenghan's, with great desire. Previously consumed souls had only been from practitioners at the 7th or 8th layers of Qi refinement. But this one was at the 13th layer, truly a significant boon for a spirit beast.
Without hesitation, a Huang summoned yellow mist, enveloping the area.
And a massive shadow of a black wolf materialized, devouring the 3 corpses in one gulp. When a Huang transformed back into a small yellow dog, Li Wu noticed that the star pattern on his forehead had nearly reached 2 lines, indicating that a Huang had attained the pinnacle of a first-level spirit beast.
Just 1 step away from the 2nd level.
The dagger required souls for nurturing, while a Huang's ascension necessitated the bodies of practitioners. How fortuitous!
Meanwhile, outside the barrier,
Cui Tong spoke into a communication talisman, "Young Master Chao.
Li Wu entered the artifact workshop half an hour ago,
where 3 individuals were arranged, Hu Shenghan at the 13th layer of Qi refinement and 2 subordinates at the 8th layer.
This time,
Li Wu will surely meet his demise in the artifact workshop. I am merely waiting to dispose of his body."
Coincidentally,
the sect has a mid-level task to investigate the disappearance of residents in Baiyun Town. We can take his body to the outer mountain, where a mere beast could consume him entirely without leaving a trace.
What do you think, young master? Moments later, Chao Dan's voice transmitted back through the talisman. Excellent.
I shall head to the outer sect to witness Li Wu's corpse firsthand.
Then, I will find an opportune moment to inform Chu Zixuan of his demise, ensuring she is utterly heartbroken. Cui Tong smiled and replied, "Cui Tong welcomes young Master Chao.
I wish you success in your endeavors."
From the other end, Chao Dan's triumphant laughter echoed. "I will be there shortly."
Inside the artifact workshop, Li Wu casually picked up an ordinary sword to disguise his intentions. Such commonplace swords were of no interest to the system and could not be stored.
Holding the sword,
he descended to the entrance of the artifact workshop on the 1st floor.
He knocked on the barrier.
A voice from outside responded, "Old Hu. How could a 13th layer Qi refinement practitioner take so long to deal with that 6th layer body cultivator? Young Master Chao is about to arrive, he wants to see." As the barrier opened, the voice of the outer sect elder Cui Tong abruptly ceased.
He came face to face with Li Wu. Cui Tong was taken aback. He stared at Li Wu for what felt like half a minute. Li Wu broke the silence first, asking, "Who is young Master Chao? What does he wish to see?"
Cui Tong, mouth agape and at a loss for words, stammered before recovering with a forced smile.
"And nothing.
I was just speaking offhandedly, truly nothing."
"Disciple, how goes your selection of artifacts?" Li Wu inquired. "Master, you seem quite concerned about me, even waiting here for my arrival?"
Cui Tong managed a dry laugh, naturally. "They all say you are a waste, nonsense."
"In my eyes, your talent is extraordinary. In my lifetime,
I have reached only the initial stages of channeling and stagnated in the mid-foundation establishment stage, yet I see hope in you."
Li Wu retorted, "Is that so? What does it mean that a 13th layer Qi refinement practitioner took so long to dispose of a 6th layer body cultivator? You don't mean Hu Shenghan, do you?"
Stepping closer to Cui Tong, Li Wu produced a block of ice that had yet to melt, speaking solemnly, "Master, the 13th layer practitioner is no more, only this ice remains. It appears to belong to the Yuanxian Sect."
"You wouldn't have any connection with him, would you?"
Cui Tong's expression shifted, but his smile quickly masked his surprise. He exclaimed, "Are you implying that Hu Shenghan was a spy for the Yuanxian Sect?
How could I possibly be connected to him?
I, your master,
am an elder of our outer sect.
Since he was a spy for the Yuanxian Sect and you eliminated him, that is indeed a great achievement. Hand over this ice, and I shall report it to the sect for credit." Li Wu chuckled, "No need. I have little interest in such accolades. If you desire the credit, feel free to report it yourself."
Cui Tong continued to smile.
"Ah, my disciple, you truly embody profound wisdom. Thus, as a reward, I shall bestow upon you a set of cultivation techniques, along with an opportunity to undertake a mid-level mission within our sect. Should you successfully complete this task, you will ascend directly to the inner sect."
Such a fortuitous event?
Li Wu pondered in confusion, while Cui Tong continued, "Disciple, I am aware that your foremost desire upon resuming your cultivation journey is to return to the inner sect and vie for the position of the young sect master.
thus vindicating your name.
Surely, you wish for everyone to recognize that you are no mere insignificant young sect master. Presently, many others besides yourself covet that position.
Disciple. You must exert yourself. Buzz.
The system's task notification resonated. Execute the mid-level sect mission, reward of 5,000 combat power and 2 teleportation talismans.
The system's voice rang out,
announcing a reward of 5,000 combat power, supplemented by 2 precious teleportation talismans. It seems this task is no trifling matter, yet the allure of the reward was irresistible, igniting a spark of excitement within Li Wu.
Li Wu promptly clasped his hands in salute, expressing his gratitude. Master, you truly understand me.
Thank you, Master, for applying on my behalf to participate in this mid-level sect mission. Chui Tong, his face beaming with a smile, leaned closer, patted Li Wu's shoulder, and whispered, Disciple. Strive diligently, I have faith in you. At that moment, a voice resonated from the air not far away, employing a method of sound transmission.
Chui Tong. Has that matter been resolved? This inquiry left Chui Tong momentarily bewildered.
He intended to send a message instructing Chao Dan to refrain from coming, as that would reveal their secret. However, Chao Dan, riding a flying sword, was already approaching. Upon seeing Li Wu alive and standing beside Chui Tong, he froze in disbelief. You, the top-ranked brother, has arrived. Li Wu had a matter for which he wished to personally thank Chui Tong, so upon spotting him, he waved enthusiastically.
Brother Chao, you have come.
Chao Dan, taken aback by Li Wu's exuberant greeting, felt as though he had encountered a ghost, a chill running down his spine, nearly causing him to tumble from his flying sword.
You. Chapter 24, Chao Dan is stunned.
Chao Dan suddenly caught sight of the still-living Li Wu, and his breath became unsteady, causing his flying sword to tremble. He swiftly performed a hand gesture to stabilize himself. He glanced at Chui Tong, who instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet Chao Dan's eyes. Cough, cough. As for the Outer Sect's artifact workshop, if I recall correctly, it is overseen by Manager Hu.
Where is he?
Chui Tong quickly responded, Yes, that's right, Chao. Junior brother. Today, my disciple Li Wu has accomplished a great feat. The overseer of the artifact workshop, Hu Shanghan, is actually a spy for the Yuanxian Sect. As Chui Tong spoke, he discreetly exchanged glances with Chao Dan.
Chao Dan was taken aback. What? A spy for the Yuanxian Sect?
He is the manager of the Outer Sect's artifact workshop. Chui Tong sighed heavily and replied, Indeed. No one expected that the spy from the Yuanxian Sect had infiltrated so deeply. Just now, my disciple Li Wu entered the artifact workshop merely to select a suitable artifact. But that spy, Hu Shanghan, suddenly attacked, intending to kill my good disciple. Fortunately, he possesses some skills and managed to turn the tables on that spy, otherwise, he would have been in grave danger.
Chao Dan's gaze fixated intensely on Li Wu, his expression growing increasingly grim.
He understood full well that Hu Shanghan, from the artifact workshop, was a practitioner at the 13th level of Qi training, while Li Wu had only demonstrated strength at most at the 5th level of body refinement during the Outer Sect disciple selection. There was no way he could have killed an expert at the 13th level of Qi training today. The progress in body refinement was notoriously slow. Previously, when Chao Dan had tested Li Wu's strength using his foundation building pressure, it was clear that Li Wu could not possibly defeat someone at the 13th level of Qi training. Chao Dan was curious about what had transpired. However, he maintained an expression of surprise, even feigning delight as he inquired, to have slain a spy from the Yuanxian Sect, and to have infiltrated the Outer Sect's artifact workshop. Li Junior brother, you have indeed achieved a remarkable feat. Elder Chui. What level of cultivation does that Hu Shanghan possess? Chui Tong promptly answered, 13th level of Qi training. Chao Dan's gaze returned to Li Wu, continuing in astonishment. To think he is at the 13th level of Qi training, such strength is not to be underestimated. Li Junior brother, you are extraordinary. I had thought you were merely at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement. I never imagined you could defeat someone at the 13th level of Qi training. Li Wu smiled, it was mere luck, just mere luck. Chao Dan probed further, Li Junior brother, you are too modest. What is your current cultivation level?
Li Wu walked over with a smile and respectfully bowed to Chao Dan, saying, "In response to senior brother Chao, my cultivation has indeed progressed compared to before. But only slightly, I have yet to reach the meridian opening stage. However, this is all thanks to you, senior brother Chao." Upon hearing this, Chao Dan's expression turned peculiar, his brows twitching in confusion. "Thank me?" Li Wu nodded and continued, "Indeed, senior brother Chao, you should know that for a body cultivator to progress rapidly, there is only one method: real combat. It is through the trials of life and death that one can achieve enlightenment and advancement. You see, during the outer sect disciple selection, you arranged for me to face Xiaoda, an expert at the 5th level of Qi training. Last night, in my courtyard, you arranged for a full 8 masters at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi training. Today, in the artifact workshop, you generously provided me with an opponent at the 13th level of Qi training. Such painstaking efforts to train me, to help me gain insight and progress, I am truly grateful to you, senior brother Chao. Senior brother, can you perhaps reveal if you have any further arrangements?" Li Wu asked earnestly. "Honestly, without your arrangements, I would never have been able to leap from the 5th to the 13th level of body refinement in such a short time. I already feel I am on the threshold of the meridian opening stage, all thanks to you, senior brother. Truly. Senior brother, do you have time? May I treat you to a drink?" Chao Dan's face turned ashen, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had indeed heard that some martial artists could advance their body refinement levels through life and death experiences. In his view, while it was unlikely for someone else to progress from the 6th to the 13th level in just 2 days, Li Wu was different. He was the same Li Wu who had achieved the nascent soul stage at the tender age of 20. This was precisely why the Yuanxian Sect, backed by the Huang Sect, feared him and sought to eliminate him. As thoughts whirled in his mind, Chao Dan suddenly broke into laughter. "Oh, Li Junior brother. You certainly have a knack for humor. How could I be unaware of the matters you mentioned? There seems to be a misunderstanding between us. But we are of the same sect, how could I possibly harm you? Besides, those who wish to harm you are spies from the Yuanxian Sect. And as an inner sect disciple, that has nothing to do with me." Li Wu looked at Chao Dan, tentatively asking, "Truly no problem?" Chao Dan nodded, "Truly none. Junior brother, we are indeed competitors in front of Sister Chu, but I, Chao Dan, am an upstanding gentleman. I would never resort to such vile means. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Li Wu to say more, Chao Dan immediately took to the skies on his sword, leaving the outer sect. He did not return directly to the inner sect but instead ventured to a remote mountain, seeking a secluded valley, where he unleashed his pent-up fury. "Li Wu, I never expected not only would you survive, but you would also achieve such astonishing advancement. Truly infuriating." He produced a communication talisman, darkly commanding. "Cui Tong, ensure that Li Wu participates in this sect's intermediate mission at all costs. He must perish in the mountains." Soon, a response came from the talisman, "Yes. Young master." The next day, Cui Tong sought out Li Wu early in the morning. "Disciple. Our outer sect has only 2 spots for this intermediate sect mission, one for me and one for Elder Su Cheng." Li Wu frowned. "Ah? What should we do?" "Master, I wish to participate as well." Cui Tong played coy for a moment before chuckling and placing an arm around Li Wu's shoulder. "Fear not. Master has already sorted it out for you. I managed to persuade Elder Su Cheng to secure a spot for you. This time, I will accompany you into the mountains. It is both a training opportunity and a means to gain inner sect qualifications. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect you and help you achieve merit." Allowing you to enter the inner sect. Li Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Really? Master, you are truly wonderful. Thank you so much." Cui Tong patted Li Wu's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Good disciple, I have placed all my unfulfilled wishes for this lifetime upon you." Li Wu again bowed in gratitude. "The grace of Master shall be repaid by me in kind." Thus, a touching scene of deep master-disciple affection unfolded. Cui Tong nodded, signaling Li Wu not to be overly courteous, then drew forth a flying sword. "Disciple, climb aboard. I shall take you." Li Wu stood behind Cui Tong.
And with a swish, they soared to a height of 100 meters, swiftly heading into the distance.
In a matter of minutes, they traversed dense forests,
moving beyond the outer mountains. A yellow figure darted past in the mountains, heading in the same direction. Ahead in the woods, several figures appeared, prompting Cui Tong to halt, while Li Wu feigned a wobble, as if about to fall. Cui Tong steadied him, saying, "Disciple, be cautious. Those who practice physical cultivation are unable to wield swords. But fear not, in due course, I shall devise a means to procure some flying artifacts for you, allowing you to soar through the skies." Li Wu nodded obediently,
still trembling from the lingering shock.
Ahead, amidst a few other inner disciples, Li Wu spotted Chu Zixuan, accompanied closely by Chao Dan. When Cui approached, Chao Dan glanced back and, upon seeing Li Wu, his expression shifted to one of satisfaction. "Senior Sister Chu," Li Wu called out, waving his hand.
Upon hearing her name,
Chu Zixuan turned around, visibly surprised to see Li Wu, and promptly made her way to his side to inquire, "Junior brotherly, how is it that you, having just entered the outer sect, are participating in the sect's intermediate tasks?"
Witnessing this exchange, Chao Dan's countenance fell once more.
Chapter 25, Unspeakable Dealings.
Chu Zixuan was taken aback and filled with concern at the unexpected appearance of Li Wu. Her brow furrowed.
Li Wu, with a mischievous smile, deliberately stated, "Sister, this is my master, Elder Cui Tong, who has painstakingly secured this opportunity for me. He told me that as long as I achieve merit in this sect mission,
I can be promoted to the inner sect. Isn't that right, sister?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zixuan's aura surged dramatically. In a swift movement, she appeared before Elder Cui Tong with a whoosh.
Staring intently at Cui Tong, she spoke. "The sect's mid-level missions are only open to elite disciples of the inner sect and elders of the outer sect.
This is not merely a rule. It is due to the inherent dangers of the upcoming mission in Limu Mountain.
From the outer sect, the only qualified participants are you and Elder Su Qing.
Elder Su did not come, yet you allow Li Wu, a newly admitted outer sect disciple, to join. Cui Tong, what exactly are your intentions?"
The pressure emanating from her late-stage foundation establishment cultivation was palpable, forcing Cui Tong to step back repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Cui Tong hastily explained,
"Sister Chu, please calm down.
Li Wu is my disciple, and I am bringing him along for the sake of his training. Rest assured, I, Cui Tong, will do everything in my power to ensure Li Wu's safety, even at the cost of my own life." However, Chu Zixuan merely scoffed, turning to Li Wu and saying,
"Junior brother, you must return now and withdraw from this mission.
Do not worry, I will handle things with the sect on your behalf.
This mid-level mission is extremely perilous.
Even those at the foundation establishment stage can fall. You are newly initiated into the outer sect and must not take such risks with us." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with profound worry for Li Wu. Nevertheless, Li Wu could not bring himself to abandon such a mission. Setting aside other considerations, the reward offered by the system alone was a staggering 5,000 battle points, an amount that could only be obtained by poisoning several celestial dragon beasts. Li Wu deliberately turned to Cui Tong and inquired, "With my master protecting me, it should be fine, right?"
"Moreover, sister, my participation in this sect's mid-level mission is not solely at my master's behest, it is my own decision as well."
"You need not worry. Although my cultivation may be lacking, I will not hinder everyone." The other two inner sect disciples regarded Li Wu with disdain. Zhao Xian spoke up, "Junior brotherly,
just because you say you won't hinder us doesn't mean you won't."
Sun Foam also shot a glance at Li Wu and added, "Even if you are at the 6th level of body refinement, you are still unqualified to participate in the sect's mid-level mission.
To partake in such a mission, one must at least be at the 13th level of chi refinement, understand?"
Li Wu remained silent, but Cui Tong chuckled instead. He addressed the two inner sect disciples, saying,
13th level of chi refinement?
Apologies, I forgot to mention that Li Wu's progress has been astonishingly rapid. He is following the path of physical cultivation. At the outer sect disciple selection, he was indeed at the 5th level of body refinement. But now he has reached the 13th level and is on the verge of breaking into the Meridian realm.
He meets the requirements for the sect's mid-level mission. Besides,
accompanying us into the mountains may provide him with unexpected opportunities for breakthroughs. Sun Feng and Zhao Xian, who had initially dismissed Cui Tong's words, were now left dumbfounded.
They stared at Li Wu in disbelief. What? 13th level of body refinement?
It has only been 2 days since the selection. This is impossible. The two were so astonished that they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Zhu Zixuan was equally taken aback, immediately asking, "Junior brotherly, have you truly reached the 13th level of body refinement?" Li Wu nodded affirmatively, "Yes, sister. However, I must express my gratitude to senior brother Chao for my rapid advancement."
Upon hearing Li Wu's confirmation, a flicker of excitement crossed Zhu Zixuan's features. Yet, her confusion deepened as she questioned, "Chao Dan? You are thankful to him?" At this moment,
Chao Dan stepped forward to redirect the conversation, stating, "Sister, Elder Cui, Junior brotherly, and both of you, we must not delay any further. Nearly 100 people have gone missing in Baiyun town, and the mist over Limu Mountain has yet to clear. We cannot afford to tarry. We must act swiftly to resolve this issue and alleviate the concerns of the common folk." Chao Dan adopted a somewhat mournful expression. Yet his gaze towards Li Wu harbored a trace of cunning malice. Zhu Zixuan instructed Li Wu, "Junior brother, stay close to me." Li Wu promptly nodded, "Yes, sister." Then, with a smile, he intentionally brushed past Chao Dan, giving him a nudge and whispering a quick thank you, before naturally moving beside Zhu Zixuan. Chao Dan watched this unfold with gritted teeth, cursing inwardly, "You think that following Sister Chu will keep you safe? Once we enter the forest, there will be many times when Sister Chu cannot protect you. This time, I will ensure you, Li Wu, meet with utter destruction, and Zhu Zixuan will be mine alone. Only I, Chao Dan, am worthy of her. Dare to dream, sister, one day, you will understand." In the distance, atop the treetops of the forest, a figure clad in black observed the events transpiring below, seemingly unfazed, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations. After entering the mountain for roughly a day, they arrived deep within the forest of Limu Mountain. As the group came to a halt, night had already descended. Ahead, a distant tavern still shone with light, from afar. The glow filtered through the dappled shadows of leaves. Although the tavern was sparsely populated, a few guests could still be seen moving about inside. "Look! There's a tavern ahead. After a day of travel, we are all weary. Let us rest here for the night," Chao Dan declared, not waiting for others' opinions, and promptly headed toward the tavern. Indeed, after a day's journey, everyone felt fatigued, and the mystery surrounding the missing persons in Baiyun town offered no clarity. Zhu Zixuan suggested it would be prudent to inquire at the tavern. The tavern at the mountain gorge was named Tongfu Tavern, a rare 3-story establishment. Moreover, its standards were quite high, rivaling the taverns Li Wu had encountered in Baiyun town, which featured entertainment facilities. Li Wu pondered who would construct such a grand tavern in the mountains. At the entrance, several large red lanterns swayed in the howling mountain winds. Shadows danced on the ground, occasionally disturbed as bats, startled, flapped their wings and soared into the night sky beyond the rocky cliffs of the gorge. Upon entering the tavern, the interior was rather desolate. But the drowsy attendant perked up upon noticing new patrons and eagerly approached them. Li Wu, taking the initiative, proclaimed, "Perfect. I must properly thank senior brother Chao for this opportunity. Today's food and drink will be on me." Chao Dan's lips twitched violently, filled with the urge to tear Li Wu apart, yet he still took a seat. Afterward, Zhu Zixuan instructed Li Wu to rest early and told him, "Junior brother, I will be in room A, and you will stay in the adjacent room B. If anything seems amiss tonight, call out loudly. I will be there to save you at the first opportunity." "All right, sister, I will follow your instructions," Li Wu replied, following his sister upstairs. After arranging their rooms, Zhu Zixuan inquired with the tavern attendant about the missing persons in Baiyun town. However, noticing the furrow in her brow, it seemed there were no leads. In the dead of night, the mountain was eerily silent. Suddenly, Li Wu heard rustling sounds at the door. He immediately became alert, his mind filled with questions. Is it possible that a master from the Yuanxian Sect has arrived? I must admit, I feel a certain anticipation. After rising, Li Wu noticed a slip of paper being slid through the gap beneath the door, elegantly inscribed with a few words. "During this lengthy night, a young lady wishes to engage in sincere conversation with you, if you would permit."
Should you be interested, shred this little note, and we shall meet. Chi Yue. As Li Wu held the small note, he was struck by an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him. Though this time it was merely a simple piece of paper rather than a card. There were no illustrations for reference, and he had no knowledge of the sender's appearance. Why then, would he wish to engage in open dialogue? He had already suspected that the tavern in this secluded mountain might harbor some secrets. And it appeared that his instincts were correct. Indeed, they were involved in unsavory dealings. It was no wonder they could operate in such a desolate location. Such behavior is utterly shameless. Li Wu quietly opened the door and peered outside. To his surprise, he spotted a woman discreetly inserting similar notes into other rooms. In a decisive motion, he tore the note in his hand, and as it ignited into flames, it transformed into a pink rune, swiftly flying towards the woman's forehead. She froze in astonishment. Lowering his voice, Li Wu called out, "This room." The woman clad in black appeared taken aback. Typically, one would take a moment before reacting to such a note, but Li Wu's urgent response was indeed a rarity. Seeing her still, he patted his waist pouch. "Come quickly. What are you waiting for? We are not short on silver here." It was evident that this tavern was engaged in such disgraceful business. As an outer disciple of a reputable sect, Li Wu held a deep-seated disdain for wickedness. Having stumbled upon such a situation, he was determined to observe the depths of this establishment's depravity and ensure it was met with the strongest condemnation. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, the woman in black raised her gaze. He gestured for her to approach, and she immediately tucked away the note she had intended to place, lowering her head. A hint of shyness evident as she approached him. In her hand, she clutched a stack of notes, identical to the one Li Wu had just torn. She seemed somewhat anxious as she kept her head bowed. Li Wu, straightforwardly, smiled and said, "Miss, come in, let us discuss the price." The woman, taken aback by being referred to as Miss, appeared flustered, nodding slightly before following Li Wu into the room. Li Wu scrutinized the young lady. She appeared to be merely 18 or 19, exuding an aura of innocence and shyness. Draped in a black cloak, she flinched slightly when he gently closed the door. Just as he was about to speak, Chi Yue unexpectedly shed her cloak, tossing it aside. This action was rather abrupt. Without the black cloak's concealment, she revealed a pale pink, sheer gown that, while covering her form, still suggested a sense of ethereal allure, failing to mask her delicate yet curvaceous figure. It seemed instinctively she wrapped her arms around herself, unable to meet Li Wu's gaze. Clearing his throat, Li Wu placed a silver ingot on the table with a clang. "Do not be nervous, please sit down, let us converse." Yet Chi Yue did not take a seat. Instead, she approached Li Wu's side, awkwardly massaging his shoulders. Her voice soft. "My name is Chi Yue. I see you are dressed in the attire of an immortal sect. Could it be that you are a disciple of the Yuanxian Sect?" Li Wu affirmed, not concealing his identity. "Indeed, I am the young master of the Yuanxian Sect." "What?" Chi Yue appeared genuinely surprised. Li Wu chuckled. "I jest. Miss Yue, I find you quite charming. Would one silver ingot suffice for the night?" Chi Yue blushed and smiled shyly, lowering her head. In a moment of carelessness, her gown slipped from her right shoulder, revealing skin as luminous as white moonlight, filling the air with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Leaning closer to Li Wu's ear, she whispered, "You jest, good sir. To engage in sincere conversation with you is a blessing for me. As for the silver, one ingot is certainly sufficient. However, if you desire something more intriguing, an additional ingot would be required. The price varies with different requests. Should you seek an experience of utmost delight, it would require 10 ingots, but given our connection, 8 would suffice." Li Wu was taken aback, realizing this was a complete package, and even offered a discount. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what the 10 ingots would entail. Without hesitation, he retrieved some silver ingots from his storage pouch. "Since we have fate intertwined, let it be 10 ingots. Chi Yue, filled with delight, whispered in satisfaction by Li Wu's ear, "You are generous." She entwined her right arm around him, allowing her gown to slip further, casting a soft glow akin to moonlight. However, when Chi Yue glanced at the silver ingots he had placed on the table, her expression shifted to one of disbelief. Indeed, there were 10 ingots. But each was no larger than a fingernail.
Collectively, they weighed no more than the single ingot Li Wu had previously placed down.
Qi You's gown had slipped halfway. Yet she hesitated momentarily before continuing her approach.
Despite this, she merely paused for a moment before attempting to sit on Li Wu's lap, seeking to intensify the delicate tension between them.
Li Wu chuckled inwardly, sensing something was amiss.
Suddenly, he leaned back, causing Qi Yue to miss her target and nearly tumble to the floor. Yet, she deftly supported herself with one hand and executed a graceful flip, regaining her balance. Her movements were remarkably agile, suggesting she possessed some skill, otherwise, she would have surely fallen.
Standing, Qi Yue gazed at Li Wu and inquired, "Immortal Master, what is your intent?"
Li Wu shook his head, sighing as he furrowed his brow.
"Too direct. I do not appreciate such boldness."
Upon hearing this, Qi Yue smiled, clasping her hands in apology.
"Forgive me, Immortal Master. Perhaps I should perform a dance for you?"
Li Wu casually produced a packet of medicinal powder and placed it on the table.
"No need for that, simply consume this."
Qi You's expression changed slightly as she observed the yellow packet on the table. She approached cautiously, picking it up to examine it closely.
Tentatively, she asked, "What is this?"
Li Wu replied straightforwardly, "It is Huang powder."
Ah. Qi Yue immediately placed the packet back on the table.
She had initially thought this man might be quite conservative,
perhaps even inexperienced, desiring a more subtle approach, yet she was surprised to discover he preferred such directness. Li Wu inquired, "What is the matter? Is it unacceptable?"
Qi Yue, her head bowed, meekly replied, "Immortal Master, we have strict regulations regarding this matter in our tavern. Consuming such powder would result in punishment for us."
Li Wu, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?"
Leaning closer, Qi Yue whispered, "You see, we have a business principle here, to always leave our tavern guests wanting more. If one were to consume such a powder, the situation would likely spiral out of control, leaving one in a state of lingering desire."
"Are there truly such rules?" "Ultimately, one lacks experience."
Qi Yue then added, "This matter is absolutely not permitted by the higher-ups, and even I, Yue, find it difficult to accept.
I fear additional remuneration may be required."
The last statement left Li Wu momentarily stunned, as he initially assumed she would be unwilling.
In that case,
he might have to take matters into his own hands. Without hesitation, he produced a large silver ingot, a hefty 10-tael piece, which instantly captivated Qi You's attention. Regaining her composure, Qi Yue no longer hesitated and took the pouch of powder from the table, consuming it without delay.
Li Wu kindly poured her a cup of tea, assisting her in calming down.
After she ingested the powder, Li Wu remained seated, patiently awaiting the system's notification. Of course, the potency of his Huang powder was formidable,
and its effects manifested swiftly.
Before long, Qi You's complexion flushed, her alluring appearance accentuated by the pale pink gauze gown she wore, exuding an enchanting allure.
"Master, this powder of yours, what are you waiting for?"
As she spoke, she could not contain herself any longer. Lunging forward and entwining herself around Li Wu like a serpent, devoid of any antidote similar to what Chu Zixuan had experienced.
The potency of Li Wu's powder surged forth relentlessly. In Li Wu's mind, the system's voice resonated.
"Congratulations, host.
Main task: hidden benefits activated.
Successfully poisoned a level 2 evil spirit, gaining 100 combat power and 10 lottery draws."
A level 2 evil spirit? No wonder it bore no apparent flaws. Furthermore,
the activation of the system's hidden benefits task indicated that this level 2 evil spirit was indeed part of the main task.
In other words, Li Wu's suspicions were correct.
He had stumbled upon a clue regarding the mysterious disappearances in Baiyun Town.
The hierarchy of evil spirits parallels that of demon beasts. A level 1 evil spirit's strength roughly corresponds to that of a Qi refinement cultivator, further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. A level 2 evil spirit equates to the early stages of foundation establishment.
This meant that the seemingly flawless Qi Yue before him was, astonishingly, an evil spirit comparable to the early stages of foundation establishment. Li Wu pondered whether the individuals who mysteriously vanished in Baiyun Town had encountered this evil spirit at the Tongfu Tavern, resulting in their demise.
Qi You's embrace felt chilling.
Li Wu promptly stood and pulled Qi Yue away, admonishing, I have already stated that your approach is too direct. This master does not favor such behavior.
Go wait by the bed.
With a reluctant expression, Qi Yue nodded and sat down by the bed. However, the potency of the powder rendered her restless, even while seated. Frankly, Li Wu had initially only intended to test the Huang powder, never anticipating it would reveal a level 2 evil spirit.
This confirmed a point: the Huang powder provided by the system was not only effective on the living but also on evil spirits. Indeed, this was no ordinary powder, however. For now, Li Wu did not wish to become a necromancer like the warrior surnamed Ning. At that moment, Li Wu noticed a red string on the table nearby. He instinctively inquired, can that string be used?
Qi Yue was taken aback, clearly surprised, yet tinged with excitement. She nodded, stating that it was prepared for customers. In a few brief exchanges, she stood and approached Li Wu, appearing increasingly overwhelmed by the powder's effects. Li Wu moved closer,
retrieving the string while secretly applying some talismanic water to it.
This talismanic water was provided by his sect, as they suspected a connection between the disappearances in Baiyun Town and evil spirits.
He then used the talisman-imbued string to bind Qi Yue.
She appeared to relish the experience,
offering no resistance.
After finishing, Qi Yue presumed that Li Wu sought to engage in something more stimulating, but to her surprise, he merely sat down again, seemingly lost in thought without taking any further action. Li Wu contemplated whether a single punch could vanquish such an evil spirit.
If so, would there be a return of combat power? Would the broken dagger still absorb any residual energy?
Unable to restrain herself any longer, Qi Yue finally asked, Master,
what are you waiting for?
A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Li Wu casually replied, I am not waiting for anything.
In truth,
he was awaiting a Huang, believing that such a creature might possess a means to handle the evil spirit. For now, he simply wished to keep this entity at bay, as dealing with an evil spirit of comparable strength to Foundation establishment cultivators was not a matter to be taken lightly. A single misstep could lead to grave consequences. The potency of the Huang powder could momentarily restrain Qi Yue, ensuring she did not act against Li Wu directly. However, Huang had yet to make an appearance, leaving Li Wu growing increasingly anxious beneath his calm exterior.
Qi Yue pressed on, Master, having poisoned her, why do you not take action? Li Wu retorted, who said that poisoning necessitates action?
Qi Yue was momentarily speechless, pondering whether this man before her derived pleasure from binding individuals after administering poison. Such a penchant seemed rather perverse. She understood that the longer this situation lingered, the more disadvantageous it became for her, especially since other rooms housed formidable individuals. Even with barriers to muffle the sounds, it was uncertain whether those skilled would remain oblivious. She quickly added, Master, if this continues, the powder's effects may wear off.
Huang had not yet arrived. Li Wu internally lamented, this dog was indeed unreliable.
They had agreed he would remain near the tavern, ready to assist at the first sign of trouble.
Surely he had not wandered into the mountains and become distracted by another canine?
With a sigh, Li Wu felt somewhat helpless but ultimately rose and approached Qi Yue. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. Li Wu looked at Qi Yue and asked, Are you prepared?
Qi Yue nodded, of course, I have been ready. Look, my gown is already loosened, awaiting your arrival.
She said this while feigning modesty, lowering her gaze. Li Wu approached her, instructing, then close your eyes. Qi Yue, filled with eager anticipation, replied, I will heed the master's words. Once she closed her eyes, brimming with expectation, Li Wu wasted no time and delivered a punch aimed at her brow. Previously, he had heard that to deal with such evil spirits, one must strike at their vital point. However, when his fist connected with Qi Yue's brow, a powerful surge of dark energy countered him, dissipating much of his strength.
Moreover, the dark energy surrounding Qi Yue surged violently, rebounding and forcing Li Wu to stagger backward. This evil spirit was indeed formidable, not easily subdued. Fortunately, the evil spirit Qi Yue was bound by the talisman-imbued string, allowing Li Wu to regain his footing after retreating a few steps. Contemplating alternative methods to deal with the evil spirit, Qi Yue, bewildered, asked, Master, what does this mean? In the current situation, there was no need to prolong the charade. Li Wu directly utilized a hand gesture to activate the talismanic power of the water on the string, and thus, tied tightly by crimson ropes, Qi Yue's hands and feet began to emit wisps of green smoke. Qi Yue, you are not human. The pain twisted her features, transforming the alluring expression she once wore. When she turned her gaze towards Li Wu, it was now laced with a sinister ferocity. He. Qi Yue chuckled ominously, her long, dark hair swirling chaotically as if stirred by an invisible wind. The oil lamp in the room flickered erratically, swayed by the chilling breeze. Li Wu, the immortal master. I never anticipated that a mere physical cultivator, one who does not practice sorcery, could unveil my true identity. However, this tattered rope tainted with talismanic water cannot bind me. Realizing that Li Wu was indeed a physical cultivator, she surmised that someone must have revealed his information to this malevolent spirit. It was likely the doing of Chao Dan. As Li Wu pondered this, Qi Yue erupted into a laugh, her entire being engulfed in azure flames. The flames swiftly consumed the ropes binding her limbs, severing them effortlessly. With the ropes now burnt away, Qi Yue's aura underwent yet another transformation. Although she retained her enchanting appearance, an intangible, chilling presence radiated from her, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. This cold was unlike the frigid techniques of the Yuanxian Sect, it penetrated to the very core, chilling her heart and soaring to the crown of her head. With a sudden swoosh, a wisp of dark energy emerged from Qi Yue's hand, morphing into a black rope that lunged toward Li Wu. He quickly retreated to evade it, but the black rope, akin to a serpent, struck with lightning speed, ensnaring his hands in an instant. Simultaneously, several other dark ropes ensnared his ankles, neck, and waist, weaving a chaotic web throughout the room. Li Wu found himself suspended in midair. Giggling, Qi Yue, barefoot, gracefully traversed one of the ropes, her figure darting to stand before Li Wu. She delicately cupped his chin with a finger, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. Immortal master, you are so strikingly handsome, and tonight you exude such elegance. How could I possibly squander your affections? Having already poisoned you, how can we let this moment of springtime revelry slip away? Chapter 28, Is this still body cultivation? Li Wu struggled, exclaiming, what is this about a fleeting moment of spring? If you wish to absorb my yang energy, just say so. The black ropes formed from gathered yin energy exuded an extreme chill, as if they could penetrate one's meridians and marrow. Qi Yue feigned annoyance, remarking, Li Xianxue truly lacks romantic sensibility. Li Wu retorted, it is not a matter of lacking sensibility, it is simply distaste. Qi Yue smiled ominously. If that is the case, then so be it. With a wave of her hand, she released a breath that ensnared Li Wu's head, connecting to his 7 orifices. It seemed she intended to absorb his yang energy, but just as she released this breath, a turmoil erupted in her abdomen, the internal energy becoming uncontrollably chaotic. The moment Li Wu awaited had finally arrived. The aura within the vengeful spirit was composed of yin energy. And since the effects of the Yuanxian could prompt a reaction in the spirit, its fervent power would naturally affect her own energy field. The energy was unstable. The influence of the Yuanxian had already taken effect. It was now Li Wu's turn. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful force. Bang, 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 one after another, the black ropes binding him were shattered. Even Qi Yue, standing before him, was pushed back several meters by an invisible force. Regaining her balance, Qi Yue was astonished. Yue, a body cultivator, how is this possible? Li Wu, with an innocent smile, countered, who says body cultivators cannot deal with spirits like you? Qi Yue grinned sinisterly. Is that so? With a flick of her hand, dark energy surged throughout the room, and she darted through the black mist, making it impossible to discern her location. Suddenly, a wave of frigid air surged towards Li Wu's back. He flipped and struck out with his palm, but the blow merely dispersed a phantom. Time and again, he shattered only illusions, while the room echoed with Qi Yue's chilling laughter, making it even harder to locate her. The previous scent of orchids intensified. In a moment of daze, Li Wu felt as if he were lying on a bed, with Qi Yue pressing down on him, completely unclothed. He felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, rendering him immobile. Qi Yue leaned closer, softly saying, Li Xianxue, it would be better if you do not resist. Tonight, you will feel no pain, you will only experience unparalleled pleasure. At this critical juncture, a voice resonated in Li Wu's mind. Such a crude illusion dares to flaunt itself before me? How embarrassing, no, how ghastly. Disperse. It was the voice of Huang. Accompanied by Huang's command, Li Wu's vision of the lascivious Qi Yue vanished. As the surroundings spun, Li Wu found himself still standing in the same place, enveloped in swirling darkness. The earlier vision of being restrained on the bed was merely an illusion. Master! From his right rear, a heavy punch came. Heeding Huang's warning, Li Wu wasted no time, flipping and clenching his fist, striking fiercely in that direction. Ah! Qi Yue shrieked, but she swiftly evaded into the black mist. In the darkness, Qi Yue exhaled several wisps of green energy, appearing in great pain. A body cultivator not only dispels illusions but can also injure me and ascertain my location. How is this possible? Despite her confusion, Qi Yue, unyielding, quickly employed her illusionary doppelganger technique and charged at Li Wu once more. Huang warned again, Master. To your left front. As soon as the direction was revealed, Li Wu clenched his fist again and struck towards it, the force of his punch dispersing the black mist in that area. Qi Yue's form was revealed, but as she fell to the ground, the shadow swiftly re-entered her body. In the dark corner, Qi Yue's expression grew increasingly grim. I was deceived. However, for the deep injury you have caused me, I shall ensure you pay the price. I will not rest until I extract your living energy. The voice was eerie and menacing. This time, I will hold my breath and concentrate. Awaiting. Li Wu felt an invisible force gradually building upon his fist as he focused. Huang's voice rang out again. Master! Above your head. Responding to this warning, Li Wu exerted force beneath his feet. Leaping into the air and smashing his fist against Qi Yue's descending claw aimed at his head, striking her squarely in the face. Qi Yue's eyes widened in agony, her thoughts racing. I just revealed myself, without even approaching, I have already been exposed. He is not merely a body cultivator, could he be a sorcerer? As Li Wu's fist made contact with Qi Yue's face, he felt a frigidine energy. In that instant, he heard a crack. It was not the sound of bones shattering, but rather the sound of a barrier of yin energy being shattered. Qi Yue screamed as she collided with a beam and fell. During her descent, Li Wu's eyes sharpened, and he delivered a horizontal punch, striking her once again. This time, his strength was formidable, and the mass of black energy within her was expelled. This black energy took on a humanoid form, its blood-red eyes and distorted visage sending a chill down Li Wu's spine. However, he merely glanced, and the remnants of his punch sent it crashing against the wall. The entire wall crumbled. The creature with blood-red eyes appeared to have been struck into the neighboring room. Without hesitation, Li Wu swiftly pursued. His speed was remarkable. Yet as he reached the fallen shadow, it split open at the brow and eyes, shrieking as the fissure spread until, with a loud bang, it tore apart. Buzz! Congratulations! Host, on defeating a level 2 vengeful spirit. Damage dealt, 4,500. Combat power rebate, 450. With the system's confirmation. It was evident that Li Wu had indeed vanquished the level 2 vengeful spirit, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly summoned the broken dagger to absorb the defeated spirit. The dagger's nurturing progress reached 4. The progress was satisfactory. The broken dagger required the nourishment of souls. And the stronger the spirit, the quicker the nurturing process. Additionally, having dealt 4,500 damage to slay the spirit indicated that Li Wu's combat power was approaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It was no wonder he had found it so challenging earlier. Without Huang's assistance, he would have likely struggled to cope alone. If only there were a method to double his combat power. Now, with the additional 450 combat power, Li Wu's total reached 4,890. He was now but a step away from reaching 5,000 combat power, which would grant him a doubled cultivation method. He recalled that he had seemingly obtained 10 lottery chances earlier and immediately decided to draw. However, all 10 draws yielded were Yuanxian. Well, Li Wu had grown accustomed to this. He accessed the system panel to review his status. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 4890. Realm, initial foundation establishment. Yuanxian, 104 portions. Using Yuanxian increases combat power.
the increase varies based on the target's strength. Number of lottery draws, 0, the system will occasionally issue tasks, and upon their completion, one may earn additional lottery draws. Milestone, combat power of 5,000 grants access to basic martial arts. Doubling combat strength, the martial arts doubling allows the host to unleash damage at twice the rate. Inventory, mysterious dagger, nurturing progress 4, 0 immobilization talismans, 2 teleportation talismans.
5 portions of stinky tofu, basic combat power realm reference manual. As he was examining the system panel, suddenly, a formidable pressure surged into the room.
The intensity of this pressure was overwhelming. Even now, Li Wu felt an impending suffocation. He clenched his fists in a futile attempt to withstand it. Yet he found himself unable to endure. The disparity in strength was insurmountable.
Who is it?
With a swift whoosh,
in an instant, a bolt of azure lightning was nearly upon Li Wu's face. Chapter 29, a tingle at the forehead. Sister, stop. It's me. Li Wu shouted urgently. He recognized the azure lightning. It was the basic 3 yuan azure thunder technique that only elite disciples of the inner sect could learn. The electric currents crackled, causing Li Wu's hair to stand on end. However, upon hearing Li Wu's voice, Chu Zixuan immediately pinched her fingertips sharply, halting her 3 yuan azure thunder. Thus, the anxiety that had lodged in Li Wu's throat finally eased. If that 3 yuan azure thunder had struck him, it would surely have resulted in severe injury or even death. In the room, the oil lamp gradually flickered to life. The dim yellow light swayed, illuminating Chu Zixuan's embarrassed expression. Yet, observing her sister still in a state of slumber, it was evident that while Li Wu had been entangled with the second-level malevolent spirit, she had been sound asleep, only just awakening now. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Chu Zixuan inquired, her gaze evasive, a hint of shyness evident in her voice. Li Wu touched his forehead, still feeling a tingling sensation there. With a smile, he replied, "I'm fine, thankfully. Sister's lightning technique was timely, otherwise my head would have been gone." This remark only deepened Chu Zixuan's embarrassment. However, upon noticing the hole in the wall beside them, she swiftly seized the opportunity to change the topic. "Junior brother, you could have simply used the front door to come to my room." Li Wu smiled wryly, "Sister, it's not that, there's a malevolent spirit." "What?" Chu Zixuan seemed somewhat oblivious, having slept too deeply to hear any of the earlier commotion. At the mention of the malevolent spirit, she became alert. Instantly, her aura of late-stage foundation establishment surged forth, her palm gathering and colliding with energy, forming a sphere of azure lightning. "Where is it?" Li Wu urged her to cease her actions. "Sister, that malevolent spirit has already been vanquished. The hole in the wall was created when I accidentally struck it." Chu Zixuan was taken aback. "You actually defeated the malevolent spirit, junior brother?" "But the methods of malevolent spirits are often exceedingly treacherous. As a physical cultivator, how could you have vanquished such a being?" This was indeed a challenging explanation. After a moment's thought, Li Wu fabricated a response, "Well, sister, I'm not merely a physical cultivator, I practice both physical and magical arts. But I prefer to keep a low profile. Please, I ask you to keep this a secret and not tell anyone." Understanding Chu Zixuan's character, Li Wu knew she was dedicated to her cultivation and possessed a pure heart. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for anyone else to assist him in such a manner at the back mountainous marrow spirit pool. Chu Zixuan nodded. "Rest assured, junior brother, I will keep your secret." Her excitement was palpable. "Not only have you restored your physical form, but you also practice both physical and magical arts. This is truly wonderful." In discussing such matters, Chu Zixuan appeared exceedingly animated. Her attitude towards Li Wu had never wavered, even after he was relegated to the status of a servant. With the malevolent spirit dispelled, Li Wu returned to his room, where Qi Yue lay unconscious on the floor. Chu Zixuan merely glanced at her before kneeling down to check her breath, stating she should still be alive. Li Wu briefly recounted the events that had transpired, omitting certain details. After listening, Chu Zixuan remarked, "This is a method of malevolent spirit possession. This girl is a victim." However, malevolent spirits inherently defy the natural order. Their path to cultivation is fraught with difficulties. The malevolent spirit you encountered today must possess considerable strength,
as it would be nearly impossible to attain such a level solely through its own cultivation.
If I'm not mistaken,
this malevolent spirit is likely the work of the sinister sect, the Ghost Spirit Sect.
Li Wu was puzzled. Ghost Spirit Sect? Chu Zixuan nodded seriously, explaining, indeed. This sect specializes in raising and refining spirits. Their techniques predominantly involve a method called the accompanying spirit. An accompanying spirit connects a malevolent spirit to the host's fate, allowing even a mere chi refinement stage disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect to potentially harbor a second-level malevolent spirit. When released,
the spirit can exhibit combat prowess comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, malevolent spirits often employ devious techniques, such as illusions and ambushes.
However,
as their fates are intertwined, once you vanquish that malevolent spirit, the Ghost Spirit Sect disciple behind it should also be doomed.
While speaking, Chu Zixuan crouched down and produced a white porcelain vial. She dripped a drop into Qi Yue's mouth. The parched lips of Qi Yue became notably more hydrated,
and her complexion began to improve. She is a victim and should possess some knowledge of the Ghost Spirit Sect death schemes.
Li Wu nodded in agreement. Moments later, Qi Yue opened her eyes, spotting Li Wu and instinctively recoiling in alarm.
Li Wu quickly explained the current situation to her, and upon learning she had been rescued, Qi Yue's emotions settled somewhat as she began to recount the truth behind the Tongfu Tavern. The Tongfu Tavern was indeed a stronghold of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Qi Yue had originally been a rogue cultivator from Baiyun Town. With numerous disappearances in the town, she, along with several fellow cultivators, had investigated the missing persons case, only to fall into the trap of the Ghost Spirit Sect after entering the mountains. Due to her beauty, she had been possessed by a malevolent spirit and assigned to the tavern to lure men and absorb their life essence and blood to help the spirit ascend in rank. Essentially, all the women who had gone missing from the town had been placed in this establishment. Some men were scattered throughout the mountains, becoming wraiths to entice others into the mountains, while some children were even crippled and possessed to beg in the town. Those children were no longer themselves. They committed harm by night, and during the day, their begging was merely a ruse to draw more people into the investigation, thereby providing more sustenance for the Ghost Spirit Sect. Qi Yue remained exceedingly weak, gasping softly. The Tongfu Tavern is merely a part of the Ghost Spirit Sect's stronghold. Beneath the tavern lies a crypt, within which there is an array that serves as the true entrance to the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch. Just as she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand and fiercely grasped her own neck. Li Wu rushed to stop her, although he managed to pry her hands away.
A black handprint appeared on her neck.
The moment Li Wu touched that black handprint, an icy chill enveloped him,
rendering him immobile as if under the oppressive aura of a formidable expert. With a crack, Qi Yue's neck was abruptly twisted by that black handprint.
Qi Yue! Li Wu cried out in despair.
Chu Zixuan acted swiftly, unleashing a bolt of azure lightning to dispel the black handprint, but it was too late.
The attack had been executed with blinding speed. Qi Yue collapsed, her head and body completely misaligned. This sight was truly shocking. Suddenly, a cold wind surged in.
The door to the room was forcefully flung open.
Outside, in the tavern's air, floated a woman with a pallid complexion, clad in a blood-red robe. As though she had emerged from a pool of blood, her dress billowed ominously in the chilling wind, and her hands were poised as if to strangle someone. The very spirit that had just snapped Qi Yue's neck was before them. Kill my junior brother. Now, it is your turn to pay with your life. The red-robed malevolent spirit pointed menacingly at Li Wu.
A black handprint appeared on Li Wu's neck as well.
The emergence of the black handprint plunged Li Wu into a chilling abyss, a coldness he found utterly insurmountable. As the malevolent spirit in red tightened its grip, he gasped for breath, his neck creaking under the pressure. Desperately, he reached out to pry the hand from his throat, but his fingers grasped nothingness. Junior brother!
Chu Zixuan called out anxiously as she turned.
With a swift motion, she unleashed a bolt of azure lightning that surged forth like a dragon. The electric tendrils struck at the red-clad specter, only to be met by a barrier of crimson smoke that flared up around the spirit, deflecting the initial strike.
Undeterred, Chu Zixuan formed a new seal with her hands, summoning a second bolt of azure lightning. Release my junior brother! She roared.
the two arcs of lightning converged, transforming into a dazzling pillar that shattered the surrounding blood-red mist and struck the malevolent spirit with ferocity. The thunderous crack that followed sent the spirit careening against the wall, eliciting a piercing wail. It was this very moment that compelled the red spirit to relinquish its hold on Li Wu's throat. Finally able to breathe, Li Wu realized that the pressure he felt from this fourth-level spirit was far greater than that of the second-level spirit he had encountered earlier. What kind of entity was this red specter, so powerful and ruthless? Even with his foundational strength nearing 5,000, he found himself unable to withstand its oppressive force. Chu Zixuan continued to channel the azure lightning, her aura intensifying as she stepped out of the room. "Junior brother, be cautious, this is a fourth-level spirit." "What? A fourth-level spirit?" Li Wu was taken aback. The strength of such a spirit was roughly equivalent to that of a late-stage foundation cultivator. This was 2 levels above the second-level spirit that had possessed Qi Yue, explaining its lethal capability and the pressure it exerted on him. With a foundational strength of 10,000 for a late-stage cultivator, Li Wu realized just how far he fell short. Yet, the prospect of slaying this spirit, with the potential reward of 1,000 strength points, stirred a sense of ambition within him. At that moment, an eerie feminine voice echoed from outside. "The azure lightning of the Yuanxian Sect is but a trifle." The red spirit, having recovered and reappeared at the end of the second-floor corridor, gestured with her hand, summoning shadows from her blood-red sleeves. These shadows wailed in agony as they lunged at Chu Zixuan. In response, she split her azure lightning into multiple strands, piercing through the throng of shadows in an instant. They fell to the ground, revealing their true forms, victims from the Tongfu Tavern, women, children, and a man whose limbs had been severed by a tiger. As the azure lightning coursed through them, their souls convulsed and dissipated. The red specter chuckled darkly. "Oh. It seems that the cultivators of the Yuanxian Sect also slay innocent souls." Her intent was clear. She aimed to shake Chu Zixuan's resolve by forcing her to confront the victims' souls, hoping to instill doubt in her heart. With a sinister smile, the red spirit waved her sleeves again, sending forth 2 more dark entities toward Chu Zixuan. This time, she hesitated, her gaze fixed on the approaching shadows, seemingly torn by the fear that they might be innocent souls of the victims. Just as the 2 shadows lunged towards her, Chu Zixuan concentrated her energy, weaving 2 strands of purple silk that ensnared the dark figures. The silk shimmered with azure runes. Upon hitting the ground, the shadows transformed into 2 small children, their souls reflecting the horror of their demise. One boy had broken limbs, while a girl was entirely limbless. Witnessing this, Chu Zixuan's fury ignited, her form radiating with potent azure lightning as she charged at the red spirit. "You beasts!" The malevolent spirit attempted to evade, but was ensnared by the purple silk, leading to a devastating strike of azure lightning that sent her crashing from the second floor to the ground below, where she howled in pain, seemingly frightened. The spirit flipped and sprang to her feet, transforming into a blood-red shadow, fleeing towards the tavern's exit. "You shall not escape after causing so many innocent deaths." Chu Zixuan leaped from the second floor, swiftly reaching the tavern's entrance in pursuit. "Li Wu! Find a place to hide, we must assist senior sister Chu." Zhao Xian shouted from above. He and Sun Feng, both inner disciples, had likely emerged from their first-floor rooms during the commotion and were now following Chu Zixuan. With a quick leap, Li Wu descended from the second floor, his concern for Chu Zixuan palpable. Despite her formidable strength as a late-stage foundation cultivator, her vet worried him. This was the domain of the Ghost Spirit Sect, and their influence surely extended beyond the 2 spirits they had encountered. If Chu Zixuan fell into an ambush, it could spell disaster. Just as he dashed out of the tavern, a voice called from beside him. "Disciple! Do not pursue. Come here." Turning, Li Wu spotted Cui Tong signaling him urgently. "Master, what are you doing here? Where is senior brother Chao?" Cui Tong glanced back at the tavern, signaling for silence before pulling Li Wu away to a concealed spot. In hushed tones, he warned, "Disciple, we may have inadvertently stumbled upon the Ghost Spirit Sect's stronghold. Do not concern yourself with senior brother Chao, he may already be surrounded by their disciples. This situation is beyond our ability to change. We must leave at once and report back to the sect for reinforcements. Otherwise, we may not return at all." Swiftly, he produced his flying sword,
Quickly! I shall take you away.
Li Wu's gaze lingered on the direction Chu Zixuan had vanished.
What about senior sister Chu? We cannot abandon her.
She just faced a 4th-level spirit.
Cui Tong inhaled deeply, sighing.
Disciple, time is of the essence. If we do not leave now, we may never escape. Consider your cultivation level, you have yet to reach the meridian opening stage. Facing a spirit from the Ghost Spirit Sect could lead to your demise.
For now,
we will refrain from further trials. Upon returning, I will advocate for you at the sect. This will not be an issue. Moreover, if we leave first, we can return with help to rescue your senior sister, is that not so? Hearing these words, Li Wu nodded in agreement, clasping his hands. Master speaks wisely. At that moment, eerie wails echoed from within the tavern, indicating that the spirits within were far from few. Cui Tong continued to urge, hurry.
Apprentice, if we delay, we shall be unable to leave.
Li Wu, intrigued, pondered what scheme Cui Tong was concocting. He promptly leaped onto Cui Tong's flying sword. As Cui Tong performed a hand gesture and swiftly soared into the distance. Moments later, they had distanced themselves from the tavern by the ravine. Suddenly, Cui Tong exclaimed,
"Oh no! It seems there is a peculiar restriction in this forest. The flying sword is unstable. Apprentice, hold tightly to my arm, we must descend."
Li Wu grasped Cui Tong's arm, and the flying sword wobbled before plunging into the thicket below.
However, Li Wu sensed no oddities in the surrounding aura and felt no restrictions at all.
The forest was dense and lush. Cui Tong quickly surveyed the area, found a rock,
and settled down to meditate. Observing his master, Li Wu inquired, "Master, are we not leaving?"
Cui Tong turned to Li Wu, his smile still present,
yet tinged with an ominous undertone.
"There are restrictions nearby, it is not safe to proceed. Apprentice, when you first entered the Servant Valley, you were unable to cultivate and had no cultivation at all. How is it that, in just a few days, you have achieved the 13th level of body refinement? Have you perhaps acquired some treasure?"
"Rest assured, apprentice, I merely wish to take a look."
It became apparent that Cui Tong's true intention for claiming there were restrictions and not leaving was to avoid attracting the attention of others, particularly the formidable Chu Zixuan, who was at the later stage of foundation establishment, allowing him to take action against Li Wu. This cunning old man was indeed quite devious.
"Take a look?" Li Wu feigned confusion.
Cui Tong nodded and elaborated, "There are indeed rare treasures in this world that can hasten one's cultivation, but often at a significant cost. If your cultivation has advanced so rapidly, the price you have paid must be immense. Thus, apprentice, present the treasure, and I shall assist you in discerning if there is a way to counteract its effects. Otherwise, should you suffer a loss of lifespan or even your life due to your cultivation, it would be a grave misfortune." Li Wu hesitated slightly. Cui Tong continued to persuade him, "Apprentice, I assure you, I only seek your well-being. Look at my age, even if I possessed a treasure, it would serve little purpose now. I only wish to invest all my resources in nurturing your potential, fulfilling my lifelong aspiration as a master. Therefore, you need not worry." Li Wu appeared to contemplate for a moment before beckoning Cui Tong to come closer.
Cui Tong, sensing hope, was invigorated,
and his smile widened as he rose to stand before Li Wu. Li Wu placed a hand within his robe, as if clutching something, and revealed, "Master, look."
Cui Tong's eyes widened in astonishment, blood vessels reddening, and he swallowed hard in anticipation. Yet, when Li Wu opened his palm, it was empty. "What? Apprentice? What does this mean?" Cui Tong felt deceived, his anger simmering beneath the surface, though he held it back.
Li Wu, with an air of resignation, explained, "Master, you are overthinking it, I possess no treasures.
My rapid advancement stems solely from my own efforts.
Truly, Master, despite my seeming lack of diligence, I have been quite industrious in private."
Cui Tong was taken aback, confused. "What, industrious?" Li Wu smiled and added, "Oh.
And let us not forget the invaluable guidance of senior brother Chao Dan. If he hadn't arranged for me to face powerful opponents multiple times,
I doubt I would have broken through by now." Cui Tong remained skeptical, inhaling deeply to suppress his emotions. "Apprentice, do not speak nonsense, I, too, hail from a body refinement background.
I understand that for a body cultivator to elevate their realm is exceedingly difficult, requiring a gradual accumulation of effort, drop by drop. To leap from no cultivation to the 13th level of body refinement in a matter of days is simply implausible unless one possesses a heavenly treasure.
As he spoke, Cui Tong's tone intensified. It was evident he believed Li Wu possessed some hidden artifact.
Li Wu, exasperated, countered, "Master, this is simply a misunderstanding on your part. Each individual possesses unique constitutions and talents. For instance, I, previously a chi practitioner, broke through to the nascent soul stage at 20.
Is that reasonable for others? No. Now.
As I embark on the path of body refinement, achieving the 13th level in just a few days may appear unreasonable, but it feels entirely justified for me."
You assume I must have used some treasure, yet have you considered that perhaps your perspective is too narrow? Your understanding is based on your constitution and talent.
While there are indeed individuals whose attributes and abilities differ,
surely, you cannot believe that just because you feel limited, others must be as well, can you? Master. Wouldn't you agree? Cui Tong's face shifted between hues of anger and embarrassment, his expression very animated.
He opened his mouth but found himself momentarily speechless, turning away. With a sigh, Cui Tong suddenly chuckled, "Apprentice, it seems you still do not trust me."
Li Wu replied, "Master, it's not that I distrust you. It is you who does not believe in me." Cui Tong brushed off the dust from his sleeves, took a few steps away,
and scanned the depths of the dense forest. The chestnut trees swayed in the night breeze, the pale moonlight filtering through the leaves,
casting an air of desolation over the night.
"Apprentice, take a good look.
Here, deep in the chestnut forest, lies a desolate wilderness, far from any village or shop.
Your senior sister, Zhu Zishuan, should be several miles away. Thus, here, aside from you and me, there is no third person. You are at the 13th level of body refinement, correct?
You should also be aware of my cultivation level, yes?" Li Wu donned a harmless expression and nodded.
"Of course.
Master, you are at the mid-foundation stage, and I greatly admire you."
Cui Tong acknowledged, "Very well, it is good that you recognize my realm.
As a mid-foundation cultivator,
it takes merely a thought to extinguish the life of someone at the 13th level of body refinement. Apprentice, you must understand the vast disparity in power between our realms." Li Wu feigned fear, retreating a few steps.
"Master, what are you implying?" Cui Tong chuckled again, though this time it was a sinister grin.
He turned to Li Wu and said, "Apprentice, I merely wish to speak with you. There is no need for fear, for we are master and disciple. My presence here for this mid-level sect task is to accompany you on your training and, naturally, to protect you.
How could I possibly turn against you?"
I am merely discussing the differences in our realms." As he uttered the last word, Cui Tong placed a hand near Li Wu's ear, and with a swift motion, a tree, thick enough for two to embrace, was cleaved in two and crashed to the ground. Then, he placed a hand on Li Wu's shoulder and remarked, "That tree was unsettling to me, so it had to be removed."
"Fear not, apprentice, you have done nothing wrong. Sit down." Li Wu followed the force exerted by Cui Tong and sat down. Cui Tong glanced at the immense boulder nearby and remarked, "This rock is quite unsightly." With a swift motion, he pointed and struck the boulder, leaving a profound imprint upon its surface.
As Cui Tong settled beside Li Wu, the boulder beside them shattered into countless fragments.
"My disciple, do reveal your treasured artifact for me to examine.
Otherwise, we may struggle to escape this grove. If we procure the item now, I shall escort you back to the sect. And we can swiftly summon reinforcements to rescue your senior sister from the branch of the Ghost Spirit sect.
In fact,
I have just discerned that there is more than one 4th level malevolent spirit within the Tongfu Tavern.
Your sister was lured outside,
and at least one more 4th level malevolent spirit awaits to ambush her. Though senior sister Chu has attained the late foundation establishment stage, you must understand, my disciple, that the prowess of a 4th level malevolent spirit is comparable to that of a late foundation establishment practitioner. Furthermore, the methods employed by malevolent spirits are devious.
Should two of them converge upon senior sister Chu, her fate may be dire." Chapter 32, not Dan powder, but Huang powder. What? There are actually two 4th level fierce spirits at the Tongfu restaurant?
Li Wu exclaimed in surprise. This revelation indeed caused him some concern regarding senior sister Chu's current predicament. In a one-on-one confrontation, she would likely not find herself in a dire situation and could even slay the fierce spirits to successfully break free. However, if she were besieged by two fourth-level fierce spirits, it would undoubtedly be perilous. Noticing the subtle shift in Li Wu's expression, Cui Tong smirked with satisfaction and inquired, "Disciple, what are your thoughts?" A hint of bitterness crossed Li Wu's face as he reluctantly fished out a packet of Dan powder from his pocket. "Master, I cannot hide it from you. In truth, your speculation is not far from the mark. Although I possess no magical treasures, the rapid enhancement of my strength is entirely due to the special Dan powder I unexpectedly acquired." Cui Tong's excitement was palpable as he snatched the packet of Huang powder and scrutinized it closely, as if attempting to decipher some hidden clue from the unmarked yellow paper. His eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped Li Wu's wrist and pressed, "Disciple, quickly tell me, what is this Dan powder?" Feigning difficulty, Li Wu replied, "Well, Master, I do not know. However, consuming it allows one to absorb its medicinal potency, seemingly akin to our sect's supreme elixir, the Yuanxian. Cui Tong's expression turned skeptical as he probed further, "Where did this come from?" Li Wu casually responded, "Oh. It was given to me by a rogue cultivator of the demonic path named Wu Li. Alas, at that time, I was quite despondent, having given up on myself, and thought to give it a try as a last resort. To my surprise, it truly worked. I consumed one packet and directly ascended from having no cultivation to the 6th layer of body refinement. On the night before I confronted Zhao, I had no cultivation. It was that very night that I ingested this Dan powder, and my strength surged instantly. Honestly, had I not taken this, I would never have defeated Zhao and entered the outer sect to become your disciple." He continued, "Then, on the eve of entering the outer sect, I consumed 2 more packets, and to my astonishment, my realm surged once again, reaching the pinnacle of the 13th layer of body refinement." Li Wu's extravagant claims left Cui Tong momentarily stunned. Yet, Cui Tong was aware that previously, Xiao Dan had tested Li Wu. And when he first arrived at the miscellaneous worker valley, he indeed possessed no cultivation. A day later, he had achieved some level of cultivation. Connecting the dots, along with the knowledge that certain sects of the demonic path concoct Dan powders from living blood to directly enhance cultivation, Li Wu's rapid rise in power seemed plausible. Moreover, given that this information was extracted under pressure from Cui Tong, Li Wu had little room for ulterior motives. Cui Tong could not help but twitch with excitement, a smile spreading across his face. He asked, "Disciple, do you have any more of this Dan powder?" Li Wu sighed. "Wu Li only gave me 4 packets in total. I have consumed 3, leaving only this last one." Cui Tong leaned in, his gaze intense. "Disciple, I observed that this Dan powder can harm the body. If you still possess any, hurry and hand it over to me so I can neutralize it for you. You must not continue to harm your body like this. It will be detrimental to your future cultivation and may even shorten your lifespan." Li Wu raised his hands in protest. "Ha? Shorten my lifespan, really? But, Master, if you do not believe me, you can search. I truly have none left." Cui Tong scrutinized Li Wu, searching for signs of deceit. Li Wu remained steadfast, betraying no cracks in his facade, prompting Cui Tong to chuckle. "Ha ha ha. Well then, if there is none, there is none." With that, Cui Tong opened the packet of Huang powder and cautiously inhaled its scent before suddenly lifting the yellow paper and swallowing the entire contents. "Master, did you not say this elixir harms the body? Master, save some for me." Li Wu lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow, nearly shedding tears. Cui Tong gulped down the Huang powder in one go, even shaking the paper into his mouth several times and licking it, greedily savoring every bit as if he wished to consume the paper itself. After finishing, Cui Tong smiled contentedly, even savoring the taste. "This Dan powder tastes quite delightful, reminiscent of mung bean cakes. Disciple, do not wear such a forlorn expression. I merely consumed one of your packets." As Cui Tong settled into meditation, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body, particularly acutely felt in his lower abdomen. This was indeed the effect of a potent elixir. Cui Tong thought to himself, "This Dan powder from my disciple is truly remarkable." He instinctively inquired, "Disciple, you mentioned this Dan powder was obtained from a rogue cultivator named Wu Li.
Where did you encounter him? The rogue cultivators of the demonic path cannot approach here at Yuanxian Zone."
Li Wu fabricated a tale. "Oh. I happened upon him while visiting the Hongxiang Tower, where I chanced upon a fellow patron. We struck up a conversation, and he introduced himself as Wu Li, providing me with these packets of Dan powder."
Cui Tong, well aware of the former sect leader's disposition, recognized the Hongxiang Tower in Baiyun Town as a frequent haunt. He nodded inwardly.
Ah. So it was at the Hongxiang Tower. Gradually, Li Wu noticed his master's face turning red. However, it seemed that Cui Tong believed the effects of the Dan powder were merely enhancing his cultivation strength, as he focused on circulating his energy channels to better absorb its potency. Moments later, Cui Tong's demeanor shifted to confusion.
"What is happening? Why is the energy within me so turbulent?"
Li Wu watched Cui Tong with a suppressed smile, waiting for the voice of the system in his mind. "Buzz. Congratulations, host.
Main task hidden benefits activated.
Successfully poisoned the target, gaining 150 battle power and 20 lottery chances."
Indeed, poisoning Cui Tong yielded results.
Furthermore, Li Wu's battle power had already reached 4,890. With this successful poisoning, his power increased by 150, culminating in a total battle power of 5,040. He had finally surpassed the 5,000 milestone. "Buzz. Congratulations, host. You have reached the battle power milestone of 5,000, earning the skill doubling.
Please acquire the skill doubling." Without hesitation,
Li Wu thought the words, "acquire." Immediately, he felt something penetrate his mind, akin to runes and incantations. The final essence flowed through his meridians, reaching his heart, then coursing through his limbs before fading away, while an additional entry appeared on the system panel, "Skill, doubling. Congratulations, host. Successfully acquired the skill doubling." With 20 lottery chances at his disposal, Li Wu promptly drew. This time, he struck it rich, gaining an additional 100 battle power. He also obtained 12 portions of Huang powder, with one remaining packet of stinky tofu. Quite satisfactory. He perused the system panel.
Name, Li Wu.
Battle power, 5140.
Realm, initial stage of foundation establishment.
Technique, doubling. Utilizing this technique allows the host to instantly deal double damage, however, it is exceedingly taxing on the host's vitality, so please use it judiciously.
Huang powder, 115 portions. Using Huang powder enhances combat strength,
varying according to the strength of the user. Lottery chances, 0. The system will periodically issue tasks. Completing these tasks will grant additional lottery chances.
Milestone, combat power 50.
000. Upon reaching this threshold, the technique Heavenly Eye will be awarded. Inventory, mysterious dagger, currently nurturing, progress 4, 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, 6 portions of stinky tofu.
Beginner combat power reference manual.
With a combat power just over 5,000, it still falls short of the mid-stage foundation establishment, which boasts a foundational combat power of approximately 6,000. Nevertheless, Li Wu has now acquired that extraordinary technique, doubling. This implies that if Li Wu employs the doubling technique, he could unleash over 10,000 damage in an instant. Perhaps this move could even obliterate Cui Tong. Li Wu cast a glance at Cui Tong in feigned curiosity. "Master, what seems to be the matter? Why is your face so flushed?" Cui Tong, already harboring doubts, grit his teeth and fixated his gaze on Li Wu, inquiring, "Li Wu, that Dan powder you provided did not elevate my cultivation, rather, it disrupted my vital energies.
Particularly, those searing sensations have been descending, affecting my kidney points.
What is the reason for this?" Feigning surprise, Li Wu expressed concern. "Is that so, master?" "Oh, I recall now. It turns out there was no potency-enhancing Dan powder at all. What you consumed earlier was a form of poison known as Huang powder."
Chapter 33, Instantaneously Defeating Cui Tong.
"What?
The Huang powder? You actually made me consume such a concoction?"
Cui Tong's face, which had turned red from the effects of the Huang powder, darkened upon hearing Li Wu's words. With a swift motion, he struck the ground with his palm and sprang to his feet.
Instantly, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, causing the nearby trees and rocks to tremble violently. Li Wu found himself forced back several steps by this formidable energy. His chaotic footsteps crunched the frost-covered leaves beneath him, which had formed a thick layer of ice, spreading a chilling white across the surrounding trees and rocks. Even the radiant moonlight struggled to penetrate through the branches. The temperature plummeted, and Li Wu could not suppress a shiver. It felt as though he had been thrust into the depths of winter. The chestnut leaves visibly yellowed, fell, and shattered upon hitting the ground. Cui Tong raised his hand, a swirling mass of frigid energy coiling in his palm. Li Wu, you truly are a commendable disciple, he exclaimed. Li Wu smiled in return. You are indeed a spy for the Yuanxian Sect. Cui Tong burst into laughter. His face now covered in a layer of frost, as the cold aura counteracted the effects of the Huang powder, causing steam to rise from his body. With a sudden cold snort, Cui Tong retorted, and what of it? You dare to conspire against your master? Today, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall personally send you on your way. Li Wu feigned confusion. Master, given your current state, can you truly send me off? I recall that the Huang powder's fiery potency can counteract the Yuanxian Sect's spiritual energy. You have already been poisoned. It would not be easy for you to kill me. Cui Tong chuckled ominously. Indeed, you possess some cunning. However, you are still too inexperienced. Your schemes are far from sufficient. Do you think that a mere small pouch of Huang powder can negate the entire cold energy of a mid-stage foundation establishment expert from the Yuanxian Sect? Fear not. The effects of the Huang powder will soon be exhausted. Li Wu pretended to be worried. Oh? Then should I escape while I still can? As he spoke, he turned to flee. But just a few steps away, a sudden surge of cold energy converged, and several sharp ice spikes shot towards Li Wu, forcing him to retreat. With a flick of his hand, Cui Tong summoned a multitude of ice spikes, surrounding Li Wu from all directions. No matter which way he attempted to flee, he would encounter those lethal shards of ice. You cannot escape. Li Wu's expression turned to one of alarm. This is impossible. You are already poisoned and your energy is in disarray. How can you still attack? Cui Tong reveled in his triumph. Disciple, while the Huang powder may suppress some of my strength, even in a weakened state, you remain no match for me, do you understand? Li Wu swallowed hard and nodded. Understood, master. Cui Tong's lips curled into a sinister smile. He gestured once more, channeling his cold energy to counteract the effects of the Huang powder. However, to his astonishment, the potency of the Huang powder showed no signs of waning. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. The cold energy was nearing its limit. Li Wu could clearly see the subtle shift in Cui Tong's expression. How absurd! Even the mighty celestial dragon beast cannot withstand the Huang powder, let alone you, an old foundation establishment expert. Li Wu taunted. Where did you procure this Huang powder? Cui Tong could not contain his curiosity. Oh, this? It was given to me by my friend Wu Li. He mentioned that the potency of this Huang powder is exceedingly fierce. Even a Yuanxian stage expert would find it effective throughout an entire night. What? An entire night? Cui Tong was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Li Wu, his eyes now reflecting a murderous intent. Li Wu feigned timidity, responding in a hushed tone, as for the specifics, I am unsure, I have never tested it. Master, are you all right? Is the medicine about to take full effect? Perhaps you should return to the Tongfu Inn. The fierce spirit there is also female and enchanting, she may be the only antidote to this potion. Silence! Cui Tong erupted in fury, raising his hand. He dispelled the cold energy that countered the Huang powder, gathering his energy to form a sharp ice sword. Observing this, Li Wu continued to feign weakness. Master, what? What are you planning? Rest assured, I will keep your special identity a secret. In fact, I possess some of that power-enhancing powder. Perhaps I could offer you some. Cui Tong no longer trusted Li Wu's words, he was not about to be deceived again. With a flick of his wrist, the cold energy surged violently around the sword, locking onto Li Wu with overwhelming force. Li Wu felt a tremendous pressure weighing down on him. Cui Tong hissed menacingly, Disciple, you dare to conspire against your master? Do not blame me for being merciless, even if you are at the 13th level of body refinement. Should you face my sword, You will undoubtedly perish. You shall die. As Cui Tong spoke, Li Wu, who had previously feigned submission, made his move. The moment Cui Tong brandished the sword, in his eyes, Li Wu was already a dead man. But Li Wu's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared right before Cui Tong. With a powerful punch, he shouted, "Double!" Li Wu's entire body trembled as his meridians surged with chaotic energy.
In that fleeting moment, Cui Tong sensed an overwhelming pressure that left him immobilized.
It was at that moment that Li Wu's fist struck Cui Tong's heart pulse with tremendous force. The impact shattered the icy armor encasing Cui Tong. While the icy armor of the Yuanxian Sect was renowned for its formidable defense, it was utterly insufficient to withstand Li Wu's onslaught. With a resounding crash, Cui Tong's clothing exploded apart, followed by a burst of blood. In the blink of an eye, as Li Wu withdrew his fist, he could see the frost on the ground behind Cui Tong beginning to melt. The ice sword, which had nearly pierced Li Wu, also melted away. As Cui Tong looked at Li Wu, he had intended to stab him with the sword, but suddenly realized that he had lost control of it as it melted away, causing his expression to darken. Gazing down, Cui Tong was filled with shock and horror. He understood that he had been struck by Li Wu's fist. Yet he had not anticipated such tremendous power. Blood began to stain his garments, and when he turned back to Li Wu, he saw Li Wu casually wiping the blood from his fist with Cui Tong's clothing. Li Wu, you are not. At the 13th level of body refinement, this is. Finally cleaning the blood from his hands, Li Wu fixed his gaze on Cui Tong, a smile playing on his lips as he retorted, "Elder Cui, what realm I am in should be of no concern to you." As Cui Tong heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth quivering, blood spilling forth. Cui Tong had always believed that he was the one manipulating Li Wu, that this young man was entirely at his mercy. Yet in this moment, he finally grasped the truth. The trap set within this forest appeared to be orchestrated by Cui Tong for Li Wu, but in reality, it was Li Wu who had prepared this farewell for Cui Tong. At this moment, Cui Tong found himself at a loss for words. His hands trembling as he desperately gathered the last remnants of cold energy, attempting to seal his heart pulse. Li Wu kindly advised, "Elder Cui, a heart without intent is destined for demise. Sealing is futile. Farewell."
Upon hearing these words, Cui Tong's face twisted in agony. A violent spasm coursing through him as he spewed forth a copious amount of blood and collapsed to the ground. At the same moment, Li Wu experienced a sudden blackout, a wave of dizziness threatening to send him tumbling down. He could distinctly feel the depletion of his vital energy. Recognizing that it was the consequence of employing the double power technique, which had severely drained his life force. Bracing himself against a nearby rock, he steadied his stance and sat down. Attempting to regulate his breath and recover, he found little success. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. "Buzz! Congratulations, host! The hidden benefits of the primary mission have been activated. Counterattack the assailant, unleash a damage of 7,500 with a single punch, and receive a rebate. Increasing battle power by 750. To be honest, this figure took Li Wu by surprise. It was astonishing that defeating Cui Tong required inflicting 7,500 damage. Thankfully, Cui Tong's greed for the elixir powder on Li Wu had granted him the opportunity to poison him beforehand, thus enhancing his battle prowess and acquiring the double power technique. Otherwise, with just over 5,000 battle power, Li Wu would have had no chance against Cui Tong in a direct confrontation. In hindsight, following Cui Tong's lead was indeed somewhat reckless. He resolved to learn from this experience. Nevertheless, the reward was commendable. With the added 750 battle power, Li Wu's total had now reached 5,890. Bringing him perilously close to 6,000, the threshold for mid-foundation establishment. However, just as he contemplated this, the dizziness intensified. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. Yet he shook his head vigorously and pressed his finger against his temple, managing to regain some clarity. Suddenly, he recalled the stinky tofu he had drawn earlier. That peculiar item seemed capable of restoring vital energy. Li Wu promptly retrieved a portion and devoured it voraciously. In an instant, the stinky tofu vanished. Buzz! The host has consumed stinky tofu, increasing battle power by 10 and fully restoring vital energy. In a mere moment, the dizziness that plagued Li Wu vanished entirely. Not only that, but he felt invigorated, brimming with strength. He could easily take on Chui Tong again without hesitation. Truly, the stinky tofu was remarkable, as it fully replenished his life force. At that moment, he glanced around and called out, "Huang!" The yellow dog had been hiding in the nearby woods. Upon hearing his call, it emerged. "Master, you are incredible. That old man was a mid-foundation establishment powerhouse, and yet you defeated him? What realm are you currently in?" "I can't fathom your true power." Li Wu chose not to answer Huang's queries but instead turned his gaze toward Chui Tong's lifeless body. "Enough with the chatter," Huang inquired. "Is this, for your possession?" Li Wu nodded. "Destroy the corpse and erase all traces." Huang wagged its tail excitedly. "Master is formidable. Master is wise." As before, Huang approached Chui Tong's body, exuding a powerful aura that transformed into a colossal yellow apparition, which with a resounding roar swallowed Chui Tong's corpse whole. Meanwhile, Li Wu summoned his broken dagger to absorb and refine Chui Tong's soul, enhancing its nurturing degree. Upon completion, the nurturing degree reached 6. After devouring Chui Tong, the star pattern on Huang's forehead changed, splitting into 2. It had ascended to a second-tier demon beast. Chui Tong's flying sword lay discarded on the ground. Li Wu approached and picked it up. This sword was far superior to any he had encountered at the Outer Sect's artifact shop. The moment he grasped the sword, he could sense the intangible power coursing through it. Feeling that power, Li Wu formed a sword gesture with his fingers. The sword soared into the air. With newfound strength, Li Wu leaped into the air, performing a graceful flip and landing securely atop the flying sword. "Huang, lead the way. Quickly take me to find Sister Chu." "Understood, Master." The yellow figure darted swiftly through the forest. Li Wu soared on his sword, following closely behind. Chui Tong had just mentioned that there were 2 4th-level malevolent spirits within the Tongfu Tavern. Prior to Chui Tong's diversion, Zhu Zixuan had pursued one of those spirits outside. And if she were to be ensnared by the other 4th-level spirit, her predicament would be exceedingly perilous. While soaring on his sword, Li Wu also utilized the sect's communication jade slip. This area was called Limu Mountain, with a spiritual stone vein to the south. The Ghost Spirit sect had established a branch here, which was certainly no trivial matter. The conspiracy lurking behind it was beyond the resolution of mere sect disciples. Li Wu formed a gesture and communicated, 50 miles west of Yuanxian, hiding the branch of the Ghost Spirit sect. "The disciples are in danger, urgent rescue needed." The transmission succeeded, and the jade slip should have emitted a green glow, yet Li Wu's slip showed no response whatsoever. After several failed attempts, he recalled that this jade slip had been given to him by Chui Tong, who likely tampered with it. "Never mind, I must find Zhu Zixuan first." Minutes later, Huang's nose twitched, and its expression shifted slightly. It alerted Li Wu, "Master, I detect Zhu Zixuan's scent nearby, but it seems mingled with traces of blood." "What? Blood?" This revelation heightened Li Wu's concern. Gripping the flying sword, he hastened his pace. A short while later, deep within the forest of Limu Mountain, Li Wu arrived at a clearing. This location was not far from the Tongfu Tavern. Here, Huang came to a halt. Li Wu noticed bloodstains on the nearby tree trunks, with a piece of purple silk, stained with blood, hanging from a branch. He took it down, examining it closely. It still crackled with faint traces of azure lightning, and the ground was in disarray, with trees and rocks shattered, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had transpired here moments ago. Huang sniffed the area intently and approached Li Wu, whispering, "Master, this is not good. The residual aura here is quite complex, but I can clearly perceive that at least 2 4th-level malevolent spirits were present, and there's even a 5th-level malevolent spirit." Li Wu's heart sank at this revelation. "What? A 5th-level malevolent spirit? Are you certain?" Huang nodded emphatically. "Master, there is no mistake. My sense of smell is unmatched. That aura undoubtedly belongs to a 5th-level malevolent spirit's ghost dan. 4th-level spirits are already formidable, comparable to those at the late Foundation establishment stage, while 5th-level spirits exist on an entirely different plane, possessing ghost dawn within them, akin in power to early Golden Core cultivators, with combat abilities even more sinister. According to the power scale, a 5th level malevolent spirit boasts a staggering battle power of 50,000. The situation Sister Chu finds herself in is far more perilous than Li Wu had imagined. Huang further cautioned, Master, should you encounter a 5th level malevolent spirit, your esteemed sister is likely already lost. We should not linger here, we must depart swiftly. If that 5th level spirit discovers us, it could spell our doom. Huang, lead the way. Li Wu clutched the bloodied piece of purple silk, his heart heavy, as the circumstances were more dire than he had anticipated. Huang rubbed its head against Li Wu's leg, saying, Master, a 5th level malevolent spirit is akin to an early golden core cultivator, its strength is overwhelming.
It is an unavoidable reality.
The fact that you managed to reach this point without succumbing to peril speaks volumes about your abilities and does not dishonor Sister Chu. Rest assured, with my keen sense of smell, evading malevolent spirits and ensuring your safe passage is well within my capabilities.
But Li Wu replied, that is not my intention.
Huang, what I mean is that since we have not found Sister Chu's body here, it is quite possible that she is still alive. If you can sense her scent, please guide me to her. Rest assured, when we approach danger, find a place to hide just like before. The task of rescuing Sister Chu will be mine alone.
Huang was momentarily taken aback.
He gazed at Li Wu, utterly perplexed by his intentions.
This place is perilous. With a level 5 malevolent spirit lurking. Young man, no.
Master, seeking her out is tantamount to courting death. Li Wu gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. The absence of Sister Chu's body here suggests that she has likely been taken away by the disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Since she was not directly annihilated but rather removed, it indicates that she still holds value. There is a chance that she is still alive.
Huang stared at Li Wu, at a loss for words. You make a fair point.
However, if you choose to walk into death, that is your decision, I shall not accompany you. My previous cooperation was merely for a few bags of frivolous pleasure powder. What good is such indulgence if one's life is forfeit? Li Wu understood that this creature had only been with him for a few days, and their relationship was strictly contractual. A bag of pleasure powder each month hardly warranted risking his life. He squatted down, gently stroking Huang's head.
Very well. Huang.
Your illusionary skills are remarkable, assist me in altering my appearance. I heard from Qi Yue that the branch of the Ghost Spirit Sect is located beneath the Tongfu Tavern. Perhaps, by assuming a different identity and infiltrating their ranks, I could locate Sister Chu.
Huang sighed, expressing his reluctance.
Very well. Consider it a final favor before my departure.
With that, Huang stood upright like a human.
Closing his eyes, he exhaled a plume of yellow mist,
which swiftly enveloped Li Wu.
Gradually, Li Wu felt a transformation occurring within him. He donned a white scholar's robe, embodying the guise of an erudite individual, with subtle changes to his appearance as well.
As long as he avoids water, this illusion will endure for a day without issue.
Afterward, Huang glanced towards the direction of Tongfu Tavern. You were correct in your earlier statement, I can indeed detect the lingering aura of your Sister Chu,
likely emanating from the direction of the Tongfu Tavern.
Beneath the tavern, the presence of malevolent spirits is palpable, and the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch should be located there.
With clenched fists, Li Wu declared his gratitude. Thank you, Huang. I bid you farewell.
Huang hesitated for a moment, realizing that persuading Li Wu was futile,
and then turned to vanish into the inky forest.
Li Wu wasted no time and swiftly made his way toward the Tongfu Tavern. A short while later, in the nearby woods, Huang slowed his pace, muttering to himself.
What is wrong with this young man?
The Tongfu Tavern is home to a level 5 malevolent spirit. Venturing there is clearly a death sentence, it is impossible to rescue your sister. I advise you to leave for your own good, there are countless women in this world.
Must you stake everything on one?
Sighing, he reflected on Sister Chu's beauty and pleasant demeanor. She had indeed treated Li Wu well.
Were he in Li Wu's position, he might not easily relinquish hope. Yet, why am I even contemplating this? I am not Li Wu, what concern is it of mine?
Should he perish, the bond of fate between us would sever entirely. In due time, I could seek another opportunity and align myself with someone else.
However, at that moment,
Huang halted.
He could not help but glance back toward the direction of the Tongfu Tavern. Would it not be rather ungracious to abandon him now? Yet, encountering a level 5 malevolent spirit, there would surely be folly. I barely survived a great calamity years ago, managing to preserve my life in these mountains, painstakingly regaining a fraction of my power over centuries. Why should I risk everything for a mere child I have known for only a few days? Meanwhile, outside the Tongfu Tavern, the flickering green lantern swayed in the wind, casting an eerie shadow over the tavern nestled in the mountain gorge. Li Wu approached, assuming the guise of a scholar, peering through the entrance. Inside, the tavern bore the remnants of a recent battle, with the staff currently engaged in cleanup. Li Wu inquired, "Are there any rooms available?" The staff turned to him, and a pale-faced attendant replied, "Yes, please come in." As Li Wu entered, the tavern door slammed shut behind him with a resounding bang. The staff, discarding their brooms, fixed their penetrating gazes upon Li Wu. The atmosphere turned oppressive. The pale-faced attendant grinned malevolently. "That fellow Chow mentioned that the young master of the Yuanxian Sect would return. It appears he did not deceive us. You must be the so-called waste of a young master, Li Wu, correct? Chow Dan is up to his tricks again." Yet, Li Wu remained unfazed, responding with a smile. "What are you talking about? I simply heard tales of an exquisite tavern in the mountains and thought to indulge in a few drinks. I have never heard of any young master of the Yuanxian Sect. Is your establishment still open for business?" The pale-faced attendant cackled, his laughter grating to the ears. After a few chuckles, he said, "Enough of the charade, Li Wu. This is the Tongfu Tavern, and without a designated guide, no one could possibly find it. Let alone return. Only someone like you, who has come and gone, could have discovered this place." This was a revelation that Li Wu had not anticipated. Their ability to locate this place seemed coincidental, but it was evident that Chow Dan and Chui Tong had acted as guides. Li Wu had intended to remain discreet, but given the current circumstances, his identity was likely compromised. If he did not eliminate these tavern staff, his plans would be jeopardized. Clenching his fists, Li Wu prepared to strike. The staff members advanced toward him, forming hand seals, as dark silhouettes emerged behind them. Undoubtedly, they were disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect, poised to summon malevolent spirits to overwhelm him. At that critical moment, a voice rang out from nearby. "Master, your soul-refining lamp has fallen." Li Wu turned to investigate, spotting a diminutive spirit rushing toward him, cradling a bronze lamp emitting a greenish glow. The lamp radiated an otherworldly blend of crimson and azure light, appearing utterly enchanting. The small spirit approached, presenting the lamp to Li Wu. In an instant, the tavern staff froze. Their initial intent to claim Li Wu's life with malevolent spirits faltered upon seeing the lamp. The pale-faced attendant rushed towards Li Wu, seemingly fierce, yet upon reaching him, he suddenly knelt with a thud. Great soul refiner, please spare my life. I was blind to your might and deserve punishment." A soul refiner? Li Wu was taken aback, though he maintained a composed demeanor. The other three attendants, slower to react, quickly followed suit, kneeling and bowing before Li Wu. Their reverence indicated that this soul refiner held significant status. Li Wu glanced at the small green-faced spirit, which winked at him and glanced behind, revealing a little tail swaying from side to side. "Is this Huang? Did it not escape?" At that moment, a voice echoed in my ears. "Don't be stunned, master, hurry and get into character. I have not fled, I am not one to abandon my master. In truth, I encountered a soul-refining master from the Ghost Spirit Sect in the woods and casually consumed that object. I have also left the soul-refining lantern for you. You wish to save your senior sister Chu, do you not? The soul-refining master hails from the main sect of the Ghost Spirit Sect, possessing average cultivation but exceptional refinement techniques. They have set up a blood sacrifice formation here, intending to use 100,000 souls to forge another ghost general to seize the resources of the Limu mountain mine. Your senior sister seems to possess an extraordinary bloodline, which acts as the catalyst for the activation of this blood sacrifice formation. The soul-refining master is the keeper of the soul-refining lantern, and has come here specifically to assist in the activation of the blood sacrifice formation. The truth of the matter is thus. No wonder these fellows knelt before Li Wu without hesitation.
They mistook Li Wu for a soul-refining master sent by the main sect of the Ghost Spirit Sect upon seeing the soul-refining lantern.
Soul-refining masters are indeed significant figures within the Ghost Spirit Sect.
A Huang whispered again, it is said that once the Nether Ghost General is forged, it will be an 8th-level malevolent spirit, possessing the strength of the nascent soul stage, extremely perilous.
The ambitions of the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch are indeed formidable.
Li Wu instinctively reached out to pat the little ghost's head, who shrank away, appearing quite obedient. Thus, Li Wu began to immerse himself in the role, his gaze turning cold as he focused on the 4 attendants of the tavern. With a cold snort, he approached them menacingly and questioned in a deep voice. I merely jested while seeking accommodation here, yet you have mistaken me for that fool Wu.
Now, do you intend to continue your aggression against me? A soul-refining master from the main sect?
The tavern attendants trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, bowing their heads, shaking them in terror and confusion.
We dare not.
My lord, it was our folly, our inability to recognize a great figure.
We beseech your magnanimity to spare us this once.
We truly understand our error. They pleaded desperately. Li Wu kicked over the attendant blocking his path and confidently strode through the group, sitting down at a table. Under normal circumstances, your offenses against me would have warranted your deaths long ago. However, I am here on urgent business today and lack the time to settle scores with you. Place the key to the formation entrance here. Anyone who jeopardizes the great affairs of the Ghost Spirit Sect shall face death.
With a resounding clap on the table, the attendants trembled,
their heads bobbing as they knocked against the ground in fear. The previously pale attendant, shivering, quickly retrieved a black jade stone inscribed with runes from his pocket and placed it on the table, immediately kneeling again.
Li Wu picked up the black jade key, glanced at it, and stowed it away.
He then commanded, enough of this kneeling, rise and have a drink to warm yourselves. A jar of wine sat on a nearby table. Li Wu casually poured 4 cups, discreetly adding a packet of Yuanxian to each.
The tavern attendants,
still shaken by Li Wu's earlier demeanor, found their legs weak and dared not rise. Li Wu, feeling exasperated, continued, all right, I shall not hold this against you any longer.
Get up. Accompany me in a drink, and let this matter pass.
Hearing this, the attendants felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, trembling as they rose.
Seeing the 4 cups of wine before Li Wu, they were overwhelmed and approached, standing to drink.
Not daring to sit at the same level as the soul-refining master from the main sect.
Each of them gulped down their cup in one go. Moments later, a voice echoed in Li Wu's mind. Buzz. Hidden benefits within the main mission activated.
Congratulations, host, poison successfully administered, battle power 110, lottery chances 10. The system's voice continued to remind him 4 times in succession. This round of poisoning had garnered a total of 450 battle power and 40 lottery chances. The 4 attendants' faces began to flush. The previously pale attendant sensed something amiss and whispered, this wine, is it not watered down? Why does it still have such a strong kick? The effects of the Yuanxian had begun to manifest. Although Li Wu was determined to rescue Chu Zishuan, he was not reckless. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch harbored 5th-level malevolent spirits, dangerous foes on par with early Golden Core stage cultivators. Thus, in addition to infiltrating this location, Li Wu naturally intended to utilize this mission to swiftly enhance his battle power. After all disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect within this mission's scope were potential targets for his poisoning. Only by amassing sufficient battle power could Li Wu hope to rescue Chu Zishuan. The potent effects of Yuanxian quickly overwhelmed the tavern attendants. Master Soul Refining Master. This wine. Li Wu fixed his gaze on them and countered, what of the wine? Is it not yours? Could it be that there is poison in the wine of your tavern? The pale-faced attendant immediately shook his head, no, not at all, it's just, The attendant could not articulate his thoughts. Li Wu rose and approached, seizing a nearby stool and swinging it at one of the attendants. Though the attendant feared Li Wu, he quickly retreated in an attempt to dodge. However, Li Wu's speed was remarkable, he could not evade it, and instinctively, he released his accompanying malevolent spirit. The malevolent spirit, a woman formed of sinister energy, grasped the stool with a powerful grip. Li Wu released the stool and stepped back a few paces. The malevolent spirit exerted her strength, crushing the stool effortlessly.
This power indeed indicated she was a second-level malevolent spirit. However, just as the malevolent spirit lunged at Li Wu, the pale-faced attendant, dazed and disoriented, tackled her from behind, bringing her crashing to the ground. "Master, you. Mei Jiao, you are so beautiful, please serve your master well." The malevolent spirits of the Tongfu Tavern were adorned with alluring beauty, captivating and enchanting. Under the influence of Huan, the tavern attendant could not withstand such allure. And in an instant, he transformed into a beast, pinning his malevolent spirit down, howling in ecstasy. This scene seemed to awaken the other 3 tavern attendants. Initially, they had attempted to endure, but witnessing the spectacle before them, they too succumbed, releasing their malevolent spirits, akin to ravenous wolves, and pounced forth. All 4 malevolent spirits were pinned to the ground, struggling, yet they were unable to escape from the control of their masters. Such a scene was unbearable to behold. Huang's lips twitched involuntarily. He turned to Li Wu and could not help but ask, "Master, is this truly how you intend to use Huan? It seems rather wasteful." Li Wu said little. Huang was unaware that this was, in fact, the most effective method of utilization. It could enhance battle power and yield opportunities for rewards. What could be better? At that moment, a smile crept across Li Wu's lips as he approached the chaotic scene. Observing the irrepressible smile on Li Wu's face, Huang softly cautioned, "Master, you do not intend to join the fray, do you? Those are malevolent spirits. They will drain one's vitality." Despite Huang's earnest pleas, Li Wu continued towards the tumultuous scene, prompting Huang to chuckle ruefully. Alas! Men are indeed creatures who think with their lower halves. However, just after Huang voiced this lament, Li Wu unleashed a punch that exploded the head of one of the tavern attendants. In the blink of an eye, one was dispatched. Huang could only stare in astonishment. The headless attendant had not even registered what had happened before collapsing to the ground, landing atop the vengeful spirit, which writhed in agony as Li Wu drew forth his dagger to absorb the spirit. Buzz! The hidden rewards within the main mission have been activated. Congratulations, host, for slaying a second-tier malevolent spirit, inflicting 3,600 damage, and earning a combat power rebate of 360. This was Li Wu's true intention behind poisoning the tavern attendant. First, he would disrupt their foundation, then deliver a fatal blow. By eliminating one tavern attendant, he could extract combat power twice, nurture the dagger, and do so without raising an alarm. The other attendants, under the potent influence of the Huan, had already succumbed to madness, completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. With one hand clenched into a fist and the other wielding the dagger, Li Wu swiftly dispatched the remaining 3 attendants, absorbing their vengeful spirits with the dagger. In an instant, the nurturing progress of the dagger reached 8. The system in his mind was abuzz with notifications. Congratulations, host, for slaying a second-tier malevolent spirit, inflicting 3,700 damage, and receiving a rebate of 370. Congratulations, host, for slaying another second-tier malevolent spirit, inflicting 4,200 damage. In this wave, Li Wu had slain 4 tavern attendants, accumulating a total combat power rebate of 1510. What a gratifying yield! Li Wu turned to Huang and calmly instructed him to clear the bodies, leaving no trace. Huang was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure and set about fulfilling the task. Earlier, while administering the poison, Li Wu had also gained 40 lottery chances. After sitting down on a nearby stool, he decided to use all of them at once. From the 40 lottery chances, he obtained 3 portions of stinky tofu, 25 portions of Huan, and 2 instances of combat power, one yielding 150 and the other 300, totaling an additional combat power of 450. Perhaps due to the weakness of his adversaries, the lottery's explosion rate was rather unremarkable. Li Wu reviewed his system panel. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 8310. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment. Technique, double combat power. Using this technique allows the host to instantly double damage output, though it is extremely taxing on the host's vitality. So please use it wisely. Huan, 136 portions. Using Huan increases combat power, varying based on the strength of the target. Lottery chances, 0. The system will periodically issue tasks. Completing them grants lottery chances.
Milestone, 50,000 combat power. Upon reaching this, the host will obtain the technique, Heavenly Eye. Inventory, Mysterious Dagger, Nurturing, Progress at 8, 0 Binding Talismans, 2 Teleportation Talismans, 8 portions of Stinky Tofu. Beginner Combat Power Realm Comparison Record. After this wave, Li Wu's combat power surged from 5,900 to 8,310, a staggering increase of over 2,000. Delightful. In the mid-foundation establishment stage, he could manifest his spiritual awareness. The moment he completed the combat power increase, he felt a significant clarity in his mind. Now, when he summoned his spiritual awareness to survey his surroundings, he discerned wisps of yin energy permeating the air. Thus, he could perceive the spirits. This step also laid the groundwork for acquiring the Heavenly Eye technique. Within the branch of the Ghost Spirit Sect, there were 2 fourth-tier malevolent spirits. With Li Wu's current combat power, he had a considerable chance of facing 4th-tier spirits using the doubling technique. However, there was also a 5th-tier malevolent spirit present, corresponding to the early golden core level, with a foundational combat power of 50,000. Such strength was indeed formidable, and even with the doubling technique, it would not be an easy feat. Huang completed the absorption, and after 2 star patterns, a new hint of starlight appeared. Li Wu then led Huang to the basement of the Tongfu Tavern. In the center of the basement lay a teleportation array. Having acquired the key to this array, a black jade stone, Li Wu approached and placed it into the stone pedestal of the array. Instantly, the array activated, swirling with fog. As the mist billowed, it seemed as though a great door had swung open. Beyond it lay a path of bluestone slabs, leading to an ancient residence built against the mountainside. The ancient residence had a black lacquered door, flanked by 2 lanterns, each embroidered with the character's ghost spirit. Instead of stone lions, 2 ebony coffins stood sentinel on either side of the entrance. The coffins served as guardians, marking this as a place of the dead. Indeed, this was the branch of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Li Wu, holding the soul-refining lantern, approached the entrance of the Ghost Spirit Sect branch, with Huang, still in the form of a little ghost, trailing behind. Upon reaching the door, the black stone coffin suddenly trembled violently. Li Wu glanced over and noticed a crack in the lid of one coffin, as if something were attempting to claw its way out. However, at that very moment, the door of the ancient residence creaked open, and a voice echoed forth. "Impudent! Remain still, for this one is an ally." At this command, both black coffins settled into stillness. Li Wu turned his gaze to the figure at the door, clad in a black robe adorned with numerous longevity symbols, resembling funeral attire indicative of the Ghost Spirit Sect's garb. The man's gaunt, pallid face lacked color, and upon seeing Li Wu, he forced a smile that only deepened the wrinkles on his face, rendering it even more ghastly under the blue light of the lantern. The man glanced at the soul-refining lantern in Li Wu's hand, then bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Ling Yin, the vice-elder of the Sex branch. May I inquire how to address the esteemed soul-refining master?" Earlier, Huang had informed Li Wu that the slain soul-refining master was named Wu Xian, to which he replied succinctly, "Wu Xian." Ling Yin clasped his hands in respect. "Master Wu, it is an honor. We have summoned you to the branch for an exceptionally important matter, which, if successful, will be of great merit to the main sect." "Indeed," Li Wu replied simply. Ling Yin continued, "Our branch's blood sacrifice formation is fully prepared, awaiting only the right moment. We are to refine a Yama ghost general, utilizing a premium bloodline as a catalyst. Should the refinement succeed, the spirit will attain the strength of a level 8 malevolent spirit. However, I wonder, Master, do you possess the confidence?" Li Wu stepped closer to Ling Yin, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "What do you think?" Ling Yin erupted into hearty laughter. "Apologies, it was thoughtless of me. With Master Wu's prowess, success is surely assured." Thus, Li Wu inquired further, "What is so special about this catalyst, and where is it currently located?" Ling Yin turned his gaze toward the back mountain and replied, "Phoenix True Blood, would you consider that special? She awaits us at our branch's altar." Li Wu, steadying his breath, commanded, "Take me to her." "Master Wu, please." Ling Yin gestured invitingly, and the two made their way deeper into the residence. Behind them, the great door slammed shut with a resounding clang, followed by several blood-red formations activating, sealing the entire courtyard. Chapter 38, A Scene of Unspeakable Cruelty. To think that the true blood of the phoenix could be obtained by our sect, it is truly a stroke of providence.
How did you manage to accomplish this? And what is the woman's identity? Li Wu inquired, to which Ling Yin responded.
Oh, that woman is merely an inner disciple of the Yuanxian Sect. Her strength only at the late stage of foundation establishment. Our branch altar dispatched 2 fourth order and 1 fifth order to encircle her. Naturally, it was a simple task. The 4th and 5th orders that Ling Yin referred to were the ranks of the Ghost Spirit Sect disciples, undoubtedly based on the level of their symbiotic ghost spirits. A 4th order possesses a level 4 vicious spirit, while a 5th order possesses a level 5 vicious spirit. 2 fourth orders and 1 fifth order, so, to capture Chu Zixuan. They mobilized 2 experts at the late stage of foundation establishment and 1 at the early stage of the Golden Core realm.
You used 2 fourth orders and 1 fifth order to deal with a late stage foundation establishment cultivator? Li Wu questioned incredulously. Ling Yin replied.
The true blood of the phoenix is certainly worth our branch altar mobilizing all its experts.
Mobilizing all its experts.
So, these 2 fourth orders and 1 fifth order were the top combat power of this Ghost Spirit Sect branch altar. Even just these 3 were already quite formidable. As they spoke, they passed by nearby courtyards. The doors on both sides of the bluestone path were tightly locked with iron chains, and from within came intermittent sobs.
Mournful and desolate.
Ling Yin noticed Li Wu observing the rooms and introduced them with a hint of pride.
Master Wu.
Our branch altar has reaped quite a harvest in the year or so we've been here, all for the sake of the blood sacrifice formation. There are 20 rooms here in total, known as the human livestock pens. At least 1,000 people have passed through here.
Currently, there are still over 100 imprisoned inside.
They were mostly lured here, with the Tongfu restaurant as the focal point.
If you look ahead,
those 2 rooms are the limb-severing workshops. New arrivals to the branch altar are first screened
based on their gender and appearance. Women with some beauty are refined into spirits and assigned to the Tongfu restaurant.
Plain-looking women or children are distributed to various towns, including Luo City, ostensibly as beggars. But in reality, they attract more living people, especially righteous individuals and cultivators from the martial world.
This is where the limb-severing workshop comes into play. After all, how can those women and children responsible for begging gain the sympathy of strangers if they are not disabled?
The more shocking their disabilities, the better. The brothers in the limb-severing workshop excel at this. As for the men, those with potential can be kept as Ghost Spirit Sect disciples. Those without potential are offered to the mountain tiger demon, turning them into to spread throughout the forests and towns, luring more people into the Tongfu restaurant. After forming a contract with the tiger demon, these are undoubtedly the best guides. Of course, some women can be cut in half and made into snake people, or even flower vase people. These are also ways for our branch altar to make a living.
After all, the disciples need to eat, don't they?
These are all the skills of the old masters in the limb-severing workshop. The deeds of the Ghost Spirit Sect branch altar were shockingly appalling. This place was a veritable demon's den. Its methods were cruel and inhuman. Even more terrifying than Li Wu had imagined. Listening to Ling Yin, Li Wu couldn't help but clench his fists tightly.
Master Wu, what's wrong? You don't seem to look well.
Li Wu frowned and said, "You're mistaken, my complexion is quite normal." Before he could finish speaking, a scream suddenly came from the limb-severing workshop. A woman cried out, "Help!" Then, Li Wu saw a disheveled woman running out of the limb-severing workshop. However, a black-robed Ghost Spirit Sect disciple chased after her, grabbed her hair, and violently threw her to the ground, dragging her back.
The woman was desperate.
Looking at the other Ghost Spirit Sect disciples and pleading bitterly, "I only came to find my child.
Please, let me see my child, just once. I'll do anything." She was slapped hard, letting out a scream. The Ghost Spirit Sect disciples looked on, accustomed to such scenes, and laughed. No one would help her.
The woman was filled with despair. The Ghost Spirit Sect disciple holding her hair slapped her face again. This slap was so forceful that it drew blood from the corner of her mouth. "You woman, it's your good fortune that this lord has taken a fancy to you. I already told you to cooperate and make this lord comfortable, and I'd guarantee you wouldn't end up in the limb-severing workshop. But you refused to cooperate and insisted on running away.
Do you not want to go to the Tongfu restaurant and instead want to beg for limbs?"
Hearing the words "beg for limbs," the woman suddenly became agitated and asked, "I heard that my child was sent to beg after being dismembered.
I also want to be dismembered. I want to beg with my son. Please. The ghost spirit sect disciple was stunned. Having been in this demonic cave for so long, it was the first time he had seen someone voluntarily wanting to be dismembered. It was precisely this moment of hesitation that allowed the woman to struggle frantically, tearing out clumps of her hair. Then, she crawled towards Li Wu, grabbing his white robe. Her hands were covered in blood, indicating that she had suffered greatly. She looked up and pleaded with Li Wu, You must be a great immortal master here. Please, don't send me to the Tongfu restaurant. I want to beg for limbs. Please, I want my child. Tears streamed down the woman's face. Ling Yin kicked her, sending her flying several meters away. You human livestock, don't soil the refinement master's robe. Ling Yin's reprimand did not deter the woman. She got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but still crawled towards Li Wu, pleading with him. This time, Ling Yin grabbed the woman's collar and lifted her up. Staring at her, Ling Yin said menacingly, You are just human livestock, you have no right to choose. Understand? Then, looking at the other disciples, Ling Yin said, What are you all still standing there for? How long has this woman been here? How can she still harbor such attachments? Your methods can't even erase her slightest bit of obsession? Are you all trash? What the Tongfu restaurant needs is her beautiful face. But also a walking corpse that we can manipulate at will. Don't you understand? With a tearing sound, Ling Yin ripped away most of the woman's dress in front of her chest. The ghost spirit sect disciples, witnessing this scene, were all excited. Vice Elder, rest assured. We'll take care of this woman next. We'll definitely turn her into a walking corpse. Ling Yin glanced at Li Wu. The flames in Li Wu's heart were already burning. Ling Yin smiled and explained, Master Wu, as members of the ghost spirit sect, we should be accustomed to such scenes. This method of humiliating the woman is only to make her completely lose her soul and become a tool of the ghost spirit sect. Master Wu. Why are you staring at that woman? Li Wu said in a deep voice, Stop. The ghost spirit sect disciples were stunned. They looked at Li Wu, puzzled. Ling Yin asked with a sinister smile, Master Wu. She's just a mortal woman, why do you care so much about her? Refinement masters use even more cruel methods than us ordinary ghost spirit sect disciples to stimulate the resentment of vicious spirits. Could it be that even Master Wu can't accept such things? Are you truly a refinement master of our ghost spirit sect? Ignoring the spiritual imprint, Li Wu advanced toward the ghost spirit sect disciples. Huang cautioned telepathically, Master, do not act rashly. This is the ghost spirit sect's inner sanctum. Exposure will not only hinder the rescue of your junior sister Chu but also endanger yourself. While you may momentarily save the woman, you cannot ensure her safety here. A ghost spirit sect disciple restrained the woman, tearing at her remaining garments, intending to violate her publicly. As she struggled, he impaled her hand with a dagger, pinning her to a nearby tree, rendering her helpless. With swift action, Li Wu seized the disciple's neck, snapping it with a decisive force. He then kicked the corpse aside. Removing the dagger from the woman's hand, Li Wu sealed the wound with his aura. He admired her willingness to beg with a severed limb to be with her son, deeming her worthy of respect. This conviction fueled his resolve to save her, even at the risk of exposure. Li Wu suspected that Ling Yin had long questioned his identity and that this situation was merely a test. Therefore, he saw no need to continue the charade. The Yin Fiend sect disciples recoiled in alarm, retreating while conjuring dark mists with hand seals, warily observing Li Wu. A system notification echoed in Li Wu's mind, system hidden benefit activated. Host slays a level 2 fiend, dealing 3,600 damage, receiving 360 combat power rebate. Seeing the woman's destitution, Li Wu draped his robe over her. Though severely injured and immobile, she expressed concern for Li Wu, immortal master. I know you mean well. I can beg with my son even with a severed limb, as long as I am with him. Do not make enemies for my sake. Li Wu reassured her, I am fine. Seek shelter under that tree. I will find a way to help your son. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the woman knelt, kowtowing to him. Li Wu assisted her up, saying, no need for such formalities. He realized he had not poisoned the ghost spirit sect disciple he had just slain, but upon closer inspection, confirmed his demise.
No need to waste the euphoriant powder, he mused. A ghost spirit sect disciple questioned Li Wu, soul refiner. How could you kill a fellow disciple for a woman? What does this mean? Before Li Wu could respond, Ling Yin interjected, he is not Grandmaster Wu Xian. The three ghost spirit sect disciples were taken aback. What? If he is not Grandmaster Wu Xian with the soul refining lamp, then who is he? And where is the real Grandmaster Wu Xian? Ling Yin appeared unsurprised by Li Wu's actions, suggesting he had long harbored doubts about the soul refiner's identity. Do you believe I had you release this woman from the amputee mill to publicly humiliate her by chance? No woman ever leaves our amputee mill. Ling Yin revealed. The ghost spirit sect disciples finally understood. The woman's presence was not accidental but a deliberate ploy by Ling Yin to expose Li Wu as a fraud. Ling Yin's eyes narrowed, emitting a faint crimson aura as he fixed his gaze on Li Wu. Our ghost spirit sect soul refiners are versed in soul refinement and teleportation arrays. Upon nearing our branch, they can directly use the array to enter, bypassing the Tongfu Inn. Your choice to enter through the Tongfu Inn reveals your questionable identity. As Ling Yin spoke, a sudden gust of wind stirred behind him, and a crimson phantom gradually materialized. Approaching Li Wu, he continued, if I am not mistaken, you are Li Wu, the Yuan Immortal Sect's disgraced young master. This revelation astonished the ghost spirit sect disciples. What? He is the Yuan Immortal Sect's young master? Ling Yin sneered, explaining, do not worry. Remember, this boy was crippled at the Imperial Pole Sect Assembly. However, young Master Chao mentioned he has recently taken the path of body cultivation, reaching the 13th level of body refinement. Judging by your ability to instantly kill my ghost spirit sect's second-order disciple, your strength must exceed the 13th level of body refinement. Perhaps you are at the early stage of vein opening? No matter, the important thing is that you are Li Wu. My senior brother said your relationship with Chu Zixuan is extraordinary. To incite resentment in Chu Zixuan and transform her into a netherworld ghost general, your existence is crucial. Only by subjecting you to cruel methods can we completely shatter Chu Zixuan's will. With a wave of his hand, dark mists engulfed the courtyard, trapping Li Wu. Behind Ling Yin, a red-clad fiend materialized, the same one Li Wu had seen battling Chu Zixuan in the inn. It was a level 4 fiend. Ling Yin must have controlled this fiend to lure Chu Zixuan into the ambush, where she was besieged by 2 level 4 fiends and 1 level 5 fiend, leading to her capture. Standing within the mist, Ling Yin commanded the 3 ghost spirit sect disciples, the 3 of you, attack together and capture Li Wu. Yes. The disciples bowed in acknowledgement. They moved swiftly, positioning themselves in 3 directions within the dark mist. Ling Yin remained stationary, seemingly abstaining from direct involvement. However, with the red-clad fiend present, he could strike at any moment. Moreover, the fiend's level 4 power, equivalent to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, could instantly obliterate Li Wu. The 3 ghost spirit sect disciples simultaneously began casting spells. As Yin energy permeated the air, crimsonite fiends emerged behind each of them. One of the fiends aggressively approached Li Wu. Aided by the ghost spirit mist released by Ling Yin, the fiend grew stronger as it advanced, lunging at Li Wu with gaping jaws. The fiend's speed was astonishing. Li Wu swiftly dodged, attempting to retreat and create distance to find an opportunity to strike. However, something ensnared his feet, immobilizing him. Looking down, he saw black hands emerging from the ground, gripping his ankles tightly. He tried to kick them away, but the black mist emanating from them prevented it, instead creeping up his legs. In an instant, he lost all sensation below his knees. The fiend's methods were indeed insidious. The fiend Li Wu had evaded earlier lunged again, its blood-stained maw aimed for his neck. It bore down on him, poised to sink its teeth into his flesh. Chapter 40, The Flying Sword of the Dan Treasure, a critical moment. At the pivotal instant, Li Wu's right hand moved, although he held no dagger. As he raised his hand with his palm directed towards the menacing spirit with its mouth agape, a rusted dagger materialized from his palm and pierced directly through the spirit's forehead. The spirit was propelled backward, crashing to the ground several meters away, its head exploding with a resounding thud. The remnants of the spirit's body lightly scattered on the ground, while the broken dagger absorbed the essence of the slain spirit. Meanwhile, the disciple from the ghost spirit sect, who had been casting spells to control the second-tier spirit, stiffened and fell heavily to the ground. Ling Yin concealed within the surrounding black mist, observed this scene with a hint of surprise.
Was that sword a lifebound flying sword?
One could only forge a lifebound flying sword at the Golden Core stage, yet he was merely a physical cultivator at the Meridian Opening realm. It was impossible for him to possess such a treasure. Indeed, this young man harbored valuable artifacts, which explained his ability to slay a second-tier spirit so effortlessly.
Ha ha ha.
This treasure belongs to me, Lingyin. Upon uttering these words, Lingyin swiftly formed a hand seal, prompting the fourth-tier spirit behind him to mimic his actions and commence its incantation. The surrounding aura shifted dramatically, and with the incantations of Lingyin and the fourth-tier spirit, the black mist morphed into a crimson fog. The blood mist surged forth, engulfing the remaining 2 disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Li Wu paid little heed to this spectacle. His singular focus was on enhancing his combat prowess to rescue his senior sister, Zhu Zixuan. Thus, after dispatching the second-tier spirit, he hurried to the fallen Ghost Spirit Sect disciple, prying open his eyes to find that his pupils retained some clarity, indicating a flicker of life. He retrieved a packet of Huang San and deftly opened it. With practiced ease, he grasped the disciple's chin, prying his mouth open to pour the entirety of the Huang San into his throat. "What are you doing?" the disciple coughed, struggling. The spirit had been slain, and its master had perished from the backlash, yet death would not claim him so swiftly. This was fortuitous for Li Wu. As the powder lodged in the disciple's throat caused him to cough violently, and with the ensuing salivation, he swallowed the packet of Huang San. Having accomplished this, Li Wu rose and kicked the disciple towards Lingyin. Unfazed that it was one of his subordinates, Lingyin viciously stomped the disciple underfoot. However, the near-death disciple clung desperately to Lingyin's leg, embracing him fervently. Lingyin was taken aback, goosebumps rising on his skin as he stared wide-eyed. Before kicking the disciple away, glaring at Li Wu, he demanded, What did you just give him?" Li Wu replied calmly, "A good thing." The discarded disciple lay on the ground, convulsing. His life had already been claimed by the backlash, and now, his energy spent. Blood gushed from his nostrils before he fell silent. A voice resonated in Li Wu's mind. "Buzz! The system's hidden benefits have been activated. Host has successfully poisoned a second-tier spirit, gaining 100 combat power and 10 lottery chances. Host has slain a second-tier spirit, dealing 3,500 damage, receiving a combat power rebate of 350. The first disciple from the Ghost Spirit Sect had not been poisoned in time. But Li Wu had perfectly executed the strategy on the second disciple, thus securing both opportunities to augment his combat power. He casually utilized the 10 lottery chances and obtained 9 packets of Huang San along with a portion of stinky tofu. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 9120. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment. Technique, double combat power. Using this technique allows the host to instantly deal double damage. It is extremely taxing on the host's vitality, so use it judiciously. Huang San, 144 packets. Using Huang San increases combat power. The increase varies based on the target's strength. Lottery chances, 0. The system will periodically issue tasks. Completing tasks grants lottery chances. Milestone, combat power 50,000. Upon reaching this, the host will acquire the technique, Heavenly Eye. Inventory, Mysterious Dagger, Nurturing, 9 progress, 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, 9 portions of stinky tofu, beginner combat power reference manual. Li Wu's combat power had surged to over 9,000. If he reached 10,000, he would possess the foundational combat power equivalent to the late Foundation Establishment stage, thereby enhancing his chances against Lingyin, who commanded a 4th-tier spirit. Li Wu's opportunity lay with the 2 disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect shrouded in blood mist. However, witnessing 2 of his subordinates fall, Lingyin seemed poised to strike. Li Wu understood that he must feign weakness, convincing Lingyin that he had reached his limit, thus dissuading him from attacking. Otherwise, if Lingyin struck first, Li Wu could only rely on the one-time double damage opportunity to defeat him. But failure would deplete his vitality, leading to his demise. The most prudent course was to stabilize Lingyin and allow the 2 disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect to act first, so he could eliminate them. If he could poison them, he would; if not, ensuring he received a substantial rebate was paramount. By securing sufficient combat power close to the late Foundation Establishment stage,
Li Wu could contend with Lingyin even without using the doubling technique. Having devised this plan, Li Wu began to cough violently, staggering a few steps as though struggling to maintain his footing. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that, as a beginner in the meridian opening realm. Forcing the use of that Dan treasure flying sword would lead to backlash. No, I must not let him perceive my suffering from the Dan treasure's recoil." Taking a deep breath, Li Wu feigned weakness before standing tall again. Lingyin, grinning ominously, was pleased because the spirit behind him had keen hearing and had overheard Li Wu's mutterings. Lingyin dissipated the dark energy in his hands, his smile growing more smug. "So, the Dan treasure is indeed such. A Dan treasure is a magical artifact of the Golden Core stage. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, it holds immense allure. I initially thought you could use the Dan treasure multiple times. To my surprise, after just one use, you've reached your limit. Your strength is indeed lacking, rendering such treasures unusable. In that case, I shall graciously accept that treasure." After a few murmurs to himself, Lingyin turned to his two subordinates, commanding, "The blood-colored dark energy will awaken the ferocity of the spirits. Enveloped in the blood mist, your strength will surge, granting you the power of third-tier disciples for a quarter of an hour. This time, you must subdue that young man. He is incapable of wielding the flying sword and is at his wit's end." "Yes." The two disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect could immediately sense their enhanced strength. They commenced their incantations, and one disciple's spirit materialized beside him, now draped in a shroud of crimson mist due to the blood mist's influence. The blood-like cloak fluttered, its eyes glowing red, exuding a bizarre and potent aura. The spirit controlled by the other disciple was nowhere to be seen. However, recalling previous experiences, Li Wu knew that the spirit was concealed beneath the ground. Just as this thought crossed his mind, numerous black tendrils surged from the earth, ensnaring Li Wu's ankles, while others swiftly ascended his legs. Lingyin alerted his subordinates. Li Wu has summoned the flying sword from his palm. The spectral hands you wield are imbued with an oppressive aura. Swiftly bind his hands entirely and seal the meridians of his arms. In this manner, even should he ignite his life essence, he would be unable to wield the treasured flying sword." As the spiritual imprint urged him on, the disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect adeptly shifted his hand seals. Instantly, a multitude of black spectral hands surged forth from the ground, coiling around Li Wu like ravenous serpents, as if intent on dragging him into the abyss. With the enhancement of blood mist, the power of the second-tier disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect surged to the third tier. The disparity between the second and third tiers was indeed monumental. Li Wu struggled against his bindings, yet escape proved exceedingly arduous. His arms were ensnared, enveloped by the chilling grip of the spectral hands, rendering him almost immobile, as if frozen in place. At that moment, the other disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect perceived the opportunity to slay Li Wu. He rapidly altered his hand seals, and the ferocious spirit let out a powerful roar, its terrifying visage fully revealed, as the blood-soaked garments of the spirit erupted with formidable blood energy. With a swift motion, it lunged towards Li Wu, accompanied by an aura of chilling oppression. The ferocious spirit opened its massive maw, gaping wide enough to reveal a mouthful of sharp, blood-stained teeth. The gaping maw appeared capable of devouring Li Wu whole, and upon witnessing this, Li Wu instinctively reached for the Huang powder. Despite the ferocious spirit's enormous mouth, his reaction was purely instinctual. However, with his hands ensnared by the spectral hands, he found it difficult to move. Earlier, within the inn, he had poisoned the spirit. Li Wu was confident that the Huang powder provided by the system was not only effective against the living but also possessed overwhelming potency against the ferocious spirit. Thus, as the spirit approached, Li Wu suddenly clenched his fist, his meridians taut with power, and in an instant, he unleashed a force that shattered the spectral hands binding him. A mere few spectral hands thought to impede the young master of the sect? They stood no chance. With the spectral hands cast aside, Li Wu swiftly produced a packet of Huang powder. Just as the blood-soaked ferocious spirit lunged towards him, Li Wu tore open the packet and, with a deft maneuver, hurled the contents into the spirit's gaping maw. The action was so sudden that the spirit had no time to react as the Huang powder slid down its throat. With a roll to the side, Li Wu evaded the spirit's massive jaws, simultaneously stamping down on the area where the spectral hands were densest, forcing back some of the oppressive black energy. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Wu's mind.
Master, the essence of those spectral hands lies beneath your feet. The little ghost, a Huang, remained concealed in a corner, carefully observing the unfolding events. Upon hearing the warning, Li Wu wasted no time. He swiftly shifted his foot and then struck the ground where the spectral hands were most concentrated. As his palm made contact with the ground, he summoned the broken dagger hidden within the system space. Beneath the surface, a dull thud resonated as the dagger unleashed a powerful surge of lethal energy, piercing downward through the ferocious spirit's head. When Li Wu withdrew his hand, the surrounding spectral hands had dissipated into black smoke, consumed by the dagger. The moment his hand left the ground, the dagger returned to the system's storage space. The broken dagger had 3 trial uses, now only 1 remained. Li Wu resolved not to utilize it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Buzz. The system's hidden reward activated. The host has slain a second-tier ferocious spirit, inflicting 500 damage and receiving a combat power rebate of 500. Meanwhile, the blood-soaked ferocious spirit, having ingested the Huang powder, initially intended to continue its assault on Li Wu. However, before it could advance, the spirit sensed an unnatural shift. The Huang powder, being intensely yang in nature, exerted a suppressive force over the spirit. The disciple controlling the spirit also sensed something amiss. He swiftly altered his seals to withdraw his ferocious spirit, seeking a new opportunity to eliminate Li Wu. Yet, unexpectedly, upon being retracted, the spirit emitted a series of cackles and, in an instant, lunged at the disciple, tearing his garments asunder. The ferocious spirit clung tightly to the disciple, overpowering him completely. Though the disciple struggled, it was evident that his efforts were utterly futile. Li Wu had heard that disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect typically possessed modest cultivation levels. Their combat strength relied heavily on their ferocious spirits. It was common for disciples with second-tier ferocious spirits to be merely at the chi refinement stage. Indeed, the disciple was rendered helpless before the ferocious spirit. Nearby, even the spiritual imprint was taken aback, its mouth agape at the sight. Having witnessed backlash from ferocious spirits before, it had never seen such a dramatic reversal. Moreover, from the earlier events, it was not Li Wu's first act of poisoning. Thus, the spiritual imprint couldn't help but murmur to itself, could this person truly be the young master of the esteemed Yuanxian Sect? His methods are so despicable that he must surely be a rogue cultivator. A voice resonated in Li Wu's mind. Buzz. The system's hidden reward activated. The host successfully administered poison, earning 150 combat power and 10 lottery chances. Excellent. This was the reward for poisoning the ferocious spirit. With the ferocious spirit now defeated, Li Wu seized the moment to ensure that the controlling disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect had not yet severed his last chance at life, swiftly administering poison to him as well. This way, he could reap combat power twice. Li Wu acted with alacrity. He rushed to the disciple's side, grasping the disciple's chin to force his mouth open while simultaneously pouring an entire handful of Huang powder into his mouth. The process was seamless and practiced. Upon completing the task, Li Wu pinched the disciple's chin and lifted it. With a gulp, the disciple who had ingested the Huang powder suddenly exhibited a flush of color, his gaze becoming dazed. Yet, this state was fleeting. Soon after, blood erupted from his nose, and he perished, his life force extinguished. Buzz. The system's hidden reward activated. The host successfully administered poison, earning 150 combat power and 10 lottery chances. Having secured this reward, Li Wu did not linger. He had been watching the previously poisoned ferocious spirit, and now, it was clear that the spirit was deeply afflicted by the poison, its madness fully unleashed, intent on violently attacking the disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect. This was the perfect opportunity for Li Wu to strike. He dashed forward with great speed. However, the spiritual imprint suddenly intervened, conjuring a shield of blood mist to protect the disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Chapter 42, It's You. Li Wu's fist struck the blood-colored ghost face shield, and the mist of blood swirled upon impact, astonishingly absorbing the blow. Yet, he roared, "Break for me!" With a slight retraction of his fist, he unleashed a powerful strike once more, fists overlapping in explosive force. A thunderous crack resounded as the blood-colored ghost face shield shattered immediately. Using the momentum, Li Wu flipped and darted towards the back of the ghostly disciple with remarkable speed, delivering a fierce blow to the back of his heart. The force of his punch was unstoppable. The ghostly disciple's heart vessels shattered in an instant. The fierce spirit was formidable, but it did not equate to the strength of the ghostly disciple. He could not withstand Li Wu's onslaught. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, the fierce spirit's soul contorted, and Li Wu swiftly summoned the broken dagger to absorb the fierce spirit's energy. Li Wu's prowess took Ling Yin by surprise. He had not anticipated that even the blood shield could not withstand Li Wu's might. However, what thrilled him more was the sight of that dagger again. That dagger can absorb the energy of the yin spirits. It is perfect for me. This treasure must belong to me. The voice of the system echoed in Li Wu's mind. Buzz. The system's hidden benefits were activated. The host slayed a second-level fierce spirit, inflicting 6,200 damage, and gained a combat power rebate of 620. A second-level fierce spirit required 6,200 damage to be slain? It seemed that the surrounding blood mist greatly enhanced the second-level fierce spirit's power, although classified as second level. Its true combat strength had even reached the level of a third-level fierce spirit. Yet, this was advantageous, as the rising strength of his opponent would allow Li Wu to gain even more combat power as a result. The combat power of the two ghostly disciples had been completely drained. However, there were still 20 opportunities for drawing rewards, which could also enhance combat power. It was imperative to draw first. Increasing combat power at all costs was of utmost importance. With 20 chances, Li Wu opted for the 10 consecutive draws, successfully concluding it in 2 rounds. He obtained 15 portions of Huang powder, triggering 2 combat power boosts, one adding 160 and the other 300. Additionally, he received a portion of stinky tofu. This round of drawing yielded satisfactory rewards. Now, let us assess the results of this surge in combat power. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 11,000. Realm, Late Foundation Establishment. Cultivation method, double combat power. Using this method allows the host to instantly inflict double damage, however, it is extremely taxing on the host's vitality, so please use it judiciously. Huang powder, 157 portions. Using Huang powder increases combat power to varying degrees depending on the target's strength. Draw chances, 0. The system will randomly issue tasks. Completing them will grant additional draw chances. Milestone, combat power 50,000. Reaching 50,000 combat power grants the ability to obtain the Heavenly Eye. Item inventory, mysterious dagger, nurturing progress 12. 0 binding talismans, 2 teleportation talismans, 10 portions of stinky tofu, beginner combat power realm reference. Buzz. The nurturing progress of the mysterious dagger exceeded 10, granting an additional opportunity to strike. This was quite favorable. Increasing the nurturing progress could also yield a chance to attack, thus, Li Wu had 2 more opportunities to wield the mysterious dagger. With a combat power of 11,000, Li Wu had indeed reached the late stage of foundation establishment. At this stage, one could form the Dao Seed. The Dao Seed can diversify attributes, including thunder, ice, water, fire, and more. There is no superiority among attributes, only the need for corresponding cultivation methods. However, Li Wu now had to confront Ling Yin, whose eyes glowed red and possessed a 4th-level fierce spirit. He needed to find a way to eliminate him before forming the Dao Seed. Ling Yin, with his blood-red eyes fixed on Li Wu, raised his hand to cast a spell, enveloping the area in a potent mist of blood. He sneered ominously, "Li Wu, you do possess some skill. How about this? Hand over that precious flying sword, and I, the elder, may consider sparing your life." Li Wu retorted, "Really? After I've killed so many of your subordinates, you would let me go?" Ling Yin kicked aside the corpse of his fallen comrade and approached Li Wu, stating nonchalantly, "They are of no consequence. Their deaths mean nothing to me. As long as you surrender that precious dagger, I, Ling Yin, swear by the heavens to spare your life." Li Wu's hand moved, revealing the dilapidated dagger from behind. "You truly desire this?" Upon seeing the dagger, Ling Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. He concentrated the red mist into a blood hand, lunging towards Li Wu's dagger. However, the ghostly hand, formed from the blood mist, was repelled before it could touch the dagger, even losing a portion of its in-spirit energy in the process. The blood hand dissipated, prompting Li Wu to remark, "This is a precious treasure. Your 4th-level fierce spirit cannot touch it." If you want it, you'll need to acknowledge it with your blood, you must take it yourself. Hesitating at Li Wu's words,
Ling Yin pondered.
Li Wu continued, I am not deceiving you, the precious flying sword possesses sentience.
It only recognizes the strong. Someone cowardly like you will never earn its recognition.
These words provoked Ling Yin.
You are the coward here.
It's merely a precious flying sword.
Who says I am afraid to take it?
In a flash, Ling Yin appeared before Li Wu, reaching out to grasp the dagger. Yet, with a swift movement,
Li Wu made the dagger vanish. But soon enough, it reappeared in Li Wu's left hand. Ling Yin lunged again. Li Wu controlled the dagger, retracting it once more. Multiple attempts ensued.
Each time, Ling Yin grasped at empty air, his fury mounting.
Are you mocking me?
Li Wu's gaze shifted, his voice resolute, I am indeed mocking you.
You.
Ling Yin's previously restrained rage ignited instantly, his entire being radiating a sinister, blood-colored aura that seemed to boil. Without a second thought, Li Wu surged forward,
delivering a punch aimed directly at Ling Yin.
The speed of this punch surpassed Li Wu's previous comprehension of his own velocity. After raising his combat power above 10,000, even without forming the Dao seed, he was still a formidable expert at the late stage of foundation establishment. He had yet to test the true extent of his fist's power. With a punch unleashed, a thunderous sound of wind breaking echoed. His fist struck fiercely against Ling Yin. The impact sent shockwaves throughout Ling Yin's body, causing his blood energy to dissipate and rendering him unable to withstand Li Wu's blow, sending him reeling backwards while spitting blood. Indeed, although the accompanying fierce spirit reached 4th level, Ling Yin himself had not attained the late stage of foundation establishment. Stumbling several times, Ling Yin managed to steady himself.
But how could Li Wu afford him a moment's respite?
In the very instant Ling Yin regained his footing, Li Wu's second and third punches rained down ferociously upon him.
Each punch was more powerful than the last.
The combat sensations Li Wu had experienced as the former sect leader became increasingly familiar and vivid. Even though Ling Yin draped himself in blood mist to form a protective shroud and attempted to block with swirling energy, Li Wu's fists consistently pierced through the blood shroud,
scattering the mist and driving Ling Yin back repeatedly.
With each strike, Li Wu's fists unleashed a sound that pierced the air. This was the might of the late foundation establishment. The more he fought, the more exhilarated Li Wu became, his fists growing stronger with each blow. Ling Yin struggled significantly to contend with Li Wu's relentless assault. The disciples of the ghostly spirit sect relied heavily on their fierce spirits for output, and the cultivators controlling them rarely matched that level. This principle held true for the vice elder Ling Yin of this branch as well.
This was precisely why Li Wu brandished the dagger, to toy with Ling Yin. He was not merely attempting to show off, rather,
he was using a dagger to draw the spirit imprint closer to himself. This strategy allowed Li Wu to circumvent the fierce spirit and seize the opportunity to strike at the essence of the spirit imprint.
The spirit imprint was being relentlessly pushed back, struggling to catch its breath.
Naturally, to directly subdue the spirit imprint, Li Wu could not afford to grant it any respite. After the series of consecutive punches, the force behind Li Wu's blows intensified as his fists and feet became fully unleashed, increasing his offensive prowess dramatically.
Each technique was met with desperate resistance from the spirit imprint, yet it could not halt Li Wu's onslaught. However, despite enduring numerous punches,
the spirit imprint's defensive capabilities remained formidable. Even as it spewed blood from the ferocious assault, it managed to withstand Li Wu's output and maintain its stance, indicating that while its strength fell short of the late foundation establishment stage, it was perilously close to that threshold.
Under such circumstances, conventional martial arts could inflict only minimal damage.
It seemed he would have to resort to that technique. Gritting its teeth, the spirit imprint roared, bracing against Li Wu's punch. Stepping back a few paces, and shouted, Huang,
come forth. Tear Li Wu apart for me. The spirit imprint's frantic call summoned the fierce spirit.
Nearly all techniques of the ghost spirit sect were predicated on that formidable fierce spirit.
If it truly arrived, subduing the spirit imprint would become a daunting challenge for Li Wu. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, gather the spirit to summon the fierce. Offer you blood as sustenance,
and you shall face eternal demise. The spirit imprint chanted incantations. Suddenly, the crimson aura surrounding the Huang fierce spirit surged violently. The overwhelming blood energy radiated an imposing pressure far more dangerous than the spirit imprint itself. Li Wu took note that during his earlier barrage against the spirit imprint,
the fierce spirit had sustained some damage. It was likely that had it not been for those injuries, the fierce spirit would have rushed to protect its master. But as the spirit imprint bellowed its curses, the fury of the fierce spirit was entirely unleashed, its powerful blood energy rolling forth to engulf the entire courtyard.
Command the soul to devour.
Accelerate! You bastard!
Accompanied by a furious curse, a torrent of yellow mist erupted from the nearby blood fog, resembling a ferocious beast, surging forth and crashing into the boiling blood energy of the Huang fierce spirit. The collision was immensely powerful, sending the fourth-level fierce spirit flying.
In that instant,
the oppressive force bearing down on Li Wu vanished.
He realized this was an opportunity created by a Huang.
He swiftly rolled over, clenching his fist tightly.
The spirit imprint,
initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the yellow mist, coldly smirked as it observed Li Wu's approach, stating, "It seems you can no longer wield that broken dagger.
With your mere body cultivation, your punches cannot harm me. My fourth-level fierce spirit is not easily subdued. And you think your little ghostly strength can shake my fourth-level fierce spirit? Huang, come forth and annihilate this brat." The spirit imprint shouted.
The fierce spirit, propelled by the earlier collision, erupted with blood energy, soaring and diving back towards Li Wu at astonishing speed.
Li Wu's punch struck towards the spirit imprint.
Though his fist could indeed injure the spirit imprint, it remained unperturbed, fixating its gaze on Li Wu, even extending its arms with a grin inviting Li Wu to strike. In its view, Li Wu's body cultivation was average at best and could not threaten its life. Rather, the imminent arrival of the fierce spirit would seal Li Wu's fate. Before the fourth-level fierce spirit, Li Wu had no avenue for survival. "Your punch will not reach me." As Li Wu's fist neared the spirit imprint, a blood-red ghostly face shield materialized before it.
Li Wu's fist collided against the shield. He roared, "Double the power."
The strength within his fist surged, accompanied by the rush of blood through his veins. This time, the blood-red ghostly face shield failed to impede Li Wu's punch, shattering upon impact.
Li Wu's speed remained unaffected by this obstruction.
The fourth-level fierce spirit charged forth, condensing several blood-red energies into a vortex to shield the spirit imprint. Witnessing the ease with which the blood shield was shattered, the spirit imprint began to panic. Your earlier punches did not possess such power.
How could this be?"
Startled, the spirit imprint raised its hand to manipulate the blood mist, pulling the fourth-level fierce spirit to stand before it.
"Block for me."
"You must block."
The fierce spirit's aura erupted fiercely, enveloping everything around it.
A terrifying pressure bore down on Li Wu as countless blood-red specters surged forth,
lunging at him.
Yet, as Li Wu unleashed his punch, the energy emanating from it dispersed all the specters before they could reach him. His fist was unstoppable, flowing relentlessly. It pierced through the chest of the Huang fierce spirit, then brutally slammed into the chest of the spirit imprint. The upper half of the Huang fierce spirit's ethereal body was instantly obliterated, while a bloody crater was left in the heart of the spirit imprint. The heart shattered within the crater. The spirit imprint was sent flying, crashing against the rear wall, which crumbled upon impact, leaving its body motionless amidst the rubble. The Huang fierce spirit lingered in place, staring at Li Wu, nearly dazed.
A single punch had felled two opponents.
Li Wu immediately retrieved the broken dagger,
absorbing the Huang fierce spirit.
The dagger's nurturing progress surged from 12 to 16.
However, the double cultivation technique was exceedingly taxing on his vitality.
After putting away the dagger, cold sweat dripped from Li Wu's forehead, and he felt an overwhelming sensation of exhaustion wash over him, rendering him unable to stand as he collapsed to the ground.
A Huang rushed over, pawing at Li Wu, asking, "Master, are you all right?"
Li Wu opened his eyes,
gasping for breath, yet darkness obscured his vision. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." "A Huang, is that spirit imprint dead?" A Huang glanced at the spirit imprint amidst the ruins.
"It's thoroughly dead." Upon hearing this, Li Wu suddenly recalled something of tremendous importance. Despite being on the brink of exhaustion and utterly weakened, nearly immobile, the thought invigorated him as if he had been injected with adrenaline.
And he immediately rose to his feet. A Huang was startled and quickly retreated. Li Wu, trembling and swaying, hastily made his way to the spirit imprint,
first checking for a breath and then prying open its eyes to examine its pupils.
This scene left even the dog bewildered.
Unable to contain itself, it asked, "Master,
You aren't really considering testing the medicine, are you?" Li Wu ignored a Huang.
At such a critical moment, he had no time for idle conversation.
Chapter 44, Poisoning at the Critical Moment. The demise of Lingyin was sealed by Li Wu's devastating blow that shattered its heart vein. However,
the shattering of the heart vein does not necessarily equate to immediate death, especially for practitioners whose vitality is often remarkably resilient. Li Wu observed that Lingyin's pupils had not completely dispersed. Although it had lost its breath, it could still be considered alive in theory. Confirming this, Li Wu acted swiftly, producing a dose of Yuanxian and administering it to Lingyin, with one hand gripping the jaw and the other pouring in the medicine. He then lifted the jaw slightly while channeling a force to aid the medicine's passage. This technique was executed with remarkable proficiency.
After a brief moment,
Lingyin's complexion turned slightly flushed, and its body convulsed momentarily before falling utterly still. The flush indicated that the Yuanxian had taken effect, confirming the success of the poisoning. This was the master of a level 4 fierce spirit. Missing this opportunity would be a grave mistake.
Having completed the task,
Li Wu sat down to await the system's notification.
Buzz.
Hidden task rewards activated. Congratulations, host, you dealt 17,000 damage, earning a combat power rebate of 1,700. The might of Lingyin's level 4 spirit was indeed formidable. To defeat it required an astounding amount of damage.
Nonetheless, this also meant a substantial rebate. However, after that,
there was silence.
This was not right.
Li Wu continued to wait for the subsequent notifications, but the system's report on the poisoning reward never arrived.
Much to his discontent,
he silently questioned within his mind.
"System, what do you mean by this?"
Lingyin clearly flushed for 3 seconds, indicating my poisoning was successful and the Yuanxian had taken effect.
"Why have I not received the poisoning reward?" Initially, the system remained unresponsive.
Li Wu was unwilling to relent. Why was there no poisoning reward? Why no reward?
Li Wu kept probing in his mind, persistently.
Huang, observing from the side, opened its mouth in confusion, unable to comprehend Li Wu's actions, feeling as though its master was chanting an incantation, increasingly perplexing.
After approximately 2 minutes, the system seemed to relent, finally delivering a response, though tinged with emotion.
Buzz. Hidden task rewards activated.
Host successfully poisoned, earning 320 combat power and 20 lottery chances. That was more like it.
Upon receiving the reward, Li Wu felt a surge of clarity. However, the system's voice continued. Never has such shamelessness been witnessed in a host. The opponent was left with but a sliver of vitality before demise. Yet the host chose to poison during the final 3 seconds to harvest combat power, utterly shameless.
Shameless? Li Wu was indignant.
He retorted in his mind.
I am merely seeking combat power within reasonable bounds. How is that shameless?
You have never seen it before. That is merely a reflection of your limited experience.
Today, you have borne witness.
Furthermore, with the opponent still alive within 10 seconds of death, the Yuanxian had indeed taken effect, all well within the rules. Just wait until next time. I might time it to poison just 1 second before death to show you. This rhetorical barrage left the system speechless. With 20 chances for the lottery, Li Wu eagerly pulled the lever. To his surprise, this round yielded 18 doses of Yuanxian in addition to 2 boosts in combat power, one granting an increase of 100, and the other an astounding 800. While he did not acquire the stinky tofu, the combat power gained was certainly worthwhile. Having completed all these tasks and confirmed the system rewards,
Li Wu finally exhaled in relief.
He instinctively prepared to rise but was suddenly enveloped in darkness, collapsing to the ground. He had completely forgotten that he had doubled his efforts with his technique, exhausting his life force to the point of collapse. The only thing that had enabled him to reach Lingyin and administer the poison was sheer willpower, driven by his utmost desire for combat power.
At that moment,
his body had reached its limits.
Huang, seeing Li Wu fall, rushed over. "Master, are you all right? Master, please wake up."
Huang's voice echoed in Li Wu's ears, gradually fading until he could no longer hear it. Yet, after a haze of confusion, Li Wu felt warmth enveloping him. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld Huang lifting a paw, attempting to transfer life force to him.
Transferring life force was an arduous task.
Huang's canine visage contorted with pain, yet it gritted its teeth, desperately channeling energy to revive Li Wu. Although Li Wu still felt dizzy, he had awakened.
Immediately, he called for Huang to stop. Huang, I am awake, please cease.
Upon seeing Li Wu regain consciousness, albeit still weak, Huang insisted.
It's fine. I shall give you a bit more, it is not an issue.
Li Wu rose and raised his hand to block the life force Huang was trying to transfer.
Reluctantly, Huang withdrew its paw. Huang said, Master, I assure you, I am fine. Li Wu replied, I am awake, which is what matters.
I have my own methods to restore my life force. The stinky tofu I acquired from the system is specifically for replenishing vitality.
Without further ado, he swiftly retrieved a piece of stinky tofu and consumed it hastily.
The depletion of his life force had left Li Wu feeling ravenous.
In less than half a minute,
he devoured the stinky tofu as if swept away by the wind. Soon after, he sensed a renewed vigor coursing through him.
However,
a single piece of stinky tofu failed to restore him to full vitality, undoubtedly due to the severe depletion he had experienced during the recent battle.
Buzz!
The host consumed a piece of stinky tofu, gaining 10 combat power.
Still feeling hungry,
Li Wu did not hesitate and promptly retrieved a second piece of stinky tofu to eat. At this moment, Li Wu noticed that Huang had retreated several meters away,
desperately covering its nose with its paws.
Earlier, while trying to save Li Wu, Huang had exhausted a considerable amount of its own life force. Thus, Li Wu spoke.
Huang, would you care for a piece?
Huang shook its head vigorously.
Li Wu added, this is spirit food, it can replenish life force.
Huang continued to shake its head, completely rejecting anything Li Wu offered.
Li Wu sighed and explained, this item smells foul but tastes delightful. Huang, unimpressed,
retreated even further, asserting, wild dogs in the outer mountains say the same when they encounter excrement. Li Wu was at a loss for words, and Huang continued. I am not one of those base creatures, I would never consume such a thing.
Master,
your kind has always prided itself on being superior to all other beings. When did you devolve to such a state, developing such peculiar tastes?
Do not think that shaping that substance into cubes would deceive me.
With a piece of stinky tofu still in his mouth, Li Wu found himself at a loss for how to explain.
What do you mean by shaping into cubes?
This is made from tofu, if you do not believe me.
Take a bite.
Li Wu never anticipated that Huang would mistakenly believe he was consuming something vile, which was utterly exasperating. However, Huang shook its head, retreating further, resolutely refusing to take a bite. Now was not the time to dwell on this. Restoring life force and rescuing Chu Zishuan was of utmost importance.
Once there was time, he would certainly make Huang taste this stinky tofu.
He would prove that what he consumed was nothing like what Huang imagined. Li Wu swiftly finished the remaining piece of stinky tofu in the box, feeling his life force restored.
Buzz! Congratulations, host!
Consuming a piece of stinky tofu yielded a grand prize, increasing combat power by 1/500.
Such fortune is simply extraordinary. Huang, hiding at a distance,
observed Li Wu's expression of utter satisfaction as he consumed that peculiar delicacy, eventually rising to his feet in sheer exhilaration. This sight evoked memories of the wild dogs beyond the mountains, reacting similarly upon devouring something foul.
Huang couldn't help but murmur to himself. You claim you don't eat such things, human race. Alas, you have truly fallen.
Li Wu remained blissfully unaware of Huang's disdainful gaze. Lost in the thrill of winning a grand prize from stinky tofu, which had augmented his battle power by an astonishing 1/500 equivalent to the reward from slaying a formidable late-stage Foundation establishment expert. He contemplated trying another piece of stinky tofu but ultimately decided against it.
Stinky tofu, while precious for its ability to restore vitality, would be wasted if consumed when his health was already full.
Furthermore, Li Wu noted that this recent victory over Ling Yin, a master possessing a level 4 fierce spirit, not only yielded high battle power from the rewards but also led to a bountiful lottery and the subsequent consumption of stinky tofu. Could it be that the stronger the opponent, the greater the fortune gained from their demise, thus granting more valuable treasures? Of course. Whether this notion held true would require further exploration by Li Wu in the future. Having vanquished Ling Yin, Li Wu's power had significantly increased. He checked his system panel.
Name, Li Wu. Battle power, 15,430. Realm, late-stage foundation establishment.
Technique, double battle power. This technique allows the host to instantly double their damage output. It is highly taxing on the host's vitality, so please use it judiciously. Heavenly Harmony Powder, 174 portions. Using Heavenly Harmony Powder increases battle power.
The amount varies based on the user's strength.
Lottery chances, 0. The system occasionally issues tasks. Completing them grants lottery chances.
Milestone, battle power of 50.
000. Reaching a battle power of 50, 000 grants the Eye of Celestial Insight. Inventory, Mysterious Dagger, Nurturing Progress 16, Immobilization Talismans, 0, Teleportation Talismans, 2, Stinky Tofu, 8 portions.
Beginner battle power reference record.
At this moment, beneath a towering ancient ghost wood tree on the back mountain of the old residence.
Chu Zishuan was bound to a stone pillar atop an altar carved from blue stone.
Her garments were tattered and blood seeped from her wounds, dripping onto the altar's surface. The altar bore peculiar runes that glowed ominously crimson upon contact with blood, revealing a subtle formation that enveloped Chu Zishuan.
Fiery red threads connected to her meridians,
while a crimson line extending from her brow linked her to the branches of the ancient ghost wood tree behind the altar.
Blood-red patterns coursed along the tree's trunk,
and amidst its lush foliage hung several corpses that swayed eerily in the wind.
Surrounding the altar were countless soul urns.
A middle-aged man with flowing white hair, clad in a black robe adorned with ghostly patterns, stood stroking his beard. He was Linghua, the elder and leader of this branch of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Wielding a 5th-level fierce spirit, he turned to the burly middle-aged man beside him and inquired, "Where is Ling Yin?"
"Who went to fetch the soul-refining master from the old residence?"
"The night is opportune for soul refining. If we miss this chance, creating a Yomi ghost general will be exceedingly difficult." The stout man, Ling Kuei, bowed respectfully.
"Elder, let me inquire with the incense."
He produced a stick of incense, muttering incantations as he performed a hand gesture.
As the smoke wafted, he asked, "Has Ling Yin contacted the soul-refining master?"
No sooner had he spoken than the incense abruptly extinguished.
Ling Kuei's expression hardened. He understood the implication of the extinguished incense.
Quickly, he bowed and declared, "Elder, Ling Yin has perished." This was the Ghost Spirit Sect's secretive method of inquiry.
If the incense remained lit, they could directly inquire about the situation. If it extinguished,
it indicated dire misfortune. If the incense broke out right, it signified the total loss of life.
Elder Linghua, witnessing this, questioned, "How could this happen? How could Ling Yin die? Could it be that the Yuanxian Sect sent other powerful figures?" Ling Kuei replied, "That shouldn't be the case.
Our plans were meticulously orchestrated. Chui Tong and Xiao Dan have been bribed to cooperate with us. Other than Chu Zishuan, there are only those two at the 13th level of qi refining."
"Is it possible that the Yuanxian Sect's young master, Li Wu, is involved?"
"That young master is said to be worthless.
According to our plan,
Li Wu should have been dealt with by Chui Tong." Linghua cautioned, "Inquire with Chui Tong."
Ling Kuei complied, but the result was the same. The incense extinguished once more. "What? Chui Tong is dead too?"
A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Kuei.
After a moment's thought,
he ignited 2 sticks of incense to inquire with the staff of Tongfu Tavern, but the outcome remained unchanged. The incense extinguished. He switched to 2 new sticks and questioned other staff members of Tongfu Tavern, yet the incense still went out. All those staff members had perished.
"What?" Linghua was clearly taken aback.
The current situation had completely transcended their plans and control. At this moment, the 2 Yuanxian Sect disciples, Zhao Xian and Sun Feng,
bound to a nearby tree, could not suppress their laughter. Zhao Xian looked toward Elder Linghua and remarked, "Linghua, see? I told you our Yuanxian Sect would send powerful figures. Chui Tong and Ling Yin, both experts in Foundation establishment, are dead, and the Tongfu Tavern staff has all been silently eliminated.
The experts dispatched by our Yuanxian Sect must be at least Golden Core stage."
Sun Feng added,
"Your Ghost Spirit Sect's blood sacrifice scheme to forge Yomi Ghost Generals has been completely exposed. Release us immediately and dismantle this blood sacrifice formation."
Perhaps the experts from our Yuanxian sect will spare your lives. Impudent!
Ling Kuei roared, unleashing waves of dark energy that struck Zhao Xin and Sun Feng, causing them to spit blood. Ling Kuei then turned to the other two disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect, commanding, "You two, hurry down the mountain to the old residence and investigate what transpired. If there are indeed experts from the Yuanxian sect, prioritize your safety and report back swiftly. The rest of you, initiate the blood sacrifice formation." Yes. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect quickly settled around the ancient ghostwood tree, preparing the formation. This formation enveloped the altar on the back mountain, its aura swirling with an eerie, bloodthirsty energy. As they completed their hand gestures, the formation concealed itself further.
Chu Zishuan, bound atop the altar, coughed violently, regaining consciousness after being gravely injured in fainting.
Observing her surroundings and the figures of Ling Hua and Ling Kuei, she began to grasp the situation.
Zhao Xian, noticing Chu Zishuan had awakened, immediately inquired, "Chu Shiji, are you alright?" Sun Feng also looked on with concern. Chu Zishuan,
barely clinging to life, managed to respond with great difficulty.
I'm fine."
After speaking, Chu Zishuan carefully glanced around, and upon not spotting Li Wu, she felt a sense of relief.
However, she still inquired, "Li Wu, he hasn't been captured, has he?"
Zhao Xian, upon hearing this, curled his lips and remarked, "Alas!
Li Wu has probably fled by now."
Sun Feng added, "Sister Chu, it would be wise to consider your own predicament.
That rascal Li Wu is quite cunning, employing various chaotic tactics. Even if he hasn't escaped, he is likely hiding in a safe place." With a sigh, Chu Zishuan murmured to herself, "It is better that he is not here." In such dire circumstances, she still pondered Li Wu's safety. At that moment, two corpses were suddenly thrown onto the mountain path nearby.
Those were the two disciples from the Ghost Spirit sect who had been dispatched earlier by Ling Kuei to investigate the ancient mansion below. Seeing this, Zhao Xian exclaimed with excitement, "Did you see that?
Our experts from the Yuanxian sect have arrived."
Chapter 46, A Terrifying Presence. The two corpses thrown onto the ground had their heads twisted at unnatural angles, hanging limply behind them. It was evident that the two disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect were utterly lifeless. The gruesome state of their demise suggested they had encountered a formidable opponent and had fallen before even a single strike could be exchanged. Sun Feng, witnessing the lifeless bodies, was overwhelmed with excitement.
"Senior sister, a master. Our sect has a savior, we are saved." Chu Zishuan, gazing at the corpses, remained silent.
She sensed that the manner of their demise did not align with the methods employed by the disciples of the Yuanxian sect.
At that moment,
a solitary figure approached along the mountain path, holding his severed head in his hand, blood still oozing from the neck. Despite the lack of any discernible aura emanating from him, the gruesome trophy alone was sufficient to instill dread among the onlookers. He appeared as if the Grim Reaper had descended upon them. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect grew tense, none daring to utter a word. Zhao Xian and Sun Feng exchanged worried glances, troubled by the brutality of the scene.
They were uncertain of the assailant's identity.
Yet a flicker of hope lingered in their hearts. Regardless of who it was, as long as they were a savior, their survival was paramount. A strange wind swirled around the altar, casting a flickering blue flame that gradually illuminated the figure's face. When Zhao Xian and Sun Feng recognized the countenance before them, their expressions of anticipation froze, only to dissolve into astonishment and disbelief.
It was Li Wu. Upon seeing Li Wu, Chu Zishuan's brows knitted tightly.
The very outcome she had dreaded had come to pass. Zhao Xian could not restrain his inquiry.
"Why are you here, Li Wu?"
Li Wu replied calmly, his tone imbued with an undeniable presence. "I am here to rescue Senior Sister Chu."
Zhao Xian retorted, full of exasperation. "You? Are you out of your mind?
You are merely a body cultivator, lacking strength. If you haven't been captured, it is pure luck. You should hasten back to deliver the message and seek aid from the main sect. Coming here is tantamount to courting death.
Your bravado changes nothing, do you understand?" Zhao Xian was visibly agitated.
He had initially thought that with Cui Tong dead, Li Wu would have fled. If Li Wu returned to their sect and alerted them, they might still have a chance of survival. Now, however, it appeared that Li Wu had come to meet his demise, extinguishing any hope. As Li Wu ascended, he explained. I heard this is the blood sacrifice grand formation of the Ghost Spirit Sect, where they intend to refine the Nether Ghost General. The distance to the sect is great. By the time I return to inform them, you may already be sacrificed, and it will be too late. Beside him, Sun Feng, filled with frustration, interjected. You could use a communication jade talisman. Li Wu replied, his tone laced with resignation. Cui Tong tampered with the communication jade talisman, it is inoperative. Zhao Shen and Sun Feng were left speechless, but Chu Zixuan gazed at Li Wu and, with difficulty, implored, even so, junior brother, you should not come here to die. Our mission is perilous, if we can save even one person, it is a victory. Li Wu casually tossed the severed head onto the ground before him. Despite its gruesome appearance, the elders of the Ghost Spirit Sect immediately recognized it. It was the head of Ling Yin. By presenting this trophy, it was evident that Li Wu had slain Ling Yin, a fourth-tier disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect, at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Coupled with previous inquiries about fragrant offerings, it was confirmed that both Ling Yin and Cui Tong, one at the late stage and the other at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, had been vanquished by Li Wu. This was the truth. The mere thought of it caused the corners of Ling Kuei's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Zhao Shen and Sun Feng, staring at the severed head, were nearly left agape. Previously, they had heard Cui Tong claim that Li Wu's strength was at most that of the 13th layer of body refinement, not having even crossed into the meridian opening realm. Body cultivators typically possessed lesser strength than chi practitioners, implying that Li Wu should be weaker than Zhao Shen and Sun Feng. However, it now appeared that Cui Tong had gravely underestimated Li Wu's true capabilities. Li Wu, did you truly kill him? Zhao Shen asked incredulously, even upon seeing Ling Yin's severed head. Li Wu nonchalantly replied, of course. Not just Ling Yin, but Cui Tong and all of his subordinates, as well as every last attendant of the Tongfu Tavern, without exception, they all met their end at my hands. At this juncture, Li Wu's gaze fell upon the elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect, Ling Hua. Now, it's time for you all to face your reckoning. With a single authoritative statement, he commanded the atmosphere. As his foot struck the ground, despite the absence of any visible energy fluctuations, a fierce mountain wind suddenly swept through the valley, enveloping the altar in a pale yellow mist. Dark clouds obscured the moon, casting a shadow over the night. Once the shroud was complete, Li Wu declared, listen well. The Ghost Spirit Sect has set up a blood sacrifice grand formation to torment living beings. Today, none shall leave alive. Ling Hua fixed his gaze on Li Wu, attempting to discern any weakness. However, no matter how closely he scrutinized, he could not detect any fluctuations of aura or signs of injury. The inability to gauge his opponent was the most terrifying aspect. Having dispatched so many disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect, and with the deaths of 2 Foundation establishment masters, Li Wu bore no injuries. This clearly indicated that he had utterly dominated the confrontation against those 2 masters. Ling Kuei discreetly transmitted a message to Ling Hua. Elder, Li Wu's ability to conceal his aura is remarkable, I cannot perceive even the slightest fluctuation. Moreover, he has slain 2 Foundation establishment experts without sustaining any harm. Could it be that the rumors are false? Perhaps he has not been stripped of his cultivation and remains at the nascent soul stage? If it were anyone else, no one would believe it, but this is Li Wu we speak of. Before the destruction at the Yuanxian Sect conference, his cultivation was indeed at the nascent soul stage. If he is at that level, dispatching Cui Tong and Ling Yin would be a trivial matter. Elder Ling Hua remained silent, yet his brow twitched involuntarily. The mountain winds in the valley had shifted due to Li Wu's presence, and the mysterious fog had enveloped the altar. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of a mere weakling. Ling Hua too was left pondering the true strength of Li Wu before him, yet he could not fathom it. Zhao Shen turned to Li Wu, his eyes alight with excitement. Young Sect Master, does this mean that all your actions over the years have merely been a fade? A performance for others? Has your cultivation already been restored? Li Wu remained silent, only offering a mysterious smile as he continued toward the altar. As he walked, he raised his hand, summoning a tattered dagger seemingly from thin air. Sun Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, your life-bound flying sword. Young Sect Master.
This is a lifebound treasure that can only be refined by those at least at the golden core stage. No wonder Cui Tong and the traitor, along with their deputy elder Ling Yin, were eliminated. It all makes sense now. Zhao Xian echoed.
No wonder you dared to infiltrate the lair of the ghost spirit sect alone, now it all becomes clear. As the two conversed excitedly, Li Wu felt no need to elaborate further. Before the altar, the disciples of the ghost spirit sect trembled in fear. The imposing figure of Deputy Elder Ling Kuei stood before them, staring intently at Li Wu. Despite lingering doubts, he instinctively took a step back. Even in the late stages of Foundation establishment, he felt fear. Only Golden Core cultivators could forge their lifebound magical treasures, and the lifebound flying sword, imbued with killing intent, was often the pinnacle among such treasures, exceedingly difficult to achieve. Li Wu had already revealed his lifebound flying sword, which was sufficient proof that he was at least a Golden Core cultivator, and moreover, had forged the most formidable type of lifebound treasure, the lifebound flying sword. In the eyes of Foundation establishment cultivators, Golden Core practitioners were truly terrifying. How much more so for a Golden Core cultivator wielding a lifebound flying sword? Beneath the lifebound flying sword, even the spirit leaders were akin to mere ants. Linghua gritted his teeth and immediately made a gesture. The disciples of the ghost spirit sect, who had been setting up formations around, quickly formed hand seals, summoning their accompanying ghost spirits, collectively manifesting the ghostly barrier that protected the ancient parasol tree and the sacrificial altar. The ancient parasol tree was the foundation of the blood sacrifice formation. It was crucial. Having accomplished this, Linghua issued another order. Ling Kuei, as the deputy elder, what are you waiting for? Quickly subdue him. Ling Kuei turned back, incredulous as he looked at Elder Linghua, perplexed. Me? Elder Linghua continued, I see that Li Wu was merely bluffing. At the Emperor's summit, he was severely injured. His bones shattered, nearly dead, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Such grievous injuries, even if healed, his cultivation could not possibly recover so swiftly. With a bitter expression, Ling Kuei whispered back, Elder, he may not be at the nascent soul stage, but as a Golden Core practitioner, I cannot defeat him. Linghua smirked cunningly. Suddenly, he raised his hand, unleashing a crimson aura that viciously coiled around Chu Zishuan's neck. The seal he formed tightened. Chu Zishuan's neck emitted creaking sounds. It seemed that as long as Elder Linghua continued to exert force, the red aura could snap her neck. Chu Zishuan's life was in Linghua's grasp. Thus, Linghua taunted Ling Kuei, what are you afraid of? No matter Li Wu's current cultivation level, if he dares to act today, I cannot guarantee that my dear elder sister will survive. With a hostage, Ling Kuei smirked, emboldened, and summoned forth his accompanying ghost spirit. It was also a red-robed malevolent spirit, a level 4 fiend. Elder Linghua looked at Li Wu with a sinister smile, saying, Young Master Li, take note. Your sister's life rests in my hands. With a mere flick of my wrist, her neck could be snapped. And this blood spirit energy is a secret technique of the ghost spirit sect. It will not only sever her neck but also erode her very soul. If you dare to act further, not only will Chu Zishuan die, but her soul will also scatter. Each of his words was laced with threats. In Linghua's view, after such declarations, Li Wu would undoubtedly relent, for he had previously received news from Chao Dan and Cui Tong that Li Wu harbored deep feelings for Chu Zishuan. Yet, Li Wu's expression remained unchanged, and his steps did not falter. Death and soul scattering? Is that so? Li Wu emphasized, his voice resolute. The obstructive Ling Kuei was shaken by this overwhelming aura. Even as he released the red-robed malevolent spirit, surging with blood energy, he still took a step back. The might of a powerful cultivator was indeed terrifying to Ling Kuei. Within the sacrificial formation, Linghua bellowed, Li Wu, if you dare take another step forward, I will snap her neck right now. This roar emanated a powerful malevolence, yet it could not disperse the surrounding yellow mist. The deputy elder Ling Kuei formed seals. The red-robed malevolent spirit revealing its fierce visage, standing guard in front of him, the violent blood energy roiling around him. Ling Kuei gritted his teeth and declared, Li Wu, I do not believe you care for that woman. Stop pretending, if you keep this up, your sister will die. Just as Ling Kuei uttered these words, Li Wu made a sudden move, drawing a sword and thrusting it toward Ling Kuei. Ling Kuei was startled, his eyes wide with fear.
He quickly sidestepped to evade the strike. Even the red-robed malevolent spirit panicked and avoided the attack.
In that moment, Ling Kuei's heart raced, nearly losing his soul to fright. After evading, he gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The broken dagger that Li Wu had launched was now embedded in the ghostly barrier. With a glance, he caught sight of a yellow figure moving through the mist, darting beneath a tree. The yellow mist swirled, and a disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect, who had been quietly maintaining the formation, was silently dragged into the forest without a sound. The balance of the formation was instantly shattered. Seizing this opportunity, Li Wu raised his hand, controlling the broken dagger from a distance. The energy radiating from it surged with power. With a second surge of force, the broken dagger gleamed with brilliance. With a crack, a breach was punctured in the ghostly defense formation, and the surrounding cracks rapidly spread. Ling Hua's eyes widened as all his attention was fixated on Li Wu. Although Li Wu's aura remained undisturbed, this strike was set to breach the ghostly protective formation. If the ghostly protective formation remained intact, it could withstand attacks from Golden Core cultivators. The power behind this strike likely surpassed that of the Golden Core. Huang moved with remarkable agility, and Ling Hua did not perceive even a hint of it. At this moment, the ghostly formation was incomplete due to the absence of one person. However, although Li Wu's strike had created fissures in the ghostly formation, it still did not completely shatter it. Ling Hua gritted his teeth and shouted, "Li Wu, cease your charade. You cannot intimidate us with such force. I know you care for this woman. Otherwise, you would have no reason to return to save her. I advise you to withdraw. I can spare her life. But if you dare to act again, she will undoubtedly perish." Such threats indicated that Ling Hua, a formidable practitioner in the early stages of the Golden Core, was indeed fearful. Yet, Li Wu understood that this intimidation was insufficient. After all, Ling Hua was a powerful Golden Core expert. And merely this level of intimidation was not enough to fully subdue him. To compel him to release her, Li Wu needed to demonstrate even greater strength. Li Wu smiled coldly, fixing his gaze on Ling Hua. "She is my sister, of course I care. However, if you intend to kill her before me, you are not capable of that." Ling Hua's expression darkened, his face twisting into a snarl as he gritted his teeth. "I do not believe it." He increased his grip on Chu Zixuan. She was nearing her limit. Li Wu's heart tightened, yet he did not show any signs of anxiety on the surface. Instead, he quietly uttered two words, "Double it." With that command, the broken dagger shed several rusted flakes, golden light bursting forth. And the already cracked ghostly protective formation was directly penetrated by Li Wu's sword. The powerful aura fluctuations instantly shattered the entire ghostly protective formation. The broken dagger surged forward, slicing directly toward Ling Hua. Even Ling Hua felt a moment of panic. For the power behind this strike was overwhelming, and it arrived too suddenly. Especially without the ability to mobilize his accompanying ghost spirit, the dagger rushed toward Ling Hua's face, and he sensed a chill of death approaching. Ling Hua gritted his teeth, summoning his ghostly energy. His accompanying ghost spirit appeared in an instant, attempting to block the dagger. Yet, even so, the dagger was not entirely obstructed. It grazed past Ling Hua's face, leaving a deep gash. Blood streamed down. Li Wu moved his hand, retracting the dagger. In that fleeting moment, Li Wu felt a wave of weakness wash over him. However, he casually produced a portion of stinky tofu and took a hearty bite, instantly feeling a surge of vitality. With a leap, he ascended to the altar. Drawing forth his dagger and employing a doubling technique, the toll on Li Wu was indeed substantial. Yet, with a few morsels of stinky tofu, his vitality was fully restored. No one comprehended the true intent behind Li Wu's consumption of stinky tofu. While he sought to rejuvenate his energy, to onlookers, it appeared as an audacious display of confidence, as if he could quell any challenge that came his way. After all, who would dare indulge in a meal amidst such a tense atmosphere? This nonchalant demeanor radiated an aura of superiority, seemingly emanating from the very core of his being. Upon finishing the stinky tofu, Li Wu's combat prowess increased by 10 points. The absence of a critical breakthrough was entirely reasonable, given the rarity of such events. The paramount concern was the replenishment of his vitality. With his energy restored, Li Wu then inquired, "Elder Ling Hua, that previous strike was merely fortunate for you.
Can you withstand my next? The broken dagger hovered in his palm, emanating a golden glow as it pointed menacingly at Linghua. At that moment,
Linghua was still astonished that Li Wu's strike had shattered the Ghost Spirit Guardian formation while retaining such formidable power. Had it not been for the protective barrier, Linghua realized he would have been unable to withstand that blow. Even a fifth-tier malevolent spirit, comparable to the Golden Core stage,
could not match the resilience of that ghostly formation.
From such a close distance, observing Li Wu's aura, Linghua discerned no fluctuations in his energy. Even with magical artifacts concealing his presence, it was impossible to reach this level of concealment unless Li Wu's cultivation surpassed his own. Thus, in this precarious situation,
despite lingering doubts, Linghua dared not wager against Li Wu's second strike. The broken dagger hovering in Li Wu's palm emitted a low hum, its rust further deteriorating. He asked in a grave tone, "Linghua, will you release her?" Linghua's hand, which grappled around Chu Zixuan's neck, trembled slightly. "Since the elder hesitates, shall we compete once more to see whether your lethal move is swifter or my life-bound flying sword?" Li Wu's assertiveness darkened Linghua's expression. As he spoke, his footwork shifted, adopting a stance prepared for action, tension evident in his arms. This imposing presence, coupled with the current circumstances, caused beads of cold sweat to form on Linghua's brow. "Wait. Young Master Li, let us discuss this matter." Chapter 48, We Have All Been Deceived. Negotiation? No. As the esteemed young master, I have no desire for discourse. Elder Linghua. At this moment, I simply wish to engage with you to see whose techniques prevail more swiftly. As Elder Linghua began to relent, Li Wu pressed on relentlessly. Linghua's expression darkened with surprise, which only underscored Li Wu's formidable strength. Despite having lowered himself, Li Wu was unyielding, indicating his confidence in overcoming Linghua. Consequently, Linghua felt increasingly hesitant to accept Li Wu's challenge. At this juncture, Zhao Xian below could no longer contain himself. "Li Wu, what are you doing right now?" "Rescuing Sister Chu is of utmost importance." Li Wu ignored Zhao Xian. In truth, he understood that if he were to negotiate with Linghua at this critical moment, it would undermine the powerful persona he had painstakingly cultivated. Should Linghua detect any weakness in Li Wu, a fifth-level evil spirit would undoubtedly overpower him. This fade of bravado and calculated risk had been devised since Li Wu entered the Tongfu Tavern, eliminating Ling Yin and his subordinates, along with the two disciples from the Ghost Spirit Sect who were gathering intelligence, was not merely to bolster his own strength, but also to pave the way for this very moment. This was the only strategy Li Wu could conceive to save Chu Zixuan. At this moment, Li Wu's assertiveness thoroughly intimidated Linghua, a master in the early stage of Golden Core. Li Wu's relentless advance caused beads of cold sweat to form on Linghua's brow. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect dared not move, while Elder Ling Kuei cowered in the shadows, fearful of provoking this top-tier expert. Li Wu's gaze hardened as he asked, "Linghua, do you dare to compete?" Following this simple inquiry, Li Wu took another step forward, exerting force that shook the entire altar, the surrounding yellow aura surging ominously, enveloping the valley. The fierce winds rustled the ancient locust tree's branches, producing eerie sounds, while the corpses hanging from the branches swayed, creaking ominously and sending chills down one's spine. Under such overwhelming pressure, Linghua could no longer hold his ground, gasping as he stepped back. "Young Master Li, I no longer wish to compete. I will release them at once, having disturbed your honorable competition, please forgive me." Linghua had lowered himself to the utmost degree, and as he finished speaking, he immediately released the blood-red aura, severing the ropes binding Chu Zixuan and destroying the talismans on her. Chu Zixuan collapsed to the ground, barely alive. Fixing a cold stare on Linghua, Li Wu asserted, "You have harmed my sister like this. Do you believe the perpetrator can still live?" Linghua, flustered, quickly replied, "Rest assured, young Master Li, the injuries on your sister are inflicted by the evil spirits. Our Ghost Spirit Sect possesses a secret elixir that can aid her recovery. With this is the Blood Spirit Pill, one a day, and within 7 days, her soul wounds will heal." Linghua presented the Blood Spirit Pill with both hands. Li Wu snorted coldly, accepting it casually, and moved to Chu Zixuan's side, administering a pill to her. The injuries from the evil spirits were distinct from ordinary wounds, and this antidote was crucial. After consuming the blood spirit pill, Zhu Zixuan's vitality surged.
And she began to recover, even managing to stand. Li Wu glanced at Zhao Xin and Sun Feng, who were still bound.
Ling Hua understood and swiftly severed their ropes. Freeing them, Li Wu commanded, "Hurry over and assist Sister Chu."
The two regained their senses, their gazes now fervent as they looked at Li Wu. Previously, they had dismissed him, believing he was utterly wasted in both cultivation and character. Now, admiration shone in their eyes as they leaped onto the altar to support Zhu Zixuan. Li Wu then turned his gaze back to Ling Hua, a mere cold glance that sent Ling Hua into a frigid despair.
At this moment,
Ling Hua was increasingly convinced that Li Wu's strength had indeed returned to the nascent soul stage. Before him, Ling Hua felt like nothing more than a mere insect. Overwhelmed by a potent desire for survival, Ling Hua knelt before Li Wu. This act caused the remaining disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect and Elder Ling Kuei to collapse to their knees, their last defenses shattered. Ling Hua implored, "Young Master Li, please spare my life. This branch of the Ghost Spirit Sect is truly a blood sacrifice array, and the formation has yet to take full shape.
Rest assured, we will dismantle it now.
If you spare us, we shall repay your mercy." However, Li Wu merely flicked his wrist. The broken dagger shot forth from his palm,
emanating a golden light as it surged forward.
Its razor-sharp edge sliced past Ling Hua's ear, nearly causing him to lose his composure.
Yet, the dagger did not strike Ling Hua. Instead, it severed the ancient locust tree behind the altar. The colossal tree crashed down, striking one corner of the altar and causing it to collapse. Earlier, Li Wu had learned from a mother searching for her child that the core of this blood sacrifice array was that ancient locust tree. To dismantle the array, it was essential to destroy the tree. The Ghost Spirit Sect had harmed countless lives in their pursuit of cultivating the underworld ghost general. The blood sacrifice array was the foundation that must be obliterated. This was the final opportunity for the dagger to strike, and Li Wu had used it here. Ling Hua dared not speak further, trembling in fear.
Li Wu then declared, "The Yuanxian Sect and the Ghost Spirit Sect have always maintained a respectful distance. Considering this is your first offense and has not yet threatened the Yuanxian Sect's foundation, I shall grant you leniency this once, Elder Ling Hua. I hope you will heed this warning and act accordingly. Zhao Xian, Sun Feng, assist Sister Chu. We shall depart." As Li Wu spoke, a whirlwind of yellow energy surged from beneath his feet. He stepped forward, with Zhao Xian and Sun Feng supporting Zhu Zixuan as they vanished into the swirling wind. Once Li Wu had departed, Ling Hua finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "We, the Ghost Spirit Sect, are indeed a great sect. Thankfully, Li Wu showed us some mercy, otherwise, we would likely have perished here today." Elder Ling Kuei slumped to the ground, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve. "I never expected the Yuanxian Sect to hide the true strength of their young master so deeply. Everyone in the Jianghu believed that he had never recovered since that incident." Ling Hua clenched his teeth. Li Yuani is not one to possess such cunning, there must be a powerful figure behind his son. At that moment, an inky black form began to slither along the mountain path. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect were particularly sensitive to such phenomena, recognizing it as a soul. Several disciples immediately summoned their accompanying ghost spirits, intending to devour the soul directly, but Ling Hua seemed to sense something amiss and quickly intervened. "Wait! Do not consume the spirit." As the dark soul approached, Elder Ling Kuei recognized it. "Lingyin? Why are you here?" He hurried over, employing magic to protect Lingyin's soul. Lingyin's soul gradually stabilized before speaking. I was killed, hiding my soul within the ghost bones to escape. You were all deceived. That young man Li Wu's strength is at most at the late foundation establishment stage. That broken dagger in his hand is not a fated treasure but merely a flying sword refined through some secret technique." Ling Hua widened his eyes in excitement and approached to inquire, "What? The Danbao flying sword?" "The Danbao flying sword is an external magical treasure. And it emerges from the palm only if one has at least reached the golden core stage. How could he possibly integrate it into his life essence? This spiritual seal does not provide clarity, yet it states, although that young man has slain me and my second-tier subordinates, it was no easy feat. If he were at the golden core stage, he could have dispatched us with a single move. If he were at the nascent soul stage, our defeat would have been even swifter. Why would he exert such effort? In my estimation, his strength is at most at the late foundation establishment stage.
Ling Kuei turned to Ling Hua and remarked, Elder, could it be that Li Wu's overwhelming prowess is merely an act?
At this moment, a disciple from the Ghost Spirit Sect, who had been maintaining the formation, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Elder, one of our disciples guarding the Ghost Spirit protective array was quietly eliminated. The collapse of the array was not primarily due to Li Wu's flying sword, but rather because he secretly dispatched someone to ambush our formation disciple.
The imbalance in the array led to its downfall.
Ling Kuei gritted his teeth and struck a nearby rock with his fist, shattering it into fragments.
Elder, I comprehend now.
If Li Wu truly possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage, he would have already discovered our Ghost Spirit Sect's branch. As the clearly righteous young master,
how could he possibly let us go?
It is not that he spared us out of mercy, but rather that he was unable to eliminate us.
We have all been deceived by that young man. Chapter 49, Li Wu on the brink of collapse.
Ling Hua cast a glance downwards. His knees stained with the earth from when he had knelt before Li Wu, a humiliation beyond measure.
His entire face contorted with rage. That scoundrel!
A mere foundational cultivator, daring to deceive this elder.
Today, I, Ling Hua, shall ensure your demise, no matter the cost.
As Ling Hua roared, a tempest of blood energy surged around him, shattering the already crumbling altar beneath his feet. Only in the presence of a millennia-old locust tree could a blood sacrifice array be constructed, but that ancient tree had already fallen to Li Wu's blade,
rendering the altar inoperative.
Disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect, heed my command. Immediately pursue Li Wu and capture Chu Zishuan. They must not escape the Limu mountain range.
The command echoed through the valley, startling the nightingales resting on the cliffs.
In the distance, the night sky swept over, leading into the woods beyond the gorge. Under a Huang spell, Li Wu had fled the ancient mansion with Chu Zishuan, escaping from the teleportation array at Tongfu Tavern and entering the forest.
Ahead,
Li Wu carried Chu Zishuan, sprinting swiftly. Behind them, Zhao Xian and Sun Feng followed closely. The two, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, Young Master,
we never imagined you were merely feigning all these years. Have you truly restored your strength to the nascent soul stage? If so,
why not obliterate that Ghost Spirit Sect altar?
That would be a great achievement.
Allowing those remnants of the Ghost Spirit Sect to linger poses endless trouble.
With a sigh,
Li Wu replied, it was merely a bluff to intimidate them.
Enough talk, we must hasten our escape.
It won't be long before the elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect realizes the truth, and if they catch up to us, it will be disastrous.
What?
Zhao Xian and Sun Feng exclaimed in unison, astonished by the unexpected revelation. The fact that Li Wu could outwit those masters of the Ghost Spirit Sect was even more impressive. Li Wu continued, your communication jade tokens have been destroyed. But once we reach the outer range of Yuanshan, we should be able to use talismans to send messages.
By then,
the elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect will likely think twice about pursuing us.
The two nodded, quickening their pace.
Huang's voice resonated in Li Wu's mind, Master. The Ghost Spirit Sect elder has caught wind of the situation and is dividing his disciples to pursue us.
Truly swift,
Li Wu thought, realizing they were still several miles from Yuanshan's outer range. Evading a Golden Core expert's pursuit and returning to safety seemed nearly impossible.
Noticing Li Wu's distress, Chu Zishuan inquired,
Junior brother, what troubles you? Li Wu confessed, Ling Hua is coming after us.
Furrowing her brow, Chu Zishuan urged, put me down.
The elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect seeks me. If you release me, you can escape safely.
If you take me alone, none of us will get away.
Li Wu,
however, would not relinquish her.
Sister, have you forgotten?
I just deceived the elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect into kneeling before me. He will undoubtedly want me dead first. Brother Sun Feng, Brother Zhao Xian, do you still possess any movement talismans?
They nodded. Li Wu then declared, I will stay behind to hinder the Ghost Spirit Sect's pursuers.
You two take Chu Zishuan and flee.
We shall split our paths. If all goes well, let us meet at the Maple Valley in the outer mountains.
Chu Zishuan protested vehemently, no. Junior brother, you are the young master of Yuanshan, you cannot stay behind.
I will stay.
Sun Feng insisted. No, I shall remain.
Zhao Xian countered.
Li Wu raised his hand to silence them. Enough of this dispute. My intent is to confront the Ghost Spirit Sect's pursuers, thus granting us all a chance to escape. I have my methods. Ling Hua will find it no easy task to capture me. Zhao Xian and Sun Feng exchanged glances, their perceptions shifting. It seemed as if 2.5 years had transformed Li Wu into a different person. When the main sect had strayed from the righteous path, he had been ridiculed, but now they saw him anew. This young master was the same as before, perhaps even more admirable. They began to believe that Li Wu's previous rebellion had been a facade, a consequence of his own struggles. Then it is decided, Li Wu asserted, as the pursuing forces of the Ghost Spirit Sect drew nearer. Trust me. Without waiting for further objections, he entrusted Chu Zixuan to Zhao Xian and Sun Feng, dashing off in the opposite direction. As they watched Li Wu's selfless retreat, tears welled in Zhao Xian and Sun Feng's eyes. Young master. Li Wu vanished into the depths of the forest, all the while creating a commotion to divert attention. The pursuers from the Ghost Spirit Sect quickly honed in on his position, and from the nearby thicket emerged 4 malevolent spirits, lunging towards him. With fists clenched, Li Wu prepared for battle. As the spirits approached, he moved swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through the foremost spirit. The remaining spirits pounced upon him, tearing and biting, but he retaliated with a flurry of punches that sent them scattering. Summoning a cursed dagger, he absorbed their essence. In less than half a minute, all 4 spirits lay vanquished. Nearby, Ghost Spirit Sect disciples fell from the trees. Li Wu approached them calmly, administering poison to the 4 disciples, who convulsed violently before succumbing. Each disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect yielded 2 bouts of combat strength, and with the poisonous bonus, Li Wu amassed a total of 1,500 strength points, acquiring 30 portions of hecatomb powder and 2 portions of stinky tofu. The dagger's nurturing progress surged to 18. Perhaps upon reaching 20, he would have another opportunity to strike. Master, a group of Ghost Spirit Sect disciples seems to have spotted Chu Zixuan and the others and are pursuing them. Their position is southwest. If you traverse the small ravine to your right, you could intercept them. Huang informed. Li Wu acted swiftly. Master, Ling Hua has detected your presence and is also in pursuit. Li Wu cut his palm, leaving a trail of blood energy to mislead the chasing Ghost Spirit Sect disciples. Indeed, after barely half a minute, 5 disciples emerged from the ravine in pursuit. Li Wu revealed himself, causing a stir among the disciples. However, aware of his earlier bluff and emboldened by their numbers, they quickly surrounded him. Li Wu allowed them to approach, and as the 5 disciples unleashed their spirits upon him, he unexpectedly seized one of the spirits by the throat. The sight left the disciples dumbfounded. They had witnessed numerous spirits slaying humans but had never seen a human strangling a spirit. With a surge of force, Li Wu snapped the spirit's neck and struck its head, obliterating it entirely. In less than 2 minutes, all 5 spirits attacking Li Wu were dispatched. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect could not muster any resistance against him. Li Wu's strikes were utterly overwhelming. After obliterating the 4th wave of Ghost Spirit Sect disciples, his combat strength saw a significant enhancement. This was the key to breaking the deadlock. The disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect were divided into several groups to pursue Chu Zixuan and her companions, all of whom were swiftly eliminated by Li Wu. With the formidable assistance of a Huang's acute hearing and sense of smell, Li Wu repeatedly evaded the joint manhunt led by the formidable experts Ling Kuei and Ling Hua. At this moment, Li Wu leisurely settled beneath a chestnut tree, finishing the last round of his poison reward lottery. While savoring stinky tofu to replenish his vitality, he perused the system panel. Name, Li Wu Combat Power, 22. 630 Realm, Late Foundation Establishment Technique, Double Combat Power. Utilizing this technique allows the host to inflict double damage instantaneously, however, it is highly depleting to the hostess' vitality. So please use it judiciously. Heavenly Harmony Powder, 252 portions. Using Heavenly Harmony Powder increases combat power. The increase varies based on the target's strength. Lottery chances, 0. The system will occasionally issue tasks. Completing these tasks grants lottery chances. Milestone, Combat Power 50. 000. Reaching a combat power of 50, 000 grants access to the Celestial Eye. Inventory, Mysterious Dagger, in Cultivation, Progress 20, 0 Binding Talismans, 2 Teleportation Talismans. 12 portions of stinky tofu, Junior Combat Power Comparison Manual. Buzz.
The cultivation progress of the mysterious dagger exceeds 20, granting one opportunity to strike.
Indeed, as Li Wu anticipated.
The cultivation of the dagger could only be enhanced by continuously refining and absorbing ordinary second-tier malevolent spirits, and the enhancement rate was diminishing.
Most crucially, during this wave of skirmishes in the forest, Li Wu's combat power rose by 200.
However, facing a 5th-tier malevolent spirit with over 50,000 combat power presented a formidable challenge. Unfortunately, the disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect had all been dealt with by Li Wu.
What should he do next? Having expended considerable energy, he decided to restore his vitality first.
After consuming the stinky tofu, his combat power increased by 10 points, fully restoring his depleted vitality. Using a method of sound transmission, Li Wu inquired of a Huang whether Ling Kuei and Ling Hua were still together.
A Huang responded, "Master, they are still together.
They have detected the commotion from your direction and are heading towards you."
How swift! I must take my leave.
Li Wu thought to himself. If Ling Kuei and Ling Hua separated, Li Wu could directly confront Ling Kuei with his current strength, eliminate him, and then enhance his power to deal with Ling Hua,
thus maximizing his chances.
Yet, the two remained together, evidently on guard, complicating matters.
After some contemplation,
Li Wu smeared some blood from the corpses of the Ghost Spirit Sect disciples onto himself and lay down on the ground. Soon, the nearby forest rustled. Ling Hua and Ling Kuei emerged, one walking on air and the other riding a sword. Upon seeing the bodies of several Ghost Spirit Sect disciples on the ground, they descended and caught sight of Li Wu lying nearby, covered in blood and coughing, appearing to be on the brink of death.
Li Wu, seemingly struggling,
shifted slightly and coughed a couple of times. Leaning against a moss-covered rock, he barely lifted his eyelids to gaze at Ling Kuei and Ling Hua,
appearing unable to utter a word.
Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Wu attempted to stand, but stumbled and remained crouched on the ground. Observing Li Wu in such a state, the burly vice elder Ling Kuei chuckled, "Why haven't you run away, young Master Li?"
Li Wu replied with a smile, "I had no intention of fleeing." Ling Kuei scoffed, "Enough of the charade." Li Wu retorted, "No charade.
My primary objective was to divert your attention and eliminate the Ghost Spirit Sect disciples tracking them, ensuring my senior sister's safe departure.
That task is now accomplished."
A red-clad malevolent spirit floated beside Ling Kuei, a 4th-tier spirit, while a blue-clad malevolent spirit hovered near Ling Hua, comparable to a 5th-tier spirit with a ghost core. The two exuded a powerful aura, causing the temperature in the surrounding forest to plummet, and a chilling wind swept through, raising goosebumps and rustling the leaves with an eerie sound. Ling Hua chuckled dryly, as expected of the young master of the Yuanxian Sect, even in such circumstances.
"You managed to escort Chu Zishuan to safety.
However, having eliminated so many disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect, your spiritual energy must be entirely depleted by now. Sacrificing a young master to save a few inner disciples, this trait seems unfavorable for your Yuanxian Sect."
Li Wu countered, "Ling Hua, you are mistaken.
Our sect master has long stripped me of my title as young master. I am now merely an ordinary outer disciple, recently selected from the Servant Valley.
Exchanging one outer disciple for several inner disciples is a bargain in my view. Now, enough of this idle chatter. Regardless of whether you are the young master of the Yuanxian Sect, I only wish to ask, how do you intend to kill me?"
Ling Hua's expression darkened.
The previous humiliation would be repaid in full. Li Wu, however, smiled and replied, "Do I have a choice?" Ling Hua's annoyance intensified at Li Wu's nonchalant demeanor.
Li Wu continued, "Since my vitality has been entirely drained, I am unable to move. How you choose to extinguish me is merely a trivial matter."
"Elder Ling Hua, spare me the theatrics and grant me a swift end."
The more Li Wu spoke, the more Ling Hua felt that killing him outright would be too merciful. In a fit of rage, Ling Hua conjured a ghostly claw from malevolent energy, lunging at Li Wu, but at the last moment, it swept past Li Wu's ear,
shattering the nearby rock. "To crush you like this would be too lenient.
I think it more fitting to have the malevolent spirit flay your skin and strip your tendons. Then burn your soul with ghost fire, slowly extinguishing your spirit energy, ensuring you suffer unbearable torment, living in agony worse than death."
"That would be truly satisfying."
Li Wu weakly exclaimed, as expected of Elder Ling Hua, "Your methods are indeed ruthless.
I am so frightened.
Although he claimed to be terrified. His expression betrayed indifference, further inciting Ling Hua's anger. Ling Hua formed a series of hand seals, conjuring 5 malevolent spirits that charged towards Li Wu, each brandishing knives,
seemingly intent on flaying him alive.
Li Wu, mustering his strength, clung to the nearby rock and struggled to stand. Ling Kuei, witnessing Li Wu's predicament, laughed triumphantly.
Now you know fear, don't you? Our elder Ling Hua's 5 spirits are notorious for skinning and dismembering their victims. Today, you are fortunate to witness their wrath. Consider it a worthwhile experience in your life.
As Ling Hua unleashed his full power, Ling Kuei felt there was no opportunity for him to intervene. He leaned against a large tree, wearing a smug expression as he watched the unfolding spectacle.
The 5 malevolent spirits swiftly lunged at Li Wu. Gritting his teeth, Li Wu managed to evade the onslaught of spirits. Though small, each spirit moved with incredible speed, their knives glinting with a sinister light. Their chattering voices reverberated in the air, disorienting Li Wu. The haunting whispers of the spirits were indeed beguiling. Li Wu quickly covered his ears, rolled over, and dashed in the direction of Ling Kuei. Seeing Li Wu rushing towards him, Ling Kuei scoffed. The audacity of this boy to confront me, the vice-elder, shall not go unpunished. Before Ling Kuei could finish his proclamation, Li Wu, seemingly in a desperate flight, unexpectedly raised his hand. And a dagger shot forth from his palm, piercing through Ling Kuei's brow. A burst of crimson mist erupted from the tree above, splintering the trunk into a shower of wood shavings. The suddenness of this act left Ling Kuei utterly unprepared, after all, with the elder's spiritual transformation present. He presumed he would not have the opportunity to strike, his role primarily that of an observer. Yet, the observer found himself vanquished. The crimson-clad malevolent spirit also failed to react, rushing towards Li Wu upon witnessing its master's injury. However, midway through its leap, the spirit collapsed to the ground, its life force dissipating, rendering it immobile. Ling Kuei lay on the ground, blood streaming down his face, struggling to lift his gaze towards Li Wu. Unable to fathom how Li Wu could be so treacherous, approaching not to flee but to launch a surprise attack. You've exhausted your vitality. How can this be? Ling Kuei's face twisted in disbelief and resentment, before he fell silent, lifeless on the ground. Before retracting his dagger, Li Wu absorbed the essence of the crimson spirit. Meanwhile, the 5 wicked spirits were charging towards Li Wu. Yet, with a swift motion, Li Wu unleashed a punch. And in that life-and-death moment, he felt a surge of formidable power erupting from his dantian, manifesting as streaks of blood-red lightning with each strike. The lightning, radiating with intense energy, pierced through the 5 spirits. In that fleeting instant, Li Wu distinctly sensed a tremor within his dantian. Blood-red bolts of lightning surged forth, coursing through his entire being, and at that moment, a colossal humanoid shadow appeared in his mind. The figure was indistinct, yet it was enveloped in blood-red lightning, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The shadow flickered and vanished from Li Wu's consciousness. What was that? Moreover, Li Wu's punch inadvertently unleashed lightning. Was this the evolution of his dantian's essence? Could it be that the essence evolved into a lightning-type manifestation? As thoughts raced through his mind, he absorbed the residual spirit energy from the 5 spirits, enhancing the crimson dagger's nurturing progress by 2, while the total enhancement from the 5 spirits amounted to 2, bringing the dagger's nurturing progress to 24. Subsequently, Li Wu rushed over to turn Ling Kuei, who lay face down, onto his back. Initially intending to administer a packet of Huan powder to Ling Kuei, he discovered, to his dismay, that Ling Kuei was already beyond salvation. Disappointment washed over him. This vice-elder was surprisingly fragile, succumbing so easily? The lethality of the dagger was indeed formidable. Reflecting on this experience, he resolved to alter his strategy in future encounters. Even when utilizing the dagger, he must avoid targeting the opponent's brow and soul nexus directly, for such a lethal strike resulted in an immediate demise, leaving no time for poison to take effect. Targeting the dantian or heart nexus would allow for a window of opportunity to administer poison before the vital signs faded. This was the late stage of foundational establishment. Losing a chance to poison the opponent was truly lamentable. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Buzz. The host has slain a level 4 malevolent spirit master, inflicting 12,000 damage, and has received a combat power rebate of 1,200.
The host has defeated 5 wicked spirits, collectively dealing 20,000 damage, garnering a combat power rebate of 2,000.
Even the annihilation of the 5 wicked spirits yielded a rebate? Moreover, the cumulative rebate was substantial, providing Li Wu with ample consolation.
This was indeed satisfactory.
This wave netted Li Wu a combat power of 3,200.
Thrilled. Previously, Li Wu's combat power stood at 22,640, now it has soared to 25,840. This marked a qualitative leap, for upon reaching 25,000, Li Wu could unleash over 50,000 damage with his double techniques. Such power corresponded to the early stage of Golden Dan, allowing Li Wu a fighting chance against spiritual transformation. Even the earlier feigned weakness was a ruse. The blood and grime upon him were not his own. To be capable of swiftly eliminating Ling Kuei and the 5 wicked spirits, he truly possessed the peak strength of late foundational establishment, hiding his prowess remarkably well. Such cunning at such a young age. It seems this elder must tread carefully if he wishes to extinguish you. Boy, prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar from the spirit of transformation, the azure-clad malevolent spirit lunged at Li Wu. The speed of this level 5 spirit was astonishing. Grasping Li Wu by the throat and lifting him off the ground in an instant, a potent aura of malevolence enveloped Li Wu, leaving him utterly immobilized. The level 5 spirit was comparable to the early stage of Golden Dan, and under the oppressive aura of this malevolent entity, Li Wu felt utterly powerless. As the spirit tightened its grip, a strangled sound escaped Li Wu's throat, and breathing became increasingly difficult. He struggled, seeking an opportunity. Yet, the disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. Confronting a Golden Dan master head-on, even with Li Wu's combat power equivalent to late foundational establishment, he found himself in a dire predicament. The azure spirit opened its maw, drawing upon Li Wu's essence. In that moment, all 7 orifices of Li Wu opened, and his life force was forcefully siphoned away, inducing a sensation of impending unconsciousness. The drain of vitality left Li Wu increasingly feeble, as if his very soul were being extracted. This was untenable, he would surely be drained dry by this azure spirit. In a moment of desperation, Li Wu recalled a rather dubious method, but with nothing to lose, he decided to give it a try. He swiftly bit into his tongue, gathering a drop of blood. With a spitting sound, he hurled it at the malevolent spirit's face. This action left the level 5 spirit momentarily stunned. It seemed unfathomable that Li Wu would resort to such a tactic, as spitting was often deemed a childish maneuver. However, in his past life, Li Wu had heard that blood from the tongue bore the essence of vitality, capable of countering malevolent spirits. After unleashing the drop of blood, the spirit's visage contorted as a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a plume of white smoke. Master Lin did not deceive me. The azure spirit howled in pain, its grip on Li Wu slackening. Yet, while the blood from his tongue could repel malevolent spirits, against a formidable level 5 spirit, it merely inflicted a burning sensation, failing to cause any substantial harm. Regaining its composure, the spirit's eyes turned blood red, once more lunging at Li Wu. But Li Wu had vanished. Indeed, even the azure spirit could not trace Li Wu's whereabouts. In the brief moment of distraction caused by the spit, Li Wu had completely slipped away. What was happening? The spirit, contorted in rage, scoured the surroundings for Li Wu. Li Wu had employed the instant teleportation talisman generously bestowed by the system. There were only 2 of these talismans. Yet, at a critical moment, they could save one's life. As Li Wu vanished, Ling Hua, perched atop the treetops, felt a surge of exhilaration. This young man possessed such a powerful instant teleportation artifact, it would soon belong to this elder. After teleporting, Li Wu found himself in a strange forest. However, recognizing familiar vegetation, with numerous cypress and chestnut trees, he realized he was not far from where he had previously been. Having nearly depleted his life force, he immediately consumed a piece of stinky tofu, restoring his vitality and adding 10 points to his combat power. Feeling revitalized, Li Wu swiftly fled into the distance. Faced with such a formidable adversary, survival was his utmost priority. Just then, the system's voice reverberated. Buzz. A gentle reminder, the slaying of the ethereal manifestation is crucial for completing the mid-tier sect mission. Only by vanquishing the ethereal entity can one fulfill the sect's tasks and, in turn, reap substantial rewards. Upon completion of this task, a reward of 5,000 battle power shall be granted, along with 2 teleportation talismans.
5,000 battle power. How many late-stage foundation establishment cultivators must one defeat to attain such a bounty?
Besides the 5,000 battle power.
The allure of the 2 teleportation talismans is simply irresistible.
At that moment, a formidable sound of wind slicing through the air approached swiftly from afar. A green skeletal apparition emitted a chilling wail, sending tremors through the forest and causing one's scalp to prickle.
It raced towards Li Wu, its jaws agape, ready to strike.
Li Wu deftly rolled aside, clenching his fist, and with a powerful blow, shattered the skeletal apparition. He turned to flee, but after just a few steps,
he felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him.
Above, perched atop the treetops, was the figure of the ethereal manifestation.
Following closely behind was the cold,
oppressive aura that surged forth. Upon glancing back, Li Wu noticed the green-clad malevolent spirit floating towards him, blocking his escape route. The distance of teleportation should have been several miles, yet the prowess of a golden core expert was formidable enough to pursue him so swiftly. Li Wu's teleportation talismans dwindled to a mere final one, which he could not afford to use recklessly.
Should he teleport again and be pursued,
he would lose his last means of survival. The ethereal manifestation fixed its gaze upon Li Wu, remarking, having been drained so severely by the green-clad spirit,
"Your vitality is nearly depleted, yet you still manage to withstand my ghostly devouring technique. It seems you possess a spiritual elixir capable of rapidly replenishing your vitality. All of that shall belong to me."
Green-clad spirit, subdue him. At the command, the green-clad malevolent spirit charged forward with unrelenting ferocity. Li Wu knew he could not afford to be caught again, lest he be ensnared and have his life force siphoned away. He quickly drew 2 swift movement talismans from his pocket and affixed them to his legs, sprinting away into the distance, but the green-clad spirit was faster, relentlessly pursuing him. Merely relying on the swift movement talismans was insufficient to shake off the relentless spirit. As the green-clad malevolent spirit closed in, it unleashed another ghostly devouring technique,
summoning a skeletal apparition from another direction to assail Li Wu.
The ferocity of the ghostly assault was palpable, and should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Gritting his teeth, Li Wu rolled to the side, gathering his strength, and with a mighty punch, shattered the ghostly apparition.
However, to his dismay,
the green-clad spirit unleashed even more spectral apparitions, which surged towards him from all sides. Li Wu combined his fists and feet, forcefully obliterating several ghostly apparitions.
Yet ultimately,
he was struck hard by one ghostly apparition on his back, sending him crashing several meters away into the trunk of a tree.
The tree, as thick as a man's embrace, splintered with a resounding crash, collapsing to the ground.
Li Wu attempted to rise, but pain surged through his body,
and he coughed up blood. Yet the ghostly apparition was relentless, charging at him once more, aiming for his head. Gritting his teeth,
Li Wu rolled aside to evade the ghostly attack, but the apparition turned and sank its teeth into his shoulder. Its sharp fangs pierced his flesh, drawing forth blood.
The creature was ravenously consuming his life force.
Agonizing pain coursed through him as he clenched his fist, smashing the creature to pieces. Only to have the green-clad spirit retaliate by conjuring 5 ghostly apparitions, ensnaring his limbs and threatening to tear him apart.
Li Wu closed his eyes, feeling his foundation surge once more, and summoned blood-red lightning with each punch, shattering the surrounding ghostly apparitions.
This power of lightning indeed had the capacity to repel evil. Clenching his fist once more, he launched himself at the green-clad spirit.
His fist neared the spirit's brow, yet the spirit merely raised a hand, deflecting Li Wu's strike with ease, sending him staggering back. This malevolent spirit was undeniably powerful. Furthermore, the blood-red lightning upon Li Wu's fists was not always present.
He had yet to master this power, likely due to his unstable foundation. Yet there was no time for contemplation.
At that moment,
a voice echoed in Li Wu's mind, a Huang's transmission. "Master, the 5th-tier malevolent spirit possesses a ghostly core, located within its dantian.
That area is of utmost importance to the spirit and is its most vulnerable point.
If you can find a way to breach the spirit's dantian and shatter its ghostly core, you may have a chance. Merely damaging the spirit's soul vein will not suffice." Thus, with the last opportunity to pierce with the dagger, he aimed for the spirit's ghostly core. Just as Huang's warning reached him, the ethereal manifestation on the treetops sneered coldly.
Ah, so there's a beast assisting you. The yellow mist swirling by the altar is indeed your beast attempting to intimidate me. Come forth. With a wave of its hand, a crimson aura surged into the forest, and moments later,
a pained cry from Huang echoed as its yellow form was dragged forth from the depths of the woods, crashing heavily against a nearby boulder.
The impact was devastating.
Huang lay broken upon the rock, the boulder shattered, blood splattered, and he lay still, devoid of movement.
Huang! Li Wu cried out in distress.
There was no response from Huang, and the grass nearby was stained with blood.
In desperation, Li Wu gritted his teeth, drawing forth the dagger to strike at the spirit's dantian.
However, the spirit enveloped itself in a shroud of blood, coalescing a dense aura that ensnared the dagger. Flinging it away with a flick of its wrist, the dagger embedded itself into the rock below, buried to the hilt. The spirit was too powerful, this method was futile. The spirit extended its arm, reaching for Li Wu's neck, intent on seizing his life force, but unexpectedly, Li Wu vanished without a trace, just as before.
Indeed. He had used the last teleportation talisman. The ethereal manifestation assumed Li Wu had fled once more, yet in the blink of an eye, Li Wu appeared before him. A mere 2 meters separating them.
Gritting his teeth, Li Wu clenched his fist and roared, launching a powerful punch towards the ethereal manifestation.
For my companion, I will have your life.
Li Wu's fury ignited as his fist surged forth with a resounding sound of air breaking. Yet the ethereal manifestation calmly raised its hand, effortlessly blocking Li Wu's punch, the crimson aura swirling in its palm, and with a slight exertion, Li Wu was sent staggering back several steps.
You cannot defeat my malevolent spirit yet dare to challenge me. You possess some intellect, but not enough. I am an elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect. This position is not one easily attained.
Allow me to show you that in terms of martial prowess, you are far from my equal.
After deflecting Li Wu's strike,
the ethereal manifestation executed a swift motion, delivering a powerful punch towards Li Wu. Li Wu evaded the blow and retaliated with a kick aimed at the ethereal manifestation.
The manifestation blocked the kick effortlessly, and as Li Wu unleashed a flurry of punches, the manifestation's defenses became increasingly relaxed, as if mocking Li Wu's efforts. Tell me, boy, does your strength wane? Have you exhausted your vitality after such a brief exchange? The ethereal manifestation taunted, its onslaught becoming overwhelmingly oppressive. Suddenly,
the manifestation clenched its fist and unleashed a devastating punch towards Li Wu. As the moment of confrontation approached, Linghua unleashed a formidable burst of crimson energy,
concentrating it into a single, lethal punch aimed at Li Wu.
In Linghua's mind, this strike would undoubtedly spell doom for his opponent, facing someone like Li Wu. He felt there was no need for the assistance of his azure-clad fierce spirit. Linghua bore an expression of ease and composure as his fist surged forward,
exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Wu raised his fist, intent on countering Linghua's assault, but he quickly realized the sheer might of his opponent's blow was suffocating. As he staggered, he inquired, "How is your strength so formidable without the support of the azure fierce spirit?" This question delighted Linghua, whose eyes narrowed with satisfaction. Weaklings cannot comprehend the path of power that the strong tread.
Brace yourself, for this elder's punch may very well end your life.
Li Wu remained silent,
while Linghua reveled in his own arrogance.
The force of his punch descended upon Li Wu like a cataclysmic hammer.
Yet at that precise moment, Li Wu's demeanor shifted. His gaze hardened, and with a resounding cry of double, his blood surged with renewed vigor. The foundational energy within him trembled as a blood-red lightning bolt surged forth from his essence, coiling through his veins like a tempestuous dragon.
This uncontrollable, ferocious energy coalesced into a fist, with veins pulsating and emanating threads of crimson electricity.
When Linghua's punch collided with Li Wu's doubled strike,
a thunderous explosion resonated through the air.
The crown of a nearby tree was cleaved in two, its trunk violently torn apart, splintered debris flying in all directions. Where their fists met, a sharp crack echoed, a sound reminiscent of shattering bones, which caused the corners of Linghua's mouth to twitch upward.
You dare to exchange blows with this elder? Such recklessness!
Even if you survive, your arm shall be rendered useless.
Yet Li Wu retorted, "Is that so? Watch closely, it is not I, Li Wu, who will be shattered."
As he uttered these words, the force behind his punch remained undiminished, surging with relentless power.
In stark contrast,
Linghua felt the strength in his own fist dissipating, an intense pain jolting through him, startling his very essence. Following this, Li Wu's punch exploded forth. The blood-red lightning tearing through Linghua's garments and striking him mercilessly in the chest, sending arcs of energy cascading outward. Linghua had grossly underestimated Li Wu. The power unleashed by Li Wu's punch was beyond the imagination of a mere elder like Linghua. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Linghua gazed at Li Wu in terror, stammering, How is this possible?" As he spoke, blood poured from his mouth and nose. A testament to his deteriorating condition. "You cannot kill me. I am a fifth-tier elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect. You, a mere fledgling, how can your strength rival mine?" Li Wu replied calmly, "Why is it impossible for me to kill you? I, Li Wu, can slay even those above the golden core stage." His simple yet domineering words left Linghua's face twitching in disbelief. It dawned on him that he had unwittingly fallen into Li Wu's trap during their battle. Although Linghua's fierce spirit was a fifth-tier entity, comparable to the early stages of Golden Core, he himself was merely at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. His true power diminished compared to that of his fierce spirit. Li Wu utilized a technique of instant movement to engage with Linghua, who had assumed he could easily best Li Wu in physical combat due to the Ghost Spirit Sect's focus on body cultivation to guard against fierce spirit backlashes. However, this was precisely Li Wu's strategy. With his energy severed, Linghua felt his life force waning, his aura dissipating. As the support of his spiritual energy vanished, he lost balance and began to fall. Linghua's accompanying fierce spirit, the azure entity, lunged toward Li Wu with ferocity. Unperturbed, Li Wu stood his ground, remaining as steadfast as a mountain. Just as the ghostly claw was about to make contact with his shoulder, the azure fierce spirit's malevolent energy began to unravel, revealing a blood-red inner core that bore cracks upon its surface. Li Wu swiftly summoned a cursed dagger, absorbing the fierce spirit's energy along with the power of its inner core. Streams of energy flowed into the dagger, its rust visibly peeling away at an astonishing rate. Upon completion of the absorption, the nurturing progress of the dagger surged to 30, indicating that the essence of a fifth-tier fierce spirit had elevated Li Wu's dagger by 6. Indeed, it was only through the absorption of higher-tier fierce spirits that progress could be made. As the dagger's nurturing level reached 30, it signified successful advancement to the golden core stage, allowing it to be refined into a personal flying sword. However, darkness suddenly enveloped Li Wu, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground, cushioned somewhat by the thick foliage. Despite this, the impact nearly rendered him unconscious. Li Wu retrieved a portion of stinky tofu and began to eat. Just as he consumed a few pieces and felt a slight recovery in his vitality, he suddenly recalled that the golden core powerhouse on the ground had yet to be poisoned. This was an opportunity too good to miss. With his energy still waning, Li Wu resolved to administer poison without hesitation. He set aside the stinky tofu and, scrambling toward Linghua, pried open his mouth, pouring a packet of harmony powder down his throat. Linghua, on the verge of death, sputtered and coughed, his face contorted in bitterness. Li Wu kindly cautioned, "The powder is rather dry, be careful not to choke." Nearby, a small puddle had formed amidst the leaves, and Li Wu thoughtfully gathered some water to assist Linghua in swallowing. As Linghua coughed violently, he managed to swallow the harmony powder. Surviving this ordeal was a promising sign, indicating that Li Wu's plan was on the verge of success. With that, Li Wu returned to his stinky tofu, savoring the rich flavor while keeping a vigilant eye on the shifting expressions of the elder Linghua. Chapter 53, The Weeping Chowdan. The ailing Linghua felt something amiss within himself. Li Wu, chewing on stinky tofu, explained, "That is the Hehuan powder. I have heard that the disciples of your Ghost Spirit Sect are quite feeble. As you depart, let me impart to you the sensation of being a true man. It is said that in order to refine their spirits, the disciples of your sect must maintain their youthful form. I presume you have never truly felt what it is to be a real man in your lifetime, have you? How does it feel now? Not too shabby, I imagine?" Linghua gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, staring at Li Wu, rendered almost speechless. After much hesitation, he managed to utter a few words, You demon." Li Wu, with a gentle reminder, retorted, "What demon? I am but a disciple of the esteemed Yuanxian Sect." "Linghua, do not be so agitated. Excessive excitement will hasten your blood flow, accelerating the collapse of your meridians, and you shall meet your end even sooner. Infuriated, Linghua began to twitch uncontrollably. Blood gushed from the wounds on his heart and dantian. Look! Look! The wound has burst open, you are dying, aren't you? Li Wu continued nonchalantly munching on his stinky tofu. Linghua opened his mouth but could utter no more, spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling silent. One must concede. The formidable body cultivator exhibited extraordinary vitality. Even with his accompanying ghostly spirit dead and his heart's meridian shattered, he managed to cling to life for a while longer. Had it not been for such a lethal dose, it is conceivable that Linghua might have fled and returned to seek vengeance upon Li Wu. However, that was no longer an option. Of course, there was a silver lining: it afforded Li Wu ample time to administer his poison. Unlike the previous Ling Kuei, who appeared robust yet perished swiftly, rendering the poisoning futile, what a waste. Buzz. The host successfully poisoned the level 5 malevolent spirit master and received a combat power reward of 600, along with 40 lottery chances. The host exterminated the level 5 malevolent spirit, inflicting damage amounting to 54,000, earning a combat power rebate of 5,400. As Li Wu savored the stinky tofu, he reveled in the delightful notifications from the system. The rewards were not yet concluded. After a brief pause, the voice continued. Buzz. Congratulations to the host for slaying Linghua, completing the mid-level sect mission, and fulfilling the system task. A main task reward of 5,000 combat power has been granted. 2 teleportation talismans awarded. This system is indeed considerate. Just as Li Wu exhausted the previous 2 teleportation talismans, he was replenished with 2 more. Such items are invaluable for survival. Upon finishing a serving of stinky tofu, the system's voice echoed once more. Buzz. Congratulations to the host for consuming a serving of stinky tofu, with a small probability of combat power explosion, gaining an additional 2,000 combat power. 2,000? What a delightful surprise. Good fortune is unstoppable. Earlier, he had also obtained 40 lottery chances from poisoning, and now, having finished the stinky tofu, he casually decided to draw. 40 lottery chances proved fruitful. He struck gold 3 times. One for 200, another for 800, and a final one for 300, totaling a combat power explosion of 1,300. The lottery not only yielded combat power but also, as usual, provided him with 32 servings of Huang powder, in addition to 5 servings of stinky tofu. This bounty was incredibly satisfying. Could it be that challenging opponents significantly richer in power yields even more substantial rewards and a higher probability of combat power surges? Next, Li Wu examined the system panel. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 40, 150. Realm, Late Foundation Establishment. Technique, combat power doubling. Using this technique allows the host to inflict double damage instantaneously. It is extremely taxing on the host's vitality, so please use it judiciously. Huang powder, 283 servings. Using Huang powder increases combat power. The amount varies based on the target's strength. Lottery chances, 0. The system will issue tasks intermittently. Completing these tasks grants lottery chances. Milestone, 50. 000 combat power. Upon reaching 50,000, the host will gain access to the heavenly law eye. Inventory, mysterious dagger, in nurturing, progress 30, 2 teleportation talismans. 14 servings of stinky tofu, beginner combat power realm comparison record. Although the battle against Linghua was fraught with peril, the slaying of one such being directly netted an increase of over 10,000 in combat power, an endeavor indeed worth the risk. Now, with combat power exceeding 40,000, he was ever closer to the foundational combat power of the early Golden Core stage. Should Li Wu employ the combat power doubling technique now, he could unleash over 80,000 damage. This level of damage surpassed that of an ordinary early Golden Core practitioner. Moreover, the next milestone was 50,000, not too distant now. Once achieved, he would acquire the Heavenly Law Eye, a technique enabling the observation of another's combat power and assessment of their realm, a prospect Li Wu eagerly anticipated. Ah, and a Huang. Li Wu rushed over to check on a Huang's condition. A Huang lay motionless on the ground, and upon touching him, Li Wu felt the coldness of death. This deeply saddened him. The dog had been quite loyal, yet it had fallen victim to Ling Wu's single strike. After attempting various methods to revive a Huang with no response, Li Wu was left with no choice but to dig a grave for him. What he failed to notice was that a Huang, in silence, was absorbing the moonlight.
Indeed, the moonlight cascaded down, infusing its essence into the grave.
Li Wu carried Ling Hua's corpse to a Huang's grave.
Ling Hua was the one who sought to take your life. I have avenged you, he proclaimed. As a spirit beast, you consume for survival. Consider these 2 corpses your offerings.
A Huang, may you rest well. As he spoke these words, Li Wu felt a pang of reluctance, memories of their time together flashing through his mind. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Yuanxian Sect, Chao Dan, ragged and bloodied, knelt on the ground, appearing utterly frail. Elder Sun, the 7th elder of the Yuanxian Sect, hurried over and helped Chao Dan to his feet.
Danner, it is good that you have returned, no need for formalities. I shall heal your wounds.
Sun began to perform healing techniques, but Chao Dan immediately raised a hand, weakly refusing, no.
Master, allow me to first report on sect matters.
My injuries are trivial, the tasks of the sect are paramount, as are the lives of my fellow disciples. As he spoke, Chao Dan coughed violently,
spitting out a mouthful of blood.
He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but Elder Sun quickly steadied him.
Oh dear, my child. Chao Dan gritted his teeth.
Struggling to speak, Master, I am fine, I can endure. I must inform the sect leader that the disappearances in Baiyun town are the work of the Ghost Spirit sect. They have established a branch altar on Limu Mountain, performing blood sacrifices to concoct a ghostly general with level 8 malevolent spirit strength,
aiming to seize our spiritual mine on Limu Mountain.
Elder Cui Tong and junior sister Chu Zixuan, along with others, are all trapped within the Ghost Spirit sect's altar.
I intended to rescue them, but alone, I am too weak.
The branch altar of the Ghost Spirit sect has several powerful practitioners, some even at the Golden Core stage. I curse my own lack of strength. I had no choice but to flee back to the sect to report.
Cough, cough, cough.
Along the way, disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect pursued me relentlessly.
They destroyed my communication talismans and runes. Fortunately,
I had a few remaining teleportation talismans, which allowed me to narrowly escape and return to report this urgent information to the sect. Master, sect leader,
this matter cannot be delayed. We must send people immediately to rescue my fellow disciples.
Chao Dan spoke, his face awash with profound concern, tears streaming down his cheeks. At once, the sect leader, Li Yuanyi, commanded the 2nd elder, Chen Feng, to gather a group and head to Limu Mountain. Thus, Chao Dan continued. The Ghost Spirit Sect's branch, in its insatiable quest to amass 100,000 souls, has inflicted untold suffering upon the common folk. In a bid to lure more living beings into their sinister lair, the sect has reduced some to beggars through dismemberment or forced others into the depths of prostitution,
using these tragic fates to ensnare even more victims.
The plight of those innocent citizens is harrowing, truly heart-wrenching. As he spoke, Chao Dan raised his hand to wipe away his tears, overwhelmed by the thought of those tormented by the Ghost Spirit sect, his emotions spiraling beyond his control.
Chapter 54, The Appointment of the Chief Disciple. Overcome with emotion, Chao Dan suddenly coughed violently and collapsed.
Elder Sun, the 7th elder, rushed to support him, filled with concern.
Danner, wake up quickly. Are you all right? Chao Dan offered no response, his breath seemingly faint. Yet, at that moment,
he secretly cast a glance outside the grand hall, where the 2nd elder had gathered all disciples above the foundation establishment stage from the Yuanxian Sect.
In his heart, he mused, Chen Feng, no matter how swift your actions may be, what difference does it make?
The news has already been reported, and the credit belongs to me.
Chao Dan.
But in the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch, there are 2 at the late foundation establishment stage and 1 at the early Golden Core stage. 2 days have passed,
and Li Wu and his companions are long dead. Even if you teleport there, you won't make it in time.
With a sigh, he lamented, alas. What a pity for that beauty, Chu Shimi. It's all Li Wu's fault. If it weren't for him, I, Chao Dan, would have already succeeded with that woman,
Chu Zixuan.
But thankfully, Li Wu is dead now. After the departure of Elder Chen Feng,
Sect Master Li Yuanyi turned his gaze to the unconscious Chao Dan and commanded, "Seventh Elder, Chao Dan is your disciple, I entrust him to you. He performed admirably on the mission to Limu Mountain and deserves great merit. No matter the cost, we must ensure his swift recovery. Furthermore, promote inner sect disciple Chao Dan to the position of chief disciple. Once his injuries are healed, he shall come to this grand hall to undergo the elevation ceremony and receive a Yuanxian pill. There are only 10 chief disciples in the Yuanxian Sect, and to attain such a title is an unparalleled honor among the disciples. This also grants him the qualification to enter the sect's secret realms. The Yuanxian pill is a remarkable treasure, with at least 10 years needed to refine a single one in the entire sect. After accounting for consumption, the remaining Yuanxian pills in the sect do not exceed 100. This pill, when consumed during the foundation establishment stage, can elevate one by an entire minor level. If Chao Dan takes this pill, he will at least elevate his strength to the late foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing these accolades, a smile of uncontainable delight spread across Chao Dan's face. He thought to himself, this trip to Limu Mountain not only rid me of that little pest, Li Wu, but also helped me become the chief disciple of the Yuanxian Sect and acquire a Yuanxian pill. How splendid! Once I consume this pill, I shall attain the late foundation establishment stage. Li Wu, if you knew of this, you would surely be enraged. Alas, you died too soon. A mere servant. Daring to contend with me, you were simply too inexperienced. Several disciples approached and carried the unconscious Chao Dan away. After 2 days of recuperation, his injuries gradually healed. In truth, the wounds he sustained were mostly superficial, prolonged merely to ensure others believed he was gravely injured. He did not wish to delay longer, for he coveted the position of chief disciple and the Yuanxian pill, not wanting to let the opportunity slip away. Upon waking, the seventh elder, Sun, immediately reported to the sect master. Then, supported by 2 disciples, Chao Dan re-entered the grand hall of the Yuanxian sect. Inside the hall, the chief disciple's celestial robe was ready, held by a female disciple, while another female disciple carried a golden box, from which spiritual energy radiated, clearly containing the Yuanxian pill. Though he was filled with impatience, Chao Dan feigned weakness. After coughing a couple of times, he turned to his master and inquired, "Master, what is happening? It has been 2 days, what of my fellow disciples who went to Limu Mountain? Are they well?" Having pretended to be unconscious during the announcement of rewards, he now sought to fully enact his ruse, feigning concern for his fellow disciples while secretly inquiring about Li Wu's demise. Elder Sun patted Chao Dan on the shoulder, saying, "Danner, there is still no news from Elder Chen Fong. The matters at the Ghost Spirit Sect S branch are not easily resolved. But do not worry. With Elder Chen's strength, he will surely resolve the issue. Today, upon your awakening, I summoned you to inform you that your return with vital information from this sect's mid-level mission has earned you great merit. And the sect master has granted you the title of chief disciple." Upon hearing this, Chao Dan immediately shook his head. No, master. The position of chief disciple cannot be borne by someone like me, a mere weakling in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Besides, I merely escaped from that mountain and returned to report. This hardly constitutes great merit. Elder Li Yuanyi replied, "Chao Dan, do not be modest. Among the disciples of the Yuanxian sect, those at the mid-foundation establishment stage are by no means weak. Your arduous return from Limu Mountain, bearing intelligence crucial to thwarting the Ghost Spirit Sect's plot, is indeed a significant contribution, and you are deserving of the title of chief disciple. Furthermore, the sect will reward you with a Yuanxian pill, which, after 3 days of refinement, will elevate you at least to the late foundation establishment stage. To be the chief disciple at the late foundation establishment stage will be more than adequate." Chao Dan clasped his hands in gratitude but sighed, saying, "Alas! There is still no news of my fellow disciples. I, Chao Dan, am unworthy of such rewards." Elder Sun urged, "Enough, Danner. The sect master has issued the decree. You are now the chief disciple, and that Yuanxian pill is rightfully yours. Will you truly refuse the sect master's goodwill?" With the position of junior sect master currently vacant, during future selections, the junior sect master will emerge from among the 10 chief disciples. There are only 2 vacancies left among the 10. Chao Dan had long coveted this opportunity.
Elder Sun Sun's words provided ample justification for him to accept the rewards.
Yet, he still feigned humility, kneeling before the sect master to express his gratitude. "Thank you, sect master.
I shall forever remember the grace bestowed upon me by the sect. Rest assured, I, Xiaodan, will devote myself earnestly to my cultivation, ensuring I do not disappoint the expectations placed upon me by the sect master and my master." The sect master raised his hand, signaling, "Xiaodan, your injuries have not yet healed, rise quickly.
After receiving these rewards, return promptly to continue your recovery."
Elder Sun Sun moved to assist the weakened Xiaodan to his feet. Xiaodan bowed respectfully, and as the sect master gestured, the two female disciples approached,
carrying the celestial robe and Yuanxian pill.
Meanwhile, elderly Qianquan, the sect's grand elder, opened the sect's disciple registry, preparing to conduct the ceremony for appointing the chief disciple. With a swift motion, elderly Qianquan took up a brush, dipped it in vermilion ink, and prepared to inscribe Xiaodan's name at the forefront of the disciple registry, marking the position of chief disciple.
At that moment, a swift sound echoed,
and a figure leapt into the grand hall from outside, landing steadily within.
As the surrounding aura dissipated, it became evident that the newcomer was Elder Chen Feng,
who had been dispatched to Limu Mountain. Upon seeing Elder Chen Feng return, all eyes turned to him. The female disciples bearing the celestial robe and Yuanxian pill halted. And elderly Qianquan paused in his writing. Xiaodan's expression appeared relaxed, but internally, he was in a state of anxious turmoil. He thought to himself, "Elder Chen Feng has returned in such haste. Surely he has gleaned some crucial information from the elders of the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch? Should the second elder become aware that Li Wuzhu and Chu Xian were led astray by him,
Xiaodan would undoubtedly face utter ruin if this were to be revealed now."
Chapter 55, The Return of Li Wu. Upon seeing the figure of the second elder,
Xiaodan felt an intense wave of anxiety.
Yet, at this moment, he found himself powerless, for the individual before him was none other than the second elder. And they were within the grand hall of the Yuanxian Sect. Atop the dais, the sect leader, Li Yuan, spoke, inquiring, "Second elder,
what is the status of the matter concerning the branch of the Guiling sect at Limu Mountain?" The second elder performed a respectful salute and replied, "The Guiling sect branch at Limu Mountain involves numerous commoners, including some who reside far in Luo City.
We must handle this matter with care. However, sect leader, rest assured, the blood sacrifice formation of the Guiling sect branch has been destroyed. Everything is arranged. It is merely a matter of time before this situation is resolved. Yet, several disciples from our sect, including the outer sect elder Cui Tong, have gone missing." Upon hearing these words, a frown creased Li Yuan's brow.
Xiaodan let out a sigh of relief, inwardly gloating, "What do you mean they are all missing?"
"That implies they are dead, with not even a trace left behind.
With Li Wu and his companions being such weaklings, how could they possibly survive against 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and 1 early-stage Golden Core expert?"
Then, Li Yuan inquired further. Xiaodan mentioned that the Guiling sect branch had 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and 1 early-stage Golden Core expert.
"Did you encounter such formidable opponents after arriving at the Guiling sect branch?"
The second elder sighed heavily, his expression grave.
He continued, "According to our investigation, such experts indeed existed.
However, by the time I arrived, those formidable foes and the disciples of the Guiling sect branch had already been slain. Some perished within the forests of Limu Mountain, while others met their end at the branch, leaving only traces behind, with no remains to be found."
Li Yuan questioned. "Both late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and an early-stage Golden Core expert were slain? Do we know who is responsible?" The second elder's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "This I do not know.
The perpetrator left no trace or aura behind, eliminating their victims with astonishing swiftness. They must at least be a Golden Core expert."
The second elder's words deepened Xiaodan's unease.
After all, the Guiling sect branch had already been eradicated before the second elder's arrival. If an expert had rescued Li Wu and the others, it would pose a significant problem.
After concluding his report, the second elder's demeanor remained somber. Li Yuan asked, "Second elder, what troubles you?" Chen Feng sighed and said, "Sect leader, the whereabouts of those disciples remain unknown.
In the areas we investigated, we found numerous traces of blood. I fear they may have." Li Yuan's heart sank, for Li Wu was his son. Despite his frustration over Li Wu's shortcomings, the uncertainty of life and death weighed heavily on him. He commanded, "Increase the manpower, we must find them alive or recover their remains." The second elder accepted the order with a bow, but the fifth elder, Zhou Qi, interjected, "Sect leader, the Limo mountain area is remote and rife with beastly creatures." As the second elder mentioned, all the deceased have vanished without a trace. It is likely their bodies have been devoured by those beasts. Li Yuan took 2 steps forward, fixing his gaze on the fifth elder, and said sternly, "That is merely conjecture. We will scour Limo mountain thoroughly to locate them. Third elder, I must trouble you to accompany them on this mission." The third elder and the second elder both bowed in agreement and accepted the order. The fifth elder's expression shifted, and he withdrew. Hearing this, Chao Dan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Under such circumstances, it was certain that Li Wu was as good as dead. In fact, he speculated that the ones who had eliminated the experts of the Guiling sect were not human, but rather beasts, who had devoured both the Guiling sect's masters and Li Wu's group. How splendid! With this, Li Wu's demise would remain a secret forever. A smile of satisfaction crept onto Chao Dan's face. The 2 elders set out on their mission to expand the search for Li Wu and Chu Zixuan. Meanwhile, Li Yuan sighed, reminding the Grand Elder, Li Qianquan, to proceed with the appointment of Chao Dan as the chief disciple. Li Qianquan nodded and inscribed Chao Dan's name. The Yuanxian Dan and the Xian Yun robe were soon presented to Chao Dan. As he held these items, kneeling with his forehead to the ground, the excitement on his face was unmistakable. However, as he rose after paying his respects, his expression morphed into one of feigned sorrow. "I cannot remain idle. I must search for my fellow disciples. Master, please hold on to these items for me. I will accompany the second elder and third elder to Limo Mountain. I must find junior brother Li and junior sister Chu." The seventh elder, Sun, grasped Chao Dan's arm and urged, "Enough, my disciple. We are all aware of your intentions, however, you are still injured. It is imperative that you return to recuperate. The task of searching for Li Wu has been entrusted to the second elder and third elder. You need not worry, they will return safely." Chao Dan frowned, sighed, and, alongside the 2 elders, departed the grand hall. Yet, just as they reached the entrance, the second elder and third elder returned. The seventh elder and Chao Dan halted, gazing toward them. Chao Dan's heart raced as he thought, have they returned so soon? Could it be they have found the remains of Li Wu on Limo Mountain? That would be splendid. To see them alive or dead would confirm Li Wu's fate, allowing me to rest easy. With these thoughts swirling, Chao Dan feigned difficulty as he made his way toward the second elder and third elder. "Have you found Li Wu and junior sister Chu?" Chao Dan eagerly anticipated the moment when the expressions of the second elder and third elder would fall, for surely, if they had found anything, it would be a corpse. A mere body cultivator who had just crossed the meridian opening realm could easily perish against a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, especially with beasts roaming the area. How could he possibly still be alive? Yet, the second elder's face radiated excitement. "We have found them. We have already contacted Li Wu and Zhao Xiansun Feng. And they are all well, merely suffering minor injuries. They should be near our sect's entrance by now." "What?" Chao Dan could not contain his astonishment, his mind reeling. The emotions he had tried to suppress surged forth, for in his heart, he had believed Li Wu was as good as dead. This sudden twist of fate was almost too much to bear. Noticing Chao Dan's unusual reaction, the second elder asked, "Chao Dan, what is the matter?" Chao Dan quickly regained his composure and forced a semblance of excitement, replying, "Oh, it is nothing. I thought junior brother Li was gone, but to learn he is alive. That is wonderful. I am simply overwhelmed with joy for junior brother Li." "Is that so? Chao Shixiang, when did you become so concerned for Li Wu?" A voice called out from the far side of the plaza outside the hall. Chapter 56, The Disappearance of Chu Zixuan. Li Wu's voice echoed from the opposite side of the square. A few individuals turned towards the sound, and indeed, they spotted Li Wu, accompanied by Zhao Xian and Sun Feng. Upon seeing Li Wu, Chao Dan couldn't help but gape in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, his expression was more wretched than if he had consumed a dead fly. He silently pondered, how is this possible? The Ghost Spirit Sect's branch is an absolute deadlock.
How could you possibly still be alive? 2 foundation establishment late-stage cultivators and 1 early-stage golden core cultivator failed to bring you to your end? Grinding his back teeth, Chao Dan was engulfed in confusion, tension, and anger, beads of cold sweat gathering on his forehead. After all,
Li Wu's survival meant that the collusion between Chao Dan and the Ghost Spirit Sect S branch could soon be exposed. If the Ghost Spirit Sect S branch was not Li Wu's deadlock, it might very well be Chao Dan's.
Taking a deep breath, Chao Dan outwardly restrained his emotions and inquired, "Junior brother Li, what are you saying?"
"As your senior brother, I, Chao Dan, have always been concerned about you. This journey to Limu Mountain was fraught with peril, and I am genuinely pleased you have returned safely."
As Li Wu approached, he leaned in and deliberately whispered back, "Pleased? Senior brother Chao must not be very pleased, right? After all the effort expended, you have failed to end my life. Aren't you feeling a bit disappointed?" Chao Dan's complexion darkened considerably. Nevertheless, he placed an arm around Li Wu's shoulder and said, "Oh, junior brother Li, you must have misunderstood me. The entire sect can testify that I risked my life to break through the encirclement, all to return and inform the sect of your safety. Do you know? I nearly perished in the Limu forest while being pursued by the disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect." Li Wu chuckled but replied, "All right, senior brother Chao. I was merely joking. Is your injury all right?" Chao Dan, drenched in cold sweat, managed a dry laugh. "Oh, my injury is nothing. Just a few days of rest and I shall recover."
Noticing the items in Chao Dan's hands, Li Wu could not help but exclaim, "Oh.
Isn't that the celestial cloud robe of the chief disciple of the inner sect? And what's in that box? Could it be the Yuanxian Dan? Senior brother Chao, have you become the chief disciple of the inner sect? Congratulations." Chao Dan coughed lightly, saying, "What are you talking about?
I merely risked my life to return and deliver news, and the sect insisted on rewarding me."
Li Wu sighed, returning with news warrants such a substantial reward?
"Had I known, I would have rushed back sooner to claim my reward."
Chao Dan was left utterly speechless by this comment.
Li Wu then glanced towards the main hall and asked the 2 elders, "Elder Second, I have important matters to report to the sect.
May the outer disciples be allowed to enter the main hall?"
Elder Chen Fang approached and patted Li Wu on the shoulder, saying, "Of course."
As Li Wu spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Chao Dan. This glance heightened Chao Dan's anxiety. He feared that Li Wu would report his collusion with the Ghost Spirit Sect to the sect leader. Thus, he halted his steps and followed Li Wu into the main hall. Inside the hall, sect leader Li Yuanyi had been anxiously observing Li Wu from near the entrance. Upon confirming Li Wu's safety, he swiftly returned to his place, restoring his previous authority and dispelling the worry from his countenance. Upon entering the hall, Li Wu and the other 2 disciples knelt in greeting. Just as Li Wu prepared to speak, Li Yuanyi interjected, "Zhao Xian, you are an inner disciple. You report the situation." Zhao Xian glanced back at Li Wu, who slightly nodded, prompting Zhao Xian to begin. "Sect leader. It was thanks to junior brother Li that Sun Feng and I were able to break through and preserve our lives. He risked everything to divert the disciples of the Ghost Spirit Sect and the elders, allowing us and Sister Chu Zishuan to escape from that treacherous Limu forest." Upon hearing this, many present exchanged puzzled glances, doubting the veracity of Zhao Xian's words. How could anyone believe that Li Wu could turn the tide? Elder 5 immediately spoke up, disregarding the sect leader's authority, laughing as he said, "Zhao Xian, are you joking? A person like Li Wu capable of self-sacrifice? Surely, you jest. We all know him too well. To be honest, sending someone like him on a mid-level sect mission is nothing short of farce. With his character, if he isn't peeping at the sect's female disciples bathing or disrupting sect order, causing chaos, we should count ourselves fortunate. The idea of him devising a rescue plan is simply ludicrous." Elder Chui Tong from the outer sect interjected, questioning. "Does he not know that sending someone like Li Wu on a mid-level mission could jeopardize the sect's affairs?" Elder 5, Zhou Qi, continued his tirade. Harboring a deep-seated bias against Li Wu, whose past actions had left a poor impression on the sect, Zhao Xian could only sigh and respond quietly. Elder Chui Tong has fallen. Sect leader Li Yuanyi took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on Zhao Xian, asking sternly, "Zhao Xian, did Li Wu instruct you to say those words?" Zhao Xian immediately shook his head, "Absolutely not."
Junior brother Li originally did not want me to speak of his diversion of the ghost spirit sect elders to save us. Beside him, Sun Feng added. I can attest to this, what Zhao Xian said is the unvarnished truth. Zhou Qi scoffed, sect leader, I suspect Li Wu has bribed these two. He has not learned from his past and continues in his ways. Sect leader Li Yuanyi sighed and shot a glance at Li Wu before questioning Zhao Xian again. Zhao Xian, you mentioned that Li Wu diverted the ghost spirit sect's elders to save you in Chu Zixuan.
Where is she now? At this inquiry, Zhao Xian's brow furrowed. Sister Chu was taken away by two formidable masters. Li Yuanyi pressed further, what sort of masters? Zhao Xian replied, I do not know.
They were both clad in purple robes, exceedingly mysterious and possessing immense strength, likely at least late-stage golden core cultivators, and possibly even nascent soul experts. Sun Feng and I were utterly overwhelmed by their presence, finding it difficult to breathe.
After escaping the Limu forest, we happened upon them. And they immediately took Sister Chu away. As a nascent soul expert himself,
Sect leader Li Yuanyi understood the gravity of Zhao Xian and Sun Feng's feelings when encountering a nascent soul master.
Continue to dispatch individuals to search for Chu Zixuan.
Li Yuanyi commanded before posing another question to Li Wu. Li Wu, they both claim you diverted the ghost spirit sect's elders.
However,
that elder should possess early-stage golden core strength. Even if you diverted him, your life would still be in jeopardy.
How did you manage to escape? Remember. Think carefully before you speak, and answer truthfully.
As these words left his lips, Li Yuanyi's aura expanded throughout the hall, creating a palpable tension.
Zhou Qi,
standing closest to Li Yuanyi, was forced to step back several paces from the overwhelming pressure.
Rest assured, sect leader, I, Li Wu, shall answer truthfully.
My escape was entirely due to my friend, Wu Li. His formidable strength, along with his covert protection during the journey to Limu Mountain, ensured my safety. After diverting the ghost spirit sect's elder Linghua and the deputy elder Lingkue, I found myself in dire straits due to my weakened state.
Thankfully, my friend Wu Li intervened, eliminating both the elder and deputy elder and rescuing me.
Li Wu executed a brilliant maneuver, conjuring an ally from thin air, thereby dispelling any doubts regarding the capabilities of the debonair Li Wu and preserving a trump card for himself.
Li Yuan persistently inquired, Wu Li? I have never heard of this individual. Could you possibly have him make an appearance?
This time, the matter concerning the ghost spirit sect's branch at Limu Mountain was significant. He single-handedly nearly obliterated the entire branch, achieving a remarkable feat. If he were to show himself, the sect would undoubtedly bestow substantial rewards.
Li Wu waved his hand dismissively, saying, let us refrain from that.
My friend is merely assisting me and has no interest in sect rewards. Furthermore, he is a rogue practitioner of the demonic path.
The very kind you deem as evil.
He would be reluctant to associate with our esteemed sect, and summoning him for a reward would be inappropriate. Elder Chen Fang appeared to ponder this and, with a glint in his eye, remarked, Sect Master. The manner of death of those from the ghost spirit sect's branch at Limu Mountain is indeed peculiar and harrowing. Nearly every disciple of the ghost spirit sect was left with no remains after being slain. This method of killing and erasing evidence bears the hallmarks of a practitioner of the demonic path.
Li Wu's words, it seems, were devoid of deceit. Li Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the elder's reasoning.
Since he is a practitioner of the demonic path, it is indeed unsuitable for him to come to our sect.
However, the Yuanxian Sect does not disregard justice.
For this reward, a Yuanxian pill shall be given, and Li Wu, you shall convey it.
Zhou Qi immediately interjected, what? Sect Master. That is inappropriate.
Bestowing a Yuanxian pill upon a practitioner of the demonic path is akin to aiding malevolence.
Li Yuan turned to Zhou Qi and queried, who is the sect master, you or I?
Zhou Qi, upon hearing this question, lowered his head and clasped his hands, daring not to utter another word, though he silently seethed with frustration.
Li Yuan gestured, and a female disciple approached, presenting a wooden box emanating spiritual energy.
Li Wu accepted it with a bow, stating, I shall express my gratitude to the sect master on behalf of my friend. Li Wu refrained from mentioning Chao Dan's collusion with the ghost spirit sect, which somewhat alleviated Chao Dan's tension, as he foolishly hoped Li Wu remained oblivious to the matter. Yet, Li Wu suddenly spoke, Sect Master. Senior brother Chao has just mentioned that he has important matters to report to you. Upon hearing this, Chao Dan's heart, which had just begun to settle, leaped to his throat. Speak! Li Yuan commanded, his gaze fixed on Chao Dan. Li Wu turned to observe Chao Dan, who trembled with anxiety, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He wondered if Li Wu was pressuring him to confess his collusion with the ghost spirit sect. If this information were to be revealed, Chao Dan would be utterly ruined. I. Chao Dan stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Li Wu discreetly regarded him, lightly tapping the Yuanxian pill in his palm, and smiled faintly. Chao Dan understood immediately and declared, Sect Master, to be truthful, compared to junior brotherly, I, the chief disciple of the inner sect, am truly unworthy. I cannot accept the Xian Yun robe, nor can I accept the Yuanxian pill. If it were not for junior brother Li's friend, all of us executing mid-level missions would have perished in the Limu Mountains. Had it not been for Li Wu's esteemed friend, our sect would have suffered grave losses, and the ghost spirit sect would not have fallen so swiftly. I, Chao Dan, have no merit. The one deserving of reward is Li Wu, not I. In that moment, Chao Dan desperately endeavored to ingratiate himself with Li Wu, fearing the revelation of the truth about Limu Mountain. Li Wu responded, Senior brother Chao, you are being overly modest. Chao Dan insisted, not at all. Completing the mid-level mission allows outer sect disciples to enter the inner sect. Sect Master, I believe junior brother Li is most deserving. Furthermore, regarding the Yuanxian pill, I, Chao Dan, feel unworthy and hope it can be bestowed upon junior brother Li. With a mere glance, Chao Dan comprehended Li Wu's intent, and he spoke through gritted teeth, revealing his unwillingness. However, he had no choice but to comply, seeking a way to survive. As Chao Dan spoke, the elders who previously harbored biases against Li Wu began to deliberate, ultimately reaching a consensus. After conferring with Li Yuan, he declared, Chao Dan, you have contributed as well. Your name has been entered as chief disciple in the sect's records, the position remains yours. Given your goodwill, the Yuanxian pill you hold shall be given to Li Wu. Li Wu, from this day forth, you are promoted to an inner sect disciple. Upon exiting the grand hall of the sect, Li Wu hummed a carefree tune, exuding an air of roguish charm. Observing Li Wu's retreating figure, Chao Dan seethed with resentment, yet found himself powerless to act. When Li Wu suddenly turned to gaze at Chao Dan, he could only force a smile. Li Wu even waved the Yuanxian pill, which rightfully belonged to Chao Dan, remarking, This, a marvelous treasure, I thank you, senior brother Chao. Chao Dan smiled through gritted teeth, his lips twitching. Junior brother, no need for such formality. At that moment, Li Wu leaned closer and quietly asked, Senior brother, do you not feel any pangs of conscience for colluding with the ghost spirit sect and betraying your fellow disciples? Such admonitions were necessary, serving Li Wu's purpose. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chao Dan's face faltered. Junior brother, do not speak recklessly. Li Wu replied, It is not reckless, it is what Linghua explicitly stated. Chao Dan's eyes widened in disbelief. You, junior brother, do not heed the vile words of the old wretch from the ghost spirit sect, who seeks to sow discord among our brotherhood. We, of the Yuanxian Sect, stand united as one family, the bonds of brotherhood run deep, and their scheme shall not succeed. Li Wu nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed. I share your sentiments. Cold sweat dripped from Chao Dan's forehead, as if caught in a downpour. After a few more exchanges with Li Wu, he dared not speak further and hurriedly fled, completely forgetting that he had yet to recover from his grievous injuries. For Li Wu, he knew of Chao Dan's collusion with the ghost spirit sect but chose not to disclose it, not out of a desire to spare Chao Dan, but rather because he was aware that Chao Dan was entangled with powerful figures. The Yuanxian sect was currently besieged by neighboring sects, primarily due to a decline in influence, which was significantly related to internal corruption and infiltration by other sections. To survive within such a sect, Li Wu understood the necessity of concealing his strengths and deciphering the intricate web of power dynamics within the sect. Besides, Chao Dan was Li Wu's biggest supporter. Without him, how could Li Wu have dramatically increased his combat prowess during the Limu Mountain expedition? In the future, he might even draw strength from him, thus considering Chao Dan not as an adversary, but as an asset. After successfully storing 2 Yuanxian pills in the system's space, Li Wu discovered that they had been accepted without issue, indicating their formidable nature and recognition as quality elixirs by the system.
Upon returning, he planned to refine them for experimentation. Moreover, the thunder-type Dao seed within him had been malfunctioning due to incomplete formation upon returning. This matter must be resolved expeditiously to stabilize his foundational cultivation in the later stages. At that moment, not far away, two individuals were covertly observing Li Wu. They were Elder Zhou Qi and a young man clad in the Xin Yun robe of the inner sect's chief disciple, Zhouyin, who was none other than Elder Zhou Qi's son. Elder Zhou Qi turned his gaze toward Li Wu and asked, "Inner, in just a few short days, Li Wu has emerged from the Servant Valley and once again become an inner disciple. What is your perspective?" Zhouyin grinned ominously, saying, "Though the sect master has demoted him, the intent to support him anew is glaringly apparent. If left unchecked, he may very well ascend to the position of junior sect master. It is said that he has now embarked on the path of body cultivation, with strength nearing the realm of Tongmai. However, to restart one's training and progress at such a rapid pace may not bode well. Coincidentally, the Yin Hanzong is coming to our sect for a sparring session, and since Li Wu is now an inner disciple, he will naturally qualify to participate in the disciples' match. The Yin Hanzong harbors ill intentions this time, thus we shall provide Li Wu with an opportunity to provoke their members, even if they dare not kill him openly. He is bound to meet his demise at their hands in secrecy." Zhou Qi turned to his son Zhouyin, smiling. "Truly, he is my son Zhou Qi, possessing the demeanor of a young sect master." "Ha ha ha. Father, you flatter me." The old and the young shared a conspiratorial glint in their eyes. Meanwhile, after leaving the sect master's grand hall, Li Wu had just returned to his outer sect residence, preparing to pack his belongings when he discovered a peculiar talisman placed on the table. The white talisman was inscribed with red runes. Li Wu picked it up, attempting to discern the intricate details of the runes, but unexpectedly, as soon as he lifted the talisman, a whirlwind of chaos ensued. When he regained his bearings, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Everything around him was undeniably real, indicating that the talisman was not an illusion but an immensely powerful teleportation talisman. Upon contact, he had been transported to this location. Once he rose to his feet, Li Wu remained vigilant, leaning against a rocky outcrop while carefully observing his surroundings. Suddenly, two formidable pressures descended upon him with great force. Gritting his teeth, Li Wu attempted to withstand the onslaught of these overwhelming forces. Yet their terrifying weight knocked him to the ground, causing him to brace himself with one hand as the earth beneath him began to crumble. Such overwhelming pressure, what realm do these adversaries belong to? Faced with such an intimidating force, Li Wu clenched his teeth and, though barely, summoned every ounce of strength to rise once more. However, just as he steadied himself, the two pressures surged again, as if Mount Tai had fallen upon him, sending him crashing to the ground once more. With a fierce effort, he managed to push himself up again. This cycle repeated 3 times, each time resulting in the ground beneath him forming a deep pit. Li Wu speculated that this pressure could very well be released by a Yuanxian stage expert, after all. He had never felt anything quite like it when confronting the 5th-level fierce spirit comparable to the initial stage of Jin Dan. As a thought flickered in his mind, Li Wu suddenly surmised something. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to ask, "Are you two seniors responsible for taking Chu Zixuan?" The other party hesitated momentarily, seemingly surprised that Li Wu could deduce their identities, yet the source of the pressure responded with a single word, "Yes." Li Wu pressed further, "Why have you done this? Where is my senior sister now?" Upon asking these 2 questions, he received no reply, but the oppressive force weighing down on him gradually dissipated. Li Wu, drenched in sweat, wiped his brow and stood upright. He followed the direction of the previous pressure, only to see Chu Zixuan emerge from behind a large tree, seemingly irritated as she turned to question the unseen figures behind her. "Are you satisfied now?" Her tone was laced with reproach. However, the 2 figures remained hidden. Chu Zixuan quickly approached Li Wu, supporting him as she asked, "Junior brother, are you all right?" Seeing that Chu Zixuan was indeed unharmed brought him considerable relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "I'm fine." "Senior sister, are you all right?"
Chu Zixuan had been besieged by powerful foes in the Limu mountain range and had sustained injuries, yet now it appeared that her wounds had healed, and she looked well. With a smile, she replied, "Of course, I am well."
Having found Chu Zixuan, Li Wu said, "Senior sister,
the matter regarding the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch in Limu Mountain has been completely resolved.
The civilian victims will soon receive proper rescue and care. Since you are safe, let us return to the sect together. Everyone is worried about you." Li Wu turned and took a few steps, but Chu Zixuan did not follow. He halted. Looking back in confusion, "Senior sister, is there something else you need? Is it because of those two individuals?" Chu Zixuan did not answer his question but instead produced an ancient scroll. "Junior brother, this technique is called the Tianxiang Ju. Once you complete the scroll, it can manifest 7 celestial phenomena. It is an unparalleled technique, take it." "Miss, you."
A voice from the back of the forest broke in. Filled with astonishment and terror, as if utterly shocked by Chu Zixuan's actions. The techniques of the world are divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the most supreme. Even the sect-defining technique of the Yuanxian Sect, the San Yuan Qinglei Ju, is merely a 3rd-grade technique.
Yet, upon merely glancing back, Chu Zixuan's gaze turned icy, silencing the voice behind her.
Li Wu hesitated to accept the scroll, sensing something off about his senior sister today. But Chu Zixuan grasped Li Wu's hand, placing the scroll in his palm. "You must remember, junior brother, that you may only practice this technique once your strength reaches the Jindan stage, otherwise, its overwhelming power will be beyond your ability to bear."
Li Wu questioned her. "Senior sister, why are you suddenly gifting me such a technique?"
Chu Zixuan, however, evaded the question, saying, "This technique is a secret of my clan. It may serve as a means of survival.
Use it cautiously, for if it is discovered within the clan, it may be reclaimed." Pausing, tears glimmered in her eyes as she continued, "The world is vast, junior brother, I hope we can meet again." With that, Chu Zixuan's figure flickered, and she soared into the air. The aura emanating from her seemed to have been unbound. Without the need for a sword, she could traverse the skies. Hovering in mid-air, she cast one last glance at Li Wu, and 2 spectral figures clad in purple robes appeared behind her. "Miss, we have tarried long enough, it is time to depart." Chu Zixuan gazed at Li Wu, offering a smile tinged with sorrow. "All right, no more urging. I understand the gravity of the situation. Today's meeting is but a farewell." This was something Li Wu had not anticipated. By the time he regained his senses and wished to say something to her, Chu Zixuan and her 2 Yuanxian stage companions had already vanished into the distant sky, leaving Li Wu alone in the forest. The echoes of Chu Zixuan's words still resonating in his mind. "Miss?" The 2 Yuanxian stage experts referred to Chu Zixuan as Miss, indicating they were merely her attendants. Yet they wielded such formidable power. What could be her true identity? Glancing at the Tianxiang Ju in his hand, Li Wu realized this was a clue for finding Chu Zixuan in the future. Her identity should also be contained within this ancient scroll. He attempted to open the Tianxiang Ju, but found it utterly resistant to his efforts. However, he noticed a few characters inscribed on the scroll: Huang City, Chu family first-class treasure, sealed within the clan. Huang City is the foremost city in the eastern wilderness spiritual domain, where the return of the Guishu tidal wave occurs every 1,000 years, unveiling ancient relics. The last tidal wave saw the Huang Sect obtain fragments of the ancient divine steel, solidifying their dominance. Thus, Huang City is a place far beyond the reach of sects like the Yuanxian Sect. Even the Huang Sect in Luochang is merely a subsidiary of the Huang Sect. Could it be that Chu Zixuan is a young lady from a prominent family in Huang City? Li Wu clenched his fists, his blood surging with fervor. "Senior sister, one day, we will surely meet again." Subsequently, Li Wu attempted to store the ancient scroll containing the technique within his system space. This time, the system did not reject Li Wu's desire for storage. At last, something had caught the system's attention. Following the storage, a voice emanated from the system: "Buzz. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a first-grade cultivation method. The first-grade method has been successfully integrated. In the realm of cultivation techniques, the lowest grade is 9th, while the highest is 1st. Thus, first-grade methods are exceedingly rare. This is the heavenly phenomenon technique, capable of manifesting 7 celestial phenomena.
The host must enhance their strength to reach the initial stage of gold core before they can generate the first of the 7 phenomena. As Sister Chu mentioned earlier, strength is paramount, and he must strive to elevate his prowess swiftly. There are no system tasks at present, however, Li Wu possesses 2 Yuan immortal pills. These 2 elixirs have also received the system's approval.
The Yuan immortal pill can directly augment one's cultivation. Typically,
a foundation establishment cultivator who consumes and refines it may increase their cultivation by 1 minor realm. Li Wu pondered whether ingesting and refining one would similarly enhance his combat power. This warranted experimentation.
Finding a secluded spot, Li Wu sat down and resolutely consumed the first Yuan immortal pill.
It must be said, the potency of this elixir was indeed formidable.
Upon ingestion, he immediately felt a tumultuous surge within his body. His meridians seemed to ignite as if set ablaze.
In mere moments, he began to sweat profusely, each pore expelling impurities.
Refining his physique, and even experiencing several bouts of intestinal distress in the process.
Half a day later, amid a serene forest and tranquil pool, Li Wu thoroughly bathed,
completing the refinement of the first Yuan immortal pill.
The system's voice soon followed, buzz. Congratulations, host, for refining and absorbing the Yuan immortal pill.
Gaining a combat power of 5,000. A combat power of 5,000.
Upon hearing this, Li Wu was momentarily stunned. Truly, the premier elixir of the Yuan immortal sect was remarkable. This boost in combat power was exhilarating. With this addition of 5,000, his total combat power reached 45,150. The initial stage of gold core corresponds to a combat power of 50,000, meaning Li Wu was still short by 50,000.
Equivalent to the power gained from refining another Yuan immortal pill.
Fortunately, he had managed to obtain the one from Chao Dan as well,
allowing him to commence the refinement and absorption of the second Yuan immortal pill without delay.
Chapter 59, You Are Still That Useless Young Master.
At this moment,
Li Wu felt an insatiable urge to continue. He resolutely seated himself in the tranquil waters of the mountain spring and consumed the second Yuanxian Dan. The potency of the elixir was ferocious. Upon ingestion, it ignited a fire within his abdomen. However, as he endeavored to refine it, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Li Wu was so intent on refining the Yuanxian Dan to elevate his power that he neglected to recall the tremendous energy he had expended in the successful refinement of the first pill, leaving him utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, he had stinky tofu on hand. He quickly devoured a portion, which replenished his battle prowess by 10 and fully restored his vitality. Revitalized, Li Wu eagerly resumed the absorption of the second Yuanxian Dan. Approximately half a day later, the elixir was successfully refined, and without a doubt, Li Wu gained an additional 5,000 battle power. The moment it was completed, the system's voice resonated, "Congratulations, host.
You have refined and absorbed the Yuanxian Dan, gaining 5,000 battle power.
Congratulations, host. Your battle power has reached the milestone of 50,000. You have obtained the skill, Heavenly Eye." Li Wu nearly forgot about the astonishing reward accompanying the 50,000 milestone. It was a delightful surprise that had inadvertently come to him.
All thanks to Chao Dan's Yuanxian Dan.
Li Wu checked his system panel. Name, Li Wu. Battle power, 50. 160 realm, early golden course skill, doubling battle power. This skill allows the host to inflict double damage instantly, but is highly taxing on their vitality. Please use wisely. Skill 2, Heavenly Eye, consumes mental energy, allowing observation of an opponent's battle power, etc. He Huan San, 283 portions, using He Huan San increases battle power, with the effect varying based on the opponent's strength. Lottery chances, 0, unlocked lottery items, He Huan San, Stinky Tofu, Rapid Relief Pill. Milestone, Battle Power 200. 000, achieving 100,000 battle power unlocks rewards. Inventory, Mysterious Dagger, Nurturing Progress 30, Celestial Phenomenon Technique, 2 Teleportation Talismans, 13 portions of Stinky Tofu. Beginner's Battle Power Realm Comparison Record. Indeed, the Heavenly Eye was finally within his grasp. When the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly test the effects of this skill. Furthermore, in addition to Yi Huan San and Stinky Tofu,
the system had introduced yet another item for lottery, the rapid relief pill? The name alone sounded dubious. What could its purpose be? Was it a laxative? What would Li Wu need such a thing for? Setting that aside, Li Wu's battle power had now reached the early golden core stage, yet his Dao seed remained unsteady. Without a stabilized Dao seed, he could not condense his golden core. He needed to address that first. Seating himself, Li Wu performed a hand seal, attuning himself to the Dao seed within his dantian. To his astonishment, he observed that the Dao seed had indeed solidified, surrounded by blood-red lightning, pulsating with formidable strength. Could it be that after consecutively refining and absorbing 2 Yuanxian Dawn, the Dao seed had naturally evolved? In that case, Li Wu seized control of the Dao seed within his dantian, planting it upon the Dao foundation. Using the Dao seed as a seed and the Dao foundation as soil, he began the attempt to condense his golden core. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Host's Dao foundation is stabilized, spiritual platform solidified, Dao seed has formed. Would you like to condense the golden core? The system could assist with the condensation?" Li Wu had thought he would have to undertake the process himself. Naturally, since the system offered this functionality, he did not hesitate to respond, "Condense." Instantaneously, the Dao foundation flourished, nourishing the Dao seed, which sprouted forth. It was as if the Dao seed had transformed into a towering tree, ultimately condensing into an enormous, radiant fruit at the convergence of myriad branches. As the towering tree vanished, a golden core now hung within his dantian. The process of condensation lasted a full day and night. Finally, the system's voice resounded, "Congratulations, host. Golden core condensation successful." Thus, Li Wu had officially become a golden core cultivator. Golden core cultivators possess core patterns. 3 patterns signify mortal, 6 signify earthly, and 9 signify heavenly. Li Wu was curious about the patterns on his golden core. During his foundation establishment phase, he had condensed a chaotic Dao foundation. What patterns would he possess upon condensing the golden core? If he bore 9 patterns, that would signify exceptional talent. After all, in his previous life as the young master, he had achieved a rare 9-pattern golden core during his own condensation. As the golden light gradually faded, Li Wu closed his eyes to scrutinize the condition of his golden core. To his dismay, he discovered that there were no patterns, not even a single line. Surely, he must have misperceived. Closing his eyes once more, Li Wu concentrated, yet still found no patterns whatsoever. "System, what kind of core have I condensed? Why are there no core patterns?" The system replied, "This is a chaotic golden core, the only one of its kind in existence. Why would it require patterns?" A chaotic golden core? Was it even more formidable than a 9-pattern golden core? Li Wu posed the question to the system, but it fell silent. He closed his eyes again, internally observing the golden core. Although devoid of patterns, the core exuded blood-red lightning, radiating an overwhelming presence. In that moment, a vision flashed through Li Wu's mind. An immense ethereal figure, entwined in lightning, emanated an intense aura of oppression. The figure flickered past his consciousness. What could it be? While pondering this, the system interjected once more, "Host has reached the golden core stage and may refine a life-bound flying sword." To refine the mysterious dagger into a life-bound flying sword, 5 golden core souls were required. This demand was rather high. He would have to temporarily set it aside and seek opportunities to acquire golden core souls. However, now that he had condensed his golden core, Li Wu could finally begin to unravel the ancient scroll and practice the celestial phenomenon technique. Without pausing, he promptly retrieved the ancient scroll. Previously impossible to open. The scroll now lay in his hands, and he attempted to exert force upon it. With a resounding crack, the scroll unleashed a tremendous tremor across the ground, shaking the surrounding trees and summoning a tempest. The ancient animal skin scroll gradually yielded to Li Wu, revealing its first layer. Upon the first layer, a white tiger insignia became visible. As Li Wu beheld this insignia, the white tiger seemed to awaken, turning to him and unleashing a thunderous roar. The echoing sound reverberated through the mountains. The birds and beasts within the nearby woods sensed the imminent danger and fled in all directions. Overwhelmed by the white tiger's oppressive force, Li Wu struggled to maintain his footing, nearly collapsing to the ground. Its power was simply too overwhelming. However,
Li Wu clenched his fists, steadied himself, and met the gaze of the white tiger. The aura of ferocity emanated from its blood-red eyes. As if it had leaped from the ancient scroll, lunging towards Li Wu. In an agile maneuver, Li Wu rolled aside, leaping into the air and diving down to strike the white tiger's forehead with a punch. The white tiger absorbed the blow without flinching, instead using its massive form to crash into Li Wu. The impact was tremendous, sending Li Wu hurtling through the air and tumbling to the ground. The white tiger closed in with a swift motion, its enormous paw crashing onto Li Wu's chest. Li Wu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The white tiger opened its jaws, lunging at Li Wu, its gaping maw large enough to swallow half of his body. Yet in that split second, Li Wu noticed a mark upon the tiger's forehead. That was the white tiger insignia. According to the scroll, to master the celestial phenomenon technique, one must first suppress the white tiger insignia with the power of their palm. Undoubtedly, such an endeavor carries significant risks. If the suppression is successfully completed, Li Wu would ascend to the status of the first technique, the white tiger symbol. However, failure would result in the backlash of the white tiger seal, depleting his essence and ensuring his demise. Despite this knowledge, Li Wu formed a seal with one hand, devoid of any hesitation. In that fleeting moment, he raised his hand and roared, forcefully flipping himself upright, striking the upper jaw of the white tiger to thwart its vicious bite. The ground beneath him trembled, collapsing into a massive pit. Subsequently, Li Wu propelled himself upwards, channeling his strength into the palm of his right hand, once again forming the white tiger seal. He struck the mark upon the white tiger's forehead. Within him, the chaotic golden core surged, amplifying his power dramatically. Li Wu let out a thunderous roar, one technique. White tiger symbol. This proclamation resounded through the mountains and forests. At that instant, the earth quaked, trees were uprooted, and the once ferocious white tiger vanished, leaving behind a faintly visible white tiger mark in Li Wu's palm. Thus, the first technique, the white tiger symbol, was achieved. Within 100 meters, the forest lay in ruins, the ground had caved in, and a small hill dozens of meters away had been leveled to the ground. Even the foundational blue stones of the hill were shattered. This was the might of the first grade technique, the celestial technique. Furthermore, this was merely the first technique. To unlock the subsequent one must reach the mid-stage of the golden core. Li Wu stowed away the ancient scroll, unaware that 3 days had already elapsed. Upon returning to the Yuanxian Sect, Li Wu discovered several ice sculptures outside the sect, while the steps leading inside were coated with a layer of frost, rendering them treacherously slippery. The atmosphere within the sect was exceptionally frigid. Despite the season being spring, it felt as though winter had arrived. The guarding disciples were shivering, sneezing incessantly. Li Wu inquired about the cause of this unusual chill, but the disciples regarded him with disdain. Nonetheless, they informed him that the Yuanxian Sect had made an appearance, as the inter-sect disciple exchange was currently underway. The ice sculptures and frost at the entrance were left by Chao Jianhan, the leader of the Yuanxian Sect, ostensibly to enhance the exchange event, yet in reality, it served as a display of their sect's prowess. While he was inquiring about these matters, Chao Dan hurriedly approached, waving at Li Wu from a distance. "Junior brother Li, you have finally returned. Where have you been these past few days? I have searched high and low for you." Li Wu smiled and asked, "Brother, are you plotting something devious against me?" Chao Dan's expression shifted, but he maintained a smile. "Oh dear, junior brother, how could you say such a thing? I am not that kind of person. I merely came to deliver a message. The disciple exchange between the Yuanxian Sect and our Yuanxian Sect is ongoing. Originally, you were not required to participate in the sparring, being a newly promoted inner disciple, but for some unknown reason, the sect insisted on including you in the event. The sparring commenced yesterday, yet you have not made an appearance. Your opponent is merely a woman in the early stages of foundation establishment. But your absence has led both our sect and the Yuanxian Sect to deem you a coward, unwilling to show yourself. They even claim that your accomplishments on Linmu Mountain were solely due to the assistance of your friend. If it weren't for your dubious friend, you would have long since perished. You remain that useless young master, utterly unchanged. I must emphasize, these are not my words, but the words of others." Chapter 60. Li Wu, you have finally taken the bait. Senior brother, you were so kind to have given me the Yuanxian Dan, which rightfully belonged to you.
and even relinquished your position as the chief disciple. Naturally, I believe in you, Brother Chao. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, Chao Dan's expression shifted dramatically. Even now, the thought of that Yuanxian Dan sent pangs of pain through his heart. A single Yuanxian Dan could equate to at least 5 years of arduous cultivation. Li Wu's remarks felt like salt in an open wound. Yet, Chao Dan was compelled to muster a faint smile, chuckling, "As long as you understand, junior brother." Li Wu continued, "If you have nothing else, I shall return to rest now." Chao Dan appeared taken aback. "Wait, Li junior brother. Everyone in the sect is currently berating you. Does that not stir any emotions within you?" Li Wu replied nonchalantly. "The disciples participating in the sect's sparring sessions are all elite members. My being assigned to such a contest is inherently unreasonable." "Perhaps it is someone targeting me. Could it be you, brother?" Chao Dan quickly waved his hands in denial. Li Wu smiled, "Never mind, I know it isn't you. However, hasn't everyone in our sect always looked down upon me? This has been the case for the past 2 to 3 years. Let them scold me. I have grown accustomed to it. Why should I be affected?" Observing Li Wu's indifference, Chao Dan appeared utterly helpless. Li Wu stretched lazily and walked toward his quarters in the inner sect when another figure emerged ahead. "Li Wu, you have just ascended to the inner sect and already brought such disgrace to our sect. You are utterly unworthy of the title of inner sect disciple." The speaker was Zhou, the son of Elder Zhou Qi. "Oh." Li Wu merely acknowledged him with a brief response as he passed by Zhou and returned to his room to rest, secretly amused. He recognized that the hidden fish behind Chao Dan had begun to take the bait. Buzz. A system task notification rang out. Obtain the title of champion in the sparring challenge between Yuanxian Sect and Yuanxian Sect. Reward, battle power 10,000. Upon lying down, Li Wu shot upright in astonishment. 10,000? This system is indeed extravagant. Outside, Zhou continued his tirade. "Li Wu, you are nothing but a complete waste. The female disciple from Yuanxian Sect at the foundation stage is relentlessly provoking you, calling you a coward. Are you truly going to cower here like a turtle? If I were you, I would rather die in the Servants' Valley than show my face as an inner sect disciple." As Zhou Yin's insults persisted, suddenly, Li Wu's room door swung open. Zhou Yin froze. Li Wu stepped out and inquired, "Where is the venue for the inter-sect sparring exchange?" Zhou Yin regained his composure, his sinister smile unable to be contained. He promptly replied, "Junior brotherly, it's good to see you have some spirit as a man. The exchange will take place at Yuanxian Terrace. Oh, and your opponent is named Xiaolan, just a female cultivator at the initial foundation stage. I have heard you are also a body cultivator at the Meridian Realm. What do you have to fear? Once you go up there, teach her a lesson and show the female cultivators of Yuanxian Sect that our inner sect disciples of Yuanxian Sect are not to be trifled with." Li Wu casually responded, "I'm not afraid. I merely had some matters to attend to these past few days." Zhou laughed, Of course. Why would you fear a mere woman? I shall take you there immediately to teach that woman a proper lesson. She has been boasting that our male disciples of Yuanxian Sect are timid and dare not confront her, saying that if you dare show up, she will make you beg for mercy." Chao Dan seized the opportunity to follow suit. He pulled a wooden box from his pocket, presumably containing a pill. Li Wu inquired, "What is this?" Chao Dan chuckled, "Junior brother, this is a precious blood qi pill. Consuming it will enhance your vitality. As a body cultivator, this will greatly benefit you. Take this, and make sure to teach that woman a good lesson." Li Wu took the pill from Chao Dan, examined it carefully, and brought it to his lips. However, to Chao Dan's dismay, Li Wu simply tossed the pill into the nearby pond. Chao Dan nearly leapt in outrage. "Junior brother, you." Li Wu confidently patted his chest and declared, "It's just a female disciple. I don't need a blood qi pill, as an inner sect disciple. A mere finger from me will suffice to deal with her." Chao Dan harbored no good intentions. He merely sought to poison the blood qi pill to ensure Li Wu would falter against the female disciple from Yuanxian Sect, perhaps even perish at her hands. Based on Li Wu's previous intelligence, he connected Chao Dan to Yuanxian Sect. Those associated with him, from Jiaoda to Hushenghan and then to Chui Tong. All utilized Yuanxian Sect's techniques when they attempted to eliminate Li Wu.
The big fish Li Wu aimed to catch was the greatest spy from Yuanxian Sect concealed within Yuanxian Sect.
Moments later, Zhou and Chao Dan led Li Wu to the sect's grandest arena, Yuanxian Terrace. From a distance, many had already spotted Li Wu. "Look, who is that? It's Li Wu. Didn't he run off like a coward? How dare he show his face? Did you not see? The two chief inner sect disciples are by his side. They must have dragged that coward out. This coward has truly brought shame to our Yuanxian Sect. I thought he had achieved something at Limu Mountain and changed. But it seems he remains as pathetic as ever. Let it go, he is no longer the young sect master we once knew, it's as if he has already died." On the seating area of Yuanxian Terrace, Li Yuani also noticed Li Wu, though his eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. 3 years ago, after Li Wu was gravely injured and nearly perished, his revival brought joy, yet disappointment had prevailed over the years. During this sparring exchange, Li Yuani did not expect Li Wu to win, at least, he hoped he would put up a fight. Yet, Li Wu had gone into hiding. Elder Zhou Qi remarked to Li Yuani, "Sect master, who would have thought that a dignified inner sect disciple would shy away from participating in the intersect sparring exchange? This is utterly disgraceful. The Yuanxian Sect is laughing at us because of this." Li Yuani remained silent, his face a mask of anger. Below, Chao Dan glared at Li Wu's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in secret. He glanced at Zhou, whose smile grew increasingly difficult to suppress, both displaying expressions of triumph at their deceit. He mused, "Li Wu, you have finally taken the bait. Your opponent, Chao Lan, is a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of Yuanxian Sect, renowned for her ruthless tactics. Her strength is far from what you imagine. If you lose this battle, the consequences will be dire. Even if by chance you prevail, with Chao Lan's temperament, it will be a fight to the death. But then again, with your capabilities, how could you possibly defeat such a vicious woman? After all, even a late-stage foundation cultivator would find her formidable." At Yuanxian Terrace, disciples from both Yuanxian Sect and Yuanxian Sect were engaged in sparring matches, initially drawing everyone's attention to the contests. However, upon Li Wu's arrival, he became the focal point of the gathering. From the Yuanxian Sect camp, a female disciple clad in a long blue dress was fixated on Li Wu. The female disciple possesses exceptional beauty, unmatched by any of her counterparts within the Yuanxian Sect. Amidst the drifting clouds and undulating mountains, her robes barely conceal her allure, bordering on the exaggerated. As disciples of the sect engage in sparring, the first match features Chao Lan against Li Wu. Yet, at that moment, Li Wu has yet to make his appearance. Now, as Li Wu's gaze collides with Chao Lan's, she raises her hand, a slight smile gracing her lips, as she makes a gesture across her throat, imbued with a chilling intent. Li Wu swallows hard, intentionally turning to Chao Dan and Zhou, whispering, "Why do I feel like Chao Lan is quite formidable?" Zhou, exasperated, replies, "Li Shitty, she merely glanced at you to intimidate you, and you think she's strong? Today, as you can see, nearly everyone from the second sect is present. If you were to flee or surrender now, it would bring disgrace upon our Yuanxian Sect. You may have no shame, but we must preserve the sect's dignity." Li Wu, wearing a mask of distress, reluctantly turns to Chao Dan and asks, "Brother Chao, you know, I'm not particularly skilled. My journey to Limu Mountain relied entirely on my friend. Today, without my friend here, I cannot handle that woman. It was already a stretch for me to become an inner disciple, even with 2 Yuanxian pills, I cannot refine them alone. Can you speak to the sect about withdrawing me from the matches? That female cultivator is fierce, constantly making throat-slitting gestures. Even if I renounce my status as an inner disciple, I must protect my life." Li Wu's plea is marked by a profound sense of trepidation, rendering Chao Dan speechless. Previously, he believed it was Li Wu who had defeated Cui Tong, but now it seems Cui Tong's demise was likely due to the handiwork of Li Wu's friend. With Li Wu's companion absent today, he appears thoroughly intimidated. However, Chao Dan, stifling a chuckle, adopts a serious tone, "Li Shitty, there is no alternative, everyone is watching. This battle is unavoidable." Just as Chao Dan finishes his statement, an overwhelming chill surges through the air. In the blink of an eye, the frost coalesces, and Chao Lan breaks through the icy mist, standing before Li Wu.
The cold energy envelopes her, radiating an undeniable pressure.
Chaolan glances at Li Wu and inquires. You are Li Wu?
Li Wu takes a step back, nodding dumbly. Chaolan scrutinizes him, remarking, "You are indeed handsome, but alas, a complete waste." Li Wu offers an awkward smile, to which Chaolan continues, "Since you are here, once my senior brother finishes, you shall face me in battle. Rest assured. My whip will merely incapacitate you. I would never take the life of a coward like you."
That would sully my whip.
Li Wu, wearing a bitter expression, pleads.
Is it possible not to fight? Chaolan's countenance hardens.
No.
Li Wu retorts, I'm so weak, fighting me would be pointless.
Chaolan has set her sights on Li Wu, asserting, rules are rules.
If I win, I shall proceed to the next match. I, Chaolan,
have come to the Yuanxian Sect not just for you. All disciples of your sect shall kneel before me. The Limu mountain mine is ours, belonging to the Yuanxian Sect. The origin of this exchange between the two sects lies in a spirit mine near Limu mountain. And the sect that claims victory in this gathering will gain control over the disputed mine,
with spiritual energy depleting. The resources of spirit mines rank among the most precious in the eastern wilderness, fundamentally influencing the strength of a sect. Previously, the Ghost Spirit sect had established a branch at Limu Mountain, coveting that very mine.
Thus, the Yuanxian Sect arrives with formidable intent.
Li Wu, feeling utterly speechless, suggests, how about you let someone else fight?
I truly cannot contend. Chaolan's gaze sharpens as she steps closer to Li Wu, whispering in his ear, no substitutions. In the days leading up to this sparring session, the matches have largely been dominated by the disciples of the Yuanxian Sect, with the Yuanxian Sect managing to secure very few victories.
At this moment, a disciple from the Yuanxian Sect is unceremoniously ejected from the arena. Chao Bu Xiu,
the foremost disciple of the Yuanxian Sect, smirks. The disciples of the Yuanxian Sect are indeed all worthless. No disciple from the Yuanxian Sect dares to respond. Their heads bowed in resignation, especially after witnessing the defeats of several inner sect champions. Chao Bu Xiu, in his early golden core stage,
finds no opponent among the Yuanxian disciples.
After Chao Bu Xiu departs, before Li Wu can react, Chaolan seizes his shoulder and leaps several dozen meters into the air,
crashing down onto the training ground.
As she grips Li Wu's shoulder, Chaolan discreetly channels her energy, attempting to sense Li Wu's aura. Even so, she finds no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. She muses privately, indeed, a complete waste. This battle will be utterly dull. According to the rules of the sparring session, prior to the match, disciples from both sects must serve tea to one another as a gesture of goodwill and harmony.
A disciple approaches with a tray, offering tea.
Chaolan raises her hand, a chilling frost locking onto the teacup, which she delivers directly to Li Wu.
Li Wu hesitates, then drinks the tea.
With a smile, he approaches Chaolan, offering her the teacup with both hands and quietly requesting, "Sister Chao, when the match begins, please go easy on me.
Don't hit my face, I fear pain." Seeing Li Wu's subservience, Chaolan's disdain for him deepens. Accepting the teacup, she drinks it in one gulp, ready to commence the battle. She approaches Li Wu, saying, "Rest assured, Li Wu, I will be gentle."
In the midst of her words,
the teacup shatters with a resounding crack. A potent surge of frost crashes into Li Wu. The force sends him staggering backward, ultimately landing on the ground.
He glances back at the elders of the Yuanxian Sect, his expression one of dismay, as if to say,
"Why have you arranged for me to fight such a formidable opponent? Are you trying to make a fool of me?"
The disciples of the Yuanxian Sect avert their gazes,
unable to bear the sight.
Then, Chaolan strides toward Li Wu. The frost swirls around her, and with each step she takes, ice forms upon the ground, extending outward. The energy in her hands coalesces into a long sword, reminiscent of vertebrae. With a swift motion, she transforms the ice sword into an elongated whip of frost,
resembling an ice dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura. Chaolan wields the whip and strikes toward Li Wu.
Even those watching from the sidelines can feel the intensity of her presence. Such a level of frost suggests that Chaolan is not merely at the initial stage of foundation building, she likely stands at the later stages.
What is the sect thinking, pitting Li Wu against Chaolan? This is nothing short of self-humiliation. The elders remain silent, while sect leader Li Yuan shows little emotion.
Beside him, his wife, Wu Qilan, Li Wu's mother, can no longer contain herself and stands to question, Li Yuan, will you just watch and do nothing? Li Yuan furrows his brow but refrains from speaking, as though burdened by unspoken troubles.
On the training ground, Li Wu remains seated, yet to rise.
Chao Lan fiercely cracks her whip, producing a resounding crack that sends snowflakes flying and generates a powerful atmosphere. Li Wu cries out in concern, Sister Chao.
Please take it easy. I truly cannot withstand that move. Chao Lan replies with a smile.
Rest assured, it won't be too painful, at most, a few cries of anguish. As the long whip whirled in her hand, Chao Lan's eyes gleamed with a fierce intent. In truth, she had come to this contest with a mission. Fixated on Li Wu's legs, the whip struck forth like a dragon, aimed to shatter his limbs.
A practitioner of physical cultivation rendered legless could no longer advance in their training.
Yet, just as the whip was about to lash down upon Li Wu's legs,
he executed a nimble roll, evading the strike.
Though Li Wu's speed was not remarkable, he managed to sidestep the attack because, at the last moment, the whip inexplicably slowed.
Its force dissipating, and even Chao Lan's aura diminished significantly.
Attempting to continue her assault, Chao Lan sensed an unsettling change within her body. Li Wu understood that the effects of the drug were taking hold. Earlier, during the tea ceremony, he had surreptitiously infused a small packet of Huang into the tea. The powder was colorless and tasteless, thus eluding Chao Lan's detection.
At that moment, Li Wu rose from the ground, stretching lazily.
As Chao Lan wielded her whip once more, he simply shifted his position, evading the strike again. With a feigned expression of concern, he inquired, Sister Chao Lan, you seem unwell. Your speed has diminished, and your chill has weakened.
Are you perhaps reluctant to strike at me?
Gritting her teeth, Chao Lan remained oblivious to the source of her troubles.
She tightened her grip on the whip and lashed out again at Li Wu.
However, he swiftly seized the whip with one hand, smiling subtly,
and whispered a single word, disperse. With a swift tug, the whip shattered, its icy energy dissipating. The severed whip vanished.
And even the frost aura surrounding Chao Lan seemed subdued. She staggered, nearly falling to the ground. The disciples of the Yuanxian Sect could hardly bear to watch the confrontation, while those from the Yuanxian Sect eagerly anticipated Li Wu's humiliation. Yet the scene that unfolded diverged entirely from their expectations.
Upon hearing Li Wu's commanding disperse, the Yuanxian disciples were left bewildered.
They had expected a series of pained cries from him, but disperse was not what they anticipated. They had missed the moment when Li Wu single-handedly dismantled Chao Lan's whip. As they beheld Li Wu standing tall while Chao Lan faltered, nearly collapsing, and the whip had vanished from her grip, confusion reigned.
What had transpired? Had they truly witnessed Li Wu's triumph?
The disciples of Yuanxian were in disbelief, while the expressions of the Yuanhan disciples, once smug,
turned to astonishment as they stared at Li Wu, one unable to contain their curiosity. What is happening? What is wrong with Chao Lan? Zhou Yin and Chao Dan,
who had lured Li Wu into this predicament, exchanged incredulous glances.
A practitioner at the early stage of channeling can overpower one at the late stage of foundation establishment. Can you believe it, Chao Dan? Chao Dan's lips trembled, rendering him speechless, utterly perplexed by the situation. Meanwhile,
Chao Lan was in disbelief that Li Wu could obliterate her whip. She attempted to stabilize her breath with intricate hand gestures, yet the more she struggled, the more chaotic her energy became. Her blood surged, and the internal heat intensified, descending towards her lower back, an overwhelming sensation akin to a ferocious beast. In such a tumultuous scene, she found herself spiraling out of control, clenching her fists and biting her lip until it bled. Yet, the more she suppressed it, the hotter she felt, her internal frost becoming increasingly erratic.
Confused thoughts swirled in her mind, growing ever more uncontrollable.
In mere moments, her face flushed crimson, her heart raced, and she could no longer resist the urge to tear at her own garments.
It's so hot!
Chao Lan gasped, exclaiming her discomfort, seemingly losing her rationality as she began to shed her robe. As the armored gown slipped away, her alluring figure could no longer be concealed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Her hands did not cease, as she appeared intent on removing her undergarments, overwhelmed by heat. The entire assembly stood in stunned silence. This was a gathering for the disciples of two major sects. Chao Lan's master, the Grand Elder of the Yuanxian Sect, Chao Ren, rose with a thunderous shout.
Laner! What are you doing?
Lan paid no heed to the elder's admonition, her gaze fixated intensely on Li Wu, her flushed face exuding a beguiling charm. Li Wu, you shall pay, come here. Upon uttering these words, Lan lunged towards Li Wu. This unexpected turn left Li Wu momentarily stunned. The ferocity of the advancing beast, while Lan was undeniably beautiful and a prized flower within the Yuanxian Sect, now bore a fearsome countenance. As the saying goes, there are no fields ruined by tillage, only oxen exhausted by labor. It seemed Lan had resolved to exhaust her prey, and Li Wu had no intention of being that ox. He turned and fled, his legs enhanced by a swift talisman. Yet behind him, Lan pursued relentlessly, like a famished wolf, her speed formidable. Would she not consume him whole upon catching up? As he ran, the system's voice echoed in Li Wu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully poisoned Lan. You have earned a combat power reward of 420 lottery draws. Li Wu's feet seemed to blur, and he silently chanted within his mind, lottery. 10 consecutive draws. Just 2 times needed. The first draw yielded 10 packets of Huang San. The second draw brought forth another announcement, ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 9 packets of Huang San and 1 vial of the new item, 1000 miles downpour pill. This luck is quite favorable. I wonder what effects this pill will have. I must find an opportunity to test it. After completing the lottery, Li Wu gradually slowed his pace. Meanwhile, Lan continued her pursuit, her hands still tugging at her clothing, clearly on the verge of losing all modesty. Li Wu halted, resolved to confront Lan in a decisive battle. Upon seeing him stop, Lan's excitement surged. She spread her arms and called out to Li Wu before lunging at him. Li Wu pressed his palm against her forehead, attempting to halt her advance. Yet the force of her charge startled him, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. This was unforeseen, he had underestimated Lan. Unstable on his feet, Lan seized the opportunity to pin Li Wu to the ground. In this urgent moment, Li Wu slapped the ground, rolling to the side, and grasped one of Lan's legs, tossing her out of the arena. Lan soared from the arena, and Li Wu feigned a calm demeanor, withdrawing his energy. He immediately called out to the prominent figures of both sects, exclaiming, Lan has been eliminated. I have won. I have triumphed. The unfolding events had completely surpassed the expectations of both sections. Even the esteemed elders of Yuanxian Sect were left speechless, their expressions contorted in disbelief, while the Yuanxian Sect members turned pale, unable to utter a word. The might of Huang San surpassed all imagination. Although Lan had been thrown from the arena, she quickly rose, charging at Li Wu with even greater speed. Li Wu harbored doubts about whether the effects of the Huang San truly suppressed the techniques of the Yuanxian Sect. It seemed rather formidable. Just the sight of Lan suggested that, should she lay her hands on him, he would be stripped of his clothing in a mere blink, and perhaps even meet his demise on the spot. It was terrifying. Under such circumstances, the use of Huang San must be approached with utmost caution. Gritting his teeth, Li Wu once again affixed a swift movement talisman and fled desperately. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Yuanxian Sect, Ren, appeared before Lan with a swift motion. A freezing spell ensnared Lan, encasing her in ice. Even after the binding, the ice continued to emit warmth, while Lan struggled within. Ren frowned and cast a second layer of the freezing spell, quieting Lan at last. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned his gaze towards Li Wu and spoke solemnly, Huang San, you are the one who poisoned our disciple. The chilling aura emanating from Ren surged towards Li Wu, exuding a palpable murderous intent. Li Wu was indeed forced back several steps, and in response, he turned to flee, shouting, Murder! Murder! Is this not a friendly exchange between disciples of 2 sects? Why is an elder attacking? The Grand Elder of the Yuanxian Sect seeks to kill. Ren snorted coldly and stood in front of Li Wu. Li Wu! You dare use Huang San to harm my sect's disciples? Today, I shall eradicate you, the disgrace. As the Grand Elder of the Yuanxian Sect, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul, his murderous intent was overwhelming, rendering Li Wu completely immobilized before him. Frost coalesced into ice spikes, sharp and deadly, aimed at Li Wu's brow. However, A bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, shattering the ice spike that was mere moments away from piercing Li Wu's forehead. In the next instant, a figure cloaked in azure appeared before Li Wu. His broad arms shielded Li Wu, emanating waves of azure lightning, and with a powerful aura. Chao Ren was forcibly pushed back several steps before he could regain his balance. Chapter 63, Kneel and Acknowledge Your Mistakes. Elder Chao. Are you intending to harm the disciples of our inner sect within the Yuanxian Sect? Li Yuanyi questioned in a low voice. Chao Ren's expression turned fierce as he took a step forward, attempting to approach Li Yuanyi. However, an overwhelming azure aura radiated from Li Yuanyi, preventing him from drawing near. Li Wu observed his father's imposing figure and, truth be told, he had not anticipated Li Yuanyi would take action at this moment. After all, given his previous rebellion, Li Yuanyi harbored a deep disdain for him, which had led to his expulsion from the inner sect and relegation to the status of a mere servant. Chao Ren was forced to halt his advance, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Sect Masterly. Are you attempting to shield the perpetrator of this poisoning?" Li Yuanyi calmly countered, "Who claims he is the perpetrator? Is it merely your conjecture, Elder Chao?" Chao Ren clenched his teeth. Before the duel, only Li Wu had touched the cup of tea intended for Lanner. If it is not he, then who else could it be? Are you suggesting that the tea was prepared by your Yuanxian sect? Surely, none of your disciples had the chance to touch that cup of tea? Li Yuanyi's retort left Chao Ren speechless. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. "Elder, come back. Engaging in a contest, employing various means, including poison, is merely a strategy. In the world of martial arts, methods are paramount. Victory and defeat are all that matter, no one cares about the means employed. Even if Li Wu did use poison, what harm is there in that? Today, the title of champion in this exchange of skills belongs to our Yuanxian sect." The speaker was none other than Chao Jianghan, the sect master of Yuanxian sect. Upon hearing this, Chao Ren gritted his teeth in resignation. Yet he still led the frozen Chao Lan back to their designated seats within the Yuanxian sect. Chao Ren turned to sect master Chao Jianghan and asked quietly, "Master, shall we simply let this humiliation towards Lanner go unpunished?" Chao Jianghan replied, "Of course, we cannot let this slide. I have stated that Li Yuanyi's son must die today. He may have won this round, but the next will be his demise." Meanwhile, Li Wu glanced at Chao Dan and Zhou Yin, noticing their grim expressions. However, upon meeting his gaze, they quickly masked their faces with feigned joy. Zhou Yin approached him briskly, saying, "Junior brother, congratulations. Winning the first match is just the beginning. Let us continue to triumph in the second round and elevate the reputation of our Yuanxian sect." Feigning confusion, Li Wu replied, "What? There's a second round?" Seeing Li Wu's apparent distress, Chao Dan approached him to explain, "Naturally, having won, you must accept the challenge from a disciple of the Yuanxian sect. Hence, there will indeed be a second match. Junior brother, I must say, your methods are truly unique, neither Zhou Yin nor I could discern when you applied the poison." Li Wu, feigning ignorance, responded, "What poison? I know nothing of it. Could it be that you two secretly aided me by poisoning her?" He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring others could hear. Chao Dan immediately shook his head, and Zhou Yin quickly followed suit, fearful of being implicated. Li Wu feigned humility, saying, "Oh, my esteemed senior brothers. Please do not be modest. I am grateful for your assistance." Everyone turned their attention towards Chao Dan and Zhou Yin, including several disciples from the Yuanxian sect, who appeared ready to confront them over these remarks. Chao Dan whispered to Zhou Yin, "What shall we do next? Although that kid's cultivation is average, his methods are quite underhanded. He may prove difficult to deal with." Zhou Yin replied, "Methods are futile in the face of absolute strength. Rest assured, the Yuanxian sect will not relent. Do not forget, there is still a golden core disciple from the Yuanxian sect who has yet to be defeated in this exchange." Chao Dan immediately thought of the recently defeated golden core disciple, Chao Buxiu, and a smile crept across his face. "If the foundation establishment stage cannot finish you off, and the fifth tier fierce spirit cannot either, without your friend's assistance today, I find it hard to believe that a golden core disciple cannot eliminate you." Meanwhile, Li Wu sat contemplating the effects of the recently acquired pill. What kind of results would this new reward yield? Half an hour later, Li Wu's second match commenced.
As he stepped onto the arena, a terrifying chill emanated from the opposing side. A torrent of icy mist surged forth from the Yuanxian Sect's ranks, descending upon the arena.
With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled as the disciple from the Yuanxian Sect landed, causing a significant portion of the arena to collapse.
Indeed, it was Chao Buxiu, the golden core disciple of the Yuanxian Sect. Li Wu had barely managed to win against Chao Lan through deceitful tactics, now faced with the golden core disciple. He questioned how he would secure victory. The spectators from the Yuanxian Sect stood in anticipation, eager to witness Li Wu being overwhelmed. As the match began, both sides offered tea. Li Wu, do you intend to poison me again? Your tea is too tainted, I will not partake. Chao Buxiu's aura surged, sending the tea and its bearer flying. Staring at Li Wu, he declared, you dared to humiliate my junior sister, Chao Lan. Now, I shall make you wish for death. Li Wu, unfazed, responded with a mysterious smile, wish for death. Is that so? Chao Buxiu, you overestimate yourself, you are nothing but a weakling and not my match. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Li Wu's audacity. Chao Buxiu's eyes widened in shock, he never expected Li Wu to speak such words. You dare insult me? A weakling? You are doomed. Chao Buxiu snarled. Li Wu chuckled, the one who shall be doomed is you, Chao Buxiu. Chao Buxiu laughed incredulously. Oh? You speak so boldly. It seems you have some hidden techniques. Yet, before my overwhelming strength, your tricks are meaningless. With that, Chao Buxiu twirled his foot and charged forward, his hands manifesting two massive frosty blades, radiating a chilling brilliance. With a swift motion, he swung both blades towards Li Wu. Li Wu rolled to evade the strikes and fled. However, Chao Buxiu's intimidation was not to be underestimated. With one blade striking the ground, a menacing ice dragon erupted from beneath, encasing the area in frost. Li Wu barely managed to evade the ice dragon's assault, aided by a movement talisman. Yet, the icy aura enveloped the entire arena, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Chao Buxiu floated above the ice dragon, his blades trembling ominously. For humiliating my junior sister. Kneel and acknowledge your mistakes. The frigid energy bombarded Li Wu, forcing him downward. He gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance. The distance to kneel was merely a few inches. Seeing this, Chao Buxiu shouted once more, kneel. However, Li Wu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and endeavored to resist the terrifying chill of frost, slowly rising to his feet. The previous series of maneuvers, including verbal provocations, were intended for him to gauge Chao Buxiu's true capabilities. Now he sensed that this power was far beyond their claims of early golden core stage. As he straightened up slightly, Li Wu silently invoked the Heavenly Eye technique. Once the technique was employed, the true combat strength of Chao Buxiu was laid bare before him, an astonishing 180,000. No wonder he was able to suppress Li Wu so thoroughly. This strength was not merely that of the early golden core stage, but rather approaching the late golden core stage. In comparison, Chao Buxiu's prowess was even more formidable than the level 5 fierce spirits Li Wu had encountered before. This realization cast a shadow of worry over Li Wu. With a foundational combat strength of 180,000, he was still far from being a match for Chao Buxiu, as his own strength barely surpassed 50,000, revealing an insurmountable gap. Even if he doubled his efforts, it would hardly inflict any harm on Chao Buxiu. Naturally, Li Wu considered the newly learned celestial phenomenon technique, specifically its first form. Previous attempts had shown that this initial form could potentially deliver triple damage. However, given Li Wu's current foundation, even tripling the damage would only yield 150,000, and employing such a technique would demand an enormous amount of vitality and blood, with only a single chance to use it. Moreover, there was a risk of prematurely exposing the techniques of the Chu family from Huangji City. No! This technique could not be employed, it must be reserved for an opponent he could defeat in one decisive strike. In today's exchange, with so many experts from the Yuanxian Sect watching, striking Chao Buxiu down in one blow would be exceedingly difficult. Failure would undoubtedly place Li Wu's life in jeopardy. He needed to devise a strategy to outmaneuver him. At that moment, Chao Buxiu, hovering in midair, pointed decisively at one of the massive frost blades. A powerful humming sound erupted, causing the frost to surge.
The colossal frost blade instantaneously transformed into a multitude of phantom blades, descending like a tempest upon Li Wu. With this attack, it seemed Li Wu had no space to evade, and under the oppressive aura, even rising to his feet was a challenge. Let alone dodging the icy phantoms. Just as the icy blades were about to strike him, Li Wu silently invoked the teleportation talisman. This time, Li Wu employed the talisman not to flee. Had he intended to escape, he could have vanished to a place where no one could find him. In the next instant, he appeared in midair directly before Chao Buxiu. Behind him, the phantom blades shattered the ground below, creating an immense icy crater. Yet Li Wu remained composed, stabilizing his form in the air. Chao Buxiu was taken aback, as even he could not discern how Li Wu had arrived there. Moreover, standing on nothingness as he was, it was evident that Li Wu was not merely a body cultivator, but a master of the golden core stage. Chao Buxiu fixed his gaze on Li Wu, declaring, "Li Wu, you have indeed been concealing your cultivation." Li Wu did not deny it, responding, "Of course. I, Li Wu, am the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator among all sects beneath Luo City. My unparalleled talent is unmatched." Chao Buxiu, do you truly believe that after sustaining severe injuries years ago, I have yet to recover my strength nearly 3 years later? To be frank, your inability to perceive my cultivation is merely due to my desire to keep it hidden. A mere golden core child dares to show off before me. A nascent soul cultivator? Li Wu's words resonated with authority, echoing through the air above the Yuanxian platform. Such a presence felt reminiscent of the Li Wu of yesteryear. In that moment, Chao Buxiu found himself momentarily dazed. After all, during their last sect exchange several years prior, he had faced Li Wu and had been utterly powerless against him. The terror of Li Wu's strength lingered in Chao Buxiu's mind, causing him to shudder at the memory. Now, witnessing such a commanding aura from Li Wu, Chao Buxiu felt as if he had been transported back to that fateful encounter. At this thought, Chao Buxiu's heart involuntarily trembled, and he instinctively took a step back. Drawing a deep breath, he seemed to recall something, sneering, "Impossible. At the Huang Sect assembly back then, your bloodline was completely depleted, and your foundation shattered. You were rendered a waste. Within less than 3 years, even if you successfully rebuilt your foundation, you could never attain your peak strength again. You fool, do not deceive me, prepare to meet your demise." Though Chao Buxiu spoke with bravado, doubt not at him. And in an attempt to quell his inner fears, he shouted fiercely at Li Wu to bolster his own confidence. Li Wu, meanwhile, was contemplating how to seize the opportunity to strike. With a devilish grin, he deftly concealed a pill between his fingers, poised to act. This pill was none other than the 1,000 miles downpour pill. The very name sounded potent, and Li Wu, eager to test its effects, felt a thrill of anticipation. With a swift and precise flick of his fingers, he propelled the pill like a bullet, sending it straight into Chao Buxiu's throat. A pill no larger than a fingernail, smooth and slippery, slipped down without obstruction. With a gulp, Chao Buxiu froze, his shout abruptly cut off. He immediately turned to Li Wu, demanding, "What? What have you made me swallow?" Recalling the earlier incident with the Huang powder, Chao Buxiu's face turned ashen. He even attempted to dig at his throat, but the pill refused to be expelled. Could a pill that had entered his mouth simply be regurgitated? Ridiculous. Observing this, Li Wu smiled and reassuringly advised, "Do not worry. Stay calm, it is not Huang powder. What is there to see about a man undressing in public? I have no such proclivity." The unknown was far more terrifying. Li Wu's assertion that it was not Huang powder only heightened Chao Buxiu's panic. He continued to frantically claw at his throat, angrily demanding, "Li Wu, you scoundrel! What on earth did you make me consume?" Li Wu feigned innocence, asking, "Guess what? As long as there was poisoning involved, rewards would surely follow." The 1,000 miles downpour pill was one of the toxins provided by the system. Its effects were uncertain, but once activated, it would undoubtedly yield rewards. At this moment, Li Wu was more curious about what the reward for this poisoning might be. Naturally, the name 1,000 miles downpour sounded rather ominous. With this thought, Li Wu quickly retreated several steps to distance himself from Chao Buxiu. Enraged, Chao Buxiu once again conjured a powerful strike, summoning several massive ice blades to slash at Li Wu. However, the moment he unleashed his energy, the ice blades he had formed shattered and dissipated.
At that instant, even Li Wu heard an unsettling sound like a sudden pop of something collapsing.
Chao Buxiu's imposing stance twisted awkwardly, his legs clamping together as if he had exerted too much effort.
Resembling a rather absurd predicament.
A golden core stage expert stood suspended in midair, adopting such a peculiar and bizarre posture.
Those below were bewildered, with some asking, "What? What is happening? Is this perhaps a new technique Chao Shixiang has mastered? Yet, why does this leg posture feel so strange?" Chapter 65, A Rapid Downpour. On the dojo floor, the atmosphere was thick with the chilling mist conjured by Chao Buxiu, impairing visibility. Consequently, no one outside the dojo bore witness to the events that had just transpired.
After all, Li Wu's technique in discharging that pill was remarkably discreet.
Apart from Li Wu and Chao Buxiu, none were privy to the occurrences.
It seemed that the rapid downpour pill was indeed potent. Even the mightiest of warriors would likely find themselves drained after consuming such a concoction. Thus, Li Wu felt confident that victory was assured.
Suddenly,
a voice resonated in Li Wu's mind, the system announcing, "Congratulations, host.
You have successfully poisoned Chao Buxiu.
You have earned a combat power reward of 2,050 lottery draws.
Truly remarkable." The newly acquired rapid downpour pill proved to be far more rewarding than the harmony powder. With 50 lottery chances in hand, Li Wu decided to draw.
Most rewards yielded were harmony powder, yet he did manage to acquire a few high combat power items, twice 300 and once 1,000, which was indeed commendable.
With that,
Li Wu reviewed his system panel. Name, Li Wu Combat Power, 54160 Realm, initial stage of Golden Cord Technique, power doubling. Utilizing this technique allows the host to instantly double damage output. It is highly taxing on the host's vitality, so use it judiciously. Technique 2, Heavenly Eye, consumes mental energy to observe an opponent's combat power, etc. Technique 3, Celestial Phenomenon Formula, 1 Formula, the White Tiger Symbol. Harmony Powder, 348 portions, using Harmony Powder increases combat power. The increase varies based on the target's strength. Lottery draws, 0 times, lottery items unlocked, Harmony Powder, Stinky Tofu.
Rapid Downpour Pill.
Milestone, Combat Power 200000, reaching 100000 unlocks reward visibility. Inventory, Mysterious Dagger, nurturing progress 30, to forge it into a personal flying sword. 5 golden core souls are required, current golden core souls, 0, 1 teleportation talisman, 13 portions of stinky tofu, beginner combat power reference guide.
Indeed. Administering poison to skilled opponents not only amplifies combat power but is also immensely effective.
Simultaneously, Li Wu sensed that Chao Buxiu's oppressive aura had weakened. Observing through the heavenly eye, Li Wu confirmed that Chao Buxiu's combat power had indeed diminished. Previously at 180,000, nearing the late stage of Golden Core, it had now plummeted to 130,000.
Moreover, as Li Wu continued to observe him, Chao Buxiu's power was still in decline. This rapid downpour was not merely a purgative. It was siphoning Chao Buxiu's strength.
In light of this, there was no need for Li Wu to engage in a head-on confrontation with Chao Buxiu.
If he could incapacitate his opponent with poison, why expend unnecessary effort in a direct fight?
With a swift movement, Li Wu retreated to a safe distance, pinching his nose,
and shouted, "Sect Master, I have urgent news to report." Li Yuan and Xiao Zhenghan turned their gazes toward Li Wu,
puzzled as to why he had refrained from attacking after teleporting, and why Chao Buxiu had halted the fight, legs crossed.
Li Yuan inquired, "What is it? Speak."
Li Wu responded, reporting to the sect master, "My opponent Chao Buxiu may have an upset stomach. He is so distressed that he can't help but soil himself while desperately clinging to the fight.
It is truly commendable.
I implore both sect leaders to allow us to pause the battle and grant Brother Chao a moment to visit the restroom. Look at how understanding our disciples of Yuanxian Sect are." Li Yuan exchanged glances with Xiao Zhenghan, conveying a similar sentiment.
Xiao Zhenghan remained silent, perplexed.
He could hardly fathom that Chao Buxiu would suffer such an affliction at this moment. Of course, Li Wu trusted in the efficacy of the system's gifts. Chao Buxiu's power had only fallen to 130,000. This was merely the beginning. The effects of harmony powder lasted nearly a full night. While the rapid downpour pill was a more rare elixir, its effects just commencing.
Delaying for a bit longer would surely allow Chao Bushio to further weaken,
making it all the easier for Li Wu to conquer him. Moreover, this approach would help Li Wu conceal his own strength and trump cards.
Chao Bushio, visibly agitated, exclaimed. Who soiled themselves?
Li Wu, do not speak such nonsense. Despite the truth in Li Wu's words, Chao Bushio strained to maintain a dignified stance, though his posture remained awkward. He was reluctant to reveal his discomfort.
Chao Jianhan added, indeed. Yuanxian Sect's junior, do not utter falsehoods. My disciple, Chao Bushio,
has long since abstained from food. He has no need to eat and could not possibly suffer from an upset stomach.
Bushio,
do not give that boy any opportunity to escape. Waste no time and finish this battle within 3 moves.
Chao Bushio gritted his teeth, struggling to endure.
But the urge to relieve himself overwhelmed him. Clenching his fists, he fought against the impending release, cold sweat beating on his forehead.
Yes, Sect Master. At that moment, Chao Bushio harbored a deep-seated hatred towards Li Wu, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. In a surge of anger, he once again formed a seal, channeling his energy. Yet,
this exertion left him vulnerable. He could not maintain control below.
With a loud noise, Chao Bushio's complexion shifted dramatically, utterly collapsing.
The aura he had just summoned dissipated in an instant. In that moment, he could not stabilize himself, plummeting to the ground in agony.
Li Wu,
utilizing the heavenly eye once more, observed Chao Bushio's combat power had now plummeted to 80,000.
The descent was rapid indeed.
Yet, in Li Wu's eyes,
this was still insufficient.
He approached, pointing at the kneeling, nearly incapacitated Chao Bushio, declaring, "Look. I told you, Chao Bushio truly has an upset stomach.
How could you not believe me? Everyone heard that sound just now."
Chao Sect Master, even if you wish to win this battle and seize that mine, you should not force a poor soul suffering from such distress to continue fighting. At the very least, grant him a moment to relieve himself, take a bath, or change his clothes.
Look at him, utterly drained, unable to even stand.
Chao Bushio's face turned pale, unable to utter a word. He wished to bury his face in the earth. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Yuanxian Sect and several elders turned ashen, their expressions becoming grotesque. On the side of the Yuanxian Sect, Chao Dan and Zhou Yin were utterly bewildered. Before the battle commenced, could they have anticipated such a turn of events?
Chao Dan whispered, "How could Chao Bushio suffer from an upset stomach?"
Zhou Yin, teeth clenched, replied, "I refuse to believe that Li Wu's luck is so fortuitous. Encountering Chao Bushio in such a state. There must be some ulterior motive behind this." On the opposite side, the 7th elder of the Yuanxian Sect, Husen, spoke. "It must be that Li Wu has again poisoned him in secret. Our disciple, Chao Lan, was harmed by him just moments ago."
"Bushio, speak quickly. Did Li Wu poison you?"
Chao Bushio, nearly on the brink of collapse, struggled to rise, casting a glance towards Husen, desperate to speak, yet no words emerged. His stomach gurgled, compelling him to crouch once more. At that moment, the icy wall of pressure he had conjured dissipated entirely.
Li Wu, pinching his nose, approached Chao Bushio,
feigning an attempt to assist him while whispering conspiratorially, "Brother Chao, do not speak recklessly.
The efficacy of the elixir is indeed controllable. Whether you believe it or not, I can make you experience a swift downfall." Chao Bushio's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Wu, torn between skepticism and reluctant faith.
"You?" Li Wu immediately directed his gaze outside the arena, exclaiming, "Oh dear, is this truly the chief disciple of your Yuanxian Sect? Why are you all still standing there in a daze? Hurry and assist Brother Chao off the stage. His condition appears quite dire. If this continues, he may succumb to exhaustion."
Ugh.
After a few dry heaves, he stepped back a few paces. Li Wu then gallantly added, "Rest assured. Even if you carry him away, this contest can still proceed. It would not count as Brother Chao forfeiting. Once he recovers, we can resume our duel." Such understanding from the opponent only served to inflame Chao Bushio's frustration. His anger ignited a tempest within him, yet the more he burned with rage, the more severe his discomfort became. The oppressive energy emanating from him was like a primordial beast, unstoppable and overwhelming. The stench was unbearable, rendering anyone within a dozen meters unable to stand. Li Wu promptly pinched his nose and retreated 100 meters away. The match had to be paused. The disciples of the Yuanxian Sect rushed over to assist Xiao Buxiu, yet as they approached, they turned and were immediately sickened. The few disciples struggled but managed to help Xiao Buxiu off the stage. Approximately half an hour later, having changed into fresh garments and presumably taking some restorative elixir, Xiao Buxiu reappeared on the platform. His complexion suggested that the elixir had indeed quelled his distress. It remained a mystery what kind of elixir the Yuanxian Sect had administered to him that could rival the quality of the one provided by the system. Li Wu smiled and inquired with genuine concern, "Brother Qiao, how are you feeling? Is your stomach any better? If not, shall we postpone our duel? After all, you are currently unwell. Even if I were to win, it wouldn't be a true victory, would it?" Xiao Buxiu's sole desire was to settle the score with Li Wu. Postponement was not an option. He was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. Despite his discomfort, he believed he could still vanquish Li Wu. Xiao Buxiu reignited with fervor, his aura appearing menacing. Li Wu instinctively took a few steps back. Meanwhile, he utilized his celestial vision to assess Xiao Buxiu. To his surprise, Xiao Buxiu still had a combat strength of 50,000. The rate of decline seemed rather slow. Could it be that the Yuanxian Sect possessed a remedy to counteract the elixir's effects? Unlikely. Or perhaps it was due to Xiao Buxiu's absence from the field, which allowed his internal energy to stabilize. With a surge of energy, Xiao Buxiu rapidly closed the distance to Li Wu. As he approached, he questioned, "Li Wu, is this all you can resort to, these underhanded tactics?" Li Wu promptly stepped back, swiftly evading while covering his nose. "No. Brother Qiao. Have you not cleaned yourself properly? Why do you still smell so foul? You haven't soiled yourself again, have you?" With those words, Xiao Buxiu, already inflamed, erupted with rage. "You're asking for death." Xiao Buxiu roared, his teeth gritted. He yearned to eliminate Li Wu to avenge today's humiliation. However, as he ignited with fury, he merely exerted a bit of force. In his turmoil, his energy plummeted once more, and instinctively he clutched his abdomen, gritting his teeth to suppress the impending turmoil within. Deep down, Xiao Buxiu reminded himself, Elder Hu, skilled in medicine, assured him that the restorative elixir would surely help. Yes, it must merely be a trivial issue. After such contemplation, Xiao Buxiu resolved to release his pent-up energy, otherwise, he could not continue the fight. Yet, that trivial issue remained untrustworthy. Once again, Xiao Buxiu faltered, clenching his legs together. Li Wu, with a bitter expression, distanced himself further. "Oh dear, brother clenching legs, why are you so impatient? I've already said. I'm not in a hurry, we can wait. Once your stomach improves, we can resume our duel. Look, you are still unwell and have soiled yourself again. How can we fight under such conditions?" Despite this, Xiao Buxiu's lips twitched in anger, yet he stood firm, glaring at Li Wu, his eyes radiating a frosty menace that cast a pall over his visage. This time, he had no intention of retreating. He was resolute in his desire to slay Li Wu, no matter what. Clenching legs. "Brother, you dare insult me, Li Wu. I will see you dead." The threat was chilling. Li Wu's celestial vision swept over him. To his astonishment, Xiao Buxiu's combat strength had plummeted below 10,000. Scarcely within the realm of the late Foundation establishment phase. Indeed, the more he exerted himself, the more swiftly his strength waned. Since the opponent's actual combat strength had dwindled to half, there was no need for Li Wu to waste any more time. Thus, this battle was destined to conclude. Ignoring all, Xiao Buxiu lunged at Li Wu, his hands conjuring a blade of cold energy aimed directly at him. In that moment, Li Wu straightened his posture. Pinching his nostrils shut, he declared, "Since Brother Qiao insists on fighting, then do not blame me for being ungracious." As his expression shifted, Li Wu clenched his fists, the energy coursing through his meridians converging into a single punch aimed squarely at Xiao Buxiu. Xiao Buxiu swung his blade at Li Wu. Yet this time, Li Wu did not evade. His punch collided with Xiao Buxiu's icy blade, shattering it while simultaneously striking Xiao Buxiu squarely in the chest. This punch was not delivered with all of Li Wu's might, for he understood that this battle was not merely under the gaze of the Yuanxian Sect. Many from the Yuanxian Sect were also observing him. In truth, unbeknownst to Li Wu, even more eyes were fixated on this once promising talent.
Boom! The force of the punch was overwhelming. At this moment, Chao Buxiu could not withstand Li Wu's blow. He could barely endure a half-second before being sent hurtling out of the arena. He crashed toward the Yuanxian Sect's seating area, and upon witnessing Chao Buxiu's flight, the members of the Yuanxian Sect turned pale with fear, fleeing in all directions without hesitation. Their sect leader, Chao Jianghan, was no exception. In an instant, he retreated 100 meters away. Chao Buxiu landed, shattering Chao Jianghan's chair, filled with rage as he attempted to rise. Yet, with a surge of energy came a wave of release, leaving him utterly spent and unconscious. The members of the Yuanxian Sect looked on in disarray, unsure of how to respond, hesitant to approach due to the overwhelming stench. From afar, Chao Jianghan commanded, "Why are you all standing there? Hurry and check on Buxiu's injuries." Orders were given, yet no one dared to approach. Chao Jianghan was left with no choice but to issue another command, "Elder 7, you are the most skilled in medicine. You go." Husan wore a bitter expression. Chao Jianghan's gaze turned icy, disobeying was not an option. Reluctantly, Husan pinched his nose and approached to assess Chao Buxiu's condition. Li Wu was aware that Chao Buxiu was not easily defeated. After all, he bore the body of a golden core cultivator, it was merely a release of energy. However, the unfortunate aspect was that Chao Buxiu possessed a golden core soul. Should he be eliminated, Li Wu could acquire a golden core soul, a material essential for refining a life-bound treasure. Alas, the present circumstances were fraught with too many experts, rendering it unwise for him to intervene. He would have to seek another opportunity. Of course, it was worth noting that after today's humiliation, Chao Buxiu would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Li Wu, that fish would not escape. On the arena, Li Wu gazed distantly at the scene, feigning weakness as he inquired. Observing that Brother Chao had fainted, I pondered whether I had emerged victorious. At this moment, the sect leader, Li Yuan, spoke up. In our disciples' exchanges and sparring, there exists a stipulation: should one's opponent lose consciousness, it is deemed a victory. Li Wu, in this contest, you have triumphed. Li Wu exchanged a glance with Li Yuan, his father, who regarded him with a mixture of understanding and pride. Although the day's events did not unfold as Li Yuan had envisioned, Li Wu had indeed secured a victory, defeating none other than Chao Buxiu, a disciple of the Yuanxian Sect, renowned for his indomitable prowess. Upon the announcement of the result, Li Wu performed a respectful gesture towards the attendees. Some disciples of the Yuanxian Sect exhibited a shift in demeanor, offering their congratulations. Despite the lingering sense of an unearned victory, this battle served to elevate his status. At least ensuring the preservation of the sect's spiritual mind seemed plausible. Li Wu humbly remarked, "It was merely luck. Had Brother Chao not been indisposed, I would never have claimed victory." As he spoke, Li Wu's expression shifted slightly. Adopting a serious tone, he communicated telepathically, "Esteemed colleagues, having bested Chao Buxiu of the Yuanxian Sect, I hereby proclaim myself the provisional champion of this exchange meeting. Are there any among the disciples of the Yuanxian Sect who wish to challenge me?" He candidly acknowledged, "Undeniably, my strength remains insufficient, truth be told. I am not worthy of this title. Thus, those who wish to challenge me, feel free to step forward." Each word he uttered conveyed a sense of humility. Yet beneath the surface lay an unspoken assertiveness. The more he downplayed his strength, the more enigmatic he became to others. Now it was the turn of the Yuanxian Sect disciples, yet none dared to speak. Though Li Wu's victories appeared somewhat fortuitous, the outcome was indisputable. If one victory could be attributed to luck, what of two? Defeating two of the Yuanxian Sect's elite would hardly be mere happenstance. Despite their uncertainties, they sensed that Li Wu possessed extraordinary capabilities. Chao Lan and Chao Buxiu, one a direct disciple of a grand elder and the other the sect's chief disciple, had been humiliated so thoroughly. Thus, the remaining disciples of the Yuanxian Sect hesitated to proceed with any further challenges. Meanwhile, Li Wu stood resolutely in the arena, exuding an aura akin to a lone warrior guarding the gates. His demeanor conveyed a clear message to all: henceforth, he would defend his stance, inviting any disciple of the Yuanxian Sect to challenge him. In this contest, I, Li Wu, shall bear the honor of the Yuanxian Sect upon my shoulders. Chapter 67, Has Chu Zishuan returned?
In today's battle, the glory of the Yuanxian Sect rests upon my shoulders, Li Wu.
It is no jest. How could I allow this platform to falter?
The system has generously bestowed upon me a reward of 10,000 combat power, equivalent to the strength gained from refining 2 Yuanxian pills, or the defeat of numerous formidable opponents. Thus, I must guard this platform steadfastly to seize the title of champion in the exchange conference. At this moment, the venue was eerily silent. In the vast expanse of the Yuanxian Sect, not a single soul dared to speak in response to my challenge. The expression on Chao Jianghan, the sect leader, was rather grim. His gaze shifted to several other inner sect disciples, yet they appeared hesitant and troubled.
In light of this,
I took a few steps toward the Yuanxian Sect seating area, deliberately casting my eyes upon those individuals and questioning in a deep voice.
Do your disciples of the Yuanxian Sect truly lack the courage to challenge me, a mere Li Wu? Surely, it cannot be so. Am I not just skilled in the art of poison? Is not the cold poison of your sect renowned?
Those individuals remained silent, refusing to respond. My expression hardened.
And I bellowed, if you dare not challenge, then what purpose do you serve here? Depart swiftly. And those ice sculptures at the entrance, they are an eyesore. Melt them away. Chao Ren, the elder of the Yuanxian Sect, could no longer contain his fury at my brazen arrogance.
He moved forward, exerting a powerful aura.
Li Wu, cease your insolence.
Yet, before his oppressive presence could descend upon me, another figure appeared before me, Li Yuani.
Elder Chao. Do you intend to lower yourself to challenge a disciple of the Yuanxian Sect?
Chao Ren gritted his teeth and retorted fiercely, Li Wu has achieved victory through underhanded means. Not only did he poison our disciple Chao Lan, but he also poisoned Chao Buxiu.
The rightful champion of this battle should have been Chao Buxiu of our Yuanxian Sect. Li Wu is unworthy of the title. The Limu Mountain Spirit Mine should belong to us. Li Yuani took a step toward Chao Ren, immediately forcing him out of the arena.
Behind him, Chao Jianghan placed a hand on Chao Ren's shoulder.
Li Yuani turned his gaze to Chao Jianghan and inquired.
The techniques of the Yuanxian Sect are imbued with cold poison.
Is Chao Buxiu not skilled in poison? Do your other disciples lack proficiency?
The methods of employing poison differ.
Chao Jianghan stepped closer to Li Yuani.
The clash of their auras erupted, causing nearly all disciples from both sects to collapse under the overwhelming pressure.
The confrontation of such formidable beings left everyone trembling.
However, moments later, Chao Jianghan willingly dispersed his aura and began to laugh. Indeed, we have lost this round. The Yuanxian Sect acknowledges defeat, and Li Wu, you are deserving of this exchange conference's championship. With that, his expression shifted, and he turned to leave. The other disciples and elders of the Yuanxian Sect followed suit.
Li Yuani declared, the Limu Mountain Spirit Mine shall henceforth belong exclusively to the Yuanxian Sect.
I kindly ask sect leader Chao to refrain from any future interference. Chao Jianghan snorted coldly, departing with his sect members. In my mind, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have secured the championship of the two sects exchange conference. Reward, 10,000 combat power. Consequently, my combat power surged to 64,160. The stability of the chaos golden pill within me now firmly established. After the conference concluded, I was summoned once more to the main hall of the sect. According to the prior promises made by the sect, I was awarded another Yuanxian pill.
The Grand Elder, Li Qiankuan,
stroked his long beard and placed the box containing the pill into my hands, patting my shoulder as he spoke, Li Wu. You have preserved a spirit mine for our sect during this exchange conference, and your contributions are commendable. As an additional reward, the Yuanxian secret realm shall soon be opened. Though you are not the chief disciple, you may enter the realm alongside other inner sect disciples for trials.
I had heard of the Yuanxian secret realm before. It opens once every 3 years.
However, it is said that only a few manage to fully traverse its depths and obtain the opportunities and inheritances within. Those who acquire even a fraction of such inheritances often ascend to the status of elders in the sect.
My father, Li Yuani,
remained the only individual in a century to successfully enter the realm and reach its second layer.
While Li Yuani is a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator,
his true combat power is nearly on par with that of a late-stage nascent soul. His entry into the second layer of the secret realm, the ancient battlefield, and the acquisition of the Thunder Department's secret technique, the 3 Yuanxian Leiju, were pivotal to his enhancement in strength. As for the third layer of the realm, known as the Sword Burial Abyss, no one has ever ventured there. The secret realm typically opens every 3 years, allowing the sect's chief disciples to seek opportunities within. Yet, it seems peculiar that the trials would commence well before the designated time. This left me feeling uneasy. Nonetheless, this was not a matter for me to ponder at present. I received the token for the secret realm from the Grand Elder. Upon touching the token, I suddenly felt a stir within the thunder-type Dao seed in my golden pill. I promptly suppressed the Dao seed's agitation and respectfully expressed my gratitude before departing the main hall. This disturbance was subtle, others likely remained unaware. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the oppressive figure reappeared in my mind. Could it be that the secret realm harbors the truth behind this apparition? The system's task echoed once more, host. Conquer the 3 layers of the secret realm to receive a reward of 20,000 combat power. Such a timely task from the system, and the reward was astonishing 20,000. Unprecedented. As I walked away from the square, I caught a glimpse of Chao Dan, who mused, I never expected this kid to escape yet again. Chao Buxiu truly is useless. Meanwhile, Zhou chuckled ominously, and what of it? The opening of the sect's secret realm may seem like an opportunity, but it is fraught with peril. The battle between Li Wu and Chao Buxiu revealed that his strength exceeds the initial stage of the meridian opening realm. However, many prodigies have perished in the sect's trials. In that place, there are no restrictions. Even if we were to intervene personally, no one would be the wiser. I do not believe he can emerge alive this time. Upon returning to my residence, I rested briefly before leaving the sect for the mountains outside the Servant Valley. The Yuanxian pill, if kept, would only attract covetous gazes. It is far more prudent to refine it promptly and enhance my power. As before, I concealed myself in a secluded grove within the mountains to commence the refinement. The moonlight shimmered, casting a silvery glow upon the ground and the foliage, resembling a layer of frost. This night, the moon hung full and bright, and before I knew it, the 15th night had arrived. Once settled in, I focused on the refinement process. Everything proceeded smoothly. After several hours, around midnight, I finally absorbed the entire Yuanxian pill. Just as before, upon complete absorption, my combat power surged by 5,000. Thus, my combat power reached 69,160, inching ever closer to the threshold of 70,000, with 100,000 marking the mid-stage of the golden pill, an increasingly attainable goal. After a leisurely stretch, I made my way to the mountain stream for a bath. The spring water was warm, and as I lounged on a smooth rock, a wave of drowsiness washed over me, prompting me to consider a brief rest. However, gradually, I sensed that something was amiss. As he felt the weight of 2 immense mountains bearing down upon him, an unexpected pressure jolted the disoriented Li Wu into clarity. What was happening? Becoming vigilant, he noticed a thin mist rising around the pool, seemingly isolating it from the outside world. His gaze shifted, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a woman, bare as the moonlight that illuminated her pale, radiant skin. Her damp hair obscured her face, and he wondered who this audacious figure could be. Was she perhaps a mountain fox spirit or a temptress from the Yuanxian Sect? Li Wu had heard tales of men encountering such enchanting beings in the mountains, but the outcomes were dire. Some had their essence drained, others their spiritual energy consumed, yet they had laughed even in death, having experienced a fleeting joy. Lost in these troubling thoughts, a gentle voice reached his ears, "Junior brother." It was a soft, tingling sound that momentarily bewildered him. To his astonishment, it was the voice of Chu Zixuan, his senior sister, who he believed had departed from the Yuanxian sect. How could she have returned? Moreover, upon her return, she audaciously proposed, "Junior brother, might you enjoy a moment of intimacy tonight?" Her voice lingered in his ears, sweet and enticing. Li Wu, refusing to look back, responded with indignation, "A moment? You underestimate me. I demand at least an hour." This retort left the woman speechless. After a pause to gather herself, she replied, "Junior brother is formidable, I misspoke. Encountering you tonight brings me great joy. Just look at the beauty of the night." Li Wu cast a glance around and remarked, "It appears quite murky to me." The atmosphere was once again disrupted.
leaving the woman at a loss for words. Li Wu then ventured to inquire, "Senior sister, why have you returned?" Surprised by his question, she hesitated before responding, "Returned? Had I not just been here?" Realizing her words may have been ill-chosen, she quickly clarified, "Junior brother, the night is long, and I found myself unable to sleep. Though I had just departed, thoughts of you lingered, and I yearned for your company once more. Would you allow me to stay?" It became evident to Li Wu that this woman was not Zhu Zixuan but rather a malevolent spirit from the mountains. He retorted coldly, "What do you mean by having shared intimacy? My sister has been away from the Yuanxian Sect for several days, how could she suddenly return?" The woman appeared momentarily perplexed by his words, yet she replied, "Oh, of course I knew this. I simply missed you, so I came back." "How much do you miss her?" He probed further. "Like the countless stars in the sky, I miss you just as much," she exclaimed, intrigued by her poetic expression. Li Wu coughed and provocatively suggested, "Then why not lean over the stone and present yourself?" A smirk of cunning spread across her face as she complied, murmuring, "So? This is what you like, junior brother." Li Wu grinned slyly, "Indeed. Prepare yourself and hold your position." The woman dutifully bent over the stone, arching her back, even twisting seductively to entice him further. However, she was unprepared for his sudden action. Without hesitation, Li Wu kicked her rear, sending her tumbling into the water with a splash. "What are you doing?" she shouted in indignation. "You bent over for me to kick you, did you not?" he retorted. Stunned into silence, she scrambled out of the water, only for Li Wu to swiftly seize her head and push it back beneath the surface. "This is for deceiving me. For trying to ensnare me with your wickedness." With repeated immersions, the creature spluttered and gasped for air. As she surfaced to speak, Li Wu knew better than to listen to the beguiling words of this spirit. Thus, as her face emerged with a pleading expression, he leaped and delivered a powerful kick to her face. The force of the blow was considerable, distorting her features and sending her flying through the air, landing in the deeper waters. Drawing upon his past experiences, Li Wu knew that such creatures were not easily vanquished by mere submersion. He decided to test the power of his newly acquired thunderous techniques. With the formation of his golden core, the thunderous energy he had cultivated during his foundation establishment was now more potent. Infusing his strike with lightning, he dove down towards the water's surface, where the creature had landed. "Master! Please stop. I am Huang, your most beloved dog," it cried out. "Huang?" Li Wu was taken aback. Was not Huang already deceased? The creature's knowledge of his companion raised alarm bells in his mind. "Regardless of who you are, dare to impersonate Huang and deceive me, and you shall taste my thunderous fist." With a resounding crack, his fist, charged with lightning, struck the creature. The force sent waves rippling across the surface of the pool, yet surprisingly, the creature remained resilient, swiftly recovering and darting towards the shore. Li Wu moved quickly to intercept, blocking its path. "Where do you think you're going? You won't escape." The creature maintained the guise of Zhu Zixuan, but the illusion was fraying, revealing yellow fur beneath the torn surface. Li Wu recalled the day in Limu Mountain when he had witnessed Huang's demise. How could this creature have returned? The dual illusions, first of Zhu Zixuan, then of Huang, were a well-crafted ruse. With nowhere left to flee, Li Wu fixed his gaze upon the creature. "Enough! Reveal your true form at once. My senior sister has long departed from the Yuanxian Sect. Using her to deceive me is a rather juvenile tactic. Do not think you can use Huang to trick me, Li Mushan. Huang has already perished at the hands of an elder from the Ghost Spirit Sect while trying to assist me. I have buried him, and it is impossible for him to be alive. Speak the truth, what are you exactly?" With a thud, the malevolent spirit knelt down, its remaining aura of illusion abruptly dissipating. The posture of kneeling and the sight of tears were all too familiar. It spoke, "Master, it truly is me. I am Huang." In this moment, Li Wu felt a flicker of doubt. The tone and demeanor seemed genuinely like him. With the illusion gone, it indeed resembled Huang. Huang continued, "Master, actually, I did not die that day, I was merely gravely wounded by that old man of spirit transformation. Later,
You buried me on the spot. Truth be told, I could have been saved at that time. However, after being buried for quite a while, I inexplicably awoke and crawled out of the grave, just in time to see the two corpses you had left atop my resting place. I found them quite appealing. So I consumed them, restoring my injuries and even advancing in rank. I am now a third-tier monster beast, otherwise I would not be able to withstand the ferocity of your thunder fist. Li Wu chuckled, patting the dog's head. It truly is you, Huang. Why return only to take the form of my senior sister? I thought it was some malevolent entity attempting to harm me. Huang coughed lightly and replied, Master, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Li Wu retorted, Is that so? Huang grinned, patting his chest. Of course. Master. Would you like to experience it again? I know you have a fondness for Chu Zishuan, so I thought I'd let you have a taste of it beforehand. How does that sound? Li Wu clapped his hand on Huang's head. Enough of this nonsense. From now on, refrain from such antics. Huang's gaze flickered, seemingly disheartened. Yet, an idea seemed to strike him, and he stealthily glanced at the moon above. In an instant, he transformed his appearance, donning a child's attire seemingly acquired from nowhere. After adjusting it slightly, he tossed back a brown cloak and stepped atop a nearby stone, the moonlight cascading down upon him as he looked down at Li Wu, saying, As a third-tier monster beast, how do I appear, master? Do I resemble a human? After asking this question, Huang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Li Wu was not contemplating such matters at that moment. He approached, grasped Huang by his hind legs, and lifted him high. Observing Huang closely, he excitedly exclaimed, You scruffy dog! It's good you've returned, but why all this extra fuss? Tomorrow, I must enter the sect's secret realm for trials. So we need to return to rest early. You shall accompany me into the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Huang's expression of anticipation instantly faded. Initially lifted with grandeur, he now felt deflated with Li Wu's words. A swirl of yellow mist enveloped him, and when it dissipated, Huang had transformed into a small dog. Yet, this time, he had morphed into a scruffy little creature. Most of his fur was yellow, interspersed with white, gray, and black strands, creating quite a colorful appearance. Particularly striking was a tuft of white fur on his forehead, which was rather fashionable. Hey, your illusion is quite impressive. Huang, I called you a scruffy dog. And you truly transformed into one? How well it suits you. Li Wu placed Huang back down. Huang collapsed onto the ground, resembling a deflated balloon. In truth, Li Wu comprehended Huang's intentions for returning in the guise of Chu Zishuan. It was a simple ploy to ensnare Li Wu, seeking an opportunity for a favor. However, after his plan failed, Huang's mind was quick to adapt, and he skillfully mentioned the key term for seeking a favor, prophecy. Prophecy requires a response. Once Li Wu commented on Huang resembling a human, it would signify a response. Whether intentional or unintentional, Huang could succeed in seeking a favor. Yet, Li Wu was aware that being petitioned by a spirit could cost a living person's fortune. To his astonishment, Huang, having spent so much time with him, was still contemplating such matters. Fortunately, Li Wu was on guard, otherwise, he might have fallen into this dog's trap. On the surface, Li Wu refrained from revealing his understanding and pretended to inquire, Huang, what's wrong? Are you all right? Huang trembled as he stood, forcing a semblance of a smile on his canine face. Master, I am fine. Just feeling a bit weary after being struck by you. Neither brought up the matter of seeking a favor. One man and one dog acted as if it had never occurred. Li Wu patted Huang's head, lifting him by the scruff of his neck. As long as you're all right, let us return to the sect. I am now an inner sect disciple, and there's a residence within the sect. When I have the time, I'll make you a doghouse so you can enjoy the privileges of an inner sect disciple-less dog. Huang, being lifted by the scruff, weakly replied, Thank you, Master. Moreover, as Li Wu had just unleashed his thunderous technique using his inner path seed, the chaotic phantom flashed through his mind once more. He was now pondering this issue. When he obtained the secret realm token, he had seen this chaotic phantom, and now using thunder magic had triggered its appearance again.
Was the truth of this chaotic phantom concealed within the secret realm? What could it possibly be? Li Wu was quite curious about this. The next morning, at the gate of Li Wu's residence within the Yuanxian Sect, there came a loud knocking. Roused from slumber, Li Wu yawned and rose to open the door, revealing Zhao Xian and Sun Feng standing there, their faces filled with urgency. Li Ge, are you still sleeping? Look at the time. The entrance to the secret realm is about to open, and the other disciples for the trials have already assembled. You are the last one. Perhaps due to recent events or perhaps the exhaustion from refining the Yuanxian pill the previous night, Li Wu had unwittingly slept until this moment. Stretching lazily, he called out, "Xiao Hua, come on, let us go explore the secret realm." Xiao Hua? Upon hearing this name, the dog immediately communicated, "Master. I am a male, yet you address me in such a manner? How disrespectful." Li Wu paid no heed to this, promptly lifting the dog by the scruff and following Zhao Xian and Sun Feng to the valley behind the main peak of the Yuanxian Sect, the very location of the secret realm's entrance. Along the way, Zhao Xian and Sun Feng conversed animatedly. "Li Ge, you can bring 2 bodyguards into the secret realm. Will you not seek out 2 skilled guards?" Li Wu retorted, "Do I, Li Wu, require assistance to enter the secret realm? Is there some danger within?" Zhao Xian explained. "Of course, there are dangers in the secret realm. Moreover, the results of this trial will greatly influence the competition for the position of the young master. Whether you can reclaim the position depends on this trial. Besides you, the other 9 chief disciples are all eyeing the position greedily, and they each have 2 skilled guards. If you enter alone, it is likely someone may act against you." Li Wu nodded, fully aware that such occurrences had not been unheard of in the past. Moreover, matters within the secret realm were beyond the control or knowledge of those outside. It all depended on oneself. He took out the small flower dog he had been carrying. "Entering the secret realm, I only need to bring this dog." Zhao Xian and Sun Feng glanced at the adorable little dog in Li Wu's hands, both gasping simultaneously. "No. Li Ge, this is rather childish. This pup can't be more than a month old, right?" Li Wu casually placed a Huang on his shoulder, stating, "It's sufficient." Upon reaching the rear mountain, Yuanxian Valley, the valley below was already teeming with people. The day's events were of great significance, and nearly all disciples from the sect were present. However, only 10 inner sect chief disciples were qualified to enter the Yuanxian Sect's inheritance trial within the secret realm. Once there, Sun Feng leaned closer to Li Wu and whispered, "Li Ge, there is one more matter, though I am unsure of its reliability. A prominent figure within our sect asked me to relay a message to you, urging you to exert your utmost effort to seize top-tier opportunities once you enter the secret realm. Should you encounter any dangers, he will provide support." This revelation surprised Li Wu. After all, very few within the entire Yuanxian sect held a favorable view of him. Who could this person be? In fact, at that moment, a figure clad in black stood among the treetops in a distant mountain forest, wearing an iron mask and observing the situation near the entrance of the secret realm with a calm demeanor. Li Wu inquired further, but Sun Feng shook his head, replying, "I truly do not know if that person is trustworthy, as I am unaware of their identity. When he met me, he wore a black robe, and his aura was obscured, leaving me unable to discern anything. He merely instructed me to convey the message without asking further. However, it can be assured that his cultivation is not low." Li Wu attempted to survey his surroundings. The elders of the sect were present, yet the sect leader, Li Yuanyi, was absent. Where could he be during such a significant event? A few elders cast disapproving glances at Li Wu, as being tardy for the secret realm trial was almost grounds for disqualification, with only a few words from the elders needed to revoke his eligibility. With the sect leader missing, Elder Zhou Qi seemed emboldened and could not resist questioning, "Li Wu, do you still wish to enter the secret realm trial? If you are afraid, it would be wise to withdraw now. The secret realm is fraught with peril, and no one can protect you." Li Wu smiled and confidently walked forward, saying, "Elder Zhou, has it not yet begun? Moreover, I simply had a tiring experience at yesterday's sect exchange, which caused me to oversleep. If you have an issue with my participation in the trial, feel free to speak up directly rather than trying to intimidate me." Zhou Qi ground his teeth, glaring at Li Wu. Others attended the exchange as well, yet none were late.
Li Wu retorted, but none of them claimed the top spot. This statement left Zhou Qi momentarily speechless, unable to counter Li Wu's point.
You. Zhou Qi stammered. Li Wu, disinterested in the elder's reaction,
proceeded to take his position. Aside from Li Wu, the other 9 inner sect chief disciples were accompanied by 2 black-clad, masked guards, each exuding an air of mystery. Only Li Wu stood alone, accompanied by a small flower dog. Chao Dan glanced at Li Wu and feigned concern. Junior brother Li, why did you bring only a dog?
Could you not find a guard within the sect?
Perhaps I should speak to my master to arrange for 2 guards for you. Our entry into the secret realm trial is perilous. Once inside, we will be completely cut off from the outside world, without guards to assist. Encountering danger could lead to dire consequences.
Li Wu sighed, expressing his helplessness. Alas!
I have just become an inner sect chief, with limited strength. I do not expect to gain any opportunities within the secret realm. I appreciate your kindness, Senior Brother Chao, but I intend to take a brief stroll inside and return. I have no plans to enter the illusory Thunder Sea.
Among the 10 inner sect chief disciples of Yuanxian Sect, aside from Li Wu,
the others were mostly disciples or offspring of the sect's elders. At that moment, everyone stood alert, awaiting the opening of the secret realm.
Meanwhile, Li Wu crouched down to play with the dog.
The elders observed him with varied expressions, yet even after claiming the top spot the previous day,
no one believed Li Wu would achieve anything remarkable within the secret realm.
At this juncture, the Grand Elder, Li Qian, spoke up, announcing, "Elders, activate the formation.
Open the entrance to the Yuanxian secret realm." The 10 elders of Yuanxian Sect bowed in unison.
Everyone simultaneously performed hand seals,
creating an enormous formation at the entrance of Yuanxian Valley. Grand Elder Li Qian raised his hand and infused a seal into the formation. As the formation's markings glimmered, a colossal vortex appeared at the mountain's entrance.
Stabilizing the entrance, Li Qian commanded, "Trial disciples, swiftly enter the Yuanxian secret realm.
Remember, the realm will only remain open for 7 days.
After 7 days, it will close, and if you cannot exit before the entrance shuts, you shall have to wait 3 years for another opportunity.
The Yuanxian secret realm is fraught with dangers. Being trapped inside for 3 years is essentially tantamount to a death sentence."
As the disciples prepared, the guards also ascended on swords, while each inner sect chief disciple flaunted their status.
Li Wu patted Huang, commanding, "Huang, transform."
At his command, the small flower dog shifted, a surge of yellow energy enveloping it, and soon transformed into a large flower dog, 2 to 3 meters long. Li Wu jumped onto its back and shouted,
"Let us go."
A swift slap on the dog's rear propelled Huang into the air, racing towards the entrance of the secret realm.
Behind them,
Zhao Xian watched this spectacle with astonishment.
Li Ji's little flower dog is actually a demonic beast?
Sun Feng echoed in surprise, "Truly impressive, Li Gu.
When did you tame a demonic beast? I'm in awe." At that moment, a voice quietly entered Zhou Yin's mind. "Heir.
That Li Wu fellow has actually tamed a demonic beast. It's somewhat inscrutable. Remember, we must adhere to our plan, but remain wary of that creature."
Zhou Yin responded silently.
"However, Heir, you are at the pinnacle of the foundation building stage, merely a step away from entering the golden core stage."
"Undoubtedly.
Among all the inner sect chief disciples entering the secret realm, your strength is unmatched. If you can find the opportunity to ascend to the golden core stage within the realm and succeed, you will become the first in this Yuanxian secret realm. According to sect regulations, you will then be the new vice master of Yuanxian Sect."
Zhou Yin transmitted back, "Rest assured, Father, I, Zhou Yin,
shall secure the position of vice master." He soared on his sword, standing with an air of superiority, disregarding the other inner sect chief disciples entirely.
Meanwhile, Chao Dan continued to fixate on Li Wu, inwardly thinking, "Li Wu, you are merely showing off by riding a dog. Once inside the secret realm,
a mere dog will not protect you. At that point, leading you into the illusory Thunder Sea will undoubtedly spell your doom."
Li Wu, riding Huang,
glanced at the 2 senior brothers and greeted them. "Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Chao, flying on swords is exhausting.
Why not join me and ride this dog into the realm? It's quite comfortable." Zhou Yin shot Li Wu a bemused look and remarked, "Li Wu, today's trial is no trivial matter. that dog of yours is inadequate and far too slow." With a swift whoosh, Zhou soared on his sword, accompanied by his 2 guards, rapidly leaving Li Wu behind. Li Wu, on the other hand, caught up with Chao Dan, grinning broadly as he asked, "Brother Chao, would you care to ride my dog?" Chao Dan's brow twitched, but he quickly donned a smile and replied, "No, brotherly, I prefer to fly on my sword." After saying this, Chao Dan exerted his strength and, emulating Zhou, darted ahead, putting on a show in front of Li Wu, while the other elite disciples from the inner sect deliberately sped past him. Moments later, these elite disciples traversed the array passage and arrived within the secret realm. The back mountain of the Yuanxian mountain, typically an ordinary forest, transformed into a completely different world upon entering through the passage. It is said that this Yuanxian secret realm is an ancient celestial plan's relic, and that the development of the Yuanxian sect into a prominent sect owes much to this back mountain secret realm. Upon entering, one could see in the distance that beyond the forest lay a menacing sea of thunder, with lightning crackling ominously. Zhou was the first to arrive at this spot, and once Chao Dan and the others caught up, he remarked, "You are all so slow. Allow me to lead the way." A group of 9 followed Zhou into the depths of the forest. He glanced back, noticing that Li Wu had still not appeared, prompting a cold smile to form on his lips. That brat Li Wu hasn't shown up yet. If he is a useless person, then so is the dog he keeps. Chao Dan chuckled, saying, "I suspect that fellow is merely putting on an act, he likely doesn't dare to come." Zhou sighed inwardly, muttering to himself, "Alas, it seems my father was indeed overly concerned. That lad is hardly a threat." As they traversed the forest, engaging in conversation, the other elite disciples of the inner sect shared a disdain for Li Wu, their words often laced with contempt. Some took the opportunity to flatter Zhou, stating, "That fellow is utterly unworthy of being the young sect leader." The position of young sect leader undoubtedly belongs to Brother Zhou. Zhou basked in the praise, feeling immensely gratified, and replied, "It is still too early to say." Too early indeed. However, that Li Wu was once a genius, but now he is nothing more than a complete waste. In the sect's intermediate tasks and the intersect exchange conference, that fellow only won by sheer luck. This time, during the trial in the Yuanxian secret realm, we shall see his true colors. As you can see, he has indeed crumbled. As Zhou spoke, he suddenly stopped, drawn by a sight before him. Emerging from the forest, they beheld a figure standing atop the cliff at the forest's edge. Beyond that cliff lay an endless expanse of the Sea of Thunder. The figure on the cliff was none other than Li Wu, cradling a small spotted dog in his arms, stroking it with great contentment. Facing the tumultuous Sea of Thunder without fear, his demeanor truly astonished everyone. How could he?" Chao Dan exclaimed, unable to contain his curiosity. The others were equally astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Hearing the commotion behind him, Li Wu turned around, waved at the 9 elite disciples, and called out, "Ah, you finally made it. I've been standing here so long that my legs have gone numb. Hurry over and take a look, this is the illusory Sea of Thunder in our sect's secret realm. I, Li Wu, do not dare to venture closer. I'll just take a stroll here. If you wish to enter the illusory Sea of Thunder, please feel free." As Li Wu spoke, he stepped aside. Zhou furrowed his brow and hastened forward. The overwhelming power of the Sea of Thunder unleashed arcs of lightning, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Chapter 71, The Misfortune of Zhou. Zhou gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and forced himself to the edge of the cliff. Despite the overwhelming remnants of the thunderous sea, he refused to concede defeat, believing that if Li Wu could effortlessly accomplish something, so could he. As the elder brother among the chief disciples, he could not afford to lose face. However, just as Zhou steadied himself, a formidable thunderbolt erupted from the thunderous sea, surging forth like a ferocious thunder dragon, striking towards him. Startled, Zhou braced himself. Boom! With a deafening roar, Zhou was hurled several dozen meters away, crashing into a tree behind him. Dazed and disoriented, he staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were tattered, his hair a singed mess, and smoke wafted from his head. Seeing this, Li Wu hurried over to assist Zhou, concern etched on his face. "Oh no! Senior brother Zhou, are you all right? The thunderous sea has tides. I stood at the cliff's edge just as the tide receded, which is why I dared to approach. Your resilience against the thunderous sea is truly admirable.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin's eyes widened in shock, staring at Li Wu, his teeth clenching in frustration,
wishing he could tear him apart. After a moment's contemplation, he managed to utter, "Junior brother, why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Wu sighed, "I intended to. But you were too swift, before I could speak, you had already moved."
Zhou Yin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart but swallowed it down. Taking a deep breath, he centered his inner energy. Chao Dan and the other inner disciples soon arrived, inquiring about Zhou Yin's condition.
Naturally, Zhou Yin rose,
asserting that it was merely a thunderbolt and of no consequence. On the cliff stood a stone tablet, inscribed with the words "Thunderous Sea." With Zhou Yin's experience as a cautionary tale, no one dared to approach the spot where Li Wu had stood, let alone enter the Thunderous Sea itself.
The crowd was hesitant.
Zhou Yin cleared his throat and stepped forward, declaring, "Junior brother Li Wu observed that the Thunderous Sea has tides. I ventured forth to test the thunder's might, and honestly, the power of the lightning is not as formidable as one might imagine. I believe that anyone with a foundation of mid-stage cultivation or higher can explore the Thunderous Sea when the tide recedes without issue." Though Zhou Yin's bravado was a fade for his earlier failure, he presented it as a noble sacrifice. The other inner disciples seemed to buy into it, exclaiming, "Senior brother Zhou is truly magnanimous. We shall heed your advice and wait for the right moment to enter the Thunderous Sea."
Zhao Sanbao,
a burly disciple of the sixth elder, glanced around and hoisted a massive stone taller than himself. "The tide has just passed, I shall first test this stone." With a powerful swing, Zhao Sanbao hurled the stone over the cliff. Initially, it seemed unscathed, but upon entering the Thunderous Sea, it was bombarded by a barrage of lightning strikes, shattering it into dust.
This spectacle left the onlookers in awe.
Yet Zhou Yin retorted, "It is merely a broken stone. How can it compare to the bodies of us cultivators? If you are fearful, stay here, I shall proceed." With that, he took to the skies on his sword, followed closely by 2 guards. Whoosh! They entered the Thunderous Sea.
Standing amidst the tumultuous waves of lightning, Zhou Yin boasted, "Those who dare not enter should return.
The Thunderous Sea is perilous, but retreating now is no shame."
His gaze settled on Li Wu, adding, "Especially you, junior brother Li Wu. As a body cultivator of the Meridian Realm, if you are afraid, you ought to hurry back. After all, you are used to being ridiculed. One more time should not bother you."
Li Wu chuckled, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother.
I truly do not mind."
Despite his words, Li Wu clenched his fists. And Chao Dan, observing this, smirked subtly before approaching Li Wu, patting him on the shoulder.
"I knew you wouldn't mind.
I shall explore the opportunities within the Thunderous Sea and will be sure to share my findings with you later."
With that, Chao Dan ascended on his sword, his expression brimming with superiority. Li Wu remained resolute, "Senior brother.
Since I am here, I wish to see for myself what lies within the Thunderous Sea."
Upon hearing this,
a sly grin crept across Chao Dan's face, inwardly exclaiming, "The bait has been taken." Li Wu then patted the rear of his small dog,
which transformed into a giant hound.
With a leap, he mounted the creature and entered the Thunderous Sea.
Seeing Li Wu enter the sea,
Chao Dan felt a surge of triumph, yet he soared deeper into the sea alongside his 2 guards, fully unleashing his aura, smiling at the surrounding dispersing lightning.
The Thunderous Sea is hardly anything to fear.
Suddenly, a streak of colorful motion zipped past Chao Dan. The sudden turbulence nearly unseated him and his guards.
"Who?" Chao Dan bellowed.
But he soon recognized the figure riding a large spotted hound. It was none other than Li Wu. His speed was astonishing.
Impossible.
Where did he find such a swift beast?
Chao Dan's earlier feeling of superiority vanished, replaced by a fierce determination.
He clenched his teeth and pursued Li Wu with fervor. But the Thunderous Sea expanded, obscuring even Li Wu's silhouette. "I refuse to believe that I, Chao Dan, a peak mid-stage foundation cultivator, cannot outrun a dog." In a frenzy, Chao Dan chased after Li Wu, heedless of the warnings from his guards.
"Chao brother, this is the Thunderous Sea, your emotions might be amplified. If you cannot control them, you risk becoming trapped here forever."
But Chao Dan was beyond reason. He could accept many things, but being surpassed and crushed by Li Wu was intolerable. Despite the guard's admonitions, his eyes burned with rage as he charged after the direction Li Wu had vanished.
"Li Wu! You cannot be faster than me. It is impossible.
Meanwhile, ahead in the thunderous sea, Li Wu, seated atop his hound, ambled leisurely. Perhaps due to the comfort of the moment, he had unknowingly dozed off on the hound's back.
When Li Wu finally opened his eyes again,
he found himself in a dense forest. Towering trees surrounded him, their trunks and stones covered in moss, and nearby stood a stone tablet, though the inscriptions had long faded.
What is this place? Am I still within the thunderous sea? And where has Huang gone?
As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Wu wandered past the stone tablet, contemplating that perhaps if he traversed this forest, he might escape the thunderous sea. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest came a faint yet familiar sound of bells. As he pondered this, a sudden gust of oppressive wind swept in, and before he could react, a menacing shadow plunged down, fists poised to strike.
Caught off guard,
Li Wu took a heavy blow, sent flying. Just before crashing into the stone tablet, he managed to slap it, executing a flip in midair to regain his balance. The forest was shrouded in darkness, yet he still discerned the outline of the shadow.
This scene astonished Li Wu. How could it be him? Where exactly was this place?
That creature had a colossal head, eyes shut tight, its skin a deep shade of blue-black, standing at nearly 4 to 5 meters tall. When it lunged at Li Wu once more, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, both startling and eerily familiar. This time, it struck with an open palm from a distance. Yet the ground around him shattered instantaneously. The force of the blow sent Li Wu hurtling through the air, tumbling into the underbrush. His chest ached, and his head buzzed incessantly. This was the big head doll.
Li Wu pondered, had he traversed back in time? No, that couldn't he be right. Even if he had,
that creature was merely a figment from a game, it couldn't he possibly manifest in reality. Upon further contemplation, he realized he was ensnared within the illusory Thunder Sea. This was a manifestation of his inner demons. Before his journey, Li Wu had been an avid player of the Black Monkey game, and despite relentlessly grinding for days, he had succumbed to the big head doll. It was astonishing that the illusory Thunder Sea had conjured it into existence. Comprehending this, Li Wu steadied his mind. In retrospect, he realized that defeating the big head doll might not be insurmountable. If he recalled its moves, he could devise a strategy to counter it. Since this was indeed his inner demon, now was the opportune moment to vanquish it. With a composed spirit, Li Wu executed his techniques with agility and precision.
Additionally,
during this time, his own strength had surged, and his real combat experience had grown increasingly rich, a stark contrast to merely operating within a virtual realm. Thus, in this battle, Li Wu fought with remarkable ease. After a series of exchanges, his techniques began to dominate the big head doll. Several times, he had reduced the creature to tears. It appeared he was on the verge of triumph. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind.
Is this game merely confined to the big head doll? Just one creature?
The very thought sent Li Wu's heart racing. In an instant, the sobbing big head doll, which had collapsed, rose again. Moreover, it inexplicably swelled to over 10 meters in height, looming before him with an oppressive presence.
When it brought down its enormous palm,
it radiated a sense of overwhelming might. A tremendous palm strike shattered the ground, sending rocks flying and energy surging. Li Wu was blown away by the sheer force,
crashing into a nearby tree and landing in a daze.
When he rose, blood trickled from his mouth. Although this creature was a mere illusion conjured by the illusory Thunder Sea, the injuries felt all too real. The pain was excruciating. Yet, as he regained his footing, Li Wu quickly steadied his mindset. Even if the big head doll had expanded, its moves remained unchanged.
Furthermore, he was now in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, capable of flight.
Ascending into the air made dealing with this creature significantly easier.
Minutes later,
the big head doll was once again felled. Just then, that haunting phrase returned to his mind. Is this game solely about the big head doll?
About one creature?
The voice echoed relentlessly in his consciousness. The towering, azure-skinned big head doll began to swell once more, its already formidable form growing to a staggering height, seemingly enveloping the very world around them. It unleashed a mighty strike toward Li Wu. The sheer scale of its palm was insurmountable, and there was no evading it.
Li Wu took the blow head-on.
The forest was left with an enormous handprint, and Li Wu lay within the crater, spitting blood, struggling to rise, each movement becoming increasingly arduous.
The pain was piercing. That ominous phrase continued to reverberate in his mind. At that moment, Guzi was soaring through the thunder sea with Li Wu in tow. Initially, Guzi had not sensed anything amiss with Li Wu, but gradually, Huang became aware that something was wrong. He halted and turned back. Seeing Li Wu sprawled on the ground, it was clear he was not merely asleep, his face contorted in agony, blood oozing from his orifices. This is bad. Master. What is happening? Has he fallen into an illusion?
The visions conjured by the illusory thunder sea, while not real, could still prove fatal. If he could not break free from the delusions, he would sink deeper, ultimately succumbing to the illusions of the illusory thunder sea.
Master! Please wake up! Master!
Huang cried out to Li Wu, but no matter how fervently he shouted, Li Wu remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, on Chao Dan's side, he had been relentlessly pursuing Li Wu,
determined not to fall behind.
Yet, regardless of how he chased, Li Wu's figure remained just ahead, perpetually out of reach.
In reality,
Li Wu had long since departed from Chao Dan's vicinity. What he saw was merely a projection of his inner demons. His frantic pursuit of Li Wu's silhouette blinded him to the perils of the Thunder Sea.
In truth,
Chao Dan had already been struck by the lightning of the illusory Thunder Sea, his body marred with wounds, blood streaming from his orifices.
He was utterly oblivious to his own precarious state. The two guards accompanying Chao Dan swiftly followed.
One guard rushed forward to intercept him.
Chao Dan,
his face contorted with rage, tried to press on in his pursuit of Li Wu.
The guard intervened, placing a finger on Chao Dan's forehead, causing his energy to dissipate as he collapsed.
The guard restrained Chao Dan. In that moment, the guard was momentarily taken aback, for upon touching Chao Dan, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from him. This was no technique of the Yuanxian Sect.
Gazing at Chao Dan, the guard exclaimed, "The chill aura. How could Chao Dan possess the powers of the Cold Sect?"
The other guard, who had remained silent, spoke up.
The techniques of the Cold Sect? It appears Chao Dan's identity is suspect.
Since he cannot pass through the illusory Thunder Sea and has failed the trial, we shall escort him back for further investigation. The guard holding Chao Dan nodded and began to depart. The second guard did not act immediately, however, after they had traveled a few meters with Chao Dan in tow. He followed suit. Suddenly, an ice spike shot forth from his palm, piercing the back of the first guard's heart. A single strike, and the guard fell lifelessly into the depths of the Thunder Sea. The assailant then moved to support Chao Dan, administering a pill to him.
"Young master, you have suffered." Chao Dan, weak and bewildered, looked astonished at this remark. "What young master?" At that moment, the assailant removed his cloak and mask, revealing his face. "Senior. Uncle Sen, why are you here?"
The man, referred to as Uncle Sen, was none other than Husen, the seventh elder of the Cold Sect.
He replied,
"Uncle Sen has come to escort you back to the sect, to receive the inheritance of our Cold Sect."
Chao Dan appeared perplexed. "You mean I am the young master of the Cold Sect? This..." "Enough, Uncle Sen, I have no such aspirations. Please do not jest."
"Though I am the son of Chao Jianghan, I am merely a bastard child. He has never regarded me with any importance.
How could he possibly entrust me with the role of young master? If he truly cared for me as his son,
he would not have sent me to such a perilous place, to be an undercover operative in the Yuanxian Sect." Husen took a deep breath and said, "Young master,
I understand your grievances regarding this matter.
However, those are the sect master's sincere intentions. Heavenly responsibilities are bestowed upon individuals through trials, and one must first endure hardships to refine their will. The sect master holds great expectations for you, hence this rigorous training. Among your brothers, none have achieved success. Only you possess the potential of a true heir. The trials of the Yuanxian Sect are merely obstacles. Should you fail, it is of no consequence.
We shall return.
Inherit the sect's legacy, and with the nurturing of the cold pool, your ascension to the golden core stage will be assured." The mention of the golden core stage stirred something within Chao Dan. Yet, he expressed doubt, "But my brothers have all reached the mid to late foundation establishment stage.
How can they be deemed unsuccessful?
I am merely at the mid foundation establishment stage myself."
Huang replied, their circumstances are quite complicated. Each relied solely on the sect's legacy and the cold pools nurturing to reach your current level. If you, as the heir, return to obtain the sect's legacy, the nurturing will surely lead you to the golden core. After a pause, Huang continued, young master, I sensed your inner demons, it is that Li Wu. His strength appears to be at most at the late foundation establishment stage. If you return, and with your innate talent, achieving the golden core will be no challenge. At that time, defeating him would be as effortless as flicking a finger. These words struck a chord within Xiao Dan, and he declared, very well, I shall accompany you. He turned and followed Hu's senator. Looking back once more, he vowed, Li Wu, when we meet again, I, Xiao Dan, will surely condense my golden core and trample you underfoot. Meanwhile, Li Wu lay amidst the ruins of a colossal palm imprint, nearly immobilized after receiving a devastating blow. The enormous doll with a large head clenched its fist and descended with overwhelming force toward Li Wu. The illusions of the Thunder Sea were indeed lethal. As Li Wu's injuries mounted, he swiftly rolled away to evade the impending strike. Yet, as he regained his balance mid-air, the doll unfurled its arms, bringing both palms down as if swatting a fly. The overwhelming pressure from those gigantic hands became inescapable. With a sense of impending doom, Li Wu recalled the Tianxiang Ju and immediately formed a seal. First level Tianxiang Ju, he cried out. However, the powerful palms bore down with such force that they nearly shattered the seal he had just established. In that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Junior brother, I believe in you. It was the voice of senior sister Chu Zixuan. As her words echoed, clarity flooded Li Wu's mind, akin to a refreshing stream coursing through his soul. The suppressed power within him surged forth explosively. He shouted again, one technique. White Tiger Manifestation. As he invoked this technique, a tremendous aura enveloped him, shattering the giant doll's palm that was aimed at him. The manifestation of the heavens revealed a colossal silhouette of a white tiger that shielded him. Li Wu unleashed a palm strike, sending the white tiger manifestation charging toward the giant doll. The fierce collision seemed to fracture the very fabric of this illusory realm, and the immense doll was sent flying, dissipating into nothingness as it did. The haunting words that had lingered in Li Wu's mind vanished entirely. It became evident that those words represented his true inner demons. Everything around him faded into oblivion. When Li Wu opened his eyes again, he found himself resting on the back of a Huang, who turned to him with concern, asking, Master, are you all right? Wiping the blood from his lips, Li Wu waved dismissively, I am fine. Huang inquired further, Master, what did you encounter in the illusion? Li Wu casually replied, a ghost. What? Huang was perplexed, but Li Wu offered no further explanation, choosing instead to meditate. Thus, Huang carried Li Wu swiftly out of the Thunder Sea. To Li Wu's surprise, once they emerged, all his injuries had vanished. And it seemed the trials of the Thunder Sea had fortified both his mind and body. Though he hadn't received a system notification of rewards, Li Wu discovered an increase in his combat power. Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 71320. Realm, Early Golden Core. Technique 1, Combat Power Doubling. Utilizing this technique allows the host to instantly inflict double damage, but it consumes a significant amount of vitality. Please use it judiciously. Technique 2, Heavenly Eye, consumes mental energy to observe the opponent's combat power and more. Technique 3, Tianxiang Ju, 1 technique. White Tiger Manifestation. Heavenly Bliss Powder, 348 portions. Using Heavenly Bliss Powder increases combat power, but the increase varies with the opponent's strength. Lottery chances, 0. Lottery items unlocked, Heavenly Bliss Powder, Stinky Tofu, Swift Escape Pill. Milestone, Combat Power 200000. Reaching this combat power unlocks rewards. Inventory, Mysterious Dagger, Nurturing Progress 30. To refine it into a personal flying sword, 5 Golden Core Souls are required. Currently, Golden Core Souls, 0, 1 Teleportation Talisman, 12 portions of Stinky Tofu, Beginner Combat Power Reference Guide. Before entering the Thunder Sea, Li Wu's combat power was 69,170. This indicates that the trials had not only strengthened his mind and body but also enhanced his combat power, resulting in an increase of 2,150. Such gains were indeed commendable.
Upon emerging from the Thunder Sea, Li Wu noticed a blood-red lightning bolt streaking through the air,
seemingly guiding him onward. It must be the route to the second layer of the Yuanxian secret realm. He gave Huang a playful pat and commanded, "Huang, let us proceed." Huang soared forth with astonishing speed, a testament to its prowess as a third-tier beast. Following the guidance of the crimson lightning, Li Wu traversed through the forest, where it was said that the second layer housed the ancient battlefield of the immortals, filled with remnants of ancient cultivator souls. With good fortune, one might obtain their techniques. As Huang led Li Wu forward, they came upon a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Ancient Immortal Battlefield." Huang scrutinized the stone, sniffed it, and asked, "Master, should we enter? It seems rather unremarkable within." Before Li Wu could respond, he felt a tremor within his golden core, as if it sensed something. Closing his eyes, he once again glimpsed the chaotic ethereal figure, seemingly emanating from a stone tower below. This sensation was markedly stronger than before. Could the secret of that chaotic figure lie within the second layer of the Yuanxian secret realm? However, from their vantage point at the entrance, nothing could be discerned about the tower inside. Huang's ears perked up, and it turned to Li Wu, saying, "Master, someone else has crossed the Thunder Sea and is approaching." Li Wu glanced back. At that moment, near the exit of the Thunder Sea, Zhou Yun emerged in a disheveled state, his hair in disarray and his body covered in wounds. Yet, with a flick of his hand, he changed into a fresh set of clothes, tidied his hair, and straightened his posture, regaining his previous arrogant demeanor. "The Thunder Sea is merely a trial. My strength has indeed advanced. With just a slight opportunity, I, Zhou, shall soon condense my Dan. Ha ha ha." Observing the surroundings and finding them devoid of any presence, Zhou continued, "I, Zhou, am undoubtedly the first to emerge from the illusory Thunder Sea. Those timid fools probably wouldn't even dare to enter the Thunder Sea. If they did, they would surely perish, let alone make it out alive. The air near the second layer of the Yuan immortal secret realm is so refreshing, but alas, the others cannot savor it." As Zhou walked, he reveled in his own thoughts. The two guards beside him clasped their hands in congratulations. "Young master, you are undoubtedly the first. How could the likes of Li Wu compare to you?" When Li Wu was mentioned, Zhou glanced back and remarked, "That fellow Li Wu has likely already exited the secret realm. With his cowardice, he is not worthy to be compared to me. The competition for the position of young sect master is rendered dull with such trash as my opponent." Suddenly, a powerful presence surged past Zhou, initially rushing by before abruptly halting. It was none other than Zhao Sanbao, the disciple of elder Zhao Yuashan, a robust man with a simple disposition. "Ah, senior brother. You too have crossed the illusory Thunder Sea, congratulations." Seeing Zhao Sanbao emerge from the Thunder Sea, and realizing he had only a slight time gap behind him, Zhou found it hard to accept. Gritting his teeth, Zhou responded, "Congratulations to you as well, junior brother Zhao." Yet in his heart, he thought, how could this simple-minded Zhao Sanbao have crossed the illusory Thunder Sea? One of the guards quietly conveyed, "Young master, do not dwell on it. Zhao Sanbao's crossing was merely a stroke of luck. He is simple-minded and lacks any inner demons, which is why he managed to pass. Even so, having crossed the illusory Thunder Sea, that is as far as he goes. With his mid-stage meridian realm cultivation, he likely lacks the qualification to enter the second layer." These words brought Zhou some comfort, allowing him to feel somewhat balanced. Thus, I, Zhou, remain the foremost among those who have undergone the trial in the Yuan immortal secret realm. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou heard Zhao Sanbao's voice ringing from the woods ahead. "Li junior brother, it truly is you. I didn't expect you to reach the entrance of the second layer so swiftly." "What?" Zhou turned to the direction of the voice, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Zhao Sanbao might have crossed the Thunder Sea behind him, but how could Li Wu possibly have outpaced him? Zhou quickly traversed through the woods ahead. Indeed, he spotted Li Wu sitting on a boulder beside the entrance of the second layer, leisurely petting a small spotted dog. This scene felt all too familiar, piercing Zhou Yin's heart with discomfort. He could not fathom that Li Wu had passed through the illusory Thunder Sea before him. Impossible. How could this useless meridian realm cultivator be faster than me? Zhou clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to believe his own eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Sanbao approached enthusiastically. Greeting Li Wu. Li brother, you are impressive. Li Wu stretched lazily and replied, I just arrived a little while ago. Waiting for you all for about half an hour. I am not quite familiar with the second layer of this secret realm. Sanbao, do you know anything about it?
Zhao Sanbao, being straightforward, shared all he knew about the second layer without reservation. Just as he finished speaking, Li Wu noticed Zhou Yin approaching and immediately waved him over.
Senior brother Zhou, you've come too? Come here. The Thundersea crossing was no easy feat. Let's sit down, rest a bit, and discuss strategies for entering the second layer.
Zhou Yin's brows twitched with irritation. Having been tricked by Li Wu once before, he was determined not to sit where Li Wu had just been. Li Wu smiled slightly, patting Zhou Yin's shoulder, saying, Do not worry, senior brother Zhou, look, the entrance to the second layer appears quite calm, devoid of Thundersea tides.
Hearing this,
Zhou Yin nearly ground his teeth in frustration. However, as his gaze shifted, he questioned Li Wu, Junior brother Li, you are not being truthful.
Did you not say you would not enter the secret realm trial? How did you end up here?
Li Wu waved his hand dismissively, I hadn't intended to enter. It was just that senior brother Chao Dan kept encouraging me after entering the Thunder Sea, insisting that despite its appearance of danger, it was actually quite safe. I merely wanted to give it a try. If it didn't work, I would run back. Unexpectedly, senior brother Chao was indeed right, and I made it through. Of course. It was just luck. My strength is not comparable to yours, senior brother Zhou. Oh, by the way, where is senior brother Chao?
Zhou Yin did not respond but glanced toward the direction of the illusory Thunder Sea.
Zhao Sanbao interjected, when I crossed the Thunder Sea earlier, I seem to hear senior brother Chao calling for you, Li brother.
He indeed seems quite concerned about you.
Li Wu was somewhat speechless, wondering if senior brother Chao's inner demon was actually him.
That seemed absurd.
Nonetheless, on the surface, Li Wu simply nodded, naturally. When executing sect tasks at Limu Mountain, senior brother Chao has always looked after me. Moreover, during yesterday's intersect exchange, had it not been for senior brothers Chao and Zhou's assistance, I would not have emerged victorious so easily. After saying this, Li Wu intentionally glanced at Zhou Yin.
Isn't that right, senior brother Zhou? Zhou Yin's expression darkened,
and he quickly shifted the topic.
Enough, junior brother Li, we are here for a trial, not a leisurely outing.
To return to the matter at hand. Senior brother Chao has yet to emerge. He may find it challenging to traverse the Thunder Sea. However, with the sex guards present, he is likely safe. You need not worry about him. Taking a few steps forward, Zhou Yin adopted a senior brother's demeanor, stating, Sanbao, your understanding of the second layer of the secret realm is still too superficial.
Allow me to enlighten you. Pausing for effect, he elaborated.
The Yuan immortal secret realm's second layer is said to be an ancient battlefield of the celestial domain where many remnants of ancient cultivator souls linger, posing considerable danger. Once we enter, we must remain vigilant at all times. If we inadvertently fall prey to those lingering souls, it could spell disaster.
Li Wu frowned at once and inquired, Is it really that dangerous?
Zhou Yin nodded affirmatively.
Indeed.
Throughout the history of the Yuan immortal sect, very few have survived after entering the second layer of the secret realm. Those who did emerge have all become significant figures within the sect. The only one Li Wu knew who had survived the second layer was his father, Li Yuan, who had supposedly derived his 3 Yuan Blue Thunder technique from this very place.
Li Wu pressed on, Senior brother Zhou. Do you have any specific insights into the situation within the secret realm? Zhou Yin, brimming with superiority, replied, Of course.
The second layer of the secret realm can roughly be divided into 2 areas. One is the Outer Soul Valley. The Outer Soul Valley encompasses the largest area, winding throughout the secret realm, but the opportunities for remnants of souls within are relatively mundane. However, this mundanity is relative, for most cultivators.
Acquiring opportunities in the Outer Soul Valley is indeed a tremendous fortune.
The second area is the heart of the second layer of the secret realm, deep within the convergence of several soul valleys, known as Soul Mountain.
The opportunities that lie upon Soul Mountain are extraordinary.
But those lacking strength will surely meet their demise if they ascend. Moreover, it is said that atop Soul Mountain stands a stone tower, harboring unparalleled chances.
Yet no one has truly laid eyes on this legendary edifice, leaving its existence shrouded in mystery. A sudden thought struck Li Wu.
Upon his arrival at the vicinity of the second layer's entrance, his chaotic golden core resonated profoundly, and in the fleeting vision of chaos, he seemed to glimpse a stone tower.
Could it be that this tower is the very soul mountain tower mentioned by Zhou? Why does the tower resonate with Li Wu's chaotic golden core? What secrets might it conceal?
After expressing his thoughts, Zhou proceeded toward the entrance of the second layer. Upon reaching the entrance, he produced the token of the secret realm, causing the surrounding magical array to activate, revealing a passage.
As he stepped forward, Zhou turned back to Li Wu and inquired, "Junior brotherly, why do you hesitate to enter the second layer after hearing my words?"
"There is no shame in retreating. If you choose to withdraw, please convey a message to my father, informing him that I have entered the second layer. Within the secret realm, I shall become the first golden core disciple among our sect. The first place in the secret trial shall be mine, and naturally, the position of our sect's young master shall also belong to Zhou."
With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhou stepped into the second layer of the secret realm. Was he in pursuit of the opportunity to forge a golden core?
Shortly after, Zhao Sanbao also produced his token, approached the entrance, and declared, "Brotherly,
since we are here, let us venture inside and take a look. We can explore the periphery of the Soul Valley, and if any danger arises, I shall protect you.
Furthermore, these two guards beside us have been assigned by my father, they are quite capable, and I have instructed them to safeguard you."
Li Wu smiled and nodded, promptly following suit.
Together, they entered the second layer of the secret realm. Crossing the threshold of the array, everything within transformed.
Outside, the landscape was lush and verdant.
But within, a vast expanse of yellow sand greeted their eyes. There was no wind, and the yellow sand lay still. The ground beneath was fractured, strewn with unknown remnants half buried in the sand, devoid of any lingering soul aura. Above, the shredded clouds formed a tapestry of golden flecks, resembling fissures cleaved by a colossal axe, through which wisps of dark purple chaotic energy seeped. In the distance, the chaotic energy cascaded toward a somber valley. This was the fabled Soul Valley. The valley meandered into the horizon, seemingly endless, and it was likely that the Soul Mountain, along with the tower, lay in that direction. The guards would only intervene in dire circumstances, so Li Wu and Zhao Sanbao ventured into the Soul Valley, treading upon the yellow sand.
At that moment,
observing Li Wu and Zhao Sanbao as they entered the valley, Zhou smirked slyly and remarked, "Excellent.
Now that you have entered the valley, Li Wu, your life belongs to me, Zhou.
Though your weakness poses no threat to my path to becoming the young master, I shall not allow even an accidental kill to escape justice. You, Li Wu, must perish here today."
Meanwhile,
just as Li Wu and Zhao Sanbao had scarcely ventured far into the valley, Zhao Sanbao suddenly exhibited unusual behavior, dashing toward a narrow gorge with fervor. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight.
Sanbao.
Chapter 75, The Death of Zhao Sanbao.
Li Wu called out.
However, by the time he caught up, Zhao Sanbao was grinning broadly, holding a golden soul box in his hand. The soul box was designed to contain the remnants of souls from mystical realms, allowing one to refine their essence for potential cultivation methods.
Filled with excitement, Zhao Sanbao exclaimed to Li Wu, "Brotherly, look. This is the diamond soul. My master discovered this remnant during his own venture into the mystical realm and sealed it with a formation, hiding it here. He instructed me to find it and return." Zhao Sanbao was an honest man, sharing everything with Li Wu.
He had already mentioned the diamond soul when they first entered the mystical realm together, never anticipating he would find it so swiftly. Yet, just as Li Wu was about to respond, a dark wisp of soul energy suddenly lunged from the crevices of the rocky cliff, ensnaring Zhao Sanbao. The tendrils wrapped around his legs, dragging him backward, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Clutching the soul box in one hand, he grasped a protruding rock with the other. But the force from behind was overwhelming. The rock he held shattered with a resounding crack, and he was forcefully pulled into the rocky crevice. He managed to grasp onto another rock and, with a surge of strength, attempted to rise. His physical training had endowed him with remarkable resilience. However, just as he regained his footing, he was ensnared once more by two even more powerful tendrils of dark energy. And it seemed he would be entirely dragged into the cave.
Li Wu dashed after him, seizing Zhao Sanbao's arm. Zhao Sanbao struggled to speak. What in the world is this? Its strength is incredible.
Gritting his teeth, Li Wu braced himself to stabilize Zhao Sanbao while peering into the ominous cave. Where a sinister face emerged, grinning wickedly at them, the dark energy emanating from that very direction.
Is this a remnant soul? You foolishly took what you shouldn't have.
You too shall remain here as my food for souls. A haunting, ethereal voice echoed from within, its laughter piercing and unsettling, causing one's spirit to waver.
To make me your food for souls? In your dreams.
With one hand securing Zhao Sanbao, Li Wu bellowed, drawing forth a broken dagger that gleamed with cold light, which he hurled directly at the grinning face. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted from within, and soon after, the dark tendrils that had ensnared Zhao Sanbao dissipated. Li Wu sheathed the dagger, and Zhao Sanbao, panting heavily, expressed his relief.
At that moment,
Li Wu noticed that the nurturing progress of his dagger had increased by 1 point, now reaching 31. The higher the nurturing progress, the more demanding it became regarding the souls required for enhancement. After surpassing 30, only souls of foundational cultivation or higher could contribute to this progress.
Furthermore,
5 golden core souls were necessary to fully refine it into a sentient flying sword. Otherwise, the trial opportunity provided by the system for the dagger would be exhausted. It would only be usable again if the nurturing progress exceeded 40. Nonetheless, while the dagger could not slay, it could absorb remnants of souls. The most treacherous entities within the Soul Valley and Soul Mountain were these remnants, which greatly benefited Li Wu during this trial.
Although the dagger absorbed only remnants,
not complete souls, it still elevated the nurturing progress, indicating that the original realm of those remnants was not trivial.
Upon exiting the cave, Zhao Sanbao's 2 bodyguards awaited them at the entrance.
One of the guards spoke, Zhao Sanbao has acquired the opportunity of the second layer of the mystical realm. According to the trial's rules, we must escort him out. Li Wu was well aware of these rules. He nodded, patting Zhao Sanbao on the shoulder. Sanbao,
now that you found what you sought, it's time to return.
Zhao Sanbao approached Li Wu and suggested, brotherly, why not let these 2 bodyguards stay with you? You entered with just a little puppy and no guards. The Soul Valley is perilous, if anything unexpected occurs. They could assist you.
Sanbao was a sincere individual.
Li Wu smiled and replied, Sanbao, I appreciate your kindness, but they must escort you out first.
Once you are safely away from the mystical realm, we can discuss it then.
With a sigh, Zhao Sanbao conceded, and they parted ways.
Li Wu,
now alone with his dog, ventured deeper into the Soul Valley. His true objective lay not within the valley or the mountain but rather at the stone tower atop the Soul Mountain.
After all, within that tower, secrets of chaotic phantoms might be unveiled.
More than an hour later, having traversed the Soul Valley, Li Wu began his ascent up the mountain. The Soul Mountain was shrouded in mist, with sparse vegetation, mostly gray lichens and mosses. Occasionally, fiery red flowers, known as the other shore flower, shivered in the cold mountain wind,
swaying unsteadily.
Further in the distance, remnants of crumbling walls stood in disrepair, barely recognizable from their original form.
Master, we are being watched, Huang alerted,
sensing presences in 3 directions and a faint scent of blood in the air. Just as Huang conveyed this, something suddenly soared from the cliff ahead.
Instinctively,
Li Wu prepared to block, but as it drew near, he realized it was a person, seemingly thrown down from above. With a resounding thud, the figure landed heavily,
writhing painfully on the ground.
He could not lift his head, yet with great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words. Brother Li Zhouyan's poison hand danger flee quickly with those final words, he fell silent. By merely observing his physique and attire, it was evident that this was Zhao Sanbao. Li Wu had presumed that the 2 bodyguards had already escorted him out of the mystical realm, but after several hours, he was shocked to find that he still lingered within and had met his demise. Li Wu rushed over to assess Zhao Sanbao's condition, followed closely by Huang, who sighed. Master, he has lost all vitality, he is beyond saving. From the distant cliff, Zhouyin chuckled coldly, Li Shitty,
are you not surprised that Zhao Sanbao has perished before you? The bloodstained soul box lay discarded beside Zhao Sanbao. Li Wu bent down, retrieving the box and clenching it tightly, glaring at Zhouyin. Why did you harm him?
Even if you covet the position of young sect master, Zhao Sanbao's character could not possibly threaten you. Zhou Yin laughed mockingly, that dimwit could never pose a threat to me. However, the fool only realized I intended to kill you when it was too late. Zhao Sanbao audaciously refused my generous offer, overestimating himself, thinking he could contend with me. There was no choice, only he and his 2 bodyguards knew of your presence in the second layer of this mystical realm. If you were to die, and I were to exit, suspicions would fall upon me. Your father, being at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, is not easy to deal with. Thus, the news of your demise must not leak, not even a hint. If they refuse my offer and cannot be silenced, then they must become corpses. Not only Zhao Sanbao, but even his 2 bodyguards have met their end at my hands. Li Wu clenched his fists in silence, crouching down to tuck Zhao Sanbao's soul box back into his robe. Rising, he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yin, asking in a low voice, "Now, it is my turn." "Is it not?" "Indeed. Now, it is your turn." "Ah, Li, my junior brother, though you remain a mere cripple at the pulse opening stage. However, my principle as Zhou Yin is, better to kill the innocent than to let the guilty go free. Who told you to be so dazzling in the past? Even crippled, you still inspire apprehension. Alas, even as a cripple, you must die. This is your fate." Zhou Yin's words echoed in the valley. He stood upon the precipice, looking down with utmost arrogance. "Junior brother Li, blame yourself for following me into the second level of this secret realm. Outside, killing you might have required some effort. But within this secluded second level, it is perfect for murder and silencing. A clandestine murder, unheard by any." "A clandestine murder, unheard by any?" Li Wu said nothing, but glanced at Huang, instructing, "Xiao Hua, watch over Sanbao's corpse." Huang's mouth twitched, seemingly unaccustomed to the name, but he nodded. He crouched beside Zhao Sanbao's body, a cloud of yellow mist rising around him, enveloping Zhao Sanbao's form and concealing it. Having done this, Li Wu looked toward the cliff and clenched his fist. Seeing this, Zhou Yin's lips curled into a smile as he, too, clenched his fist, his aura surging, sending sand and stones flying. With a flick of his foot, Zhou Yin rode his sword, leaping into the air. Standing in midair, looking down, Zhou Yin inquired, "Li Wu, do you intend to avenge Zhao Sanbao?" "Alas, vengeance requires strength. I, Zhou Yin, am at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. A mere pulse-opening stage body cultivator is but an ant before me. This young sect master need only flick a finger to end your life." Li Wu interrupted Zhou Yin's words with a question, "Is that so?" Zhou Yin grinned sinisterly, standing in midair upon his sword. He raised his hand, forming a finger seal from which a bolt of white lightning emerged, striking toward Li Wu like a ferocious white serpent. Li Wu did not evade. Zhou Yin laughed triumphantly. "Unable to dodge this, you'll be left with only half a life." Yet, Li Wu stood his ground, doing nothing, enduring the white lightning head-on. As the lightning dissipated, Li Wu remained unscathed. "Ah! This!" Zhou Yin's jaw nearly dropped at the sight of the unharmed Li Wu. Even if you are a body cultivator with a strong physique, you are only at the pulse-opening stage. You shouldn't be able to withstand my thunderclap finger." Li Wu took a step forward. The residual white currents dissipated. Zhou Yin trembled upon his flying sword, nearly losing his balance. "Impossible. My strength far surpasses yours. Any casual strike should kill you. Li Wu, you will kneel before me." Zhou Yin's emotions were in disarray. He changed his finger seals again, roaring, one chi transforms into 2 thunders. Twin thunderclap finger. His voice echoed in midair. Then, 2 powerful bolts of white lightning struck toward Li Wu. Li Wu's expression remained unchanged, allowing the 2 bolts to merge into a pillar of lightning that assailed him. Just as excitement returned to Zhou Yin's face, Li Wu bent his back and unleashed a punch, shattering the white pillar of lightning. Li Wu needed only a single punch to break the twin thunderclap finger. The force of the shattered thunderclap sent Zhou Yin staggering backward. You are not a pulse-opening stage body cultivator. Li Wu, tell me, what is your true cultivation level?" The strength Li Wu had displayed far exceeded Zhou Yin's expectations. "No. You, Li Wu, are a cripple. You cannot possess such strength. You must have used some blood sacrifice technique to forcibly break my attack.
Next, I will show you my true power.
With that, Yuan altered his hand seals, channeling his energy.
He mobilized even more aura. Clearly, he intended to use an even stronger technique. But then, Li Wu spoke, "You wish to know my cultivation level? I shall tell you." Originally standing on the ground below,
Li Wu moved, without the aid of any flying artifacts, treading on air, standing in mid-air. Foundation establishment cultivators must ride swords, but by the golden core stage. One can soar through the air, sensing the power of the void without external assistance. This scene, without further explanation, revealed to Yuan that Li Wu's strength had reached the golden core stage.
Golden core stage? How is that possible?
Yuan's hand seals faltered at the sight.
He could not believe it. Impossible. Li Wu, weren't you crippled?
Your bones and meridians were completely severed.
When did you recover to the golden core stage? No. You have no aura fluctuations. You are merely a body cultivator. You cannot form a core. Tell me, Li Wu, what kind of magical treasure are you using to fly?
Li Wu merely stared at Yuan, walking toward him step by step through the void.
Each step brought immense pressure.
Yuan's face was contorted with rage as he pointed at Li Wu. "Do not think you can deceive me. With your crippled talent, you could never form a core."
Yuan roared. The notion of core formation was something Yuan could not accept. Before being crippled,
Li Wu's talent and strength completely surpassed Yuan's. Now, after being crippled, Yuan had finally managed to form a core before Li Wu.
Only to discover that Li Wu had formed a core again. The impact on Yuan's psyche was immense. Li Wu calmly stated,
"I formed my core before entering the secret realm. Why would a golden core cultivator need a magical treasure to tread the skies?" As the words fell, Li Wu's pressure surged again.
Though no aura could be seen, Yuan felt as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on him.
The sword beneath his feet trembled violently, as if about to give way. The peak of the late foundation establishment stage and the early golden core stage seemed close. But they were separated by a vast gulf. Even breathing became difficult for Yuan. He gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, using the power of the white lightning to distance himself from Li Wu. Having created sufficient space, the pressure on Yuan eased slightly. He gritted his teeth and swiftly acted, condensing 3 bolts of lightning on his 3 fingers.
Elder Zhou's thunderclap finger technique had 5 forms in total. Yuan had mastered the 3rd form, making it his strongest technique. So what if you formed a core? I will still kill you. A hysterical roar.
All his strength was gathered on those 3 fingers. The lightning on his 3 fingers crackled ferociously, casting the surroundings into flickering light and shadow.
He roared again. 1 chi transforms into 3 thunders. Triple thunderclap finger. Li Wu, die.
Yuan unleashed 3 bolts of white lightning, even more powerful than before, from his 3 fingers. The 3 bolts merged into a powerful white pillar of lightning, striking toward Li Wu. Li Wu's eyes flickered. He simply clenched his fist, lightning crackling between his fingers. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and a punch, unstoppable, cleaved through the pillar of lightning, shattering it. Then, the punch landed heavily on Yuan's stomach. The punch was ferocious, sending Yuan flying backward like a shrimp, curled up in pain. As he was propelled backward, Li Wu caught up with him, executing a powerful elbow strike that landed squarely on Yuan's back, sending him crashing to the ground from mid-air. The impact created a substantial crater in the earth below. Gritting his teeth, Yuan rolled over and sprang back to his feet, once again clenching his fists and gathering his energy.
My father is Zhou Qi. Li Wu. Do you dare to kill me? My father will not let you go.
Before he could finish his words, Li Wu swiftly struck him with a punch to the face.
Yuan was momentarily dazed. The white lightning that had coalesced on his fingers dissipated.
Struggling to open his eyes, which were now barely a slit, he caught a glimpse of Li Wu, only for Li Wu to deliver another punch straight at him. He unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Yuan repeatedly. Li Wu then spoke, "You just said it, here, no one knows when a murder occurs. Your father will remain oblivious." Yuan's face had been battered into a grotesque visage, and as he listened to Li Wu's words, he opened his mouth.
utterly at a loss for words. Grabbing Zhou Yin by the collar, he found himself utterly defenseless. Li Wu stepped on Zhou Yin's recently broken leg. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Yin let out a blood-curdling scream. His mouth opened wide in agony. As per his usual practice, Li Wu casually produced a packet of Huang San and forced it down Zhou Yin's throat. With a sharp jab to the chin, he yanked upward. With a gulp, Zhou Yin, despite his intentions to resist, ended up swallowing the entire packet of Huang San. This maneuver had become increasingly adept. Coughing, Zhou Yin struggled to ask, "What? Have you made me consume?" Li Wu replied candidly, "Poisoned you." Zhou Yin's face turned a ghastly shade, and he shouted, "Uncle Zhong! Uncle Liang! Why aren't you showing yourselves? Come save me!" His voice was filled with desperation. In truth, when Zhou Yin had appeared earlier, he had instructed his two guards that he would handle Li Wu himself, without their interference. The two had been hiding a distance away. However, upon hearing his cry, they sensed Zhou Yin's peril. Li Wu clenched his fists, gathering strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Yin. Just then, a shadow appeared. Moving at an astonishing speed, imbued with a fierce murderous intent, swiftly closing in. This was a formidable opponent. In a moment of urgency, Li Wu had no choice but to throw Zhou Yin towards the approaching shadow and evade to the side. The sound of thunder and the rush of wind intertwined as a powerful blade of energy sliced past Li Wu, cleaving into a nearby rock, splitting the small hill into a crevice. Such power was undoubtedly at the golden core stage. The shadow whisked Zhou Yin away, retreating to a distant cliff. Simultaneously, Li Wu noticed another figure clad in black standing on a nearby precipice. They were both Zhou Yin's protectors, and it was likely that the latter was equally formidable. The two gazed at Li Wu, their eyes filled with lethal intent. Clearly, they were not mere guards, they were assassins in service to Zhou Yin. Li Wu silently invoked a few words. Heavenly Eye. Golden light quietly radiated from his pupils, granting him an exceptionally clear view of everything around him. He raised his gaze towards the two black-clad guardians. Under the heavenly eye, their combat prowess was immediately apparent. One possessed a strength of 140,000 while the other had 80,000. Both were at the golden core stage. The one carrying Zhou Yin, named Zhou Zhong, was at the mid-golden core stage, while the other, Zhou Liang, was at the early golden core stage. Zhou Yin had just been thoroughly beaten by Li Wu. However, now that he was rescued by the mid-golden core expert, he suddenly felt emboldened, his confidence soaring. A hint of smugness spread across his battered face as he commanded. "Uncle Zhong! Uncle Liang! That brat concealed his power and attempted to take my life, quickly, eliminate him." Zhou Zhong and Zhou Liang responded in unison, "Yes, young master." Zhou Zhong glanced towards Zhou Liang, who nodded slightly in agreement. Sensing something amiss, Li Wu immediately turned to flee, but the two unleashed two flags from their sleeves, planting them firmly in the surrounding mountains. Heavenly Thunder Lock Formation. Activate. A powerful formation arose, solidifying almost instantaneously. Li Wu swiftly darted away, but was met with a barrage of lightning strikes that forced him back, leaving him no opportunity to escape. At that moment, the formation glowed with brilliant white lightning. From the apex of the formation, a bolt of lightning descended, aiming directly for Li Wu. The intensity of this lightning far exceeded that of Zhou Yin's techniques. As it approached, the oppressive force of the lightning slowed Li Wu's movements considerably. He narrowly avoided the first strike. The ground beneath him was blasted into a massive pit. But immediately after, the second, third, and fourth bolts of lightning followed relentlessly, offering him no respite. The two golden core experts had formed a lethal formation. Even Li Wu attempted to use his remaining teleportation talisman, but the system promptly warned him. Host is trapped in the formation, teleportation talisman cannot be used. Boom! A powerful bolt of lightning struck Li Wu directly. The force of the lightning was even more formidable than he had anticipated, sending him flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, pain radiating throughout his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite Li Wu's own cultivation being at the golden core stage, he lacked agility in defensive artifacts. He could endure such an assault temporarily, but not for long, or he would be gravely injured.
On Zhou Zhong's side, he held the formation steady while addressing Zhou Ying. Young master, you need not cling to me so tightly. Uncle Zhong is using his aura to protect you, you are quite safe. Besides, that brat is already trapped within the formation. Even if he is at the golden core stage, ensnared within our heavenly thunder lock formation, with several additional bolts of thunder, he will surely be left in tatters. At this point, Zhou Zhong was interrupted. Zhou Yin's eyes, peeking through the gaps, appeared hazy, and as Zhou Zhong shielded him, Zhou Yin clung to him like an octopus, even pressing his face against Zhou Zhong's. Young master, what is your intent? The scene was exceedingly awkward. Zhou Liang, witnessing this, was equally taken aback. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Within the formation, Li Wu ran swiftly. Though the bolts of white lightning were fierce, at that moment Zhou Zhong could no longer focus entirely on maintaining the formation. The bolts controlled by Zhou Liang lacked precision. Li Wu dodged and weaved, successfully avoiding several strikes. During his flight, he heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully poisoned an opponent at the late Foundation establishment stage. Reward, 230 combat power. Poisoning an opponent at the late Foundation establishment stage yielded such a meager reward? Moreover, there were no opportunities for a lottery draw? As he continued to run, he inquired of the system. The system responded. The host's own cultivation has reached the golden core stage. To poison those beneath your level is an act of disgrace. Thus, the reward is diminished. And no lottery opportunity shall be granted. Ah. This. It seems that to obtain substantial rewards today, he must find a way to deal with those two at the golden core stage. However, the immediate priority was to break the formation and ensure his survival. Zhou Yin's clinginess to the old man Zhou Zhong rendered him unable to concentrate on maintaining the formation, which could present an opportunity for Li Wu. Seizing the moment, after evading several bolts of lightning, Li Wu dashed towards one of the flags. If he could disrupt the aura and destroy one of the flags, the formation would collapse. In a critical moment, Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth and forcefully hurled Zhou Yin away. Offended the young master. With that, Zhou Zhong was able to extricate himself completely and focus intently on mastering the formation. He bellowed, "Old Liang, channel your strength. Unleash a bolt of lightning to obliterate that brat." Liang responded, "Understood." The two swiftly manipulated their hand seals, transforming them with remarkable speed. Above the formation's dome, dazzling arcs of white lightning converged into a single point. The power of the lightning rapidly took shape as Zhou Zhong commanded with his hand seals, directing it towards Li Wu. This lightning technique, even before the actual lightning arrived, had already transformed the area around Li Wu into a realm of thunder. Mere steps away from the command flag, Li Wu found himself unable to evade, completely ensnared by the residual force of the lightning. The numerous bolts of lightning merged into a towering column, descending from above Li Wu, poised to strike him down. Chapter 78, The Thunder Armor and the Xianlei Pearl. Huang charged from a distance, shouting, "Master!" However, no matter how swiftly Huang moved, it was impossible for him to reach in such a critical moment. Even if he did, the formidable thunderstorm of the golden core formation would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Li Wu grit his teeth and bellowed, "Huang, stay back." Clenching his fists, the blood-red lightning surged forth from his hands. He yearned to endure the storm and destroy the command flag, yet the overwhelming pressure rendered him immobile. Zhou Zhong, with a fierce expression, snarled, "Li Wu, prepare to meet your end." Just as he uttered those words, Zhou Yin shouted, "Uncle Zhong," and lunged at Zhou Zhong, knocking him off balance. Zhou Zhong, absorbed in maintaining the formation to strike Li Wu, had completely overlooked Zhou Yin, who he had previously cast aside. Thus, Zhou Yin pounced like a frenzied wolfdog, overpowering the unsuspecting Zhou Zhong, who tumbled from the precipice. As he fell, Zhou Zhong, concerned for Zhou Yin's safety, instinctively unleashed his aura to stabilize his descent and catch Zhou Yin. Yet, Zhou Yin clung to Zhou Zhong's aged visage with fervor, creating an utterly disconcerting scene. Zhou Zhong shouted, "Young master, stop. It's me, not the young mistress." But Zhou Yin paid no heed. Under the potent effects of Hawan San, he cared little for Zhou Zhong's identity. In a frenzy, one would not spare even a wild boar. The chaos left Zhou Liang, the elder, in a state of shock. However, upon recollecting the events at the intersect exchange, he seethed, Li Wu. It was you who poisoned the young master. At this moment, the white lightning poised to obliterate Li Wu, having lost Zhou Zhong's control, hung ominously above him. Yet it did not strike. Li Wu's heart raced. Fortunately, he had poisoned him in advance. Otherwise, he would truly be finished. Zhou Liang gritted his teeth. Swiftly regaining control over the formation, intent on summoning the lightning to strike Li Wu. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Li Wu recognized this as his sole chance. He held his breath, unleashing all his strength, and the chaotic golden core within him resonated, erupting with force. The lightning Dao seed activated instantaneously. Blood-red arcs of lightning surged from his body, dispersing the white lightning that bound him. Zhou Liang was taken aback. He forcefully commanded the formation, seeking to eliminate Li Wu preemptively. Yet, Li Wu crushed the rocky ground beneath him and lunged toward the command flag at the formation's periphery. Zhou Liang's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed, "Stop, you brat! You cannot break the formation!" His voice echoed with desperation as the terrifying lightning surged once more towards Li Wu. Just as the lightning seemed poised to strike Li Wu's back, he seized the command flag. Clenching it tightly, he exerted his strength, and with a thunderous boom, the blood-red lightning erupted from his palm, shattering the flag. The formation, crafted by Zhou Zhong and Zhou Liang, collapsed with the loss of a single flag, causing the lightning that was about to strike Li Wu to dissipate alongside the formation's ruin. Li Wu felt a gust of wind rush past him. Without a moment's delay, he whispered, "Huang, we must flee." Huang, who had been waiting nearby, transformed into a large, colorful hound and dashed forward. Li Wu leaped onto Huang's back, and together, they sped away into the distance. Behind them, Zhou Liang hurtled down the cliff, pursuing Li Wu and Huang with astonishing speed. Upon glancing back, Huang released a cloud of yellow smoke, engulfing the valley behind them. Zhou Liang became disoriented in the fog, allowing Li Wu and Huang to finally shake him off. However, free from Zhou Liang's pursuit, Li Wu and Huang dared not pause. They hastened along the mountain path toward the vast Soul Mountain, determined to locate the Soul Mountain stone tower that Zhou Yin had mentioned, though it proved to be no easy feat. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at a mountain peak resembling a colossal beast's claw turned upside down. Suddenly, both paused. Huang remarked, "Something feels amiss, master." Just as he spoke, a voice echoed from ahead, "At last, I have found you, Li Wu." It was Zhou Zhong speaking. Behind him, Zhou Liang carried the unconscious Zhou Yin, who had evidently been subdued. These two old men were truly relentless. "You cannot escape this time," Zhou Zhong declared, charging at Li Wu with crackling lightning enveloping his fists. In an instant, he was upon Li Wu. Huang swiftly unleashed a protective yellow aura to shroud Li Wu, but Zhou Zhong's formidable presence dissipated it in an instant. A bolt of lightning surged toward Huang, who narrowly dodged. "Huang, take cover," Li Wu urged. As a mere third-tier beast, if Huang were struck by Zhou Zhong, it would surely spell disaster. Zhou Zhong's power exceeded 140,000, firmly placing him in the mid-golden core realm. While Li Wu's strength was only 71,550, even with his double techniques, he could barely match Zhou Zhong's prowess. With the yellow mist dispelled, Zhou Zhong advanced without hesitation, his expression cold as ice. His fist radiated with fierce white lightning, drawing near to Li Wu, enveloping him in a storm of electricity. In such dire circumstances, Li Wu found no means of evasion. He braced himself against the lightning, charging directly toward Zhou Zhong. Clenching his fist, he struck at Zhou Zhong. With a casual motion, Zhou Zhong caught Li Wu's punch. Gritting his teeth, Li Wu exerted his strength, forcing Zhou Zhong's hand back. Zhou Zhong formed a hand seal and struck towards Li Wu, unleashing a torrent of vicious white lightning. In a moment of desperation, Li Wu shouted, "Double!" His fist met Zhou Zhong's palm, shattering the lightning that surged from it. Blood-red and white lightning intertwined in the air, colliding fiercely. The ground and nearby rocks shattered upon impact. For a fleeting moment, Li Wu's blood-red lightning suppressed Zhou Zhong's electric might, catching him off guard as Li Wu's fist struck his chest. Yet, it felt as though he had struck steel. Zhou Zhong's body radiated with lightning, manifesting a hardened armor of white electricity that absorbed the brunt of Li Wu's blow. The resulting backlash of lightning violently flung Li Wu back.
hidden nearby. Huang transformed into a massive hound, leaping to catch Li Wu.
As Li Wu landed on Huang's back, he steadied himself. Realizing that Zhou Zhong indeed possessed formidable armor, which also bore retaliatory power. Fortunately, the retaliatory force was neutralized by the might of Li Wu's punch.
Otherwise,
that counterattack could have cost Li Wu his life. Darkness enveloped Li Wu as a wave of dizziness washed over him. This technique consumed an excessive amount of energy, making it arduous to recover solely through his own strength. Li Wu retrieved a piece of stinky tofu, appearing somewhat leisurely as he began to eat.
Zhou Zhong stared at Li Wu, momentarily taken aback.
Naturally, he could not fathom that the stinky tofu in Li Wu's hand was, in fact, a spiritual delicacy capable of replenishing vitality. He merely thought that Li Wu's recent punch was indeed quite formidable. Had it not been for the thunder armor, that strike could have truly inflicted harm upon me. This young man, Li Wu, conceals his talents so well. What is his true level of mastery? Zhou Zhong began to doubt Li Wu's realm, for the ability to potentially injure him indicated that his strength should be at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Li Wu's calm demeanor stirred unease within Zhou Zhong. However, he soon let out a cold sneer, his hand moving to reveal a pair of dark thunder orbs. The energy pulsated in his palm, with the two jet-black orbs connecting and swirling with electricity. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. At such a young age, he has compelled me to utilize my life's treasure, the Xian Thunder Orbs. Li Wu, your demise is inevitable. Li Wu was momentarily stunned. This old man has even brought out his life's treasure. Is he truly prepared to fight to the death? In terms of momentum, Li Wu could not afford to falter. Having finished the stinky tofu, he rose to his feet, clenched his fist, and resonated with the power of the golden core within him. Immediately, with a flick of his hand, a broken dagger materialized out of thin air from his palm. Zhou Zhong widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the blade in sheer surprise. A life-bound flying sword? At that very moment, the chaotic phantom on the stone tower flashed once more in Li Wu's mind. Moreover, this time the image was exceptionally vivid, near the stone tower. He could discern a mountain peak resembling a menacing claw turned upside down, and the stone tower Li Wu sought lay just beyond that mountain peak. The mountain peak that resembled a fearsome claw, could it be the very mountain beneath Li Wu's feet? Chapter 79, The Frustrated Zhou Zhong. What secrets lie within the Soul Mountain Stone Tower? What is the connection between the items inside the tower and the chaotic phantoms that Li Wu has witnessed? Li Wu's curiosity only intensifies. Given that this place is forbidden to even the most skilled practitioners, the secrets concealed within must be extraordinary. Although the distance is not great, perhaps due to the mountain's positioning, the stone tower remains out of sight. However, based on the scene etched in Li Wu's mind, the tower should be within arm's reach. Over there, Zhou Zhong gazed in astonishment at the flying sword in Li Wu's hand. Initially, like Zhou Yin, he perceived Li Wu merely as a weakling at the meridian opening stage, equivalent to a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, hardly a cause for concern. Yet now, with the revelation of Li Wu's flying sword, the situation has drastically changed. So, it appears you have been concealing your true abilities, having poisoned your way to the top during the two-sex exchange meeting. Truly, a man who has died once is cautious and knows how to hide his strengths. If I am not mistaken, the destruction of the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch at Limu Mountain was not the work of your so-called friends, but rather your own doing. Correct? This old man possesses some wit, Li Wu thought. You seem to know quite a bit. Ha ha ha. Zhou Zhong chuckled heartily. What? Do you intend to silence me? But at this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression shifted dramatically, and he emitted a cold snort. Even if you have forged your own flying sword, what of it? If you truly had the strength to defeat me, you would not be hiding in this Soul Mountain. If I am not mistaken, your control over that lifebound treasure is still lacking, is it not? Let me show you the might of a fully mastered lifebound treasure. Zhou Zhong's palm pulsed with energy, subtly twisting, as two Xianlei pearls collided, unleashing ferocious white lightning. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with winds and sands swirling around. In truth, Zhou Zhong had been fixated on the flying sword in Li Wu's hand, though he claimed to fear it not. The power of Li Wu's recent punch made him wary of Li Wu's abilities and the sword itself. Among lifebound treasures, flying swords are the most perilous.
particularly the unassuming short swords, which can eliminate a foe in an instant. The more seasoned the elder, the more he fears such treasures. Yet, at this moment, Li Wu could not draw his sword. His posture was merely a facade to intimidate Zhou Zhong. Meanwhile, Li Wu discreetly gathered a celestial technique behind his back. This was his ultimate stratagem against a mid-stage golden core expert. Zhou Zhong, sensing a contest of life-bound treasures, was determined that one decisive blow would determine their fates. Thus, he gritted his teeth and drew a drop of essence blood from his brow, merging it with the Xianlei pearl. Following the blood sacrifice, a layer of sanguine energy enveloped the pearl, causing its aura to surge, radiating several hundred meters around. At that moment, Li Wu roared, first-rank celestial technique. White tiger form. A single finger imprint coalesced into an enormous, formidable white tiger, roaring forth. Zhou Zhong anticipated Li Wu would unleash his flying sword, only to realize that Li Wu was merely feigning an attack. With a cold snort, he raised his hand and unleashed several bolts of lightning, aiming to obliterate Li Wu's white tiger. However, the white tiger was no ordinary beast. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Zhong's spirit trembled, as his lightning was instantly repelled by the tiger's might. The colossal white tiger lunged at Zhou Zhong, its gaping maw poised to strike. After the blood sacrifice, the Xianlei pearl collided with a thunderous boom, producing an explosive crackle that echoed like a colossal thunderclap, lightning slithering through the air. The clash of the white tiger and the thunder serpent shook the sky, sending shockwaves through the ground and a plume of smoke skyward, mutually annihilating each other. Indeed. After the blood sacrifice, the lifebound treasure proved potent enough to barely counter Li Wu's first celestial technique, despite the latter being capable of tripling his combat power, exceeding 20,000 in damage. As the smoke cleared, Li Wu had vanished. Zhou Zhong, anticipating a direct confrontation with Li Wu's lifebound treasure, found himself thwarted by Li Wu's other tactics, leaving him deeply unsettled. Li Wu, come out! Zhou Zhong's roar echoed through the giant claw mountain. In truth, after Li Wu employed the celestial technique, he promptly sheathed his dagger, giving a Huang a playful pat and escaping. It would be folly to engage a mid-stage golden core master head-on. Such recklessness could cost him his life. The wisdom of many predecessors in the realm of cultivation was clear: if you can win, fight; if you cannot, flee. Nearby, Zhou Liang, bearing Zhouyin, shouted, "Old Zhong! That kid Li Wu is fleeing to your left. That boy knows too much, he must not escape." Zhou Liang, carrying Zhouyin, immediately pursued. A drop of essence blood was a significant toll. In a fit of rage, Zhou Zhong surged forward, white lightning crackling around him in furious pursuit. A Huang was swift. Yet the two golden core masters were even faster. Especially with their lightning-enhanced speed, they closed in on a Huang and Li Wu as they reached the stone tower. The Soul Mountain stone tower stood precariously on a cliff, and the path ahead was blocked by the two golden core masters, while beside the tower lay an unfathomable abyss. Even a golden core master would hesitate to jump from such a height, for this was the second layer of the Soul Mountain's secret realm. The only route available was into the stone tower. Yet, it was common knowledge that the dangers within the tower could surpass those of the abyss below. None who had entered it had ever returned. As Zhou Zhong reached this juncture and saw Li Wu cornered, he could not help but chuckle. "Li Wu, it seems fate has turned against you. You fled desperately here, only to find yourself at a dead end." Li Wu retorted, "I came here precisely for the stone tower." Zhou Liang interrupted, saying, "Enough, Li Wu. At this point, don't pretend any longer. Who doesn't know that the stone tower in the second layer of the secret realm is a forbidden zone? Entering it means certain death. Allow your Uncle Zhong to grant you a swift end rather than suffer a torturous demise at the hands of the lingering souls within." Zhou Zhong wielded his lifebound treasure, the Xianlei pearl, crackling with lightning, causing the ground around him to splinter under its power. A Huang took a defensive stance, glancing at Li Wu and saying, "Master, we cannot let them take us down without a fight." Li Wu remained silent. Zhou Zhong closed in with alarming speed. This time, Li Wu had nowhere to evade. Zhou Zhong was resolute in his intent to kill Li Wu, so without hesitation, he once again drew a drop of essence blood from his brow to sacrifice for his lifebound treasure. Zhou Zhong unleashed a lethal strike. Li Wu assumed a defensive posture. Then, Zhou Zhong roared, directing the attack form from his lifebound treasure towards Li Wu. "You lack the courage to enter the tower. But as the lightning approached, Li Wu suddenly seized a Huang by the scruff, and before a Huang could comprehend what was happening, Li Wu had already dashed into the tower. Zhou Zhong's strike landed at the entrance of the stone tower. The tower remained unscathed. Crucially, the attack made at the expense of yet another drop of essence blood failed to touch Li Wu in the slightest. This attack was a complete waste. Essence blood is life itself. After 2 failed attempts, Zhou Zhong had unwittingly sacrificed 20 years of his lifespan, his hair turning grayer, and the signs of age becoming increasingly evident on his face. However, the most crucial point is that on both occasions, he merely struck at the void. Standing before the stone tower, he was violently battered by the aura emanating from within, as if he had received a resounding slap, sending him hurtling backward until the old man Zhou Liang managed to stabilize him with a surge of energy. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Liang remarked, "Old Zhong, that lad Li Wu has truly entered. You were too hasty in using your life essence to summon your innate treasure. Such precious blood should not be squandered in that manner." "I damn well know," Old Zhong bellowed, abruptly interrupting Zhou Liang with an expletive. Chapter 80, The 9-Story Stone Tower. Old Zhou Zhong's composure shattered, and he erupted with expletives. Zhou Liang had never witnessed such a display of emotion from him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth and shouted, I will kill Li Wu. I will kill him." His roar was filled with hysteria as his life-bound treasure, the Xian Lei Pearl, surged forth, stirring dust and debris, with lightning crackling all around. Zhou Liang, carrying Zhou Yin, was forced to retreat repeatedly, shielding himself from the swirling sand and wind. Zhou Zhong charged towards the stone tower. Observing this scene, Zhou Liang realized that old Zhou Zhong had lost his senses. He cried out, "Old Zhong, stop! You must not approach that stone tower any further." Zhou Zhong flicked his hand, unleashing a violent bolt of lightning aimed at Zhou Liang. Startled, Zhou Liang quickly retreated to evade the attack. At that moment, old Zhou Zhong had completely succumbed to the provocation from Li Wu. The cost of losing 20 years of his lifespan was simply too great, especially since he had yet to lay a hand on him. Zhou Liang could no longer persuade old Zhou Zhong. He dared only to watch from a distance. Any further attempts at reasoning could provoke old Zhou Zhong into a frenzy that he, a mere initial-stage golden core cultivator, could not withstand. With a few strides closer to the stone tower, old Zhou Zhong leaped into the air, aiming for the entrance. Yet again, he was repelled by an invisible force near the entrance. Unyielding, he crawled up from several dozen meters away and charged once more towards the stone tower's entrance, determined to enter today and personally rend Li Wu to pieces, for otherwise, his heart would remain filled with resentment. However, his second attempt met the same fate. The tower's door stood open, yet he could not enter. Repeated collisions yielded no results. Instead, Zhou Zhong was violently rebuffed by the stone tower's overwhelming backlash, spitting blood profusely. Zhou Liang set Zhou Yin down and rushed over. "Old Zhong, enough. Since that brat has entered, let him be. Entering the tower is tantamount to a certain death. We have completed our task, now. We merely need to find the right opportunity for our young master to break through to the golden core stage, and this secret mission will be a success." At this point, old Zhou Zhong had also sustained significant injuries. Having lost 2 drops of his life essence and suffering from the stone tower's backlash, he sat down heavily, still clenching his fists, muttering, "Not being able to kill Li Wu myself is truly unsatisfactory." Zhou Liang glanced back at Zhou Yin, urging, "Old Zhong, only 4 days remain for the trial, opportunities within the secret realm are rare, and we must hurry. Assisting our young master in achieving his goals and securing the position of sect master is of utmost importance." Zhou Zhong acknowledged with a grunt, exhaling deeply as he stood up. He cast one last reluctant glance at the stone tower before departing. However, before leaving, he tossed a talisman onto the ground before the tower's entrance. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman shot into the earth with a whoosh. With this talisman in place, should Li Wu emerge, I will be able to sense him immediately. I cannot afford to give him any chance of survival. Thus, Zhou Zhong felt a sense of security. Zhou Liang glanced at the stone tower, assuring him, "Rest assured, old Zhong, entering there is equivalent to a certain death." Inside the stone tower, darkness enveloped everything, and a chilling wind whistled. Li Wu held his little dog, a Huang, warming his hands beneath its belly.
Yet he still felt cold. Huang, trembling in Li Wu's embrace, said, "Master, this ghostly place feels wrong."
Li Wu replied, "Of course it feels wrong. If it felt right, I wouldn't be here." "But, Huang, how can a dignified third-tier beast be afraid of ghosts?" Before Huang could respond, chattering sounds echoed from the darkness. "Look, another living person has entered. The scent is delightful. The sweet aroma of flesh and blood is simply intoxicating. Don't you all dare snatch it from me, that pulsing neck is mine. Mine. It's mine."
The sinister voices debated among themselves. As Li Wu stepped further into the stone tower, visibility dwindled, leaving only the sensation of cold winds brushing past his ears. When he turned back, the entrance seemed to have vanished.
Huang whispered, "Master. It seems they want to eat you."
"Fortunately, they did not seem to have set their sights on me. I can still protect you for a while."
But soon, another voice chimed in, "I like that dog, it is mine. The most delectable thing, indeed." With a whoosh, a frigid,
sinister mist grasped Li Wu's arm, causing him to stumble.
Yet, another shadowy hand yanked him back.
Simultaneously, Li Wu felt something crawling on his shoulder, licking at his neck.
The damp sensation sent shivers down his spine.
Li Wu swung his hand to strike at the entity, but the dog in his arms was dragged away by something else.
"Master! Save me!"
Li Wu instinctively reached to pull Huang back, but the creature moved too swiftly. Huang had already vanished. Several shadowy figures crawled onto Li Wu, clinging to him stubbornly, and he could neither shake them off nor strike them away. In desperation, he summoned his broken dagger, a tool designed for soul absorption. Having previously drawn in the remnants of souls, he thought to use it against them now. With a swift motion, Li Wu wielded the dagger and sliced through the darkness, carving out several gashes. The dagger left behind trails of crimson, and anguished cries echoed in the darkness as wisps of grayish-black mist were absorbed into the broken dagger.
Huang, where are you?" Li Wu called out.
"Master, I'm here. Hurry and save me, they want to devour my treasure."
Huang's cries were filled with desperation.
Following the sound, Li Wu dashed towards him, severing a chilling wisp of mist. The lingering soul energy was drawn into the broken dagger. Huang quickly regained his footing, clamping down on his legs. Li Wu cradled him in his arms, gently stroking his head, asking, "Are you all right?"
Huang, nearly in tears, replied excitedly, "I'm okay. Thanks to Master's timely intervention, otherwise, I would truly be lost. I never expected the residual souls here to be so terrifying."
Li Wu continued to slay the lingering souls, drawing them into the dagger. Huang noticed a perpetual lamp on the wall ahead. Knowing a bit of fire magic, he conjured a flame to ignite it.
Instantly, the surrounding shadows shrank back into the corners.
This allowed them to see that the ground inside the stone tower was littered with scattered bones. Those who had entered before them must have met their end here. After a series of strikes, the cultivation progress of the dagger increased to 33. Just from these residual souls, he had achieved such advancement, he would never have this chance outside. With so many lingering souls in the tower, how could he let this opportunity pass?
Li Wu formulated a plan. He instructed Huang, "Do you see?
Those lingering souls fear light and fire.
Since you understand fire magic, help me drive away those souls.
I must avenge the cultivators who perished here." Li Wu elevated this task to a new level. Huang looked at him, a smirk forming on his lips, thinking, "Truly, my master is remarkable."
With a gleeful grin,
Huang transformed the surrounding yellow mist into two flames, charging towards the lingering souls. Having been trapped in the stone tower for so long without ever seeing light or flame, the souls were terrified of Huang's fiery glow. Thus, they scattered in panic. Li Wu wielded the broken dagger, chuckling ominously as he unleashed a merciless slaughter.
It resembled a grand hunt. After clearing one floor, he ascended to the next.
With each level of the stone tower, his laughter echoed alongside that of his canine companion, creating an atmosphere of chilling dread.
The remnants of souls,
once rampant within the tower, had now become the prey, fleeing desperately from one floor to another. Each time they heard the mirthful sounds of Li Wu and Huang, accompanied by the thudding of their footsteps on the stairs, the lingering souls quaked in fear. Clutching the dagger and accompanied by his dog,
Li Wu ascended to the 9th floor with growing exhilaration.
At the end of this wave of slaughter, he had no idea how many souls he had vanquished. But the corrosion on the dagger had significantly diminished, and to his astonishment, the nurturing progress had reached 40. Although these were mere remnants of souls, their enhancement was indeed remarkable. With the nurturing progress at 40, he gained an additional opportunity to unleash the broken dagger. At this moment, Li Wu set foot on the 9th level of the stone tower. Before his eyes stood an immense bronze coffin, adorned with intricate carvings depicting a tempest of thunder. Lightning raged, inundating the heavens and the earth in a tumultuous sea of storms. The remaining remnants of souls, with nowhere left to flee, cowered beside the bronze coffin. Suddenly, a piercing, eerie laughter erupted from within the coffin. "At last, I have waited for you. Fortunately, I did not give up. Truly, a natural-born wielder of thunder." The voice boomed, resonating within the confines of the tower, sending shivers down Li Wu's spine. He stepped back in alarm. The entity within the bronze coffin intended to seize his essence. It had been luring him here, drawn by his innate thunderous potential. Could it be that the chaotic shadows he had previously encountered were manifestations of this very being? Initially perceived as an opportunity, he now recognized it as a trap. "Ah Huang, something is amiss, we must flee." Li Wu turned to escape, with Ah Huang swiftly following suit. Yet, a bolt of violet lightning surged from behind, sealing off the entrance to the 9th level. The tower lacked windows, it was, in essence, a sepulchre. With the exit blocked, Li Wu decided to forge a new path. After all, he was a formidable entity at the golden core stage, a mere stone wall should not hinder his progress. Clenching his fist, he struck the adjacent black stone wall with tremendous force. The resounding crash echoed, yet the wall remained unscathed, while he staggered back, his fist throbbing with pain. To his astonishment, purple runes began to materialize on the stone, pulsating with violet lightning. The wall bore restrictions, rendering it impervious to his assault. Panic surged within him, escape seemed impossible. Just then, the bronze coffin emanated a thunderous sound, as if something within sought to push the lid open. Li Wu glanced back, witnessing a skeletal, withered hand emerging from the coffin's crevice. Realizing the urgency, he gritted his teeth and leaped into the air, forcefully stomping down on the coffin's lid. Though the hand reached out, his powerful strike forced the lid shut, pinning the hand at the edge of the coffin. A pained scream echoed from within. Determined, Li Wu pressed down on the coffin, striving to contain the entity inside. If it were to emerge, he would be doomed. "Ah Huang, find a way to seal this coffin." Ah Huang understood the urgency and leaped onto the coffin alongside Li Wu. However, the dog's expression bore a hint of helplessness. "Master, I am not versed in sealing techniques." In that moment, Li Wu noticed several bronze nails scattered on the ground beside the coffin. Undoubtedly, they were coffin nails. "Ah Huang, fetch me those nails." Ah Huang promptly retrieved a nail and tossed it to Li Wu. Grasping the coffin nail, Li Wu examined it closely, realizing it possessed sealing properties. He located the nail holes on the coffin's edge and forcefully drove the nail in. With the first nail secured, he proceeded with the second, third. A total of 7 nails were driven into place, finally silencing the bronze coffin. Exhausted, Li Wu collapsed onto the coffin's lid, panting heavily. The preceding events had been perilously intense. However, upon catching his breath, he noticed the violet lightning sealing the entrance on the 9th level had not dissipated. Ah Huang, entranced by the violet lightning, appeared to be deep in thought. Li Wu inquired, "Ah Huang, do you recognize that violet lightning?" Ah Huang, often boasting about his experiences in the primordial era, seemed to genuinely recognize the lightning. "Master, if I am not mistaken, that violet lightning is a type of primal thunder." Primal thunder? This term was new to Li Wu. Noticing Li Wu's curiosity, Ah Huang leaped onto the coffin's lid, striking a pose of confidence as he elaborated, "Ah, master, you are unaware. Primal thunder, also known as the thunder of creation, is born of heaven and earth, a treasure nurtured by nature. During my thousands of years in the primordial era, I encountered no more than 10 varieties of primal thunder. Though I have not seen this violet primal thunder before. I have heard of it, it is called the Purple Palace Extreme Thunder. It ranks 32nd on the primal thunder hierarchy. Master, you have struck gold. Encountering such primal thunder is a stroke of fortune. If you can absorb and refine the purple palace extreme thunder, your strength will surge immensely.
And it also contains profound techniques that can aid in tempering weapons and elixirs.
Especially in weapon refinement, the effects of primal thunder surpass any flame.
In this world,
any weapon deemed top tier essentially undergoes refinement with primal thunder, and truly exceptional weaponsmiths reach their peak by mastering such primal thunder.
The potency of primal thunder determines the limits of a weaponsmith. Of course, the most crucial aspect is the innate attributes of the weaponsmith's essence,
which dictate whether they can wield primal thunder. Given that your martial arts are infused with a blood-red lightning, it must be your inherent thunder essence. Thus, you are exceptionally fortunate, for only those born with thunder essence can absorb and refine the thunder of creation. Though Huang loved to boast, his knowledge was undoubtedly profound.
Li Wu felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. However, glancing at the violet lightning, he asked, "Such potent lightning, yet it only ranks 32nd? Huang looked exasperated. "What do you mean, only 32nd?
Master, that is primal thunder ranking. In this world, myriad thunderbolts exist, yet few can be deemed as primal thunder.
Especially when considering the 32nd rank of primal thunder. Have you seen those two shabby beads wielded by Zhou Zhong? They are utterly inferior.
Not even comparable to a single hair of primal thunder. With primal thunder, my master, you could make him regret his existence."
"Oh, by the way, do you know how your father, Li Yuanyi, condensed his primordial infant? To be frank, according to my insights,
it was through acquiring a type of primal thunder within this secret realm, a thunder known as the Azure Thunder."
Upon hearing this, Li Wu felt a spark of curiosity and inquired, "What is the ranking of Azure Thunder on the primal thunder list?" Huang retorted, "What do you think?"
"This rascal is playing coy," thought Li Wu, as he grabbed the scruff of Huang's neck, prompting Huang to promptly cease his bravado and respond honestly.
"Azure Thunder ranks 102nd.
To be truthful, thunder ranked beyond 100 on the primal thunder list is generally considered subpar and, to some extent,
does not even qualify as primal thunder.
Your father's Azure Thunder is somewhat acceptable, barely worthy of the title of primal thunder.
That being said,
the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder is indeed formidable."
Li Wu pressed further, "How does one refine this object?"
Huang shook his head vigorously.
"I have never refined it myself, so I naturally do not know.
Moreover, our beastkin possess powerful bloodlines and do not require external objects. Only you frail humans need various techniques and artifacts,
which complicates your cultivation immensely. Do you know why we beastkin do not take you humans as pets? It is precisely because the process of cultivation is too cumbersome." Huang continued to ramble on.
Li Wu paid him no mind, instead leaping down to meticulously examine the coffin, seeking clues that might aid in refining the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder.
Just then, a series of sounds resembling nails being withdrawn echoed from the coffin.
Li Wu turned around to find a hand ensnared in the coffin's crevice, surrounded by purplish-black lightning. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the lid of the coffin flew off. The bronze coffin fully opened, revealing a white-haired elder clad in purple armor, soaring out and hovering in midair. No wonder the coffin nails fell to the ground.
It turns out they could not contain the entity within the bronze coffin. Li Wu swallowed hard, scrutinizing the elder closely.
This figure did not resemble the chaotic phantom at all.
The old man shook his hand as if still feeling pain and remarked, "You, young one, dared to pinch my hand? You possess some courage, I admire that."
After sizing Li Wu up, the elder added,
"You are quite young, yet exude an extraordinary demeanor, reminiscent of my own youth.
It would be quite fitting to seize your body."
Inevitably, he could not be deterred.
As the elder prepared to strike, Li Wu swiftly drew his shabby dagger, a weapon specifically designed to slay and devour souls. He hurled the dagger at the elder,
aiming for his forehead with fierce intent.
However, the elder casually raised his hand and effortlessly pinched the dagger between his fingers. Inspecting the dagger closely, he expressed satisfaction.
"After lying dormant in the Yuanxian Sect for so many years, finally, someone has discovered you. Fortunately, it is you who can bring this young one here." As he spoke,
a chunk of rust fell from the dagger, revealing a purple rune, presumably the mark left by the elder himself.
The dagger bore the elder's purple lightning seal? Could it be that Li Wu's repeated sensations of movement within his own thunder path were all due to this object?
tossing the dagger aside. The elder turned to Li Wu and stated, "That dagger indeed can devour souls, but its consumption capability is limited to ordinary souls. To think you could use my dagger to devour me, little one, you are sorely mistaken." The shabby dagger was left by the elder at the Yuanxian Sect, and it was incapable of consuming him. From the very beginning, Li Wu picking up this dagger was part of the elder's insidious plot. Who exactly is this person? At that moment, the elder suddenly clenched his fist. "Enough talk, let us commence the possession." A surge of purple lightning erupted from his fist. One strand of this purple lightning struck toward Li Wu's dantian. In an instant, the purple lightning seemed to penetrate Li Wu's dantian, striking his golden core and enveloping it entirely. Moreover, the purple lightning began to overpower the thunder path seed residing atop Li Wu's foundational essence. The formidable purple lightning ensnared the thunder path seed. Li Wu's thunder path seed, crimson in hue, was indeed feeble compared to the elder's purple lightning. Thus the latter suppressed it, rendering Li Wu's dantian immobilized. The might of the purple mansion extreme thunder is indeed terrifying. Li Wu's crimson thunder path seed was completely subdued. He gritted his teeth, striving to mobilize the power within his dantian to resist the elder, yet his dantian was locked down, leaving him powerless. At last, "I can discard this decaying vessel." As the elder uttered these words, his purple robe and armor cascaded down, revealing a body devoid of flesh. Only bones remained. The bones and purple armor crumbled to the ground, visibly decaying at an alarming rate. What lingered in the air was but a soul. With a whoosh, the elder's soul darted into Li Wu's body. Li Wu felt his mind inundated by a foreign presence, which pressed upon him, causing his own consciousness to wane and his surroundings to blur. Huang rushed over, shouting, "Master! Wake up!" But before he could finish, a wave of energy sent him flying against the wall. At this moment, the purple mansion extreme thunder had utterly consumed Li Wu's foundational essence, transforming his entire golden core into a purple thunder core enveloped in violet lightning. This body had changed hands. Post-possession, the elder reveled in his newfound control over Li Wu's form, stretching his limbs. Truly, this youthful body possesses remarkable vitality. I, the Purple Mansion Thunder Sovereign, have been reborn today. He spread his arms wide, clenching his fists, as formidable purple lightning enveloped the 9th layer of the stone tower, transforming it into a realm of thunder. Everything was engulfed in this purplish lightning, from the stone lanterns to the lingering souls that had sought refuge here, all obliterated beneath the onslaught of the Purple Mansion extreme thunder. Gazing toward the apex of the stone tower, the Purple Mansion Thunder Sovereign prepared to leap into the air, intending to burst through the tower's top. Yet, as he crouched down, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. His soul wavered unsteadily, and uncontrollably, he exclaimed, "Get out of my body! You shall not possess Li Wu!" The soul of the Purple Mansion Thunder Sovereign was forcefully expelled from Li Wu's body. However, the sovereign quickly re-entered Li Wu, regaining control. "This lad possesses some willpower," he mused. "Nonetheless, such struggles are futile before me, the Purple Mansion Thunder Sovereign." Once more, he clenched his fists, and violet lightning surged forth as he reasserted dominance over the body. Yet again, he believed he had completely seized control of Li Wu's body. But just as before, his soul was once more destabilized and expelled by Li Wu. "Get out!" The Thunder Lord of the Purple Mansion stood dumbfounded. He could never have anticipated that the will of this possessed individual could be so formidable. Had it been anyone else, under such circumstances, continuous invasions and the devouring of the opponent's soul would have likely resulted in utter annihilation of their spirit, yet Li Wu's soul remained steadfast, showing no signs of dissipating. Not only was there no indication of fragmentation, but it was also growing ever stronger. "Old man! Get out!" Li Wu continued to bellow, his resolute will unbreakable. The Thunder Lord's essence was immediately thrust back several meters, allowing Li Wu to reclaim full control of his body. "After enduring the trials of reincarnation, how can I allow you, old man, to usurp my form?" Clenching his fists tightly, Li Wu glared at the elder with a fierce countenance, resolute against any infringement. The Thunder Lord of the Purple Mansion gazed at Li Wu, then chuckled. "What a young rascal! What is your name? I never expected your will to be so resilient. I have never encountered someone like you before, you are worthy of being remembered by me before I take over.
Li Wu, firmly gripping his fists, retorted defiantly, You, old man, are unworthy of knowing my name.
You shall not possess me. The Thunder Lord cackled menacingly, the more you resist,
the more I am intrigued by the prospect of claiming your body.
Young one, let us see if you can maintain control of this vessel.
With a cold expression,
the Thunder Lord clenched his fists, seemingly preparing to unleash the power of lightning within him to subdue Li Wu.
However, this time,
although his fists were gripped tightly with great force, not a trace of lightning energy emanated from them.
What was happening?
The Thunder Lord opened his palms and roared once more, tightening his fists again.
Still, there was no response. Conversely, Li Wu, vigilant and steadfast, also clenched his fists,
drawing upon the strength within his dantian, while blood-red and purple lightning intertwined upon his fists, exuding a powerful aura.
Witnessing this, the expression on the Thunder Lord's face froze in astonishment.
Li Wu shouted passionately at the Thunder Lord, Come on!
Attempt to possess me.
The corners of the Thunder Lord's mouth twitched as he instinctively took a step back. Bewildered, he inquired, Why?
Why is my purple mansion's extreme thunder in your possession? What? Li Wu responded in confusion.
Truth be told, he had intended to engage in a fierce battle with the Thunder Lord, yet upon closer inspection, he indeed found the purple and blood-red lightning entwined around his fists, the purple lightning being none other than the purple mansion's extreme thunder.
Could it be that in his attempt to seize control of Li Wu, the Thunder Lord had failed, leaving behind the extreme thunder within Li Wu's body? Was the Thunder Lord genuinely this earnest about possession?
At that moment, Li Wu endeavored to sense the situation within his dantian. Indeed, within the golden core, one strand of lightning essence was the blood-red innate thunder, while the other was the purple lightning essence, the purple mansion's extreme thunder. When he alone summoned the extreme thunder, the lightning entwined around his fists was purple. If he summoned the innate thunder alone, it manifested as red lightning. When both were summoned simultaneously, it resulted in the current spectacle of intertwined dual lightning.
You, yellow-haired brat, cease your antics. Quickly return the purple mansion's extreme thunder to me. The Thunder Lord, observing Li Wu's adept manipulation of the extreme thunder, felt his heart shatter as he realized it showed no signs of resistance or backlash. Chapter 83, The Revelation of the Tower.
Witnessing the complete mastery of the purple mansion extreme thunder by Li Wu, who wielded it with such finesse, the heart of the purple mansion Thunder Lord was pierced with anguish. After years of scheming, he could never have anticipated that his attempt at possession would fail, resulting instead in his own loss of the purple mansion extreme thunder. In truth, Li Wu himself was equally astonished by the formidable strength of his innate thunder Dao seed, which had effortlessly refined the purple mansion extreme thunder during the possession attempt.
It was indeed a delightful surprise. With a flick of his finger,
Li Wu unleashed a bolt of purple mansion extreme thunder that zipped past the ear of the purple mansion Thunder Lord with a crack, startling him into a staggered retreat.
Li Wu taunted, Elder, did you not desire this? Why not seize it? You. The purple mansion Thunder Lord was so enraged that he could hardly articulate his fury.
At that moment, a voice resonated within Li Wu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined the 32nd on the purple mansion extreme thunder. Host's combat power has been enhanced by 20,000.
Astoundingly,
the refinement of a single purple mansion extreme thunder had elevated his strength by such a magnitude. No wonder Li Wu felt a surge of overwhelming power within him, a force that seemed on the verge of breaking through.
At this moment, he was tantalizingly close to the midstage of the Golden Core realm.
Curious, Li Wu promptly checked his system panel.
Name, Li Wu. Combat power, 91,560. Realm, Early Golden Core. Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder.
Skill 1, doubling combat power. Using this skill allows the host to instantly deal double damage, but it is highly depleting of the host's vitality.
Please use it judiciously.
Skill 2, Heavenly Eye, consumes mental energy to observe the opponent's combat power,
etc.
Skill 3, Celestial Phenomenon Technique, a technique of the White Tiger. Heavenly Harmony Powder, 347 doses. Using this powder increases combat power. The effect varies depending on the strength of the user. Lottery chances, 0, lottery items unlocked, heavenly harmony powder, stinky tofu, 1000-mile run pill.
Milestone, combat power 200.
000, achieving a combat power of 100, 000 unlocks rewards. Inventory, mysterious dagger, 40 nurturing progress, to refine it into a personal flying sword, 5 golden core souls are required. Current golden core souls, 0, 1 teleportation talisman, 11 stinky tofu, beginner's combat power realm comparison record. The mid-stage of the golden core corresponds to a combat power of 100, 000. Indeed, Li Wu is drawing ever closer to this realm. And the benefits bestowed by the Purple Mansion Elder were quite generous. After narrowly avoiding Li Wu's strike of purple lightning, the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord steadied himself and suppressed his emotions. Young friend, I was referring to the essence of the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder. I beseech you to return it post-haste. Li Wu, with a sly smile, replied, if you wish to have it, come and take it. At that moment, Li Wu concentrated, conjuring another orb of purple lightning. He sensed that the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder had been refined and contained profound techniques within it. This was something he would need to explore further in due time. The Purple Mansion Thunder Lord did not approach immediately. Instead, he returned to the bronze coffin and retrieved an item, presenting it to Li Wu. Young friend, I offer this in exchange. How does it strike you? In his hands was a violet armor, known as the Purple Armor. With your current strength, this armor will afford you protection against a single strike from a nascent soul expert. Should your power continue to grow, it could even withstand a blow from a transformation stage being. What say you? I give you this item, and in return, you return the essence of the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder. I shall cease my pursuit of possession and allow you to leave this tower. However, unbeknownst to Li Wu, the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord's gaze flickered, and within the folds of his sleeve, he stealthily grasped a needle, sharp and tainted with the last drop of his life essence. Imbued with a murderous intent, Li Wu, recognizing his need for protective armor, queried, is the purple armor truly that effective? Previously, during his battle against the mid-stage Golden Core expert Zhou Zhong, Li Wu had found himself at a disadvantage due to his lack of defensive artifacts. Had he possessed protective armor, he would not have been so beleaguered. Seizing the opportunity, the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord eagerly affirmed, indeed. This purple armor was forged from the shell of the Xian turtle, and I have spent a century refining it with the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder. What could be better? Quickly, young friend, take this and feel its protective power. Once you confirm my words, you may return the essence to me without issue. The Purple Extreme Thunder is my lifeblood. Should you forcibly refine it, its potency will be diminished. This armor, however, is truly invaluable. Li Wu nodded. Ah, I see. With that, he approached the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord. The Thunder Lord, cloaked in a sinister smile, awaited Li Wu's proximity, ready to strike with the blood-imbued soul-piercing needle to annihilate Li Wu's soul. With the possession complete and a soulless body, he would face no obstacles. As the distance between them closed, Li Wu suddenly raised his hand, producing the dagger that pierced the Thunder Lord's brow in a single motion. It was an utterly unforeseen maneuver. The Purple Mansion Thunder Lord had no time to react, and the soul-piercing needle he clutched in his fingers never left his grasp. Li Wu mused, did you think to lure me in with your artifact, only to strike at the opportune moment? My dog could smell the blood on your needle. Unbeknownst to the Thunder Lord, Li Wu had stealthily reclaimed the dagger, which, though previously ineffective against him, now pierced through his brow with fatal precision. With the soul conduit shattered, the Thunder Lord crumbled. You! The exchange of the purple armor for the was a fair transaction, yet you, why betray me? The blood-tainted needle clattered to the ground, dissipating. Li Wu glanced at it without uttering a word. The dagger had been unable to absorb the Thunder Lord's soul earlier due to the protective imprint left by the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder. Now that the thunder had been severed from the Thunder Lord, his soul was left vulnerable. Meanwhile, Li Wu swiftly seized the purple armor. Feeling its quality and confirming its worth as an excellent item, successfully integrating it into his system. With the shattering of the Thunder Lord's soul conduit, he could no longer maintain his essence, and his spiritual energy began to dissipate. He gazed at Li Wu, his heart heavy with resentment. Young friend, the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder took me over a century to find and refine. To see it taken now, I implore you to wield it wisely in the future. As Li Wu commanded the dagger, he unleashed a jolt, drawing the majority of the Thunder Lord's soul into it. Yet, a lingering wisp resisted capture. Predecessor, do you have any final words? The Thunder Lord's voice echoed from that last remnant of spirit, urgency evident. That dagger was procured from the third level of this, within the sword-burying abyss. Though it appears ancient, its strength is remarkable, likely a potent artifact. I attempted to refine it with the Purple Mansion Extreme Thunder multiple times, yet yielded no results. While I am aware of its potential, I remain uncertain how to wield it. The origin of the dagger must lie there, if you truly wish to use it and refine it into your personal treasure. A journey to the sword-burying abyss is essential. I may be able to guide you. Predecessor. With only a wisp of soul remaining, you must find peace. Li Wu interrupted the words of the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord, fully aware that the old man harbored resentment and sought a chance for survival. Even contemplating seizing Li Wu's body. How could Li Wu grant him such an opportunity? The dagger swept over a wisp of soul energy. And the last remnants of the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord's essence were consumed by the cursed blade. In an instant, much of the rust from the dagger fell away. Li Wu examined the dagger's nurturing progress and found it had indeed advanced significantly, increasing from 40 to 43. The higher the nurturing degree, the greater the required strength of the soul. At this level, a single soul could yield such improvement, indicating that the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord had been extraordinarily powerful during his life. Alas! I forgot to use poison. Li Wu lamented, realizing that, after all, he was of a righteous lineage, and the art of poisoning was not his forte. A Huang, having been sent flying by the Purple Mansion Thunder Lord moments earlier, immediately perked up upon seeing Li Wu dispatch the old man. Li Wu could not help but remark, "You rascal, I thought you had perished once more." A Huang shook his head and replied, "I have asserted that I am an ancient demon, it is not so easy to extinguish my life." The stone tower was now utterly empty. With merely 2 days remaining in the trial period, Li Wu and a Huang exited the stone tower. However, just as they stepped through the entrance, an eerie talisman erupted from the ground beneath their feet and instantly incinerated into ashes with a loud bang. At that moment, the elder Zhou Zhong, tasked with safeguarding and assisting Zhou Yun's breakthrough within the Soul Mountain, sensed the aura of the talisman and raised his hand to glance at it. "That lad Li Wu has truly emerged from the stone tower," exclaimed the elder Zhou Liang, astonished. "What?